CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Our mystery drama, The Kingdom Below, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Phyllis Newman and Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. They transformed the face of the nation. History refers to them as robber barons. Most of them were born poor and died rich. They devoted their lives to amassing money, and then, when they had more than they could ever spend, they realized they had missed out on something very important, something which could be described as culture. And so they pursued culture as avidly as they once had chased after money. And where was culture? Why, it was in Europe. And what was culture? It was immortal paintings for the mansion, masterpieces of sculpture for the grounds, and a titled foreigner for a son-in-law. From the diary of Miss May Etta Stebbins.
Rome, July the 3rd, 1887. I do believe that music will drive me out of my wits. Not that I had too great a supply to begin with. We are living in a palazzo. And didn't Mama give it to me for calling it a palazzo? Palazzo, darling, palazzo. But I want to go home. Anyhow, I shouldn't complain about Mama. Poor Papa. He's the one that really catches it. Every morning it's the same old thing. Prego, Annunziata, the, uvi. You know, the eggs.
I ain't had a decent egg since we left the States.
Now, you said ain't at the opera last night. I thought I would die of shame.
Who was there to hear me? Nobody but a bunch of foreigners.
How many times must I tell you, Benjamin? In this country, we are the foreigners.
Yeah, that's why I can't hardly wait to get back to good old USA.
Benjamin, I don't think you're taking this trip seriously.
Now, you just look here. I got writer's cramp from signing checks. You wanted that painting of that fat lady?
Oh, Benjamin Franklin Stebbins, you are talking about a genuine Caravaggio.
Yeah, and you were talking about 50,000 simoleons. 50,000 of Uncle Sam's finest. 50,000 of those long green men. But, did I blink an eye? No. Wrap her up, I says. I'll write you my check.
$50,000 for a Caravaggio. You stole that painting.
I stole it. You want pictures of naked fat ladies? Why, I can take you into places back home where...
Benjamin, your daughter is sitting at the table.
Mama, I know about those places.
Oh, my sakes alive. What do you know about those places?
I know well-brought-up young ladies ain't supposed to talk about them.
Ain't. There it is again. Benjamin, you've corrupted this child.
Okay, Mayetta. Don't say ain't in front of your mama. It discombobulates her something fierce.
Now, we have to have a serious discussion.
Does that mean I have to leave the room?
No, it concerns you. Benjamin, you give generously of your money. I have no complaints.
Thank you kindly, ma'am.
But you're not putting your heart into this thing.
Which thing?
The thing we really came for.
Okay, you tell me. What did we come here for?
To find a husband for Mayetta.
Well, why can't Mayetta find her own husband?
Benjamin.
Did anybody have to find you a husband? No. You found one yourself.
And look at me.
Yeah, look at you. 29 years ago, you were filling up beer mugs in your old man's saloon.
Benjamin.
Is that true, Mama?
How can you say such things in front of the child?
I'm not a child, Mama.
It was the worst dive on the San Francisco waterfront.
Where was the saloon?
There was no saloon.
No? What was it then?
Why are we getting off the subject?
Which is?
Finding a husband for Mayetta.
Oh, yeah. Nobody found you a husband, and you wind up being married to one of the 50 richest men in America.
Now, Benjamin.
You don't believe it? Read the papers.
Money isn't everything.
It ain't?
Oh, that word again. There's a world of people who don't say ain't.
Yeah?
It's a world of breeding, refinement, and culture.
Is that a fact?
And from that world, I want a husband for your daughter.
That's a funny way to put it. You want a husband for our daughter. What does our daughter have to say about it?
Oh, she's too young to know her own mind.
So, what have you got on your mind?
Now, Prudence Folsom, she came back to America last year with a count.
Skinny beanpole of a fella with a pot belly, a mustache, and a monocle. Looked like a dude to me.
Now, you have twice as much money as George Folsom. So your daughter should do twice as well as his. Mayetta should get herself a prince, or at least a duke. Find her one.
Well, what do you say to all this, Mayetta?
What do I say to all this? I don't know. Most of the time, I don't listen. I've never been in love. Maybe I'll never fall in love. Maybe I can't, or maybe I'm so much in love I don't realize it. Could I be in love with someone I've never met? Sounds silly. I could never talk about it to anyone. Yet the truth is, I don't know if I really feel this way or if I read about it somewhere in some novel long ago. Well, the next morning it began over again.
You girls know what day this is? It's the 4th of July. Oh, how I wish I was back home.
Benjamin, we are not returning until Mayetta...
I can see him now. Stepping down Fifth Avenue, the Grand Army of the Republic.
Benjamin!
Be the first year I ain't marching with them.
Ain't again.
What do I have to do to get back to the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, first, you must stop saying ain't.
Done. You ain't never going to hear that word pass my lips again.
Second, you must find a titled foreigner for your daughter.
And what if she turns him down?
How can she turn him down? She ain't met him yet.
Every time you get really excited, you sound like the red-haired girl I first met in your old man's saloon.
What are you talking about?
Let it pass.
Now, look, we've been here a month. She hasn't met anyone yet.
She's met hundreds of people. She met all kinds of nobles, fellas with titles. Toss a coin. Put the names in the hat. Pull her one out.
Well, not one of them is good enough for her.
Now we're on to something else.
Fortune hunters.
Yeah.
Dried up, wizened, elderly men.
Uh-huh.
And the young ones. Oh, too slick by half for my taste. I wouldn't trust any of them. Benjamin, we are not meeting the right people.
We're meeting everybody there is. The word is out. The rich American heiress is in Rome to find a husband. We're getting them from all over Italy. They're coming from France and Spain. I understand tonight we're going to meet a couple from Austria and Russia.
You see, Benjamin, we were wrong.
We? What did I do?
Well, we let it be known that the fabulously wealthy Americans were here with a marriageable daughter. We thought we'd be swamped.
And we were.
But a man of true aristocratic breeding would be repelled. He would have contempt for us. He would label us as nouveau riche, as parvenu, as arriviste.
I'll tell you something, Mama. I happen to know what every one of them words mean. And you want to know the truth? That's exactly how we're behaving.
Well, I want a prince for my daughter. I want a man of background and breeding. A man who can trace his family down through the centuries.
But, Mama...
And let that family become even richer and greater and finer because of what my daughter will bring to it.
Okay, Mama. Sure.
That's what I want. Do you know why?
It don't matter, Mama. As long as you want it. The old man here'll see you get it. Somehow.
Well, now, you talk about the saloon my father owned on the waterfront.
Look, I won't bring that up no more.
My father didn't own that saloon.
What? What are you saying? I happen to know Patty Morgan was the one and the only sole proprietor.
That's true. But Patty Morgan wasn't my father.
What?
And Katie Morgan wasn't my mother. They adopted me. They took me in. I was one of those kids you read about. A newborn baby that's found on the doorstep.
Mary, you...
Now, who was my mother? My father? I'll never know. Who am I? Where do I come from? I'll never find out.
Well, now, is it so important?
Yes.
All right.
Well, find me a prince, a real prince for my daughter. You can do it.
Sure.
I mean it. You can do anything. What were you? A stevedore, a roustabout. Today, you're one of the 50 richest men in America. You performed a miracle. Now make another one. Find her a prince.
I wasn't supposed to hear that conversation. But one thing about Mama and Papa, they spoke loudly. There were no secrets. I didn't want to say anything to Mama or Papa, but I wouldn't marry anyone they found for me. Unless, of course, it was the person I was in love with already. But how would they know who he was? I didn't even know myself. Papa disappeared right after breakfast. I found out later he'd gone to the American Embassy.
My name is Thurman Trueblood. What can I do for you, Mr. Stebbins?
Who are you?
I'm the third assistant secretary.
Yeah. Well, young fella, I didn't ask to see the third assistant secretary or the second or even the first. I asked to see the ambassador.
The ambassador is out.
Not to me, he ain't. My name's Benjamin Franklin Stebbins.
I know that, sir.
I'm a personal friend of President Grover Cleveland.
I'm aware of that.
So, you march right back in there and tell the ambassador Ben Stebbins wants him.
Sir, I can't do that. They've all gone home to America to celebrate the 4th of July, and they won't return for another 2 weeks. There's no one here, only me.
Yeah? Well, then I guess you'll have to do.
Well, yes, sir. What's to be done?
I want my daughter, Mayetta, to find a fine, handsome, young Italian prince from a noble family that goes back to, maybe old Julius Caesar or any of that crowd.
Mr. Stebbins, I'm not sure that lies within the province of the embassy's activities.
Son, what's the purpose of your job here?
It's to foster closer relations between the Americans and the Italian people.
Well, now, ain't that exactly what I'm asking you to do?
Yes, but...
Never mind, but. Son, it's a losing battle. Who's the most blue-blooded prince they got? What's his name?
He's the Prince de Portocorvo.
Trot him around.
Oh, you don't understand. He never goes to see anyone.
Well, then we'll go see him.
But the prince never sees anyone.
Is that a fact? Now, just who does he think he is?
Well, there are those who say...
Yes? Who say what?
Well, it's all old wives' tales of superstitious peasants. But there are those who say he's the devil himself.
Well, friends, there you are. We made you wait for the very last 2 words of Act 1 before we said something that puts everybody on notice. A rich, young, handsome prince, and there's suspicion around that he may be the devil. Well, the devil is a prince. He's called the Prince of Darkness. We shall shed more light in just a little while when I return with Act 2. They say money talks. Well, that isn't quite accurate. Money does more than merely talk. It commands. And what money wants, money usually gets. The moneyed Mr. Benjamin Franklin Stebbins, one of the 50 richest men in America, has come to Rome in the year 1887 to buy some culture. Paintings, sculpture, and a titled foreign nobleman for his daughter.
Now, Mr. Thurman Trueblood, let's get down to the facts at hand. This Prince de Portocovo, why do folks say he's the devil?
Well, this is all local superstition.
Isn't there even the tiniest little bit of fire in all the smoke?
I couldn't say. I really don't know anything about the Prince de Portocovo.
Why not?
Why not?
Ain't he one of the natural resources of the country?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Oh, which is why you're only 3rd assistant secretary. But never mind, I'll take you in hand, boy. I'll educate you.
Sir,
what's been attracting most of the foreign capital lately? The native nobility. That's what. Look at how many American millionaires have been investing in princes and dukes and counts and no accounts and whatnot.
Well, that may be, sir, but...
Now, I'm coming here as a legitimate American businessman. I'm here to buy a prince for my daughter. So when I make an investment in a foreign country, which this is, I have the right to ask investment advice from the American embassy.
I'm not sure there's a precedent.
Well, if there ain't, we're going to set one. Now, you say this Portocovo is the goods.
I said only that he comes from the oldest, most aristocratic family.
Then we'll settle for him.
But I know nothing about him except his name. Just rumor and hearsay.
Why don't you invite him to a party at the embassy? Send me the bill.
But nobody invites the Prince de Portocovo to a party. He does not accept invitations. I don't even know him.
Then we'll go see him.
You just don't go calling on the Prince de Portocovo.
Why not?
Well, it just is not done.
That's why we're going to do it, boy. We're going to go out there for a drive this very afternoon.
Oh, no, I couldn't leave my post here at the embassy.
Embassy's closed for the holiday. It's the 4th of July. Where does this prince live?
Well, I understand, I think, they say he has a villa some 10 miles north of the city.
We'll pick you up at noon and get to the prince's palace in time to be invited for lunch.
Oh, but Mr. Stebbins...
Stick with me, son. I'll see you get made an ambassador yet.
Mama didn't know whether to faint with joy or dance with happiness. I think she did a little of each. She couldn't stop kissing Papa. She screamed in positive raptures of delight.
Oh, Benji, you can. You will work miracles.
Nothing to it.
And this young man from the embassy arranged the whole thing.
Like shooting fish in a barrel. Hey, Mr. Stebbins, he said, you want to meet a genuine Italian prince? Let me give you a knockdown to my pal, the Prince de Portocovo.
Oh, Portocovo. Oh, that name. That name alone sends romantic visions through it.
Let's drive out this very day, he says, and have lunch.
Oh, Benjamin, you are the most wonderful man.
Maybe I knew what I was doing when I come out for Grover Cleveland.
Oh, yes, indeed you did.
Next time, don't tell me who's going to win the election. Women aren't qualified to.
Oh, you can say ain't, Benjamin. Go ahead, say ain't as much as you want. Mayetta, dear, have you heard? We're to have lunch with the Prince of Portocovo.
I heard. And the moment I heard that name, I had a sudden feeling of what? I felt dizzy. But it wasn't an alarming dizziness. It was more of a delicious, out-of-this-world feeling. I seemed to be lighter than air. I seemed to float in space. Everything was so wonderful. I remember we got into the carriage. We stopped at the embassy where a very tall, serious young man joined us.
Mayetta, honey, this is Mr. Thurman Trueblood, Assistant Secretary at the Embassy.
Actually, Miss Stebbins, I'm only the third Assistant Secretary.
Son, when you blow your horn, sound it loud and clear and strong in a major key, and leave out all the minor notes.
I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance, Miss Stebbins.
But I hadn't the eyes to see him with, or the ears to hear him, nor the voice to answer. There was only one thought that filled my entire being. The Prince of Porto Corvo. And the name. I began to remember the name, Porto Corvo, but from where? Why? For some reason, this was not the first time I had heard it. Porto Corvo. Oh, Prince of Porto Corvo, I love you. I love you. I have always loved you. We drove through the beautiful countryside, and soon we came upon a villa. It was small, but perfect. A small, flawless diamond. It was neither big nor ostentatious. It was the kind of home I had always dreamed of, set in the middle of what appeared to be a park. There were streams and gardens. It was altogether a place of rare delight. I had read that phrase somewhere. But that's what this palazzo was. We drove in through the gate. A footman held the horses. A butler ushered us into the house.
What a charming palazzo. Oh, Mayetta, darling, come here. Look at this painting.
How did you work it, sir?
How did I work what?
How did you wangle this invitation from the prince?
How did I? Son, I was about to ask you.
You mean you didn't?
Now, Thurman, what are you trying to tell me? That you didn't arrange it?
No, sir, I did not.
Well, then why did the dude in the short pants and the velvet coat with a silver button say the prince was expecting it?
Oh, Mr. Stebbins, you're having a little joke, aren't you?
Darling, this cup, it must be It is. It's a Cellini.
Now, son, I'll be hanged for a horse thief if I can tell you what's going on here.
Mr. Stebbins, what the local people say about the prince being the devil?
Now, son, remember, you're an American. Hold the line.
But to know we were coming, he had no way. Suppose he is the devil.
What if he is? He don't scare me. I've already been to hell. 25 years ago, son. Yes, sir, I was with General George Henry Thomas, the Rock of Chickamauga. There was hell for you.
Sir, I'm not sure that I did the wise thing.
Ah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this humble dwelling, but it is all I have to offer. Consider it yours. Mr. Stebbins, the celebrated Mr. Stebbins, so kind of you to come. I am your obedient servant, the Prince di Porto Corvo.
How do, Prince? Shake hands with the missus here. Honey, this is the Prince.
Oh, your Royal Highness.
And our little girl here, Mayetta, named for her two grandmothers.
How do you do?
Is this how it happens? You look into his eyes and you see... What do you see? I don't know. You're lost. You're lost in space and lost in time. Nothing matters and no one else exists in the whole world. You know your fate is sealed.
Luncheon is served. May I offer you my arm, Miss Stebbins?
Yes, of course.
This way, please. Mr. Stebbins, Mrs. Stebbins, Mr. Trueblood. I know you will enjoy our little repast.
Mr. Stebbins, how did he know my name? You didn't introduce me.
He knows you're from the embassy.
How does he know I'm from the embassy?
Well, ain't there the seal of the United States of America on the carriage?
We're not using the embassy carriage. We're using yours.
Yeah, well, son, don't sweat about it. There's an explanation for everything.
So explain this.
Yeah, I said there was an explanation. That don't necessarily mean I can tell you what it is.
Dear Diary, luncheon was a dream. The food was... How can I describe it? It was everybody's favorite. Was there ever such a host as the Prince of Porto Corvo?
Now this is steak.
Steak? Well, I'm having shad.
And I have scrapple.
strawberries and cream.
I have to tell you, Prince, this steak could only come from Kansas City.
And shad like this must be from the Hudson River.
Nobody outside of Philadelphia knows how to make scrapple.
Well, strawberries aren't in season, are they?
My good friends, a host must live for his guests. Please enjoy your lunch.
Yes, but how did you know how partial I am to shad?
I guessed it.
Oh, you did nothing of the sort. Benjamin must have told you. Didn't you, Benji?
Who, me?
Oh, confess it.
I did nothing of the sort.
Oh, you men, you must have your little mysteries.
Shall we begin?
Is it customary to say grace in this country?
Of course.
For what we are about to receive, good Lord, we give thanks.
Benji, this is really shad.
Wait a minute, Mama.
What is it, Benjamin?
Mayetta, put down your spoon.
Benjamin.
I have to talk with the prince here.
My dear Mr. Stebbins, is something wrong?
I'm not sure.
Papa.
I want you to tell me.
Tell you what?
What's going on here?
Papa, are you feeling well?
I don't know. But when I was a little kid at school, I remember reading a story about all them heathen gods and goddesses.
Oh, really, Papa? Is this the time to start
Now, the devil... Okay, he wasn't exactly the devil, but he was the prince of the underworld. So I guess that's just about the same thing, huh?
Oh, you must permit me to apologize for my husband, Your Highness. He does choose the oddest moments to tell his long-winded stories. Now, Benjamin...
As I recall, this prince of the underworld kidnapped the daughter of one of the goddesses. And he took her down to hell with him. Don't anybody else remember that story?
Everyone remembers, Benjamin, but I'm sure no one is really interested.
So the kid remembered that she shouldn't eat, because if she ate as much as one bite, or took as much as one swallow, she'd be stuck there forever. And, so, Prince, if you'll excuse us, we're going to skip lunch.
How dare you insult this man in his own home? This generous gentleman of the highest... Oh, please, Your Highness, you must find it in your heart to forgive him.
Mrs. Stebbins, sometimes the heat in my country is upsetting to those who are accustomed to a more moderate climate. May I suggest...
Prince, I want to thank you for your hospitality. But we really have to be leaving. Mama, Mayetta?
I shall do nothing of the sort. I intend to have my lunch. The shad. How tender. What a heavenly taste.
Mama!
All right. What do you suppose this is? Here you have Ben Stebbins, one of the most hard-headed practical men in the world, and he starts raving about something deep down, way past, in ancient Greek mythology. He looks at a handsome, sophisticated gentleman and sees the king of the underworld. Don't sell Benjamin Franklin Stebbins short. After all, he was smart enough to become one of the 50 richest men in America. I shall return shortly with Act 3. The word is perception. It literally means to see through. One man can look at a desolate, barren piece of land and see buildings and factories and stores, a great city. This is how men become rich. They see through, right through to the heart of the matter. They are not distracted by the cover or the color or the shape or the form. They see through to the essence, to the money. This is the kind of man we have in Benjamin Stebbins, and he accepts what he sees, no matter how fantastic or far-fetched or impossible.
Dear Diary, that was quite a lunch. Poor Papa. Why was he having such a hard time at the table? Mama was so embarrassed I thought she'd die. And that milk and water Mr. Trueblood wished the floor could open up and swallow him. After all, he had to uphold the dignity of the United States government. Well, both of them began to eat. Papa refused to touch a bite on his plate, and I know how he loved his steak. I ate my strawberries. Papa yelled at me.
Don't, Mayetta, don't.
It's all right, Papa.
Young lady, you come along with me.
Benjamin, we have all been embarrassed enough.
I want to talk to my daughter alone for a minute. Now, you listen to me and step this way, Mayetta.
Your Highness, I must keep apologizing for my husband. Mayetta, Don't you get up from your chair.
My dear Mrs. Stebbins, surely a girl must listen when her father commands. Is it not written, honor thy father?
Come in here for a minute, Mayetta. Mayetta, honey. You gotta believe me. You've just gotta.
I believe you, Papa.
Then we're getting out of here right this minute.
No, Papa, I want to stay.
But you said you believe me.
I do.
There's something about it.
I don't care.
You didn't listen to what I was saying.
It doesn't matter.
Mayetta, I'm taking you home.
I'm home now, Papa.
No. Come on now. What can you be telling me?
I love the prince.
You must listen to me. Did you ever hear of a more practical, down-to-earth fella than your old man?
Papa, I know what you're going to say.
Put your money on the table. Show me the figures. Let me examine the merchandise. That's always been me, honey. No fancy notions, no crazy ideas. So when a fella like me starts talking about devils and the underworld, you have to listen. Now, this prince, well, how else can I put it? He ain't human.
And what if he isn't, Papa?
What do you mean, what if he isn't?
I love him. I've been in love with him all my life.
But how could you? You only met him an hour ago.
How do I know that?
Oh, my poor little girl.
No, Papa. I'm not your poor little girl. Not any longer.
You always did want to marry a prince, didn't you?
Every little girl does.
You sure you didn't read that story I tried to tell everybody just before?
Sure, I read it. Back in school.
You didn't see yourself as the heroine, being carried away by the great god of the underworld, becoming the queen?
So hard for you to realize I'm in love. And when you're in love, it doesn't matter who he is.
But it does, Mayetta, it does.
We love each other.
When was this decided?
It was meant to be. And now, Papa, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Dear Diary, Papa walked out on the terrace, and I returned to the dining salon. The prince, my prince, was so charming that soon everyone was smiling and having a wonderful time. When lunch was over, the prince took my arm, and we went for a stroll. Who are you?
You know.
I know?
Your father has told you.
Well...
You don't believe him? Yes. You believe him. And it is true.
Yes.
I have always loved you.
Why?
Oh, because you are so light, so filled with beauty.
For a girl who's supposed to be so beautiful, I've had remarkably few beaux. And considering that my father is so rich...
Yes, I know. You see, I did not want anyone to fall in love with you.
What does that mean?
More important, I did not want you to fall in love with anyone else. And so I did not permit a thing like that to happen.
How could you stop it?
You see, my sister is... It will be very difficult for you to believe this.
I know I must believe anything you choose to tell me.
My sister is Venus. No one in the world may fall in love without her permission.
I see.
I've waited for you, just as you have waited for me. I love you.
I love you.
We shall be married.
Oh, that'll make Mama so happy. You don't know how she always wanted me to marry a prince.
I know.
Oh, and not just getting married, but the idea of the wedding.
It will be a beautiful wedding.
Oh, how Mama's going to enjoy every single detail of the planning.
My dearest, I am afraid your mother will not be allowed to come.
She what?
The wedding will be held in Olympus.
Where's that?
It's where my father lives.
Why can't my mother come?
My dearest one, your mother will not be permitted to leave the underworld.
I don't understand.
Your mother and this gentleman, Mr. Trueblood, they must depart shortly for the underworld.
Why?
You know why, my dearest. They dined at my table.
Do you mean they'll be dead?
Dead is a word that is only used in this world.
But will they be dead?
They will lead another existence elsewhere.
Will they be dead?
Yes. It is the law.
What law?
All who partake of my hospitality must remain forever my guests.
Papa didn't touch a bite.
He will leave. I shall not see him for a long time.
Papa won't let you take Mama away.
Darling, you must not allow yourself to become sad. Remember, we love each other.
Yes, but...
And love is all. Love is enough.
But Mama won't be able to come to my wedding. Mama will never forgive me.
Mama will not know about your wedding.
Why won't she know?
Because Mama has already sipped from the cup of forgetfulness.
What's that?
It is to prepare one for the next world. Mama is waiting for the journey to the underworld. She and Mr. Trueblood are waiting for the boat.
No, I want to see Mama.
No, my darling, you do not.
I do. I want Mama.
I tried to spare you this.
Oh, Mama. Oh, Mama, you're not going anywhere. Tell me you're not going anywhere.
Child, are you speaking to me?
Mama, don't look at me as if you don't know me.
Who are you, child?
Who am I? Don't you know me? Don't you know your own daughter, Mayetta?
Mayetta. What a lovely name for a beautiful girl.
Mayetta. For Grandma May and Grandma Etta.
Goodbye, child. I wish we had more time to chat, but I must leave.
Don't go. Come back. Come back.
She must go, my darling.
I want to go home.
Soon, my beloved. I will take you home.
No, home on Fifth Avenue in New York City. I want to go home.
You will come with me. We have always loved each other. We are to be married.
No. Papa. Please, Papa. Papa, save me. Help me, Papa.
Now, what's all this hollering, Mayetta? You ain't a little girl no more. You've got to behave like a marriageable young lady.
I don't want to get married. Not to him.
I told you not to touch a bite of food.
Oh, please, Papa, don't scold me. Just help me. And help Mama. They're taking Mama away.
Honey, what can I do? I'm just a living, breathing, mortal man. He's one of them gods. What can I do?
Oh, Papa, did you ever in all your life ask, what can I do? Never. Whatever it was, you just went out and did it. Please, Papa, save Mama and save me. I don't want to marry him.
But you're in love with him.
No, Papa, I'm not. I was in love with the idea of him, of a prince. Oh, Papa, please.
All right. Just sit there quiet for a bit. Your Highness.
Yes?
My little girl wants to break her engagement.
I am afraid that is impossible. I love your daughter.
Do you?
With all my heart.
Well, then, if you're a man of honor, you will ask for her father's permission.
You have already permitted it. You brought her to my house for this purpose.
Oh, but that was before I knew who you were.
You knew who I was. You always knew it.
I didn't know for a fact. I may have suspected.
We quibble over words.
All right, then let's argue facts. You say you love my daughter. You say you love her with all your heart. What are your plans for her?
To make her my queen.
And just where are you going to live?
In my palace.
Which is where?
You know where.
Down there? Way down there? Down there in hell? In the dark? In the damp? Where there ain't never a ray of sunlight? Not one blade of grass? Not one flower? Not one bird? Why do you want to bring her there?
To brighten my life.
I know that, but who's going to brighten hers? Can she live in the dark? No, she needs fresh air, the blue sky.
I will make her happy.
How will you make her happy? She'll wither away. She'll die.
No.
They all die. All your wives. What happened to your first one, the one we all read about? How many have you had since? How many will you have after Mayetta?
Mr. Stebbins.
You bring them to your palace for their youth, their beauty, and their freshness. But all of that disappears very quickly in the poisoned air of your kingdom. They fade ever so quickly. They die ever so soon. It isn't love on your part. You need them. But you never love any of them.
I love your daughter.
Prove it.
How?
Give her up. Save her life. Let her live.
I love her the way I have never loved any of the others.
Then don't treat her the way you did the others. Let her live. Let her have her life. The beauty and the loveliness of the world above.
I...
How long can she live with you? A few months, a year? Then she'll be old.
No.
You know I'm right. Man who loves is a man who must be willing to give.
But
give her up.
I love you. Mayetta. I love you. You will never know how much I loved you.
Dear Diary, I'll say one thing about this country. It may be the food or the air, but the fantastic dreams you have in this place. If I ever told anybody what I'm writing on this page, who would ever believe it? We were supposed to visit this prince, and poor Papa. Did he ever catch it from Mama? It seems we got to the place where he was supposed to live, and what do you think?
This can't be the place. It's a heap of ruins. But nobody's lived here for hundreds of years.
Everybody said it's where he's supposed to live, right, Miss Trueblood?
Yes, sir. As far as I know.
Yes, but you said we were invited for lunch.
Somebody must have played a practical joke.
Oh, I dare say.
I was told a titled foreigner lived here, Mrs. Stebbins.
In a godforsaken place like this, only the devil would live here.
Well, ma'am, the devil's a titled foreigner. He's the Prince of Darkness.
July 5th, 1887. Dear Diary, I've come to a certain conclusion about princes. More than ever, I intend to marry one. But I have an idea that the best possible prince is the one you make for yourself. Now, Papa was just a day laborer until Mama took him in hand and made a millionaire out of him. That's because she saw the possibilities. Now, I look at Mr. Thurman Trueblood, and I wonder what I can do with him. Well, it'll be fun to try.
She did, and it was. Well, now, little girls dream of princes. What do little boys dream of? This whole business of dreams now, it can get us into more trouble than it's worth. Dreams. Some of them are so real. How do we know they're only dreams? Do you ever get the feeling that one day you'll wake up and find yourself where? Asleep or awake? I shall return shortly. And they lived happily ever after. At the risk of being an old curmudgeon, I must ask, who lived happily ever after? The data tells otherwise. Most girls who marry princes have a relatively bad time of it, especially if you read the papers. The truth is that princes, as a rule, make great lovers but bad husbands. And for the long haul, what the girls like is for things to be the other way around. Our cast included Phyllis Newman, Fred Gwynn, Paul Hecht, Bryna Rayburn, and Roger Barron. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. This is the song they sing to the BISARA. Little blind fish, thou art marvelous wise. Little blind fish, though thou hast no eyes. Open thy ears while I whisper my wish. Bring me a lover, thou little blind fish. And what is the BISARA? A tiny square box of silver, studded outside with 8 small rubies. Inside is a little eyeless fish, carved of wood, and wrapped in a shred of faded gold cloth. Yes, this is the BISARA. And it were better for a man to take a king cobra in his hand than to touch the BISARA.
Congratulate me, old man.
On what?
I'm getting married.
Is it possible a woman could be so down on her luck that she'd settle for you?
Yeah, she's beautiful, intelligent, handsome. She's Colonel Hollis' daughter, Millicent.
What kind of evil joke is this? How dare you? Millicent Hollis is my fiancée.
She was your fiancée, John. She was your fiancée.
Our mystery drama, The BISARA of POOREE, was based on a story by Rudyard Kipling and written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In our day and age, we are far too sophisticated to believe in magic. So let us talk about magic as magic used to be. The kind of magic you used to find in India, before India became a modern nation and was still part of what was known as the British Raj. The time is the year 1891. The place, Simla, that enchanted city in the hills of which it was said, he who cannot fall in love in Simla will never know love at all. Well, John Churton fell in love in Simla with tall, gray-eyed Millicent Hollis, daughter of Colonel Hollis of the Blue Hussars. And this is the 3rd day in succession that they are taking tea at Leighton's on the pavilion.
Beautiful music, Miss Hollis.
Is it really?
It's so melodic.
That's not what you said yesterday, Major Churton.
What did I say yesterday?
You said it was rather Germanic for your taste. So,
Now, why would I say that? I am rather fond of Mr. Strauss's music. Oh, I know why. Yes. You see, Strauss waltzes belong in a ballroom with a brilliant light of 100 candles reflected like diamonds from the great hanging chandeliers, and the scarlet and gold, the black and silver of the officers' uniforms, and the lovely whites and pinks of the ladies' gowns.
You make it sound so exciting.
Will you save the waltzes for me this evening, Miss Hollis?
Oh, I'm afraid I shall have no choice. You talk about it so prettily. Although, for a man who seems to enjoy dancing so much, I don't believe you've been to a ball in over a month.
Yes, my ankle was a bit stiff and sore.
Oh, from that fall?
Yes, that fall. I suppose it shall be known as that fall from now till the end of time.
Well, it did make talk when you, Major John Churton, who is said to be the finest rider in the Lancers, fell off his horse on dress parade.
Well, that account is not entirely true, Miss Hollis.
Are you saying you didn't fall off your horse?
I didn't fall off my horse. I needed a horse in a hurry, and that old scoundrel Mahbub Ali sold me one that hadn't been properly broken.
Why did you need a horse in a hurry?
And because my bay stallion, Tippo, had died the night before.
Tippo? That splendid animal. Well, how could he have taken sick so suddenly?
He didn't take sick, Miss Hollis. He was killed.
Awful. How?
Well, I came home from the club to discover there was a robbery in progress. I was unarmed, and I tried to run the scoundrels down, but one of them turned and fired a revolver, and, well, poor Tippo fell dead.
A robbery? Well, we haven't had a robbery hereabouts. Well, I can't even remember. Well, were they caught?
No, they got away.
What a shame. Was anything stolen?
No, just some cufflinks, a gift from my mother, a watch, a gift from my father. They were very dear to me.
Oh, I am sorry.
And, of course, money, a considerable sum. It wasn't even mine. I was keeping it for Captain Pack.
Captain Pack?
Yes, you know him?
Slightly. Why were you keeping money for him?
Well, it was part of a regimental fund. He had withdrawn it that afternoon to be distributed the following day. That evening, he'd been sent off on duty. He didn't want to leave it about his quarters, so he asked me to keep an eye on it for him.
And that's the money that was stolen?
Yes. I went to over half dozen of my closest friends, and I borrowed every shilling they could raise. And I turned the sum over to Pack. He's not the wiser, but I'll be in debt for at least 2 years.
What a perfectly miserable stroke of luck.
I really don't know why I'm telling you all this.
Perhaps it's because you've just caught sight of Captain Pack.
What? Where?
He's coming towards us.
Oh, yes. Yes, I see him.
Good afternoon, most ravishing Miss Horace. And Major Turton.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Pack.
I hope I'm not interrupting, but I stopped by merely to remind you, Miss Horace, that you promised to save the first and last waltz for me this evening.
Did I promise?
Well, of course. It was at the party Mrs. Hawksby gave for the governor last week. Till this evening, then.
Miss Hollis, is there something wrong?
What?
You seem to have turned pale.
No, I'm all right.
You're shivering. Shall I order some tea? A brandy, perhaps?
No, thank you, Major.
But something is wrong, I can tell. Please, Miss Hollis, tell me.
I simply cannot tolerate that man.
Captain Pack?
Oh, I shouldn't have said that. He's probably a good friend of yours.
Oh, no, Miss Hollis. He's the last person in the world I would want for a friend.
The man makes me ill. Actually, ill.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I just get a feeling as it... it's so difficult to find the words. He makes me feel unclean.
I know. He makes me feel the same way.
Well, you don't have to dance with him.
Well, you don't have to dance with him either. Can't you simply refuse?
Oh, it's awkward to refuse. We are, after all, a small community. We have to maintain at least the outward show of friendship.
Well, that may be. But I know a great many ladies who absolutely refuse to dance with certain gentlemen.
The real truth is, I'm afraid to refuse him.
Afraid? But why? I mean, if he ever tried anything the slightest bit improper or out of line, I'd thrash him within an inch of his life.
I know you would.
And you're still afraid?
Oh, I just can't explain.
Well, I see only one solution to the problem, Miss Hollis. You will have to marry me. Miss Hollis?
Major Turton? I thought you'd never ask.
Millicent, my darling.
Not here, not now. You must call me Miss Hollis for just a little while longer.
I must speak to your father. There are plans to be made.
Yes, but first there are plans to be unmade.
I don't understand.
Mother, she thinks she has a plan for me to marry General Benton.
Benton? He's 30 years older than you.
I know, my darling.
But it's
No,
absurd.
it's just an idea at present. It's dancing around Mamma's head, and it must be given its opportunity.
Opportunity? To do what?
Oh, let's say to run its course. Oh, don't look so worried. Everything will be all right.
Well, I'm not sure everything will be all right.
Oh, John, dearest, please understand. I alone will decide whom I shall marry. I allow my mother to play these little games because, frankly, she's quite bored and it gives her something to do. Sooner or later, she always finds something wrong with her particular candidate for my hand, and it's over, and that's all there is to it.
I don't know. I have a strange feeling that something will occur to upset our marriage.
John.
I told you about the robbery of my quarters, the killing of my best horse, the loss of a considerable sum of money.
Dearest, that's just bad luck.
But you see, that's not all of it.
It isn't?
I'm in the midst of, or I'm being pursued or haunted by, call it what you will, a streak of bad luck.
But I can only call it superstition.
Yes, I was afraid you'd say that. I've spent a year working on a design for a lightweight saddle. Oh, it's just as strong, stronger even than the ones we use now, and it's 17 pounds lighter.
17 pounds?
Yes, do you know what that means to a trooper?
Oh, darling, I'm the daughter of the colonel of a cavalry regiment. A lighter saddle. Why, it's like the search for the Philosopher's Stone.
Yes, and I designed one.
Oh, John.
And I submitted it to the Office of Procurement.
And they bought it.
They turned it down.
Well, how could they turn it down?
I don't know.
Well, what did they say?
Well, a rather brief note. Dear Major Churton, We do not find your proposed saddle to be practical at this time.
Why not at this time? Would another time be more practical?
Darling, that is the answer I received, and the matter is now closed. Don't you see, this is all part of the streak of bad luck that seems to be pursuing me.
There's a rational explanation.
I wish I could believe that.
All you have to believe is that you love me, and I love you. That's all we need.
You do love me, Millicent?
Yes. And I want to be your wife.
You're not going to change your mind?
Nothing could ever make me marry anyone else. Enjoying the ball, darling?
I'm with you, Millicent. That alone is enough.
Oh, wait.
What is it?
The band. They're going to start to play.
Oh, wonderful. I am in the mood for a dance.
Oh, darling. These are the waltzes.
My favorite.
No, but I promised the first to Captain Pack.
Oh, no.
It's starting.
Oh, come quickly. We'll escape out onto the veranda.
No, it's no use. He'll turn the place inside out and make no end of a row till he finds me.
Oh, I see him heading this way now, the scoundrel.
I don't think he has enough character to be a scoundrel. He's just an offensive man.
Pack. He's well named. Pack Rat.
Oh, darling, please. He'll hear you.
Ah, there you are, Miss Hollis.
Good evening, Captain.
I've come to claim my waltz. Will you excuse us, Major Turton? Miss Hollis?
Oh, of course. Major.
Now, you are a divine dancer, Miss Hollis.
Thank you.
Do you know why?
Oh. Well,
Because you are a divine person. You are so different from the rest of them here at the station.
the rest of them, Captain Pack?
A grubby lot, taken by and large.
Oh, Captain.
Overdressed, overpainted.
Captain, I mustn't.
Not you. Oh, no. You're something special. You're like an angel that's come down from heaven.
Really, Captain?
I've seen women all over the world. Had my share of them, too, far as that goes.
Captain, I find this conversation...
But you're the only one that's real.
Why, all the other ladies in this room are real.
Miss Hollis, for a long time I waited so I could say something to you. Now I've got money put by. There are opportunities for a man to make his bundle in India if he keeps alert for the main chance.
Oh, I'm sure there are.
And I haven't spent my off-duty time hunting and playing polo, gambling and flirting.
I don't suppose
I've
you
already
haven't.
made my packet. Captain Pack made a packet. Well, what I'm getting at is this. I'm ready to settle down.
Ah, that's fine.
Settle down with the woman of my choice.
Well, I hope you find her.
Oh, I have. It's you.
Me?
Miss Hollis, make me the happiest man in the world. Say you become my bride.
Well, that's impossible, Captain Pack.
Impossible? Why?
Oh, we can sum it up by saying I'm not in love with you. I'm not even attracted to
Miss
you.
Hollis, I must ask you to reconsider.
As I said, Captain, it's impossible.
I don't recognize the existence of that
Oh,
word.
please, Captain. The matter is closed.
I disagree.
I don't even know what we have to discuss.
We have everything to discuss. All the plans for our future life together.
Captain, I don't believe you heard me. I have no intention of marrying you.
Miss Hollis, I'm a man who refuses to take no for an answer. Sooner or later, one way or another, I always get what I want. And I want you, Miss Hollis.
Obviously, Miss Millicent Hollis considers Captain Pack a disaster. But her fiancé, Major Churton, has a premonition of disaster. Is Captain Pack going to be that disaster? On a statistical note, our special research tells us that a girl can expect to get an average of 5 serious proposals of marriage in her lifetime. Well, what do you think of our heroine? She's actually had 2 in one day. The rich get richer. The drama also gets richer in Act 2 in just a short while. Some people refuse to take no for an answer. This could be a sign of great dedication. It could also be an indication of colossal stupidity. You've heard what Miss Millicent Hollis has said about Captain Pack. He is hardly her favorite person in this world, but yet, would you be willing to wager a large sum, or even a small one, that she isn't going to marry him?
Millicent, what are you doing out here alone?
I had to step out for a breath of air, John.
But why didn't you tell me? I would have come out with you.
I couldn't walk across that floor to where you were standing. I had to have fresh air that very moment, or I would have suffocated.
My darling, you're trembling like a leaf.
No, I'll be all right in a minute.
Darling, you must tell me what's the matter.
That terrible little man. That horrible little man.
Pack, what did he do?
He proposed to me.
Well, of all the infernal...
Oh, he has a right to, but it's just...
It's just what? Oh, he needs a lesson.
He didn't know that I'm not free.
Well, very well. He proposed, then what?
I said no.
And then?
He kept insisting.
Why, the bounder. I ought to trash
darling,
him.
there's nothing to be done. Let's just forget it, shall we?
I've never seen you so upset. Would you care for some punch? Or perhaps something stronger?
Would you mind terribly if I went home?
Now?
You see, the truth is, I owe Captain Pack another dance, and I'm just not up to it.
Well, you just scratch his name off your program.
Oh, I can't do that. He'd create a very unpleasant scene. I'll just tell Mama I have a headache. And I do.
Oh, my darling.
Now, you stay and you have a good time.
Well, how can I have a good time without you?
Now, you should spend more time socializing with the staff officers. You know, being on good terms might help you sell that new saddle.
Oh, darling.
Mama will be quite happy to go home. I know she must be frightfully bored by this time.
Will I see you tomorrow?
Well, of course.
Are you sure?
Well, silly. Of course I'm sure.
Churton. Why, bless my soul, it's Johnny Churton. Well, look at you, a proper major of the Lancers.
Fulton, this can't be terrible Tom Fulton of the Maverick. Why are you out of uniform, Captain?
I resigned my commission, Johnny.
What? You've become a civilian?
Oh, you make it sound like an obscene word.
Well, in your case, it most definitely is. What are you doing to earn your bread, or have you married a wealthy widow?
I'm with the Ethnological Service.
You're with the what?
Well, let me explain. You see, Johnny, one day I realized I'd spent my entire life in this country, and I knew nothing about it. India, this beautiful, mysterious India.
Are you quite all right, Tom?
Oh, yes, of course. And so I applied for a berth in the Ethnological Service. We study and we record all the native customs.
And you don't miss the army?
Oh, I miss the friendships, the closeness when we're in the field.
So what are you doing here in Simla?
Well, the local historical society is having a meeting, and I've been invited to read a paper.
Aha, you've become a proper scholar, haven't you? Where are you staying?
The colonel found me a bunk.
Oh, no, you're staying with me. I'll send a boy around to pick up your kit. We're going to sit up all night and destroy at least 2 bottles. How does that sound?
Oh, that sounds first rate. But I better leave my kit where it is.
But why?
Because the colonel asked me to.
Whom are you staying with?
A fellow by the name of Pack.
Oh, no, I shan't permit that. Oh, he's the worst.
Johnny. The colonel asked it as a favor.
A favor?
This Pack, he doesn't get on, eh?
Oh, well, that's the understatement of the century.
Has no friends, and the colonel just thought that by asking him to provide hospitality for a visitor, this Captain Pack would feel that he's part of things, you see. Tell me, what does everyone have against him?
Well, how can I put it? He's a nasty little man who must have crawled into the army by mistake.
I see you're determined to dislike him, eh?
Exactly. But why discuss him? Let's head over to my place. We have a full night's drinking and talking ahead of us.
Johnny, will you also invite my host?
Your host?
Yes, Captain Pack.
Oh, no.
Well, he's putting me up for the night. Wouldn't be proper for me to...
Tom, he's impossible. He's absolutely, utterly impossible.
You know, I've made a study of people like Captain Roderick Pack.
Well, what is there to study? It's all out there in plain view.
Oh, no, not at all. It's mostly hidden, you see. People like Pack are the outsiders. Pack was never made to feel welcome here. To begin with, he's very short, is rather unattractive physically.
Yes, he most certainly is.
But that is not his fault, you see. His father was a greengrocer, which puts him at a social disadvantage. You know, Pack's obnoxious behavior. It is a defense.
Of what?
It's a protective wall he's built up around himself. If he were made to feel welcome, accepted, I'm sure you'd find him a changed man.
I'm afraid you don't know Captain Pack very well.
Well, I'm afraid you don't either. Invite him back to your rooms with us. See if I'm right.
And I said to him, you ain't had the last of Captain Roderick Peck, my friends. For that matter, you ain't had the first. And for that matter...
He's not much of a drinker, is he?
Truth is, Pack's not much of anything. Well, let him sleep. So much for your noble experiment. At least now we can talk.
It's very impressive digs you have here, Johnny. But then you always like to live well. Oh, I say. That's a splendid clock on the mantel.
Yes, I believe it's the only Gladchester chimes in all of India. Had it sent.
A Gladchester. Oh, I must have a look at that.
Help yourself. Meanwhile, I shall tell you the greatest news of all.
Johnny.
The most wonderful girl in the world said yes.
Johnny, listen to me.
Well, aren't you going to congratulate me?
Where did you get this?
Get what?
This box. This little wooden box.
Oh, that.
This box. It's made of silver. Yes, this is silver, all right. It's studded with rubies. 8 Dallas rubies.
What is it, Tom? You're white as milk.
John, there is something inside this box, isn't there?
Well, yes, it's...
No, let me tell you. It's a tiny fish made of wood, of deodar wood, and it's perfect in every detail except that it has no eyes.
Well, how did you know that?
It is wrapped in a faded piece of gold cloth.
How do you know about that box?
John, tell me, how did you get it?
How did I get it? Well, how do you think I got it? I bought it in the bazaar.
You bought it?
Well, how else would I get it? Did you expect I'd steal it?
What regard you had?
Oh, are you all right?
When did you buy it?
Well, I don't remember.
Try.
Oh, about a month ago.
Well, tell me, how has your luck been since?
My luck?
Tell me.
Well, if you must know, it's been bad.
How bad?
What is this, Tom?
How bad?
Very bad.
I was afraid of that. Then it is true.
What's true?
John, there is a legend of the BISARA of POOREE.
I never heard of it.
Well, you bought it. It's this box. This is the BISARA of POOREE.
The what of which?
Some say it was made by a half-mad Kulu woman high in the hills. Some say it was created at the Devil's Shrine of Ao Chung in Tibet. But I believe it was made at the Temple of POOREE and was stolen by one of the dancing girls.
Yes, but what does it all mean?
It's a charm for success and failure. It is 300 years old. It has gone from hand to hand.
And you're saying it brought me bad luck?
Yes.
Well, all right. Why?
Because you bought it. The legend says, if the BISARA be bought, within 3 years, it will turn against its owner and drive him to ruin and death.
But you still haven't told me why.
Whereas, if the BISARA be stolen, for 3 years, it will bring its owner his heart's desire.
Now, why is one in trouble if one buys it, and in luck if one steals
Because it is a charm made in honor of Janira, the goddess of evil.
And I'm in trouble because I bought it?
Yes. Get rid of it.
Get rid of it?
Throw it into the river or destroy it.
Are you serious?
Melt down the silver box, burn the little wooden fish.
You are serious?
Yes, of course I'm serious. Think of all the terrible things that have happened to you since you bought it.
Well, some unfortunate things have taken place.
Well, doesn't that prove...
Prove what? I mean, anyone can get a streak of bad luck.
It is not a streak. Believe me, it will just get worse and worse. It'll never change.
Well, that's where you're wrong. It has changed. It started to get better.
Oh, has it?
Of course. Just this afternoon, the loveliest girl in the world, Millicent Hollis, agreed to become my wife.
John, I'm telling you, destroy that little fish in its silver box.
Nonsense, Tom.
John, I'm frightened. Truly frightened for you. Get rid of it.
But it's such a pretty little thing.
It's a deadly little thing.
You really believe that, don't you?
Yes, I do believe it. There is proof.
Oh, of course. When you need proof, you can always manage to find it. What's that thing called again?
The BISARA of POOREE.
Yes. Well, here's what Major John Llewellyn Chetton of Her Majesty's Royal Bengal Lancers has to say to this whatchamacallit, the thingamajig.
The BISARA of POOREE.
Yes. Go ahead. I defy you. Do your worst.
Now you know, and I know, that he really should have not said that. Especially on this program. You just don't fool around with charms that are made for the goddess of evil, Janira, herself. If you're waiting for the lightning to strike, you'll just have to wait a few minutes longer. And then I shall return with Act 3. What do the psychiatrists say? They say words like accident prone. They talk about things like the death wish. What is luck? Some say it's providence rolling the dice. Good luck, bad luck. Can you understand it? Much less explain it. Where do you get it? How do you keep it? Seemingly trivial questions. But isn't luck the foundation of everyone's life? It starts at the very beginning. Why is one man born poor, another rich, one handsome, another homely? Who can answer? Is it the BISARA of POOREE?
Go ahead. I defy you. Do your worst.
John, you shouldn't have said that.
Said what?
This defiance that you just hurled at the BISARA.
Do you know something, Tom? You've just proved to me that I was a complete fool.
John, listen to me.
Only this afternoon, I was talking just the way you are now, about luck and fate. I was in a blue funk about all this superstitious rot. Well, there's nothing like hearing someone else spout your own ideas to demonstrate how ridiculous they may sound.
But the terrible thing about it, John, is that it happens to be true.
I'll tell you what happens to be true, Tom. Too much reading. Too much being cooped up inside a dusty office. It's softened your once brilliant brain.
Oh, John, I wish I could get through
the whole silly business. Apply for reappointment into the real world. Come back into the army.
John, destroy it.
The fact is, I've decided to give it to Millicent as a wedding gift.
Oh, no,
You won't find a more handsome piece of workmanship anywhere.
Isn't there anything I can say to convince you that this little box, the BISARA of POOREE, is the cause of all your misfortune?
Sahiba.
What is it, Lutu?
Sahib wishes to see the heaven-born.
Major Churton.
It is not Major Churiton. It is Captain Pack.
Captain Pack? Oh, no. Tell him I'm out.
As the heaven-born commands.
Oh, no. Lutu, wait. Poor wretched man, he wants to apologize. All right. Have him come in.
Miss Hollis?
Captain Pack?
Miss Hollis, I have come here to give you another chance.
Another chance?
The other night at the ball, I asked if you would do me the honor to become my wife. Do you remember?
I seem to remember.
I return now to tell you that I am willing to do you the honor of becoming your husband.
You what?
Yes, Miss Hollis. I am willing to marry you. What do you say?
Well, what do I say? I say... Captain Pack, I must ask you to leave.
I'm not the best-looking fellow in the world, so Why should a pretty girl want me? It's time you learned your place, my dear. Why would a handsome fellow want you,
What? Captain...
John Churton is the handsomest officer in the regiment. He can have his pick. Why did he choose you?
I don't know. I feel...
I'll tell you why. Because your father is Colonel Hollis of the Bengal Lancers, that's why.
No.
Colonel Hollis is a good man to know if you want to get a new lightweight saddle approved. You and me, my girl, we belong together. You know it. In your heart and soul, you know it. You know it, don't you? Answer. Speak when I command you.
Yes.
And you love me. You've always loved me.
Yes.
And you fought against it because your head was turned by that foolish Major Churton. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And you will marry me?
Yes.
Say it again.
Yes.
Again and again and again.
Yes.
Sergeant, dismiss the troop.
Wait!
Well, afternoon, Major. Fine-looking troop of men you have there. Splendid body. I dropped by to thank you for having me over to your rooms the other night.
Well, I hope you had an enjoyable evening, Pack.
Yes, of course. I wonder if you'd do me a service, old chap.
Well, what sort of service?
I'm to be married.
Married?
And I wondered if you'd stand up for me. Best man and all that, you know.
Who's the lucky girl?
Oh, you know her.
Oh, do I?
Colonel Hollis' daughter, Millicent.
Millicent? Oh, what sort of ghastly joke is this, Captain?
The little lady, well, she's not really little, gave me her promise just an hour ago.
Oh, filthy swine. Get off your horse. I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget.
And what will that prove? The lady made her choice, and she has chosen me.
Well, we'll see about that.
Heaven born,
Yes, Loutouf.
the Major Churitan, he wishes...
No, Loutouf, tell him I cannot.
But you shall, Millicent. You will see me, and you will explain.
Please, John, there's nothing I can say.
Oh, yes, there is. You had promised to marry me.
I know.
You said you loved me.
I know.
Well, was it a lie?
It was a mistake.
All right. I can accept that. It was a mistake. Don't marry me. You don't love me. But how can you marry that wizened, slimy, evil, nasty Roderick Pack? Don't tell me you love him.
Oh, I do.
How can you love Roderick Pack?
I don't know. But I love him. I can't help it, but I love him.
John?
Come in, Tom. Come in.
I got your wire, and I came as quickly as I could.
She's thrown me over, Tom.
Millicent? That's impossible.
Oh, that's not even the worst of it. Guess who she intends to marry?
Captain Pack.
How did you know?
What else could it be?
Well, I'm ready to admit it now. It's that box. That damn little box. It's well on its way to destroy me completely.
I'm sorry.
Is it too late to destroy it now?
She's already promised to marry him. I suppose it may be too late for that. But you have to think of yourself. It's not too late to save your life. Get rid of it.
But I'm afraid to touch it, Tom. I'm even afraid to look at it. That's why I asked you down here. Could you?
Of course I will. Where is it?
Well, where it's always been, on the mantel.
Well, your luck has changed now.
When it's too late?
Well, it's never too late for a change of luck. Are you sure you left it on the mantel?
Yes, of course. I haven't touched it since you were here last.
Well, it isn't here.
It what?
It isn't here.
Well, it has to be.
If you haven't put it somewhere else.
No, I haven't.
It's been stolen.
What? Stolen? But by whom?
Pack. Roderick Pack.
Pack?
Do you think it's beyond him?
No, but how would he know?
He must have overheard our conversation.
But how could he? He was dead drunk. Wait. No, he's such a miserable sneak. Perhaps he pretended to be sleeping it off so that we would talk freely between ourselves. And he might pick up some tidbit of information.
He certainly did. The BISARA of POOREE. He who steals it will have his heart's desire. It's the only way to account for Millicent's behavior.
I'll kill the swine.
No. That won't bring Millicent back. She'll go on loving him for the rest of her life.
Yes, but we must do something.
Yes, of course.
And soon. Tomorrow night, Colonel and Mrs. Hollis are having a ball at the club to announce the engagement.
We'll have to steal it back.
Steal it? How? We can't just go into his quarters. Suppose we're caught. And with my luck, we'd be cashiered fast enough.
Well, be thankful I'm with the ethnological. Now, listen to me. Tonight, an Afridi merchant is going to visit Captain Pack at his quarters. He is going to steal the BISARA.
I don't understand.
Oh, it doesn't matter. You wait in the shade of the tree just beyond the compound. When this Afridi comes by, jump him.
But
Jump him. Take the BISARA by force. Do you understand? By force.
Tom, what are you saying?
Just do as I tell you. Remember, he who steals the BISARA shall have his heart's desire.
Yes?
Protector of the poor.
What do you want?
I want the BISARA of POOREE.
What are you talking about?
If the favored of the heavens will listen, we have traced the BISARA to Simla. We must have it returned to the temple of POOREE.
Why do you come to me?
Because you have the BISARA.
You're crazy. Now get out of here, you filthy beggar, before I take a belt to you.
The BISARA gives the heart's desire to whoever owns it. You now have your heart's desire.
Yes, well, I have another heart's desire.
Yes.
Money.
How much money?
1,000,000 rupees.
The temple of POOREE will pay.
It will?
Yes. This is the way you will get your money. We will pay.
Oh, well, show me the color of your money.
Show me the BISARA.
Well, all right. But don't think you can pull one of your tricks. Put a bullet through you so fast.
Oh, I am a man of peace.
All right, you filthy dog. I'll show it to you. See? Here it is.
It is the BISARA. The BISARA of POOREE at last.
And now, the money?
Oh, yes, the money. Here it is. No.
Hold it.
Please, Sahib, I am a poor...
All right, hand it over.
No.
Hand it over, I said.
No. There, you hand it over to me. Have you got it in your pocket, John?
Oh, yes. Yes, it's in my pocket. And I'll never let go of it.
And what is your heart's desire?
My heart's desire has always been, is now, and will always be Millicent Hollis.
She's yours.
I hope so. I hope this hasn't all been for nothing.
Well, I got a black eye out of it. You know, you were quite realistic.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Ladies and gentlemen.
Look at that smirking weasel standing there with Millicent.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement.
Keep thinking it. My heart's desire is Millicent Hollis.
My heart's desire is Millicent Hollis.
Good, that's it.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Just a moment, Father. You can't make the announcement just yet.
Why not, my dear?
Well, John. Where's John? He should be at my side.
Why should John be... My dear, your fiancé belongs at your side. And he is...
Who?
Captain Peck.
What's he doing here?
Well, you accepted him.
What sort of a joke is this? How could I even think of marrying that loathsome toad? John? John, where are you?
I'm here, my darling.
Father, I intend to marry no one else but the man I love, John Churton. Oh, John. John.
Darling, everything's going to be all right.
Yes, dear, I can get the hang of what women are all about. John, is he the one, Mary?
Oh, yes. Yes, Father. The only one.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me pleasure to announce the engagement of my daughter Millicent to Major John Churton. Unless, of course, she changes her mind again.
But she didn't. And they were married. And they were very happy because for 3 years, John was able to grant every wish their hearts desired. But after 3 years, believe it or not, somebody stole the BISARA of POOREE from John Churton. But it really didn't matter. They lived happily ever after anyhow. I'll be happy if you wait for my return in just a little while. You will say it's all a made-up story. All right, believe it if you must. However, if one day you see a little silver ruby-studded box, a few inches long by a few inches wide, and within it a wooden fish without eyes wrapped in gold cloth, don't buy it. If you really must have it, steal it. Best of all, leave it alone. For it is the BISARA of POOREE, and it is deadlier than the bite of the king cobra, although it will take you a longer time to die. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Ralph Bell, Marion Seldes, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Hurry, Captain. Hurry, we're almost on the wave top.
Just one more cable and
What happened?
we took a wave broadside.
But look, it bounced the balloon up into the air. We're going to make it to land. We're going to... No, Top.
What is it, Nab?
The captain, Dad. The captain, he's gone. And Top went in after him.
It was true. A wave struck the balloon and carried away Captain Harding and the dog. And the loss of their weight had been just enough to let the collapsing balloon rise and the wind to carry it towards the land. Now, just before we came to the shore, the balloon, half inflated, fell again to the sea. And with the wind driving it and us clinging to the mesh, we were rushed to the shore, battered by the surf, fighting our way to shore, exhausted and half dead.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Simon Brown, producer-director of the CBS Radio Mystery Theater, inviting you to listen at the creaking door right after the news on WFAA, Dallas, Fort Worth.
CBS News. The Coast Guard continues the search for 17 oil rig workers missing in the Gulf of Mexico. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The 17 were among 19 workers aboard a helicopter which crashed off Louisiana while carrying the men to an offshore rig. The other 2 were picked up alive. In New Orleans, Michael Hicks of the Coast Guard says one of its vessels should be arriving in the crash area at about this time.
What Point Sal will be doing is something along the lines of an expanding square search, which is starting at the point where we believe the incident to have originated and searching on legs less than a mile apart in an expanding square, attempting to locate large pieces of debris or people in the water.
Hicks says the cutter will search the area throughout the night, and at dawn, a helicopter will be sent out to help look for the missing men. More news in a moment.
Introduce yourself to a remarkable nasal spray that lasts and lasts up to 12 continuous hours. Duration nasal spray relieves up to 12 continuous hours. Duration relieves nasal stuffiness and sinus congestion. So just one use lets you work all day. Just one use lets you sleep all night. Duration relieves 12 continuous hours. And that's Duration, with the longest lasting nasal decongestant. Use only as directed when needed.
Celebrate the coming holidays with sound and music on A Christmas Festival, a weekend special on most of these stations, December 10th and 11th. I'm Douglas Edwards, CBS News, and I'll bring you 28 broadcasts overflowing with holiday joy. We'll visit with people all across America to share their many different holiday celebrations. Join me for A Christmas Festival, Saturday and Sunday, December 10th and 11th, on most of these CBS Radio Network stations.
The White House says it sees signs Congress will approve a bill on Social Security taxes before it recesses. A House-Senate conference committee to resolve differences in the 2 versions will meet Friday. Apparently, the members are so sure of an agreement they've scheduled a floor vote in both chambers for Tuesday. The New York Times says the White House and Democratic congressional leaders have reached provisional agreement that will require no tax increases next year beyond those already scheduled. The report says after 1978, there would be a series of equal increases on employer and employees' tax rate and the wage base on which it's paid. One item Congress is almost certain to face early next year is a proposed income tax cut. One member of the Tax Writing House Ways and Means Committee, Republican Bill Frenzel of Minnesota, says he thinks Americans will get a sizable cut.
I am predicting that individuals will be in line for a 10%, approximately 10% tax cut, probably early next year, perhaps as early as April or May. The reason is, of course, that the president seems to now understand what the Congress wants to do, and he scaled down his tax reform aspirations. And so he'll be recommending, I think, about what Congress wants to do, and I think that will be in the range of a 10% tax cut for individuals.
Frenzel says a 10% tax cut would be larger than what President Carter or Ways and Means Committee Chairman Al Ullman would want, but he thinks most members of the panel would go along with the larger figure. Sources close to the NATO meeting in Brussels tell CBS News the Western allies are close to agreement on deployment of the controversial neutron bomb in their countries. The sources predict the NATO nations will announce sometime early next year they'll accept the neutron bomb on their soil if the United States pledges to withdraw the weapon should the Russians agree to reduce the number of Soviet tanks and troops opposing NATO forces in Central Europe. HEW Secretary Califano says his agency is moving toward a cutoff of funds to 10 school districts and 12 colleges that have refused to file pledges not to discriminate against women. Amnesty International, the human rights group, says the plight of political prisoners around the world is worsening. In its annual report, the London-based organization says government-sanctioned torture is still practiced in a horrifying number of countries. Now this.
It's holiday time again. A great time to go spend with the family and good friends. And what better, more economical way than going Greyhound? Especially now with a special Greyhound Home for the Holidays Fair. Greyhound's Home for the Holidays Fair will take you anywhere out of state Greyhound can take you in 25 hours. for only $39. Anywhere one way via Greyhound's most direct route. Anytime from 6 p.m. Sunday to noon Friday. Greyhound's $39 Home for the Holidays fare on sale through December 15th lets you stop over free and take a child under 5 free. You can carry holiday gifts with you, of course, or ship them from any Greyhound terminal or special Greyhound gift shipping centers in selected city shopping centers. This year, spend the happiest holidays ever, wherever you want to spend them, and spend less getting there with Greyhound's $39 Home for the Holidays fare. Call Greyhound for cheerful holiday savings.
In its Friday editions, the New York Times says the Carter administration will soon announce sweeping proposals in the nation's pharmaceutical laws. The Times says among the proposals are speeding up the often very slow process of getting a new drug on the market and getting one off if it's proven dangerous, and fostering competition by easing the rules under which companies may market drugs made by another firm. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
Want to hear my Dallas Symphony Candy Cane concert poem?
Sure.
It's a real fun show, bright as candle glow, where we get a candy cane free. We'll have a sing-along of holiday songs and light a Christmas tree. So please come down to Music Hall where Harold Engel's Heart for the biggest Christmas show of all, and there's plenty of room to park. How did you like that?
That's fine, but you forgot to tell them that it stars Bob McGrath of Sesame Street with the Dallas Symphony. And afterwards, you get to meet the musicians and their instruments right on stage. And tickets are only $3 and $5 at the Symphony box office at Titus at North Park. And to have them call 692-0203. And it's on Friday, December 23rd at 2, and again on Saturday, December 24th at 11 a.m.
I know of that, but you couldn't make yours rhyme, could ya?
A holiday reminder from WFAA News Talk 57.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There's a certain kind of real estate which is special and unique. It can be at once the best or the worst place of all to be. If you want to hide from the world, shut away everyone else, and have perfect solitude, it's the place for you. But if you love your fellow man and value human contact, as most of us do, this paradise can be the very worst kind of hell. The piece of real estate is an island, and this is the story of a very special island.
While you've been sick, Captain, Neb and me have been over pretty near most of this island, and we ain't seen hide nor hair of any other human being.
Yet someone or something left us the stores.
You're not suggesting some supernatural influence hovers around this island, Pen? All I'm saying, Mr. Gideon, is what I see and what I know in my bones.
Our mystery drama, The Mysterious Island, was based on the classic by Jules Verne and written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Earl Hammond and Leon Janney.
It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Introducing the new Century, a Buick like you've never seen before.
A little science.
The fastback design is pure function. But the execution is pure Buick.
A little magic.
The trim new Century has a new design, a new size.
A little science.
Yet inside, there's more head and leg room than last year.
A little magic.
Say, that wouldn't be the new Buick Century, would it?
Yes, sir, that's it.
Boy, it looks so good, I can't believe it.
Yes, sir.
And all that room and luxury in there. I mean, it's hard to believe, you know?
Yes, sir.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
How'd you guys do it anyway?
Sir, you'd never believe it.
They surely will astound you, the amazing things you see. Because they're built for wondrous work, how can such things be? A little science,
a little magic,
a little science,
a little magic,
a little science,
a little magic.
pass the bread, please?
What?
Could you pass the bread, please?
Where's your sister? She should be here at the dinner table.
Where she usually is, in the bathtub.
Gene, you're going to have to talk to that girl. It seems like she takes at least 2 baths a day.
Yeah, and when Cindy's in the bathtub, time stands still.
Yes, but my water bill doesn't stand still, and frankly, you're no hero either, young man. Those long showers cost money, too.
Well, I think I'd better go upstairs and help. Cindy, dinner's ready.
Gene, why are you making such a flap over this?
I'm making such a flap out of this because it's important. Don't you know there's an energy shortage? And it costs a lot of money and energy to heat water, and frankly, dear, I'm tired of my money going down the drain with the water.
Well, let's try cutting down on the baths then. We'll try taking shorter showers and then see how much money we save. This has been an energy-saving tip from the Council of Better Business Bureaus.
In March of 1865, the Union Army of General Grant had the town of Richmond, Virginia, sewed up in siege. And a curious situation developed. Within the town were many northern prisoners, Union officers and others whose burning desire was to escape and rejoin the North. But while allowed certain liberties, the town was so strictly guarded that escape seemed impossible. However, just as their prisoners could not escape, the Southern secessionists themselves were also trapped. That is how Forster's balloon came to be manufactured and inflated in the great square of Richmond, waiting on north wind, which arrived on March 18th with a vengeance.
What brings you out in such weather, Captain Harding?
What else, Mr. Spillett?
Escape?
Whenever the weather is bad is the time. The worse it gets, the better our chances.
Have you a new plan?
I've been approached by someone with a new idea.
Who?
His name is Pencroft, a sea captain and a navigator.
Well, we can hardly hope to escape by sea, so we have little need of a navigator.
Don't be too sure. Suppose we were to escape by air.
By air? How?
We're looking at the means right now. Foster's balloon.
Are you mad? We're not aeronauts.
I am an engineer. Pencroft is a sea captain. We have some qualifications.
And what about me?
You, Mr. Spillett, will have a front-page story for the New York Herald. And what a newspaper story for a war correspondent to write.
As if I'm alive to put pen to paper. No, it's impossible. The craft is too well guarded, and besides, Jonathan Forster is scheduled to leave today.
With 5 heavily armed men. The gondola is packed with $2,000 in gold, ammunition, and stores. But if Pencroft is right, he will delay his takeoff.
Why?
He reads this wind as the leading edge of a hurricane. Forster won't risk it.
And you propose we should?
It's a chance that may never come again.
How many are we?
Myself, yourself, Pencroft, and his son.
How old?
A boy, but full grown. We can't very well leave Pencroft behind. It was his idea, and he won't go without his son.
Very well. When?
Tonight, after dark, at 10 o'clock. Keep your fingers crossed that the wind does not die down before then.
And so began an incredible adventure. As a writer, it naturally fell to me to keep the record of it. And weird and unbelievable as it may seem, I have tried to keep it faithfully. The hurricane that Pencroft had forecast became a reality. And when the soldiers guarding the balloon had run for cover, that was when we made our break. Captain Harding, do you think we dare try to take off?
It's our only chance. What do you say, Pencroft?
Ed and me was ready to set out alone, though I know nothing of sailing a lighter than aircraft. With you along, Captain, your knowledge of balloons, we're doubly ready.
Well, Gideon, are you with us?
If you think I'm going to miss out on the best story of the war, you're crazy. I am with you.
All right, now listen. Luckily, the wind's blown out the gas lamps, so we've got the dark as well as the mist to shield us. But we'll take no chances, since none of us are armed. We'll split up now and each sneak up to the balloon from a different side. We meet there in 5 minutes. Hurry, Gideon, we're ready to cast off.
Where's the boy? He was supposed to come from the east. I'll have to go look for him.
Give him a chance. Meantime, all of you, help me get rid of the ballast bags.
I won't go without my boy.
Here he comes now.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep you waiting.
What happened to you?
It was Top. He must have broken his chain.
Who's Top?
My dog. I told him he couldn't come, but what are they doing to him?
Oh, he's roused the guard. Pencroft, grab the boy.
I've got to go to him. I've got to go to him.
Us. Cast off the cable on your side, Gideon, while I get mine.
The dog jumped aboard. Top wants to go.
Get him overboard.
It's too late. We're 5 feet off the ground already. Thank heaven we're rising fast enough to get away from their bullets. We've made it. We've escaped. We're on our way home.
Home. Little did any of us know how long it would be before we saw that again, if ever. No words could describe the terror of the next 5 days. The full rage of the hurricane swept us through the air, tossing and turning the gondola basket like a pendulum till all of us were airsick. By night, the captain could not dare risk a descent, and by day, a curtain of swirling fog shrouded the earth. For 5 days, we rode the whirlwind, surviving it Lord only knows how, till at last, that morning, for the first time, the mist parted below us, and we saw the sea. It's sea beneath us.
Yes, and we're falling fast.
What's that sound? There's a rent in the balloon.
The gas is leaking out.
What can we do, Captain?
Get everything overboard. Lighten her as much as we can.
What about this gold?
Over with it.
It's over $2,000.
Good, it might buy us our lives. Over. Come on.
The food, Captain.
Everything, even the guns.
It isn't doing any good. We're still falling.
Land, Captain, land! Top flood first, land!
Where?
Neb, you're right, boy. Off to starboard there. We'll never fetch it. We're almost in the sea now.
We've got to lighten her more.
There's nothing left to get rid of.
Yes, there is. We'll cut away the gondola itself. Quick, all of you, climb up on the net around the balloon and cling to it. The wind's carrying us toward the island.
But Top, he can't get up.
You go with the others, boy. I'll hand Top up to you. Here.
I got him, okay. Hurry, Captain. Hurry, we're almost on the wave top.
Just one more cable and
What happened?
We took a wave broadside.
But look, it bounced the balloon up into the air. We're going to make it to land. We're going to... No, Top.
What is it, Neb?
The captain, Dad. The captain, he's gone. And Top went in after him.
It was true. A wave struck the balloon and carried away Captain Harding and the dog. And the loss of their weight had been just enough to let the collapsing balloon rise and the wind to carry it towards the land. Now, just before we came to the shore, the balloon, half inflated, fell again to the sea. And with the wind driving it and us clinging to the mesh, we were rushed to the shore, battered by the surf, fighting our way to shore, exhausted and half dead.
Easy there. Easy. We'll find him.
Never in a sea like that.
Any sign other than the Gideon?
I didn't have much hope, and I was too exhausted to go far. What happened to the balloon?
As soon as we cut ourselves free, the wind took it. It's gone too.
It's Top. It's Top. Here, boy. Come on, boy. Oh, Top, you're alive. You made it.
Dog looks in good condition. Strange.
Something stranger. His coat's near as dry as a bone. How could that be if he come out of the sea?
Well, he didn't. He came along the beach and... Hush, boy, hush.
Oh, then that means the captain may have made it ashore, too.
I don't see a sign of him.
If only Top could tell us.
Oh, but he is, Mr. Gideon. He is. Look. He's got my sleeve and he's trying to pull me back the way he came. He's trying to take us to the captain.
We followed the excited dog. He was leading us into the tropical jungle. Now, after fighting our way for nearly a mile, we came out in a clearing off which opened a cave. And in it, we found...
It's the captain.
Down, Top, down.
Well, I only hope he's still alive. Captain, can you hear me?
Neb, here, take my hat. Get some water from that stream.
Yes, Father.
How is he?
Well, he's unconscious. Oh, that's a bad gash in his head. But otherwise, he seems unhurt.
How in the name of all that's holy could he have got out of that sea, cross all them rocks, and dragged himself here.
Seems impossible. But we haven't time to worry about any mysteries now. We have to try to bring him to. As I worked over the captain, my mind was busy with many questions. Where were we? Was it an island or a continent? Did it have inhabitants or not? And how could a man with so serious a concussion, exhausted from a long swim, have possibly dragged himself across those jagged rocks without injury and found his way a mile deep into this tropical jungle to the safe haven of this cave?
I can't answer your question, Gideon. When I hit the water, I was knocked half dizzy. I swam as long as I could, but the waves were terrific. And the last thing I remember was thinking I'd had it and blacking out.
You don't remember anything about getting to the beach or finding your way here?
Not a blessed thing.
And Top?
Oh, I remember his swimming beside me when I blacked out.
But he could hardly have dragged you ashore.
Hardly.
Well, you'd better rest.
Gideon, where are we?
Well, that's what I've been hoping to ask you.
I've been thinking about that since I regained consciousness. Now, traveling southeast from a starting point in Richmond at an average of 90 miles an hour ahead of the wind, my guess would be some 7,000 miles away and somewhere in the Pacific.
7,000 miles?
Well, the distance is less important, perhaps, than the direction. The question is where we are here. Is it the South American continent, the Asian, the Australian, or is it an island?
I can answer that. We seem to be marooned on a desert island.
A desert island?
How's the captain? Well, much better, as you'll see, Neb. What luck?
All kinds of luck. Unbelievable.
Washed up on the shore, lashed to two barrels which kept it afloat, a great sea chest full of all sorts of tools and weapons and clothes.
Maybe more important, 2 wooden crates. One full of tinned goods, the other ship's staples. Coffee, flour, dried beef, and the like.
It's incredible. Washed ashore from some shipwreck? Well, maybe, only... Well, you tell them, Father.
All I could say is them rope lashings hadn't been in the seawater long.
Someone or something, we think, left those stores for us.
And I know for sure I couldn't have saved myself. I had to have help. Divine or...
Now, just a minute. If anyone's saying that some supernatural influence hovers around the island...
All I'm saying is what I see and what I know.
Well named, the mysterious island, with its unknown benefactor who seems to protect our castaways. Is he real or imagined? And can he still protect them from all the dangers yet to come? If he exists, will they ever meet him face to face? I shall return shortly with Act 2.
We're going to stick our neck out and tell you something.
It's hard to mix with Arrow shirts.
And the reason is so simple.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
America's shirt maker has done it again with what is probably the best shirt collar ever made. Arrow's patented custom collar, and only Arrow's got it. It's a whole inch wider at the bottom than the top, just like your neck is. It's adjustable by a full half inch, and it's got a special notch so the neckband doesn't show over your tie.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
See why we're sticking our neck out. Stick your neck into an Arrow custom collar.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
If we're not already your shirt maker, we ought to be.
Hey, Sal Manella. Us giants is turning this cow's tummy into a veritable amusement park.
Yes, Arnie, amusing for us, abusing for her. They got chummy. Food poisoning. A tummy's worst enemy.
Us James is ready to oblige, however. Good thing for us that this gal didn't keep her utensils and meat preparation dishes clean.
Yeah. She was observed putting the cooked meat back on the same platter it was on when it was raw. And she didn't clean the platter in between.
What us pro-tummy twisters call cross-contamination.
Yeah. Us germs is also glad she didn't write for that free booklet.
Free booklet?
Yeah. The one folks get by writing to Food Safety, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Washington, D.C. 20250.
Hold it down, Sal.
Huh?
Somebody might hear you.
Well, how come?
Well, fella James, after all, this tummy is bugged.
Conceive of traveling 7,000 miles in an unguided balloon, of being swept from one hemisphere to the other. And yet, if you'll take out a map of the world and lay an ordinary ruler from Richmond, Virginia to the southwest, the direction that a northeast wind would blow you, you'll see you could end up somewhere south of the Hawaiian Islands in the midst of a sea that in 1865 was still largely uncharted.
If indeed some other presence invaded our island, during the next month we had no further evidence of it. We were all too busy with our various tasks, and Captain Harding with regaining his strength to think much further about it. One morning, Neb and Pencroft set out to hunt, and I set about constructing some more earthenware pots on a wheel, which the captain had designed.
Good morning, Gideon.
Morning, Captain. It's a beautiful day.
Seems so to me. Thanks to you, Gideon.
Nonsense. I've done little. Without your leadership and knowledge, we'd all have been in a bad way. Now, this potter's wheel, for example. Without it, no dishes. The magnifying glass you made from your watch crystal, without it, no fire. Oh, hundreds of other things.
Well, I'd be a poor engineer if I had no knowledge of simple mechanics. Are the others gone?
Yes. Good half hour since.
Then I'd be an even poorer leader if I didn't face hard facts.
What do you mean?
We must find a better place to stay.
But, Captain, we have shelter, water. Oh, I know the insects are bad at
Gideon,
night.
so far we've been concerned with survival. We've managed that. Now we have to consider escape.
Escape? To where?
Another island, then another. Till at last the mainland or civilization.
But how?
We must build a boat. And to do that, we must be near the sea where it can be launched. Tomorrow I start looking for our new home.
3 weeks later, Captain Harding had found what we came to call Granite House, which became our permanent home. I will never forget the day he first led us to it. A great granite cliff suddenly reared straight up from the beach, a sheer wall facing the sea. To the side of it, we climbed a tortuous path, past a waterfall, till we came to a small plateau with a small lake cupped in it. Around the lake, we followed him to an opening in the granite wall, and then through a continuously downward path till...
Seems like we're on our way back down to the beach again, except inside.
Exactly, Mr. Pencroft.
Well, we must have come a couple of 100 feet through this narrow cave, Captain.
Not much further. This is a fascinating formation. At one time, I believe the lake above and the sea itself were one, filling these caverns.
It won't come back and drown us now, will it?
No chance. You'll see why in a moment. Now, welcome to your new home.
Why, it's huge.
And all those windows opening onto the sea.
That's why the sea no longer boils up into the lake. It broke through the granite eventually.
Oh, it must be 60 feet down to the beach.
A little less.
But if we lived here, we'd have to have all that climb up and then hundreds of feet back down again.
Not at all, Mr. Pencroft. We would build a stout door to protect our rear. Rope ladders from our windows to come and go, which could be drawn up if need be. Use the waterfall for power to help our machines, and build our boat ready to be launched in the river mouth down below.
Well, I understand, Captain Harding, but do we need all that protection?
Who knows? Are we not all sure there is some other presence on our island?
moved in, and we made it home, and we started to build our boat, the Bonaventure. Looking back over my diaries, it is hard to believe the time that passed almost unnoticed, but even harder to believe the amount of work that was done. On one of his exploring expeditions, Captain Harding had discovered the tattered remains of the balloon trapped in the treetops. These had been brought back to make sails. And at last, the great day of launching had happened, and we sailed within the lagoon, finding the Bonaventure handled very well. It was just at dusk, as we were returning to our mooring, that a strange thing happened.
Well, Neb, come about.
What is it, Pencroft?
Darned if I know. There was an eddy there, like there might be a rock. But watch out to come about. Clear the boom. Trimmer, Neb.
Aye, aye, sir.
No, hold a minute. Let her fall away.
Now what, Pen?
Right there, Captain. Where I saw the water break like an eddy. See it? There, a bottle floating.
We came about, circling again. And sure enough, there was a bottle bobbing in the water. Penn sent Neb over the side for it, and in a few minutes, we hauled him in. Wet, but triumphant.
What have you got, lad?
It's just like Father said. A bottle.
Give it here.
Here you are, sir.
Let's see if we can get this cork out. There.
There's a message inside, or at least a paper. Can you get it, Captain? What does it say?
Just these words. Help. Please. Castaway. Tabor Island. 153 degrees west longitude. 37 degrees, 11 minutes south latitude.
Why, well, that's not over 70 miles. Just over the horizon. We could make it in this craft easily as sailing downwind.
But not all of us. It's near dusk. Head for the mooring. We'll set all our courses for tomorrow.
I won't go into the discussion that night at any length. It's enough to say that since the boat could not handle more than 3 people, only 2 of us could go. At first, the captain and Pencroft seemed the logical pair, but Pencroft proved to be stubborn. He didn't want to be parted from Neb, and I had to agree that he was right. Everything we attempted was full of danger, and our boat was at best very frail. Obviously, it could be best handled by a seaman and his son. So, uneasily, we bid them goodbye the next morning. During the day, we kept busy, but with nightfall, the captain and I returned to worry and the helplessness of waiting.
I don't like the weather.
Yes, looks as if there's a squall on the way, but it should blow over long before they get back.
Should I have let them go is the real question.
Another human being in trouble? What choice was it?
If he's still there.
Paper looked quite fresh. I don't think that bottle could have been long in the sea.
Thinking back, that's what worries me. Well, nothing we can do but wait.
Of a demon, a tropical storm broke, and huge waves lashed at the shore below us. It was the night of the 3rd day, and we had expected the Bonaventure back this night. Could she live in such a storm? Where have you been, Captain?
I climbed down the rope ladder. The tides washed all the way to the cliff. I can't get to the bonfires to light them.
Well, perhaps they haven't started back yet.
I told them to spend no more than 1 day, and if they found no one to return.
Maybe they saw the storm making up and delayed.
Perhaps. Or perhaps the note in the bottle was some kind of a trick. The island may be inhabited. They may have been taken prisoner by some hostile tribe. Oh, I should never have let them.
Oh, no, you can't blame yourself.
But I do. Particularly for not being able to get to the signal fires. In the dark, for a wind like this, they miss the island. They may be lost forever. They may... Look, Gideon.
The bonfires. They're lit. They're burning.
Impossible. How could any man in this tide reach the point except by sea?
And no mortal could live in such a sea.
Look out beyond the bonfires. Can you see it winking on the sea? The riding light of the Bonaventure. And the fires will lead it straight to home.
It was the bonfires that saved Pencroft and Neb. And who or what hand had lit them was a question lost the following morning in the excitement of their news. For they had found a castaway on Tabor Island. A new member had joined our society. He was tall, a mass of hair and beard, half clad in animal skins and filthy, more beast than man, and his arms were tightly bound behind his back.
When we first reached the island, we thought there was no one there, although we did find an old broken-down shack, but that looked as though nobody lived there anymore either.
Then we found him, running on all fours like an animal. When we tried to come nearer, he attacked us. And I don't think we could have handled him if I hadn't had a pistol to bring him to his senses.
Oh, he gave me a whopper of a black eye, and we had to tie him up. He didn't want to come with us at first, and, well, he won't talk. You can't get a word out of him.
Then you don't know his name or who he is or what he was doing there?
That's enough. I'm British.
What's your name?
That's as may be.
You ashamed of it?
Who are you, Governor?
Captain Cyrus Harding.
A military man, eh?
Union Army.
Never heard of it. You American?
I am.
What are you doing on this here island?
We're castaways, just like you. Captain Pencroft, sea captain that is, his son Neb, Mr. Gideon Spilett of the New York Herald. Now you tell me, what were you doing on that island?
Oh, now that's a long story.
Captain Harding! Captain Harding, sir!
Yes, Neb, what is it?
I think you better bring your spyglass, sir. It looks like there's a ship on the horizon.
A what? Here's the glass, Captain.
Where's my... Oh, thank you, Pencroft. Where away, boy?
East by northeast, sir. About 60 points.
By Tophet, you're right, Neb. There is a sail. Can you make her, Captain?
She's too low on the horizon yet, but ship it is.
We're saved! We're saved! Well, I wouldn't be too sure on that yet, sir. Not if I was you.
In the midst of their excitement, all four of them turned to the stranger among them, their wild burst of hope and enthusiasm dampened, chilled as though they'd been doused in ice water by the ominous tone of his voice. What does he mean? What enemy could the approaching ship turn out to be? I'll return shortly with Act 3.
This Christmas, introduce someone to a celebrity. A Hoover celebrity vacuum cleaner from True Value hardware stores. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest you give the Celebrity 2 vacuum with Powermatic nozzle for just $99.95. It provides the tough cleaning action of an upright and the direct suction power of a canister. It has a large capacity bag and attachments for above-floor cleaning jobs. Or give someone the Hoover Celebrity Air Ride canister vacuum. It glides effortlessly over floors and carpets on a cushion of filtered exhaust air. It features edge cleaning suction and comes with attachments for just $39.99. True Value hardware stores also offer the Hoover Custom Upright Vacuum for just $64.95. It beats as it sweeps, as it cleans, to remove deep down embedded dirt, and it adjusts to 4 carpet heights. See the complete selection of Hoover floor cleaning products at participating True Value hardware stores. True Value, more than just a name, their way of doing business.
How do you answer the ultimatum, your money or your life? This is Estelle Parsons, and that's the unspoken threat the cancer poses to its potential victims. And who isn't a potential victim? Cancer will victimize 1/3 of our adult population and an alarming number of young people. And behind each patient, there is a family trying desperately to keep hope alive. But there is hope. Chemotherapy is an important step forward in cancer treatment. Effective chemical agents used at an early stage of the disease may often give extended and productive lives to cancer patients. Some of the most common forms of cancer are being arrested, controlled, and even cured through chemotherapy today. If you want to help stop a killer, send your check to Chemotherapy, Box 444, New York 10028. The more we care, the more we'll cure.
Well, now, let's see. We left our 4 castaways gazing in surprise and dismay at the marooned man they had rescued from Tabor Island. But he wasn't looking at them. With his arms still bound behind him, He had moved to one of the great windows in the rock of Granite House and was squinting out to sea with a seaman's eye, his gaze fixed in the direction of the faraway sail just clearing the horizon.
What do you mean you wouldn't be too sure?
Of that ship till she comes a lot closer. It'll be an hour or two before she comes near enough to see what she is.
It doesn't matter what she is. She's a ship, and it means a chance to get back off this island and home.
Pencroft is right, Captain.
I'll go light the bonfires.
Plenty of time for that, my boy.
She might sheer off if she sees no sign of life here.
Not much chance of that, I should think. She could mean rescue for you four. And she could be bringing you what I'm afraid she brings me. She could be flying the Black Flag.
The Black Flag?
Oh, Jolly Roger.
A pirate ship.
All right, everyone, let's calm down. Pencroft, take my glass and keep a close lookout on that sail. As for you, I think you'd better tell us this story of yours and make it fast.
Aye, sir. 'Tis 10 long years since I talked to any man. The words come slow and my throat is stiff, but I'll try. As you may have guessed, my trade was the sea. But in 1855, I'd been on the beach in Australia, and in desperation to keep body and soul together, mixed up in various trades, none of them quite legal. I palled about with another no good who in his cups more than once claimed to be the legal heir of Lord Glenarvan.
You mean the millionaire, the shipping magnate?
Yes, the same. I never paid him much heed. And one night in a barroom fight, he was knifed and killed by another Joey of mine.
Joey?
An Australian word for friend, Neb. Go on.
About a year later, this big steam yacht put into Melbourne, and it's his lordship looking for his son. Well, between us, Bob Joyce and myself, we saw a real opportunity to make our pile and end up rich. The plan was simple. Lord Glenarvan's ship needed to take on some crew. I was to say I knew where young Glenarvan might be found. And then, ship aboard with some men we had on our side, and enough of Bob Joyce's gold to buy enough others in the crew.
For what purpose? The boy was dead. Where could you leave them?
Just far enough to sea to take over the ship. Now, don't forget, a steam sail ship in those days in Australian waters. We'd have a freebooter which could own the seas.
What's a freebooter?
A pirate ship. And I take it something went wrong with your plan.
Yes, that's right. One of the crew I tried to buy went to the mate and threw him before Captain Gray. I'll never forget that day as long as I live.
This sailor, fully proved guilty of the crime of fomenting mutiny, shall forthwith be hanged from the yardarm as an example.
A moment, Captain Gray. May I speak to the condemned?
Of course, your lordship.
I can do little to save you, but... First, my son is dead.
You can take the word of a dying man.
Who killed him?
That's not for me to say.
Give me the name of the man so I can hunt him down, and perhaps I can save your life.
Well, why should I protect him now, whatever? The knife was in the back. His name is Bob Joyce.
Very good. Bob Joyce. If I find this man, would you be witness against him?
Well, that's a hard promise to make. Since within 15 minutes, I'll be dancing on the end of a yardarm.
I could intercede.
And have me set free?
No one can promise that. On his ship by maritime law, the captain is in total command. Yes, I am sure my request could...
You do that, me lord. And whenever you need me, just call on me. Oh, his lordship was as good as his word as far as it went. Oh, I was saved from the gallows. But by the captain's orders, marooned on Tabor Island for the rest of my life.
His lordship has never returned to call on you, as you suggested?
No, sir.
Why do you suppose that is?
Well, until 2 years ago or thereabout, I had supposed because Bob Joyce was dead. And then...
And then?
A ship came to call at my island. I was delirious with joy. But some sixth sense warned me. I let the boat land, remaining hidden in a secret place. Saw the men who felt I had betrayed him, Bob Joyce, and heard him. He vowed he would search every island in this area until he found me either dead or exterminated.
Well, why was he so violent against you?
Because he felt I betrayed him, condemned him to a life of piracy and fleeing the hangman.
That's why you're afraid of this ship we see bearing down on us. That it may be his ship.
Yes, Captain. Because of it is, I give you my word for what it's worth, that he will destroy me and all the rest of us without a single regret.
I don't think there was one of us who wasn't deeply affected by the story Ayrton told, or not convinced of his honest repentance after the punishment he had suffered. But we had little time to dwell on that, for under a steady wind, the ship was upon us sooner than we expected. Less than a mile offshore, she came about, and after breaking out the Jolly Roger...
Hold your fire.
She fired on
The
us.
advantage of cannon, she's beyond our range.
You're right, Captain. Don't answer her fire. It's what she's looking for.
You mean to see if the island is inhabited?
That's right, yes.
Then if we don't answer, she won't anchor and beat off again?
No. We won't be that lucky. Put some boats ashore.
Some boats?
Aye, lad. There's 40 to 50 men aboard her. Far more than we can handle. Except one way.
Which way is that?
You'd have to trust me.
To do what?
I see a spit of land going out there. It can't be more than half a mile to the ship from there. It's coming on to nightfall. Free my arms, take me out there, and I'll guarantee to swim to the ship and set off the powder magazine and blow them all to hell where they belong. And if I fail, what have you lost?
Under cover of darkness, Neb and I sneaked down with him to the point, leaving the captain and Pencroft to hold the fort. Neb and I were armed with guns to protect him if he had to make a run for it. At exactly midnight, he slipped into the water for the long swim, and Neb and I settled down to wait and prayed for his safe return. In less than an hour, all hell broke loose across the water in the dark.
We got him. He was discovered.
Now, that much is obvious.
How can we help him to escape?
Mostly by keeping quiet and praying. The trouble is, we never should have risked this.
Oh, well, why?
Because obviously now they know there's someone on the island. And it won't take long to discover how few of us there are.
Well, why should they bother us? I mean, maybe they'll just sail away.
No, I wouldn't count on it. They'll have to come to shore for water. Explosion rent the night. In the flare of it, we could see the ship exploding literally into fragments, which burst into the air in a spray, and for a long time, like a flaming rocket, hovered, till at last all the fragments came down to the sea and hissed out. Once again, it was black. We waited tensely, and at last, we heard the splashing of a swimmer coming near. Guns at ready, we greeted...
Mr. Ayrton!
Aye, lad. Oh, give me a hand.
Here.
A long swim.
And a worthy one. You got to their powder magazine.
No, not I. They found me before I could get there.
The pirates?
It was them, all right. We all had a fortunate escape.
Oh, thanks to you.
No thanks to me, lad.
But their powder magazine blew up.
Not through my efforts.
Well, whose?
Maybe the good gods. But some other hand than mine.
He's passed out, Mr. Gideon.
Yes, exhaustion, I hope. Here, I'll take care of him.
How is he?
Not hurt. Just sheer exhaustion. Neb tell you about...
Yes, and as you can see, now it's getting light. There's no trace of the ship, and...
Well, what is it?
Look, maybe that's our answer.
To what?
To the blowing up of the ship. The chest with the supplies, the bottle with the message. Everything that's been happening to us since we landed on this mysterious island.
I looked, and rising from the sea was a sight I had never seen. A man, or was it a man, clothed in rubber with a great iron bubble on his head and 2 heavy tanks strapped to his back. Could it be human? Or was it something straight from the bowels of hell?
Yes, gentlemen. I blew up your pirate ship. I am the answer to many strange things that have happened to you since you reached this island. Yes, I am. If you will, your benefactor. Now you must help me.
But who are you, sir?
My name, Captain Harding. It is and will never be other than Captain Nemo.
Nemo? The famous Captain Nemo of the Nautilus?
And of 20,000 leagues under the sea, the same.
But I thought... Well, most people believe that you and your fabulous undersea craft were destroyed.
A belief since I shunned the company of men. I was happy for the world to accept. For all these years, I have combed the underworld of the sea alone, in peace.
And your crew?
One by one, Captain Harding, the sea, the rigors of our life, have taken their toll. At last, 3 years ago, I was left alone.
And the Nautilus, that fabulous undersea craft.
I piloted it to its grave under this granite cave you live in.
The well. You used to come up it in your diving apparatus and occupy this chamber for your own.
Right. When you came to the island, I wanted to help. I did it the best I could.
The chest of supplies and tools.
The bonfires that were lighted to bring us home.
My rescue from the sea and tops.
The bottle with the message that Ayrton was marooned on Tabor's Island.
But why? Why didn't you reveal yourself?
My history is my flight from my fellow man.
And now you choose to reveal yourself? Why?
Because I am dying. I have made my last effort in your behalf by blowing up the pirate ship. Now I ask a return from you.
What?
Buried in a subterranean chamber below this granite house of yours lies the Nautilus. I am going to it to die. I ask you to make it my coffin.
What is it you're asking?
Restore my diving equipment to me. Let me descend through the well to my rest. Besides the explosive I used to destroy the pirate ship, I brought a chest. My gift to the living. Now let me go.
Gift to the living? You may go, but where do we go from here?
I can tell you where you must go.
Must go?
At least away from this island. The forces that trap the Nautilus are again burbling. There is an eruption coming which, in my belief, will bury this island in the sea. Mark my words. As soon as I descend to my burial chamber, you must set sail.
In the Bonaventure? Well, it has barely room for 3.
Nevertheless, Mr. Spirit, you must load it to the gunwales.
But any reasonable sea would swamp us.
You must trust my belief that there will be no unreasonable sea.
But where would we head for?
Northeast by east, tracing the path you came. Only this time you travel the surface of the earth. Follow the trades, and you will reach the Hawaiian Islands.
That's a wild venture.
Not if you take my charts and the chest I leave you. Find your way home.
And you?
The sands of my life have run out. Once I am back where I have lived in isolation for years, I will be content with what is to come. But you leave fast.
We left the island as we came, leaving every possession with weight behind. Oh, we sailed bravely away on the Bonaventure, wallowing in the sea. We had been forced there by the prophecy of Captain Nemo when the center of the island started to spout fire and later brimstone, and the whole earth had rolled in a terrifying warning that the island was about to blow up. And within all of us, a painful dread.
The secret of Mysterious Island. What is it? that life is made to be lived, no matter how we find it, or how it may present itself to us, and that beyond us there is a special being. Yes, if you want to believe in that, and if you do, you can believe that he can make anything possible, or much more important, that through him you can make anything possible if you just try hard enough. I'll be back shortly.
Introduce yourself to a remarkable nasal spray that lasts and lasts up to 12 continuous hours. Duration nasal spray relieves up to 12 continuous hours. Duration relieves nasal stuffiness and sinus congestion. So just one use lets you work all day. Just one use lets you sleep all night. Duration relieves 12 continuous hours. And that's Duration, with the longest lasting nasal decongestant. Use only as directed when needed.
New Mellow Roast is here.
This can't be coffee because it tastes so smooth. They took the bitter taste out. This can't be coffee because it tastes so smooth. How'd they take the bitter taste out?
New Mellow Roast starts with 3 kinds of rich, robust coffees, then blends in roasted grain to take away the bitter edge, so you enjoy a delicious, full-flavored coffee taste. Mellow Roast coffee and grain beverage, new from General Foods.
They took the bitter taste out.
A unique and fascinating man, Jules Verne. Over a century ago, he was opening vistas far beyond the vision of the ordinary man, charting unknown seas and revealing what lay beneath them, ranging across unclimbed mountains, through virgin forests, reaching even deep into the heart of the earth to bring his readers the world of imagination. Where would the rest of us be if the dreamers and the visionaries didn't possess the keys to keep opening new doors to new tomorrows? Thank God for Jules Verne. Our cast included Earl Hammond, Leon Janney, Jackson Beck, and Roger Barron. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Yes, Mr. Sturgis.
The chairman of the board has issued his summons, and I don't want to keep His Majesty waiting. Oh, good morning, Ken. Morning, Steve. How's the golf? It's been better. How's the fishing? It's been worse. How's Carolyn? Oh, she's just great. And Edna? Can't complain. How are the kids? Kids? Janie is engaged, and Bobby's entering law school in September. My godson's going to be a lawyer. He says he has dreams of the Supreme Court. Well, when the time comes, we could pull a string or two for him. I thought you were on vacation. I am. And what are you doing here? I came back because I have something to say to you. You could have said it on the phone. It wouldn't sound good on the phone. What wouldn't sound good on the phone? You're fired.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
And the Friday Ed Bush Talk Show starts off at 10 in the morning with my dentist, John Wilson. See my pretty teeth? In the afternoon, the man will tell you about the CIA efforts to pull up that Russian submarine with the Howard Hughes ship, the Glomar Explorer. That's Friday, the Ed Bush Talk Show.
57 WFAA. We are talking with the finest people in America. You gotta say. It's going your way.
57 AM, home of Vern Lundquist, mornings and afternoons on WFAA Dallas-Fort Worth.
CBS News. Dozens of Americans doing time in Mexican jails are spending their last night in the foreign cells. About 60 of them and about 24 Mexican nationals in American prisons are to be swapped Friday as the long-awaited prisoner exchange program between the two nations gets underway. I'm Christopher Glenn, reporting on the CBS Radio Network.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. This is a love story, pure and simple. Well, perhaps not all that simple. I realize I have a reputation to maintain, so I promise you it will contain at least one surprise. But it is a love story. And it reminds me of one of the greatest sonnets ever written, Elizabeth Barrett Browning's How Do I Love Thee, the end of which reads, And if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death.
Climb the north face of Old Baldy. Why, Mike? Why?
Like the fellow says. Because it's there. Dad, it's something I've always wanted to do. So why not?
But not alone, Mike. Not alone. Supposing you slipped or missed a step or...
Supposing I did, Dad. Would I be worse off than I am?
Mystery drama Rendezvous with Death was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Christopher Tabori and Roberta Maxwell. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We're a country that has always needed heroes. They are tailored, of course, to our changing customs, and we are a country of change. Daniel Boone, Lincoln, John Paul Jones, Lindbergh, Babe Ruth, Frank Sinatra, they're quite a grab bag, a reflection of America. Mike Thurston was one of the chosen. In a football-conscious era, he had done all the right things, picked the right college, the right team, became a sports glamour boy. He was blond, tall, shaped like a wedge, and a quarterback. The other side of the coin was quite different. First of all, Mike Thurston was a very solid, likable, real Joe. And second, but that's the story.
An interesting situation's been developed. The Big Ten Conference, as you all know by now, is settled. And Minnesota will be traveling to the Rose Bowl unless, and here's the drama of today, unless Fresno State can pull off the upset of the year, led by the Golden Arm, Mike Thurston. He is a story tailored for headlines. An unsung hero from a small college, Mike Thurston is challenging mighty USC. Now, score 17-12 in favor of USC. There are 38 seconds left. And Fresno has the ball. Third down on USC's 23-yard line and 7 yards to go. This is the key play. A touchdown is enough. The ball is snapped. Mike Thurston's fading back for a pass as everyone expected. The blocking is good. He has time. He spots the man downfield. The pass is away. Perfectly thrown, leading the receiver. And the pass is good. The pass is good in the end zone. Fresno goes ahead 18-17 with only seconds left on the clock. The crowd is going mad. This is the finest moment of a young man's career. Wait a minute. Wait a minute now. I don't understand this. Mike Thurston is down. Nobody broke through, but obviously he is hurt in some way. I can't tell you why right now.
I knew it, Jack. I knew it. He never should have played.
Now, take it easy, darling. Why did you turn off the TV set? Maybe he's just hurt.
Just hurt? Isn't that a great line for a parent to have to say?
You know what I mean.
Well, of course I know. We'd both be happy to hear he'd only broken a leg or a collarbone or something. anything that could be fixed. What?
All right, now easy, darling. Just take it easy. I mean, the doctors gave him a clean bill of health.
Well, they said they hoped they'd gotten all of it, but you never could tell.
Look, let's try to think positively. I'm not going to believe the cancer is back. I am going to turn that TV back on and find out what happened.
Do what you want, Jack. It isn't going to change anything. The cancer is back inside our golden boy, and it's going to destroy him before he even has a chance to really live.
Hello, Dr. Baxter.
Mrs. Thurston, Mr. Thurston.
How's Mike? Can we see him?
Yes, of course. He's fine. He's sitting up and eating like a horse.
What happened to him, Doctor?
Well, that's something we're going to have to talk about, but not right now.
Maybe right now is just when we should talk about it, Dr. Baxter.
Well, I'm not sure that this
It isn't anything new. It's something all of us have been living with.
Well...
Don't hesitate, Doctor. I'm as braced for it as my husband.
All right. When Mike came in here 4 months ago, as you know, the problem seemed simple. He had some moles on his neck, which we recommended should be removed as pre-cancerous growths.
And you examined him.
Mm-hmm. And at that time, as you remember, we had to postulate that we were facing a possible melanoma.
That terrible thing that spreads.
Yes, Mrs. Thurston. Well, we're facing it now.
And there's no way to stop it.
Not that we know of.
He's so young. It can't be. I mean, there must be some treatment, something that...
I wish I could offer it to you.
But he's only 21 and full of life. He's a football player, an athlete. Now, there must be some way he can... I mean, there's something...
Darling, this time, apparently there isn't. I mean, it's dirty, it's insidious, and there's no defense against it. If there is, for heaven's sake, tell us, Doctor.
If I knew, I would.
My son is going to die?
He has a disease we can't defeat.
How long has he got? Now, I can take it, Doctor. How long?
At the outside, 6 months.
Joan, come on.
No, I'm all right, Jack. How about Mike, Doctor? Does he know?
Well, he's a pre-med student. No way we could keep it from him. Yes, he knows.
That he has 6 months or less?
That's right.
What happened this afternoon out there on the field?
We don't know. He blacked out suddenly. The damn stuff is running wild through his body. He could turn up with any kind of symptom.
It hasn't affected his brain.
Oh, no. The boy's magnificent. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for him, including taking his place, if that were possible. I have never in my life known anyone who has more right to live. Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me. What a stupid thing to say.
No, on the contrary. It was a lovely thing to say.
The only thing is, it's wrong. Apparently, he doesn't have the right.
Hello, Mom. Dad.
Hello, Mike, darling.
Hello, son.
Did you come to spring me?
Well, I don't know, Mike. That's really up to the doctor.
No, sir. Strictly up to me. I want to get out of here.
Oh, Mike, if Dr. Baxter thinks that
The doc and me have kicked this around, Mom. Let's us not hack around. Hasn't he leveled with you?
Yes, Mike, he has.
So, no hearts and flowers. That's the way it is. I want to make the most of what I got left. Dad, you remember that summer I spent with Frank and Robert Herman in New Mexico in the Sangre de Cristo?
Yes?
I really dug that. My own horse, shoeing him, taking care of him. In the saddle at least half of every day. And the mountains, all that. In some ways, it was the best time I've ever spent in my life. And now, come on, you two. We can't freeze every time any of us think we've said the wrong word. Mom, Dad, please. Oh, yes, it's a raw deal. But crying isn't going to change it. Can we just forget what's going to happen? Try to make the best of what's left before it does. Dad was the greatest. Somehow he backtracked and dug up the Hermans, whom he hadn't seen for years. The ranch they had sold years ago. But Dad bulldogged it and came up with the new owners. who fortunately weren't planning to be there for the summer. The college year ended, and I was still pretty good, just dropping a lot of weight. I graduated, and we took off for Truchas, a little town in New Mexico that was closest to our ranch house.
You're sure it's okay, Paul?
Oh, sure, of course.
I mean, the damn place is pretty isolated, you know. It's 25 miles down hairpin mountain roads to Santa Fe and the nearest hospital.
Jack, forgive me, but what difference does it make? The hospital isn't going to help, except make it easier on you.
Well, what about Mike, to make it easier on him? You did say there would be pain.
No, I said there can be pain. I've already prescribed pills for Mike that'll help. Not all the way. Nothing works all the way at the end.
And if it gets that bad?
Well, then just call me. I'll fly in, do whatever I can to make it bearable.
It's a hell of a thing, isn't it?
He hasn't been in to see me for a couple of weeks. How's he feeling?
I suppose that's the most heartbreaking thing of all. Except for all the weight he's lost, he's just bubbling with enthusiasm and what I'm tempted to call good health. Paul, do you suppose...
Jack, what can I tell you? The biopsies are the same. Nothing has changed. It'll go along from day to day, and suddenly out of the blue, it'll all be downhill. We can only pray that once the turning point comes, it'll be fast. I'm sorry. I feel like an executioner.
I think we all do. I wish to God I knew some way to fill up the last days to make some part of it all seem worthwhile.
I think Mike himself is creating that possibility. Just go with him, let him squeeze everything he can out of the end of his life and find his own meanings. Just be sure he has enough pills to dull the agony if it comes.
Why did I come back here? Away from all my friends and my contacts. Maybe that's the answer. I'm running scared. But am I? I don't want to die. Maybe the whole trouble is I just can't quite believe I'm going to. That I'll beat the odds somehow. But I have to be special. And then the pain comes, and I know no matter how much it hurts me, it just crumples Mom and Dad. So I try to get away where they won't see it. Oh, now, come on. Easy, boy, easy. Oh, come on. Suck in that belly. Oh, that's better, you old fake. I got to get that saddle cinched home tight. You want me to fall off you on the trail?
Mike! There you are. Oh, you got Blue all saddled up, huh?
Where you headed for? I'm going to ride up to the snow line, Dad, and maybe have a go at the north face of Old Baldy.
Oh, all right. I'll come along with you.
No, Dad. I want to make this one on my own.
Why can't I share it?
I'll face it, Dad. It's too rugged for you. You're not in shape.
You are?
I think so.
Sorry, I could cut my tongue out. Why, Mike, why?
What does the fellow say? Because it's there. Dad, it's just something I want to do that I've never done. Maybe I'm trying to prove something, but I feel I got to do it.
Not alone, Mike. I mean, suppose you slipped and missed a step.
Supposing I did, Dad. Would I be any worse off?
You didn't, Jack. You couldn't have let him go climb that mountain by himself.
Joan, there really wasn't any way I could have stopped him.
Well, at least you could have gone along.
I wasn't prepared to, and he didn't want me.
But that's a sheer rock face. It shouldn't be climbed alone.
Joan, I suppose almost anything Mike does from here on in has to be on his own.
Well, suppose he falls.
We covered that eventuality, and you know what he said?
What?
Something that we can't argue with. Would he be any worse off if he did?
Well, that's a terrible thing to say.
I know, but it's a terrible situation that we all have to face.
But as long as he's alive, there's always a chance.
That isn't fair, Joan. We all know that there are no miracles.
Well, but how can we be sure? And you know what Mike's like. He doesn't think of himself, only us. Now, it would be just like him to be quixotic enough to think that his death would be better if it was quick at such...
It might be better for him, Joan.
No. We've got to hold on to the last minute. Hope against hope. Oh, Jack, why did you let him go up that mountain? What's going to happen to him now?
depressing subject for a story, no question. There is little good to be said of death, except that it is certain and will come to all of us. But how and why and with what dignity and revelation is another question entirely. This story has only begun, and as I suggested in the beginning, its subject is not death, but love. I shall return shortly with Act Two. The approach to Old Baldy isn't difficult. Above the tree line, you are still only on the shoulders, and when the snow begins, there is one frozen esker which can be traversed on horseback across a deep valley. Once across that, to reach the last 1,500 feet of that 12,000-foot peak, if you circle it to the south, you can ride all the way to the summit. But if you decide to climb, it's a whole other story. But Mike made no attempt to climb it.
What drove me up here today? What did I have in mind? I wanted to prove something, spit in somebody's face, except that I realized I hadn't the strength. Oh, Lord. Oh, the pain. Oh, the pain is something else. I don't know how much more of it I can take. Oh, it's gone now. But for how long? Oh, this is magnificent. I can see 100 miles. I ought to be a god and immortal. Only I'm not. 3 steps, Michael, buddy, and you look down 1/4 mile. 1 more step, and you've bought a ticket to oblivion. Why not? The easy answer, and you protect Mom and Dad. A climbing accident, a slip. What a tragedy. Hey, you down there. You out of your mind? What are you doing there?
Hoping not to blow it. But I ran out of tea-top.
Hey, don't move. Stay still. No way you can get from that ledge up over this sellback.
Brilliant deduction, man. That's why I was just waiting for you to come along. Extend a helping hand. Unless you have something else in mind.
If I did, it's out of it. Oh, I'm so brilliant. Why didn't I bring some rope?
Because you weren't planning to climb. Just maybe to do what?
There's no time for small talk.
I'm with you all the way.
Look, I'm taking off my shirt. Rip it up and make a rope out of it. You tie off your climbing rope to it, and as soon as I haul up your rope, we'll walk you over the turtle back like you were a fly.
So I can step into your parlor?
I'm not much of a spider.
Even if you were, I'm a willing victim. Dishonor rather than death, I always say.
Well, that's the best offer I've had all summer. Okay, you ready? Here.
Where do you buy your shirt?
I don't. I just figure birthdays and Christmas, I'll get a pair supply.
Sorry you blew this one. It looks expensive, and I bet you are cute in it.
How do you like to stop being so brave and get sensible?
Don't rock the boat, Sir Galahad. I'm not brave. I'm scared.
Can you tie it off all right?
It's on a hold. Pull away.
Okay. Okay, I got it. Now, you got a sling around you?
A sling around my shoulders and a sky of blue above.
Sure it's secure.
As only a good bowling can make it.
Hang tight. Okay, grab anything you can to help. Let's go. All right.
Steady as she goes. Heave away.
All right, just about home.
Slide, Jelly. Slide.
Just be sure you touch the plate.
Oh. Geronimo.
You all right?
Solid, man. Solid.
Who are you, anyway?
My name is Laura.
As in, but she's only a dream.
Pretty hefty dream, wouldn't you say? Who are you?
Mike Thurston. I came up here for the summer with my parents.
Where?
Oh, we took the Herman's Ranch. What about you?
Oh, we live here, other side of the valley. The other half of my name is Willow. Our ranch is right on the other side of the valley.
Oh, I can't see it.
You're not supposed to. It looks down the other side of the ridge.
Well, I guess I ought to thank you.
For saving your life? No, I think nothing of it.
Oh, I guess it's a standoff.
Oh, what does that mean?
In a kind of left-handed way, wouldn't you say I saved yours?
Well, that's a funny kind of thing to say.
Forget it. Thanks for the lift. I guess it's time for me to split.
No, wait, hold on. Yeah, I'll walk you down the mountain.
We don't follow the same trail.
Well, maybe not up until now. But you don't think I'm going to let you get away that easy.
You want to see me again?
You know it.
I'd like to see you again, but...
Well, but what?
Can we keep it just between me and you? Will you promise not to tell anyone else about me?
It's a wild trip, but if those are the ground rules, the only thing is... Well, maybe I don't have any right to see you again.
That tears it. You better see me again.
Where?
Don't take the main trail. Coming up to Baldy, you'll see the stroke double slash trail that cuts off by the Blue Rock. Know where I mean?
Yes. You mean the rocking chair. The rock that sits on the two others like it would fall down any minute.
That's it, only it won't. Just follow the trail until you come out in the snow line. I'll be there.
But how do I let you know when I'm coming?
You won't have to.
That's crazy. Well, why can't you explain why?
I have my reasons. If you want to see me again, try it my way. You'll see. It'll turn out all right.
Okay. It's just... I've got to see you again.
You will. Now do me one more favor. You leave first. Just start down the trail and don't look back.
What do you have to keep so secret?
It won't be very long till you find out. But it's still too soon.
So I took her at her word, and I walked down the trail. Only I hadn't gone far before, like Lot's wife, I just had to look back. She was gone, disappeared, somewhere in those few seconds like she'd never been. Only you know what? I didn't turn to salt, and I didn't panic. Somehow, some way, I knew I was going to see Laura again, and I was right. Only first, I had to get on home.
Mike, well, it's good to see you. You nearly drove us crazy being gone so long.
I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to.
Where have you been?
Just up Old Baldy.
But you didn't climb the face. We've had the binoculars on it all day.
You have?
Sure. Scared all hell out of me saying you were going to try to scale it.
I changed my mind.
Obviously.
But you had the binoculars on it. You didn't see anyone there.
Well, no. Who?
I don't know. It was just an idle question.
Well, it didn't sound so idle.
Well, it was. Oh, hello, Mom.
Oh, darling, how are you? It's been a long day.
But a good one. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. Just fine now that you're back. How are you feeling?
Never better. I could eat a horse or a house or however you want to spell it.
Oh, that's wonderful. What did you do today?
I just moseyed about, thought some deep thoughts.
Oh, that's nice.
You know, your mother and I were kicking around a couple of ideas, Mike. We could go down to Las Vegas for the rodeo or maybe make a jaunt to Albuquerque.
Why don't you and Mom do either or both? Me, well, I think I'll just stick close to home.
Well, Mike, we're trying to think of you. If this isn't the place for us to be, you just name it.
No, Dad. I think this is just the place for me. How could I tell my parents anything about that magic summer? How could I even explain it to myself? I, who knew I had lost my life, asked nothing more than to continue it with the magic girl I met in the glow of the Blue Mountains.
You're just going to have to learn to be a believer, Mike.
I never thought I'd see you again.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. That day was so wild. I guess I thought I dreamed you.
You don't believe in dreams come true?
I don't know what I believe in anymore.
Let's take us as we find us. What shall we do today?
I couldn't care less, as long as we do it together.
Okay, let's blaze a private trail from here to there.
What do you mean?
Got a hatchet?
Sure. Right here in the saddle holster.
Okay, we'll start here, cut across virgin forest, and blaze our own trail tree by tree to where?
Wait a minute. Here, if I stand up in the stirrups, I can see a special little break in the trees halfway down the mountain. Let's cut it down to there, and that can be our special place.
Yeah, our special place. You're on, Mike. Let's find our way home.
Hello?
Dr. Baxter?
Yes?
Oh, Paul, it's Jack Thurston.
Oh, Jack. Well, what is it? Bad news?
No, the very opposite, Paul. Mike is... Well, he's lost a little weight, but outside of that, I'm afraid to say it, Paul.
Say what?
I have never seen him in better health in my life. I mean, frankly, it scares me a little. That's why I'm calling you.
Well, I'm glad you did. You say there's no substantial weight loss?
That's right.
Well, how about pain?
He never complains.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
No, but I guess I can tell you something that does.
Well, tell me.
He isn't using the medication you gave him, Paul. He hasn't touched it. He doesn't seem to need it. I mean, something magic seems to have happened. Paul, do you think that...
Don't ask me that, Jack. Not at long distance. I wouldn't dare to raise your hopes without...
Without what?
Well, Jack, look, it's a busy week for me, but I'll make time. Can I fly up there, spend the weekend, maybe?
Sure, you could come into Santa Fe. I'll drive down and pick you up.
Oh, wait a minute, I got a better idea. I'll rent a car in Santa Fe and drive myself up. Make it seem like an offhand kind of thing. I'll fly out tonight. I ought to be able to join you for lunch tomorrow. Expect me then. My love to Joan. Hey, Mike! Mike!
Yeah? Doc Baxter, well, I'll be. What are you doing in this neck of the country?
Oh, just passing by. Thought I'd check in and see how the other half lives. Pretty good from the looks of you.
You could say that again. I couldn't feel better.
Maybe I ought to chase you down to the nearest hospital, run a couple of tests on you.
No, I might just go for that. Oh, only not right now.
You, headed somewheres?
Well, yes. I got something to do. But I'll be back right soon. Do Mom and Dad know you're coming?
Mm-hmm. I called and said I might stop in for a night or two.
Oh, that's great. You just go up onto the top of the hill and turn in by the corral. You can't miss it. I'll be back as soon as I can.
There's no hurry. Who's the big, heavy date with?
Oh, not anyone, really. It's just a special thing I have to do on my own. Gotta get moving. See you later, Doc.
Yeah, these mountain roads are a little rough, Joan. Sorry I got here late. I met Mike right down the mountain a bit.
Doesn't he look fabulous?
Does indeed. I've never seen him look happier.
Or healthier. Paul, do you think that there's a chance that some miracle...
No, I'm scared even to allow myself to think of it, but I do have to agree with Joan. Something's happened, something wonderful. Don't you agree?
I wouldn't want to raise any false hopes. The physical thing we'll check out thoroughly. But one thing I do know. There's something lifting that boy's spirits halfway to the sky, and I think I know what it is. He's in love.
In love?
With whom?
A girl, I'd expect.
Paul, there isn't a girl his age within 15 miles of here. The only other hill on Grass Mountain is Art Chalice's hut up the slope, and he's not there. No one is, except for an abandoned house I looked at on the other side of the valley when we were planning to come up here, and that's in no condition for anyone to live in.
And yet, you know now that Paul mentions it, I think he's right.
He's never mentioned anyone to you?
No. When I go on down for the mail today, I'll have to ask the skipper at the country store if he knows about anyone. Something awfully strange going on here that I think we'd better look into.
She's a strange girl when you think of it, isn't she? Laura Willow. And it's been a strange relationship between a boy who knows he has no future and a girl who seems to live only for the present. I wonder what this strange will-o'-the-wisp's past. The forest of spruce that sprawls over the Sangre de Cristo Mountains is thousands of years old. It is a tangle of fallen trees and undergrowth too thick for passage, except where state trails have been cut, cleared, and maintained. There are some private trails, such as the one one that Laura and Mike have cut for themselves, and which ends in the lush, grassy glade they have made their own. At the moment, they are lying on their backs, side by side, gazing up at a clear blue sky.
Sure you don't want some of this chow I lugged along?
No.
Drink? Coffee? Cola? Water?
No sale.
You're a funny one. Don't you ever eat?
I have eaten in my day, boy.
I've never seen you.
Maybe I have bad table manners.
You couldn't do anything ugly if you tried.
I hope not.
Hey, come on down. What do you live on, really?
Cloud 9.
You're far out, you know it.
But not out of sight.
I wish you could never be out of my sight.
I'm not going anywhere.
But I am.
Mike, maybe it's time for us to...
No, not yet. I can't. Let's just keep it the way it is. Something private, just for us. Nobody else a part of it, and we're a part of nothing else but just this. You and me, and just being together.
That's what I want to talk to you about.
No. Let's change the subject. This place, we ought to give it a name. How about the Secret Mesa?
It isn't really a mesa, is it?
Okay. Laura's Lee. How does that grab you?
I hope you don't think of me as a siren.
You weave a lot of magic, woman. I couldn't have passed you by.
You're kind of a wizard yourself, man.
Oh, why didn't I meet you back in high school?
Why couldn't I have been there for you to meet?
The timing's all out of whack. Too late for me.
Too early for me.
I'm sorry for what might have been.
Don't. It's going to be. No, please. Please, Mike. I want you to kiss me now.
No, Laura, I can't.
Kiss me.
Laura.
I love you, Mike.
And I love you, Laura. God help us both.
He will. Where are you going?
Out of your life. As far and as fast as I can.
Why?
Because this is where it ends, Laura. I should never have let it go this far. You see, no, don't ask me to explain. But there isn't any future in it. I can't go to meet your parents. I can't even take you back to meet mine. I had no right to get you involved. The best thing I can do is cut out.
That's a nice, brave little speech, Mike. You know it?
Now, go ahead. Let me have both barrels. Work me all over if you want.
No. All I want to do is to decide some things. Right now.
No, don't ask me to explain. Let's not drag it out. Let's just grit our teeth and go our separate ways.
We aren't going separately, Mike. We're going together. We're always going to be together.
Oh, Laura, you don't understand.
But of course I understand. You're going to die.
You know?
Of course. I always have. Since the very beginning.
But how? Oh, you must have seen something in the paper. Oh!
What is it, Mike? The pain?
Yes, just give me a moment.
Where is it, darling? Show me.
Here. Some pills in my pocket.
Oh, you don't need any pills. Just let me put my hand there. There won't be any more pain now. Ever.
Oh, you don't know. It's gone. Just like that. Who are you, Laura?
Since I know all about you, I think it's time you found out all about me. Come with me to the other end of our green valley, and I'll show you where very soon we'll find our own journey's end.
It's all so beautiful and so hard to believe, Laura.
It won't be, darling, when we come into our own.
So this is where you grew up and spent all those 20 years of my never knowing you.
I was a skinny little girl with sort of buck teeth. You wouldn't have liked me then.
Oh, no, I'd have loved you no matter when I met you.
Oh, no. I was shy. Scared of my own shadow, that's why.
No. That's all past and done with. Poor darling. So long.
I would have waited 100 years just knowing you would come.
I'm sorry it took so long.
You had to have time to grow up to me, my darling, so we could have our own eternity together.
I've got to go now. I've got to see Mom and Dad.
Will you tell them about us?
How can I? How could I make them understand?
I think there will be a way. We'll see. Just hurry back to me soon. I'll be waiting.
Goodbye, Laura.
No, not goodbye. Never goodbye. Just till we meet again.
I'll count the minutes.
Mike?
Yes?
You will come back. I'm afraid to be alone again.
Oh, I'll come back. Nothing will keep me away.
I'll make sure of that. If I have to, I promise I'll come for you.
Doc, for heaven's sake, come with me. Help me.
Well, what is it, Jack?
It's Mike. Over this way. When I drove up, he was just sitting on his horse, hanging onto the pommel and swaying. I just got out of the car in time to catch him as he fell. Around the corner of the barn.
Was he in pain?
No. It was more like a man in a dream. Oh, good Lord. Look at him. Is he dead?
Quiet a moment. No. His heart's still beating. He's feverish. I don't like the look of that.
What?
He's in coma. Come on, Jack.
Right.
Let's get him into the house before his mother sees him like this.
I suppose this is the beginning of the end, Jack.
I don't know, darling. What the devil is taking Paul so long?
Well, perhaps I should go. Maybe I can help.
No. Let Paul handle it.
But I want to be doing something. I can't just sit here, and I'm scared my boy will slip away.
Doc, how is he?
He's out of coma, and I have him stabilized, I think.
Oh?
I had to give him a sedative. He got, sort of delirious.
Oh, no.
He kept calling about some girl, a Laura Willow. Do you know her?
Good Lord.
What is it, Jack?
Nothing.
Don't lie to me, please. Whatever it is, I want to know about it.
Well, did he say anything else about this girl, Paul?
Well, it was disjointed, of course, just mumbling to himself, but apparently my guess about him was right. He's been seeing a good deal of this Laura Willow over the summer. The reason I had to knock him out was because he insisted on getting out of bed to go to her. Said she was waiting for him. Well, he's obviously madly in love with her.
In love? Seeing her all summer, and he never told us. Why, Jack?
Well, he may have been... I don't know, under the circumstances, since he couldn't have told the girl the truth about himself. What am I saying? If that was the girl, he couldn't have told her anything.
How do you mean?
Because...
If you'd rather be alone together...
No, Paul, it isn't that. It's just that... Look, I didn't pay much attention at the time. Skipper likes his little jokes. I thought he was pulling my leg.
Jack, I wish you would come right out with it.
Well, it was because of Paul's conclusion that Mike hadn't been off on these jaunts of his alone. When I got to the store, I asked Skipper if there was any young woman about, any girls about Mike's age.
Well, why did you ask, Mr. Thurston?
Well, it was something I had on my mind. My son, Skipper. I got a sort of notion that maybe he was squiring some local belle.
Don't know who it'd be unless he wanted to cross the divide all the way down to Peckett's Lodge, where they got some dude ladies. It's pretty far. Nigh on to 25 miles.
Oh, I doubt if it's anyone from there. I don't suppose there could be anyone. Only house outside of where we're staying is right here at Skipper's Corners, and Art's empty one up the hill, right?
It's about the size of it.
Certainly nobody could be living in that old abandoned place across the valley from us.
That old Willow place? Oh, Lord, no. Place has been abandoned near 20 years, ever since Judd killed himself after his daughter died. Unless, of course, his son is gone and took up with a ghost.
What do you mean?
Well, you know how folks talk. They say moonlight nights, in particular during the summer, folk meet up with Laura Willow picking columbines up beyond the snow line to put on her own grave, some say. She was a mighty pretty little thing, for she smashed herself all up, falling off the north face of old Bordy's hair.
An accident?
Well, that's what some said. Other things have been said, too. Folks whisper and all.
Her mother had been dead a good while. Judd and she were alone. He was a man with a lot of juices. Some said he wouldn't leave her alone, so she stepped off that high place. Decent girl and all, and kind of a shy one. Judd just killed herself in remorse. Well, you know how people talk. But they do say she still wanders. Maybe your son met up with her. You think?
No, I don't. What did you say the girl's name was again?
Pretty as a picture she was. Ashamed to die so young. Her name was
Laura Willow.
The same name as Paul heard Mike say. Was that the name?
Yes, Jones, no mistake. He kept saying it.
And she's been dead how long?
20 years.
Well, how could Mike... Jack, what does it mean? What does it all mean?
I don't know, darling. Maybe Mike heard the story from someone and it stuck in his mind. Maybe he's awake and we can ask him now.
Is it all right for me to look in, Paul?
Of course. John, what is it?
It's Mike. It's Mike. He's gone. He's gone.
He couldn't have died.
No, I'm not talking about death. I mean his body. Him. Our son. He's gone.
The body of Mike Thurston was never found. It was reasoned that in a delirium, he'd climbed out the window and wandered off into the forest to die. The virgin forest could bury 100 lost men without them ever being found. For myself, I like to think that Laura came to him as she had promised and brought him back to Journey's End. As I said in the beginning, for me, this is a love story. I shall return shortly. In the course of the search for Mike Thurston, his mother and father visited the remains of the Willow home. There was a path from the back of the house up the hill to an aspen grove, where they found a simple grave with a headstone that read, Laura Willow, 1937-1957. She died too soon. I like to think some gentle God gave her 20 years of grace without growing older, and that she does not sleep alone for that eternal life to come. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Roberta Maxwell, Mandel Kramer, Arnold Moss, and Ann Petoniak. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Some men dream of exploring outer space, of conquering the furthest reaches of the universe. But there are others who are still intrigued by the mysteries contained right here on Earth, or in the Earth. Our planet is nearly 8,000 miles in diameter, yet man's deepest explorations have taken him down only 4 miles. Suppose we use an egg to represent the Earth. That 4 miles represents a depth no thicker than the egg's shell. Yet, how much lies buried there?
No, I don't want to see it. But you must see it. No, please. It has fallen to you to defend its secret. But why me? Fate, my friend. I could not know it would be you. No. You have no choice. Your curiosity is my ally. Oh, no. Good Lord. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life.
Our mystery drama, The Secret of the Aztecs, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Mason Adams. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The lure of hidden treasure has always had an irresistible and sometimes fatal fascination for mankind. Prospectors died under a burning sun seeking the legendary city of El Dorado. Others have frozen to death trying to follow the northern lights, which they believed were the reflection of vast radium beds in the Arctic. And of course, we all think that if only we could discover the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, our troubles would be over. But would they? We're on the edge of a desert in the southwest.
Howdy, mister. Feel all right?
Yes, please, regular. How far is it to the next town?
40 miles. But you ain't planning to drive across the desert tonight, are you?
I have to. Got some important film I've got to mail back to the university to be developed.
Are you a scientist?
I'm a geologist. See, I've been photographing the seashells at the top of those mountains back there.
Seashells at the top of a mountain?
Yeah, we've known for a long time this area was once underwater. But these pictures will prove that the ocean was far deeper than we expected.
Well, now, ain't that something? Are you sure you want to drive through the desert tonight? It's almost dark.
I don't have time to waste. These photographs are important.
I'm telling you, it ain't safe.
Oh? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. You'd better let me check under your hood.
There's no need. My oil's fine.
No, I'd better do it.
Well, all right. Strange fellow. Hey, what are you doing? My engine's fine.
Just tightening one of your plugs. That's $4.50 for the gas.
Yeah. There you go.
Sure wish you'd reconsider.
Thanks for the concern, but I'll be okay. These local people are all so superstitious. It's almost as if he were trying to frighten me. I wonder what he was so worried about.
Now for the news. Local authorities confess they are stumped by the mysterious disappearances of 4 people reported missing over a period of several weeks in the desert west of San Miguel.
Desert? Hey, that's here.
The 4 seem to have had nothing in common, nor can any motive be found to explain why they have vanished. Sheriff Wesley Parman is with us tonight in our studio.
I'm sorry to say we have no leads at this time, but the desert's a big place, and we're continuing the investigation.
Sheriff Parman, you think it could be murder?
I would not want to make that assumption until we find the bodies. It is possible they just lost their way.
But isn't it strange that all 4 disappeared in the same place on Highway 17?
It could be just a coincidence.
Thank you, Sheriff. Motorists are advised not to drive after sundown, as all the disappearances have occurred at night.
Highway 17? That's what I'm on. So that's what that gas station fellow was trying to warn me about. But why didn't he just come right out and say it? Well, I'm not going to let it scare me. What's happening? I mean, why's my car stopping? Oh, boy, now I am in a fix. Middle of nowhere. A car and I'd better start walking. Someone's bound to come along. Just my luck. My car breaks down right where 4 people... No. I better not think about that. Headlights. Hey, where did they come from? I looked back not 10 seconds ago. There was no one in this road for miles.
Is that your car back up the road?
Yeah, it is.
I suppose you'd like a ride.
I think I can walk, thanks.
It's still 25 miles to the next town.
Well, maybe I am being silly. Thank you. My name is, Jim Hudson.
I'm Quetzal.
That's an odd name.
Not odd. It's Aztec.
Aztec? I thought they were extinct. Well, I'm a geologist. I've just made a new discovery. I was taking some pictures of seashells.
On Mount Chiricahua.
You know about them?
I know everything about this desert. Everything. Your discovery is not new.
Well, I think it's pretty important. This film, it's not valuable, not in money terms. My camera is just an old one.
Why are you shaking? You cold?
No. Well, I tell you, was that report on the radio about the missing people? Did you hear it?
You can't get reception out here.
What? But I was just listening to it.
You seem plenty nervous.
Well, I'm sorry. I appreciate you driving me into town.
Who said I was going to town?
You're not?
Why should I go to town? I live out here.
But where? The map doesn't show any side roads.
You can spend the night with me.
Oh, no. I'm in a terrible hurry. Wait a minute. What are you doing? How can you turn off the highway? There's no road.
You just hang on, fella.
Where are we?
This is where I live.
That shack? But it looks deserted. Really, I wish you'd show me how to get back to the road.
I light the lamp. What do you think of Quetzal's cabin, eh?
Well, everything is so antique. This calendar says 1912.
Tonight, you help me keep watch.
Keep watch?
Tonight, Quetzal will be attacked.
Attacked? By who?
You mentioned 4 people who disappeared.
Yeah, vanished into thin air.
They did not just vanish. Nobody just vanish. That's superstition. They were murdered.
Murdered? By
the savage.
Savage?
I call him Mizcotl, after the Aztec god of the hunt. Mizcotl means cloud serpent.
Cloud serpent? But there is no such thing.
You will recognize him when you see him. He always carries arrows of lightning.
But I don't understand. What is this savage hunting that he's killed 4 people?
Come. I will show you. Watch your footing.
It must be 1,000 feet down. Are we going out on that ledge?
No. Not the ledge. It would give way. We must continue straight up.
Where are you taking me?
You will see.
No, I don't want to go any further. Whatever it is, I don't want to see it.
You have no choice. Either way, the savage will assume you have seen what he is after. Here, in this cave, is what we have come to see.
Good Lord. I don't believe my eyes.
Believe, my friend?
Why, this treasure, the entire cave is filled. Chest after chest. Plates, jewelry, statues.
What? This is the finest piece of all.
A crown, a headdress, solid gold.
With the tails of 500 birds of paradise.
Why, it's just like the headdress they say Montezuma wore.
It is his headdress.
What?
What you are looking at, my friend, is the treasure of Montezuma.
People have searched for this for centuries. But the Aztec Empire was 1,500 miles to the south. How did it get all the way up here?
The fatal mistake of the greedy has always been to underestimate the stamina of the Aztec. They assume we must have hidden the treasure near Mexico City the night the Spaniards marched into the citadel. But a remnant carried it to the north, to this spot. They intend to use it one day to rebuild the great Aztec Empire. But shortly after, they were ambushed and wiped out by the Apache.
Well, then how did you find it?
One woman survived the massacre. She bore a son and passed the secret on to him. He told his son, and so it has come down, this most sacred trust. For it was understood that the only way to assure that the treasure would never be found was if there was always one person who knew its location. But I have no heirs.
So now it's up to me.
Yes. As it was up to the 4 before you.
But they're dead.
They were not clever enough. Let us hope you will be. Come, we must go back to my cabin and wait for the savage. I will give you this gun.
But it's only an old flintlock.
It will serve.
Does this savage know where the treasure is?
No. But in his never-ending search, he is coming too close. That is why it has been necessary for me to bring you here.
Why don't you stop him yourself?
That is not possible.
I don't understand.
You will.
But if he's killed 4 people, why don't you go to the police?
The savage, like the Indian, has learned the art of concealment. Even the police could not stop him. One more thing I must tell you.
Let me by, or we'll find out whether this old rifle works or not.
You must remember the way to the treasure, so it will be safe forever. The others were murdered because they did not.
You get out of my way or I'll shoot. Lord! It did work, this old flintlock. Oh no. Quetzal. Old man. Oh, no. He's dead. The road. At last, the road. Help! Help me! Stop!
Say, fella, you okay?
Please help me.
You ought to be out here, not on this road. Ain't you heard?
I know. Just give me a lift into town.
Sounds like you've been running quite a ways. What happened?
Oh, I don't know. Just take me to the sheriff's office.
Wesley Parman's? Sure. But why?
Because I've just killed a man.
What?
I just killed an old man back there. What are you doing? Why are you pointing that gun at me?
You think I drive this road without protection? Get out. And don't try anything funny.
Well, no, you can't do that.
There's a killer loose out here, mister. I ain't taking any chances.
Yeah, but I didn't kill those other people. I think the man that I shot did.
Get out.
I didn't mean to shoot him. I thought the gun was just an antique. When Quetzal gave it to me, it looked like an old flintlock.
Quetzal? Did you say Quetzal?
Yes.
Mister, you must be crazy.
What?
He didn't commit those murders.
Why not?
Because old man Quetzal's been dead for 65 years.
Has our friend been in another world, on an astral plane? If so, he's going to have plenty of problems now that he's back to Earth. And if not, well, there's always the savage, who could be a man or perhaps even more terrifying, a state of mind. I'll return shortly with Act Two. Strange things happen in the desert. The children of Israel survived there for many years on nothing but lichen. The desert sunflower, with its hauntingly beautiful bloom, flourishes on the side of an enormous dune where no water has ever fallen. And how many people, lost for days and half crazed from thirst, have seen shimmering images of things that were not there at all.
That old man can't have been dead 65 years. I tell you, I saw him.
And I'm telling you, it's impossible.
My car broke down, and he picked me up in an old truck like a Model T or something. He took me to his cabin, and I tell you, I killed him.
Mister, I don't think it's the sheriff you want to see.
Where are you taking me?
I tell you, Doc, I had a heck of a time getting him here.
I had the nurse give him a sedative.
I've seen the desert do a lot of strange things to people, but this guy's really off.
I want to have a talk with him. Maybe I can ascertain what he's suffering from. I think you'd better come in, too. You might be able to help.
Sure, Doc.
Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson?
Yes?
My name is Dr. Hinckley.
Where am I?
You're in the hospital in San Miguel.
Oh, my film, I've got to send it in.
Mr. Parks, do you know what he's talking about?
No, he didn't have nothing with him when I picked him up.
Doctor, this man, he pulled a gun on me. He was going to shoot me.
Is that true, Mr. Parks?
No, of course not. I don't even own a gun.
Well, I tell you, I saw it.
Mr. Parks, I think you'd better leave us alone.
Okay.
I am not sick. I'm a geologist. I'm with the university.
Maybe you'd better ring up Sheriff Palmer and ask him to come over here.
Sure thing, Doctor.
There. He's gone. Is that better?
Where's my film? I had some very important photographs.
You just lie back and relax, Mr. Hudson.
I saw that old man as plain as I see you.
Now, we all know about Quetzal here. He was a strange man, a hermit. But I don't think even he had the power to return from the grave.
Now I know what he meant when he said his secret would be safe. It's so fantastic, no one would listen to me.
What secret is that, Mr. Hudson?
Oh, if I told you, then you'd really think I was nuts.
I think we'd better keep you here a while for observation.
You mean I'm a prisoner?
You're an intelligent man, Mr. Hudson. I'm sure you can appreciate that from our point of view, your tale is, well, to say the least, fantastic.
I am not staying here.
Hello, Doc. Charlie Parks gave me a call. I came right over. Hello, Sheriff. What's up? Well, this fella here's got a pretty weird story. Mr. Parks found him wandering in the desert.
Is that the sheriff?
That's right, fella. Wesley Parman is the name.
Sheriff, this man is holding me here against my will. And that other guy brought me here at gunpoint and refuses to admit it. Is this whole town crazy?
According to Charlie, you were going on about old man Quetzal. You claim you shot him. Is that right, Mr. The name on the driver's license is in his pocket says Hudson.
That is my name.
Well, did you shoot him? Wes, I don't think it's a good idea to humor him. I know, Doc, but I'm staring down the barrel of 4 unsolved murders, and at this point I'm prepared to follow up any lead I got.
Wait a minute. Are you accusing me of murdering those other people?
I'm not accusing you of anything. Don't get excited. Let's first of all try to clear up the mystery of this man you claim you shot. You think it may have been someone simply claiming to be Quetzal? That's the obvious explanation. Here, Mr. Hudson, take a look at this old photograph. Is that the man you say you shot?
Yeah. Is that him?
That is Quetzal, all right. Mr. Hudson, why don't you tell me exactly what happened?
I shot him from point-blank range, but it was self-defense.
You're saying you were attacked by a ghost?
Well, no, not exactly. Come to think of it, it was almost as if he wanted me to shoot him.
I see. You think you could remember the spot where all this happened?
No, I don't want to go back there.
Son, Whatever has happened, I know you've had a rough night, but I think you better consider your situation.
Wes, the patient is under sedation. I can't permit you to interrogate him.
The only way we're going to get to the bottom of this is if we try to retrace your steps.
Well, I'm afraid I can't allow you to take him out of the hospital in his condition.
Well, all right. Look, Doc, I'm a big boy. I'll take full responsibility. You're sure this is the spot?
Well, I think so. It's hard to tell. Everything looks the same out here, especially in the dark.
Well, I don't see no body.
It has to be here somewhere.
I don't know. Maybe we better just go back to the hospital.
No, Sheriff, please. Hey, wait a second. What's this?
Well, it looks like a camera case.
Yes, it is. It's my camera case, so I was here.
Well, how do you know it's yours?
Open it up. There should be a 35-millimeter camera with a macro-focus lens and 8 rolls of undeveloped film.
Oh, that's what's in here, all right.
You see? I must have dropped it along with the gun right after I shot Quetzal.
I don't see no gun, and I certainly don't see nobody.
But I felt the weight of the gun in my hands. My shoulder's still sore from the kick.
What's the matter?
The savage.
What?
The savage. Quetzal told me about this man or creature or whatever that he called the savage. He said he'd be coming tonight. He must have taken the body.
Now, what would he want with the body of a man who's been dead 65 years?
I'm telling the truth. I know. The cabin. If we could only find Quetzal's cabin.
That's easy. Everybody knows where the remains of Quetzal's cabin are.
Not remains. It's as neat as a pin. Everything was in its place.
All right, let's get back in the Jeep. I bet you better hang on. We're in for a bumpy ride.
I know that, Sheriff. I've already been there once.
Look familiar?
I don't believe it. Why, it's a shambles. Litter, beer cans.
Well, local high school kids use this place for parties for years. I'm always running them out.
But there was furniture, there was curtains, a calendar. There it is. I can even tell you the year without looking. 1912.
Sure. That was the year old man Quetzal died.
But there must be a rational explanation. The savage, he must have come up here and wrecked everything. Quetzal said he was going to attack tonight.
Now, this savage of yours is a mighty convenient fellow, Mr. Hudson. But how does that account for the dust?
What dust?
Run your finger along that sill.
What? It's a quarter of an inch thick.
Yes, Mr. Hudson. Because nobody's lived here for 65 years.
But...
Now, just calm down. Who is this savage, anyway?
Quetzal called him Miscotl, the Aztec god of the hunt. He said I'd recognize him, that he was a cloud serpent with lightning arrows.
Uh-huh.
Quetzal told me that he was after the...
The what?
The treasure.
What treasure?
Montezuma's gold.
Montezuma's gold, huh?
I could have sworn that I saw it with my own eyes. I ran my fingers through coffers of gold coins. I saw the headdress of Montezuma himself.
He showed you all this, did he?
Yes. No. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. The doctor's right, Sheriff. I must be crazy.
And just where was this fabulous treasure?
I can't remember. Everything looks the same out here. You know, I think we'd better go back to the hospital.
Mr. Hudson, you seem like a nice fellow. You're an overeducated guy whose imagination has got the better of him. But I'm willing to go one more round with you. If you think you could find your way back to this treasure...
I just want to get out of here.
Now, look. Part of your story makes sense.
It does?
Old man Quetzal was injured. And I remember my grandfather saying there's some rumor that he knew the location of a treasure.
Well, then I really might have seen it. But how does that explain my meeting this ghost?
Well, there's more things on heaven and earth than we dream of, as the poet says. I know cops now who are using psychics for detective work, for Pete's sake. Seems anything's possible these days.
I know, and that's why I want to get away from here. Quetzal said that savage was going to come here tonight.
Now, we're back on that again, are we? Now, look. If I take you back to town, I'll have to return you to the hospital.
Well, maybe that's where I should be.
And with all due respect to the good doctor, he's a strict man. You could be there a long time as long as you stick to this crazy story. Unless you can show me some proof.
You're threatening me, Sheriff. You're trying to keep me here.
I am trying to give you the benefit of the doubt.
You think I killed those 4 people, don't you? You want to pin their murders on me. Well, why not? I'm a stranger. I've been out in the desert for 3 weeks. I've got no alibi. And 4 unsolved disappearances makes you look bad. You're trying to keep me here until I confess.
Now, son, that just doesn't make sense.
Why not? Makes perfect sense to me. I think you're trying to drive me crazy, and I want to know why.
I'm operating on only one assumption, Mr. Hudson, that somehow there's a connection between what you've gone through tonight and those disappearances. And if you can remember where you went, it just might lead us to those other 4 people. Now, can you see that?
I'm sorry. But I guess I just don't know what to think anymore. Yeah, I'll try to remember.
Good.
Oh, my nerves. Have you got a cigarette?
Oh, sure. Here.
Could you light it for me? My hands are trembling.
Okay. Hey, what's the matter?
Your arm.
What?
That tattoo on your arm. It's the cloud serpent with the lightning arrows.
You're very observant, Mr. Hudson.
You're Miss Godel. You're the savage.
That's right, Mr. Hudson. I'm the savage. And by the time you finish that cigarette, you better remember just where the treasure of the Aztecs is hidden.
Mysterious forces operate in the universe. But is not the most mysterious of all a terrifyingly simple one? That any person, any one of us, minding his own business, meaning no harm to no one, can at any moment be arbitrarily caught up in a web of danger and intrigue and find himself a helpless pawn in a game, the losing of which may cost him his life. I'll be back shortly with our final act. We all believe in free will, don't we? But for our friend Mr. Hudson, it's been in rather short supply. In fact, his last act of free will was his decision to drive off into the desert at sunset. And it now appears he may not drive out of it alive.
It was you all along that Quetzal was trying to warn me against.
That's right, Mr. Hudson.
That's why he couldn't go to the police. That's what he meant when he said the savage had mastered the art of concealment.
He said that, did he? Coming from him, I consider that a mighty high compliment.
Now I remember where I've seen you before. At that service station. You were the attendant. You insisted on checking under my hood. You fixed this so that my car would break down.
Your deduction is correct.
But then who are you? The sheriff or a station attendant?
Let's just say that when you're up against a ghost, you have to become something of a spirit yourself.
Then Quetzal really was a ghost?
Well, like I said before, there's more to heaven and earth than we know. Montezuma's treasure has been guarded by spiritual forces for 4.5 centuries. My great-grandfather searched for it over 100 years ago. He died under circumstances that were most mysterious. So did my grandfather and my father. But I have no intention of failing as they did.
Then it was you who killed those other people.
Yeah, I thought I'd lost the trail till one day 3 weeks ago a tourist showed up in my office with a story of a strange encounter with an old man who met Quetzal's description. It was then I realized I must be closer than I knew. So close the spirit of the last Aztec descendant had to materialize to try to trick me to my death. Unfortunately, that tourist couldn't remember where the treasure was, but you can see why I had to kill him. Wouldn't be right for every two-bit treasure hunter in the country to converge on what is mine.
Yours?
Mine. My family has paid for it in blood. I started arranging for people to break down out here to provide more encounters with Quetzal. He's been most obliging. But unfortunately, there's a lot of truth in the old saying that a person can't cut the same path through the desert twice. Now, I hope for both our sakes that you'll have better luck remembering the way.
But I tell you, I don't. You've got to believe me.
If I do, Mr. Hudson, you're a dead man.
You wouldn't dare kill me. There are two witnesses back in town who know I'm with you. The doctor and that guy Charlie who picked me up.
Well, now, Mr. Hudson, I've got some good news and some bad news.
What do you mean?
The good news is you're right. There are two witnesses. The bad news is you're wrong. They aren't in town.
What?
Bob. Charlie.
Oh, Mr. Hudson. Doctor. Charlie.
Unfortunately, Wes here had to let us in on his little secret.
I'm sure there's enough gold that it'll just naturally divide into 3 even piles when Mr. Hudson here leads us to it.
Is he having any better luck than his predecessors, remembering where old Quetzal's goose took him?
Well, I think we're about to find out. True of that cigarette, Mr. Hudson?
I tell you, I don't remember. We climbed for a long time. I wasn't paying any attention.
Oh, he's going to be just like all the rest.
I don't think so. This time I've come prepared.
What's that?
Truth serum. His subconscious mind will remember the course they took. You can't do this. That treasure belongs to the Aztec.
All right, grab him, Charlie. Hold him down.
Okay.
I got it. How long does it take to work?
Just a few minutes. And when he comes to, we should have a very honest man on our hands.
When's he going to come to? You sure you didn't give him too much of that stuff?
Just be patient, Wes.
Oh, that's easy for you to say. 3 weeks ago, you didn't know this treasure existed. But I've been searching for it my whole life. And now, thanks to Doc's truth serum, I don't see as I have any more use for you two.
Hey, Wes, what are you doing with that gun?
You're next, Doc.
I kind of figured you'd try a stunt like this, Wes. There's just one thing. That shot I gave Mr. Hudson, it contained a small dose of a compound I added to the sodium pentothal.
What's that?
It's poison. Well, it won't kill him right away. And I did take the precaution of bringing along the antidote.
Give me your bag.
Yeah.
Hey, there must be 20 vials in here.
That's right. And I'm the only one who knows which is the antidote. I'd say we still have a partnership, wouldn't you, Wes?
Why, you...
Where am I? Mr. Hudson?
Yes, my name is Mr. Hudson.
Good. Do you remember the trail you took with Quetzal?
Yes.
Do you remember what it led to?
It led to the treasure of Montezuma.
I want you to take us there, Mr. Hudson. Okay, Mr. Hudson. Which way do we go from here?
I'm not sure. There's something. My head.
You must remember the way, so the treasure will be safe forever.
Do we keep going straight up or take that ledge?
I don't know.
Not the ledge. The ledge will give way. Remember.
Of course, that's what he meant.
What?
The ledge. Take the ledge.
Okay, but you first.
Me? No, I can't. I'm too dizzy.
Don't give me that. Get going.
Wes, don't push him, remember? The treasure is buried in a cave right at the other end of that ledge. Montezuma's treasure at last, after 100 years.
Wes, be careful. Good Lord, it's 1,000 feet down.
That was very clever, Mr. Hudson.
I think I'm going to be sick.
Now, you listen to me.
No.
I'll make you a deal.
No, I just want to get away from here.
Mr. Hudson, wait.
Don't you understand? That treasure belongs to the Aztecs. There's a curse on it. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson. I'm going to catch him. He needs the antidote. There's the road. And Charlie's car. Please start. Please. There are the lights of the town. What's that? What's that? Someone's following me. Oh, I've got to make it to town. I've got to get hold of someone. Tell someone where I am. University. Oh, I think I've lost him. Now, there's a phone booth. Oh, just my luck. I won't have a dime. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there. Good. Operator, give me 555-4037, please. What is it? Oh, no.
Mister?
Hey, mister. The sheriff. How can you still be alive? I saw you fall.
Calm down. You're okay now. I saw you jumping Charlie's car back there. I've been following you.
What? I don't understand.
My name's Chester Parman. I'm the sheriff's brother.
His brother?
Yeah, his twin brother.
What, you... Wait a minute. You're the service station attendant.
Yeah, that's right. Thank goodness I found you. You're still alive.
Well, your brother's dead.
I can't say I'm sorry. The lure of that crazy fantasy had him turned into a madman.
It's not a fantasy. There really is a treasure.
I don't want to hear about it. Those mountains can keep it for all I care. Wes talked me into helping him at first. When he started killing people, I tried to pull out, but then he threatened me, his own brother. I wanted to warn you, but I was scared. Then I just couldn't let this go on any longer, so I come out here looking for you. Now, come on. I'll drive you back to your car and get it running. I figure that's the least I can do for you, huh?
Just a minute. Charlie kept a gun in his car. I want to get it.
What for?
One of them is still alive, the doctor. I'm not taking any more chances.
There we go. Your car ought to run okay now.
Thanks, Chester.
I ought to put a stop to this a long time ago. Now, I guess you'll be glad to get away from here, huh?
Yeah, I guess I will.
You got that film you were so concerned about?
Oh, no, it's still up in Quetzal's cabin.
Now, if I was you, I'd forget it. Especially with that Dr. Hinckley still running around loose somewhere.
Yeah, just forget it.
You, really saw Quetzal, huh?
Yeah.
And he showed you the treasure?
Yeah. No. I never saw it.
Oh. Well, I suppose it's just as well.
Yeah.
Say, you sure you're all right?
Well, I feel kind of sick. I'll be okay when I'm on the open road. Thanks, Chester.
All right. Well, good luck.
I feel sick. Must be that truth serum. Now what? A film. Maybe I ought to go get it. I'd come right back. Oh, no, it's the doctor. Just stay away.
Mr. Hudson! Mr. Hudson, wait!
Hold it right there!
Listen, you've got to listen to me.
Don't you come any closer.
Don't shoot! You don't know. I'm willing to make a deal.
Why should I make a deal with you?
That truth serum... Oh, Mr. Hudson.
I don't need you, Doc. I don't need anyone. I'm the one who knows where the treasure is.
Could a spirit like Quetzal really exist? Why not? There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophies. And the treasure of Montezuma never has been found, has it? Human knowledge has doubled in the last 50 years and will double again in the next 20. Yet along the way, there is much we have forgotten we might well have done to remember. Are the great pre-Columbian civilizations off Central America really dead? Could the people who built the vast pyramids of the Yucatan disappear without a trace? Perhaps, for no civilization can live forever, even ours. But something of a culture can survive, even if it is only the mysterious power to keep its secrets safe from the prying eyes of modern man. Our cast included Mason Adams, Bob Dryden, Ken Harvey, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule, by X-Lax and General Electric Citizen Band radios. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Everyone has heard of the fabulous goose that laid the golden eggs, but trust Sir Arthur Conan Doyle to ring some changes on that story when he sends the world's favorite detective, Sherlock Holmes, on a wild goose chase.
Mr. Breckenridge, I was recommended to you by the landlord of the Alpha. He says that you have the finest geese in town.
Oh, yes. I sent him a couple dozen last week.
Mm-hmm. And I'd like to know where you got them.
And I shall tell you. I've never been so pestered in my life. Where are the geese? Who did you sell them to? What did you take for the geese? I'm through answering questions about the geese. So get out and take your friend with you.
Our mystery drama, The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle, was adapted from the Sherlock Holmes classic especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. So many of the Sherlock Holmes stories begin in that famous flat at 221B Baker Street that we overlook one obvious fact. The address is so well known, we assume everyone knows exactly where Baker Street is. And somehow I think that's a mistake. For those of you who've never been in London, let me place Holmes' headquarters more exactly. Baker Street runs from Regent's Park to Hyde Park. At the southern end, near Marble Arch, is the site of the United States Embassy. And so halfway between Regent's Park and Hyde Park, we join Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson at 221 Baker Street. And it wouldn't be amiss to wish them both a Merry Christmas.
The second morning after Christmas, 1893, I'd called upon my friend Sherlock Holmes with the notion of wishing him the compliments of the season. But I found him intently examining a very disreputable and seedy, hard felt hat. Seeing him thus occupied, I said, if you're engaged, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, my dear Watson, I'm delighted to have a friend with whom I can discuss my results.
Oh.
The matter of this hat is perfectly trivial, but there are some points of interest.
I suppose it's the clue which will guide you to the perpetrator of some crime.
No crime. This trophy belongs to Peterson, the commissioner at the club. You know him?
Oh, yes, of course. Is it his hat?
No. Peterson found it. The owner is unknown.
Oh, how did you get it?
Well, I received it on Christmas morning in company with a good fat goose, which I have no doubt is roasting at this moment over Peterson's fire.
Well, what are you bothering with it at all for?
Come, Watson. You know my interest in even the smallest of problems. Peterson brought it and the goose to me under circumstances that piqued my curiosity.
Well, you certainly succeeded in whetting my appetite to know more. How did Peterson come by the hat and the goose?
Interestingly, he was returning home from a party about 4 o'clock Christmas morning. In front of him, he saw in the gaslight a tallish man walking with a slight stagger, carrying a white goose slung over his shoulder. As he reached the corner of Goodge Street and Tottenham Court Road, a row broke out between this stranger and a gang of toughs.
Oh, dear, I see. In the fracas, he lost his hat.
Yes. One of the rowdies knocked off his hat, and whereupon the man raised his stick to defend himself. But swinging it over his head, he smashed the shop window behind him.
Dear me, an unfortunate way to celebrate Christmas.
There's more misfortune to follow. Peterson ran forward to protect the stranger from his assailants, but the man, shocked at having broken the window and seeing an official-looking person in uniform rushing towards him, dropped his goose, took to his heels, and vanished.
And the toughs?
Also fled at the appearance of Peterson, so that he was left with the spoils of battle, his battered hat, and a most unimpeachable Christmas goose.
Which surely he restored to the owner.
My dear fellow, there lies the problem. It's true there was a small card tied to the bird's left leg on which was printed, "For Mrs. Henry Smith." It's likewise true that the initials H.S. are legible upon the lining of this hat. But there are some thousands of Smiths and quite a few hundreds of Henry Smiths in this city of ours. It's not easy to restore lost property to the rightful one.
I see. What happened to the goose?
I kept it until this morning, when there were signs that, in spite of the slight frost, it should be eaten without delay.
I see.
Therefore, it's now roasting on the hearth of the finder while I have the hat.
Didn't this Smith advertise?
No.
Then you have no way of establishing his identity?
Only as much as we can deduce from the hat.
Oh, you must be joking. What in the world can you gather from this old battered felt?
Here's my lens. You know my methods. What can you gather yourself as to the individuality of the man who has worn this article?
I took the tattered object in my hands and turned it over rather ruefully. All I could see was that it was a very ordinary black hat, much the worse for wear. The lining had been of red silk, but was much discolored. There was no maker's name. I saw the initials. There seemed to have been some effort to hide the discolored patches by smearing them with ink. I handed it back, saying, I see nothing, Holmes.
On the contrary, Watson. You see everything, but you fail to draw inferences.
All right. Then you tell me what you can infer from that hat.
The man was fairly well-to-do within the last 3 years, although he has now fallen upon troubled days. He has foresight, but less now than formerly, pointing to a moral retrogression, which, when added to the decline of his fortunes, seems to indicate some evil influence, probably drink. This may also account for the obvious fact that his wife has ceased to love him.
Oh, my dear Holmes. I never heard such flights of fancy.
He has, however, retained some degree of self-respect. He leads a sedentary life, is middle-aged, Has grizzled hair, which he has cut within the last few days, and he uses lime cream on his hair.
Oh, you must be joking.
Also, by the way, it's extremely improbable that his home is lighted by gas.
Oh, no, that's too much. But I'll skip that and go back to the deduction about his fortunes being in decline. Where do you see that?
This hat is 3 years old.
So you say?
These flat brims curled at the edge were fashionable then, but not since. It's a hat of the very best quality. Look at the band of ribbed silk and the excellent lining. If this man could afford to buy so expensive a hat 3 years ago and could afford none since, then assuredly he's gone down in the world.
So obvious when you explain it. How about the foresight and the moral retrogression?
Here's the foresight, Watson. This little disc and the loop which secures the hat against the wind. They're never sold with hats. This man ordered one, showing a certain amount of foresight, since he went out of his way to take this precaution against the wind.
But the elastic's broken.
Precisely, Watson. It's broken, and he hasn't troubled to replace it, although it's cheap and easy enough to have done. Therefore, he has less foresight than formerly.
I can't see that. Why isn't it that he just doesn't care?
Impossible. He's tried to conceal some of the stains on the hat by daubing them with ink, so he hasn't entirely lost his self-respect.
Well, I suppose you'd deduce that he's middle-aged, recently had his hair cut, and uses lime cream from an examination of some stray hairs found in the hat.
Good, Watson. If you use the lens on the lower lining, you will find a number of hairs clean cut by the scissors of the barber. There's a distinct odor of lime cream, and the hairs are adhesive.
Yes, fine. But the sedentary life.
The dust on the hat, Watson. Not the gritty gray dust of the street, but the fluffy brown dust of the house. The hat has been hung indoors most of the time.
But his wife, you said that she'd ceased to love him.
This hat hasn't been brushed for weeks. When I see you, my dear fellow, with a week's accumulation of dust upon your hat, and when your wife allows you to go out in such a state, I shall fear that you also have been unfortunate enough to lose your wife's affection.
My word. Well, he might be a bachelor.
Doctor, you forget. He was bringing the bird home as a peace offering to his wife. Remember the card on the bird's leg?
Fair enough. But you will admit that you were guessing when you said he was without gaslight.
Not at all. One tallow stain on a hat, even two, may come about by chance. But when I see no less than 5, I think there can be very little doubt that the individual must come into frequent contact with burning tallow. Can you not see him, Watson, walking upstairs at night after a drinking bout with his hat in one hand and a guttering candle in the other?
Well...
Come, my old friend. You must admit he never got tallow stains from a gas jet.
Jove, you have an answer to everything. But all of this seems to be rather a waste of energy.
The goose. Mr. Holmes, the goose.
What of it? Has it returned to life and flapped off through the kitchen window?
See here, sir. See what my wife found in its crop.
By Jove, Peterson, that's treasure trove indeed. I suppose you know what you've got.
A diamond. Precious stone.
It's more than a precious stone. It's the precious stone.
By Jove, the Countess of Morcar's blue carbuncle.
Bullseye, Doctor. I see you've been reading the advertisements in the Times also. There's a reward of £1,000, and that's not within a 20th of its market price.
£1,000? I'd have to go right off to the police with it.
No. You leave the stone with me, and I'll see that you'll get the reward.
And what will I tell my wife?
What did you tell her before you came here?
Well, that I was off to see you and then to the POOREE.
Tell her the truth, that you wanted to go to the police, but I was the one who wouldn't have it.
The moment Peterson left, Holmes took the magnificent blue carbuncle and packed it very carefully and left Baker Street saying that he would return shortly, and if I cared to continue pursuing the answer to this puzzle, I should wait for him. Well, needless to say, I waited. Who is it?
Inspector Lestrade.
Lestrade. Come in. It's been a long time since we've met.
Where's Holmes?
Well, I've no idea. He told me to wait for him. I expect him any moment.
And
You have some little problem you think my friend can help you with?
This time the shoe's on the other foot, Doctor. It's Mr. Holmes who has the problem.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, I'm afraid your friend Holmes has made a serious mistake.
Ah, there, Lestrade. I was expecting you.
There's no doubt you were. I'm here to inform you that I have a warrant for your arrest, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
The unthinkable has happened. Sherlock Holmes under arrest. Now, we all know that Lestrade isn't the most brilliant officer at Scotland Yard, but he's honest and slow-moving. He also has a warrant, so it isn't Lestrade alone who believes Holmes is guilty of a crime. I'll continue with Act 2 shortly. Even the best of us cherish small victories. Although Sir Arthur Conan Doyle doesn't mention it, I suspect that Lestrade, so often proved wrong by the astute Sherlock Holmes, must have felt a measure of satisfaction when he placed the brilliant detective under arrest. Let's continue now and hear Holmes' reaction.
Come, Lestrade. Come, what is the charge?
Being in possession of stolen property.
You refer, of course, to the Countess of Morcar's blue carbuncle.
So you admit it?
Nonsense.
But how would you know what I was talking about unless...
Because I know righteous women, Inspector.
Meaning Mrs. Peterson?
Now you'll admit that's where you got your information from, won't you?
Nothing to be ashamed of. She's an honest, law-abiding citizen
who reacted predictably, and as I foresaw. When her husband told her, I kept the stone and asked her not to inform the police. Now, here, read this note, which, as you will see, is upon the Countess of Morcar's own stationery and written in her hand.
As I see from Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Esquire, the blue carbuncle, which was stolen from my suite at the Hotel Cosmopolitan upon the 22nd of December. I have given Mr. Holmes my bank check for £1,000 made out to Mr. Peter Peterson, who was responsible for the finding of the gem. Signed, Helena Mercatus, Countess of Morcar.
So, Inspector, I am not in possession of any stolen property, but I've returned it to its rightful owner and will shortly deliver the reward to Peterson. Now, I want your word to keep this matter of the recovery of the carbuncle secret.
But why?
Because it's necessary that the man who stole it still believes that it's missing.
We have the thief.
I doubt that you have the right man.
So that's the way the wind blows. Once again, you're going to fly in the face of the evidence.
The evidence being?
Now, it's clear enough. This fellow, John Horner, is a plumber. He was working in the dressing room of the Countess, soldering the second bar of the grate, which was loose. Horner was shown to the room by the upper floor attendant of the Cosmopolitan named James Ryder.
Didn't he stay with him?
Well, for some time he did. But then he was called away. And when he returned, Horner had disappeared. A bureau had been forced open and a small Morocco casket lay empty upon the dressing table. Ryder instantly gave the alarm.
And Horner was then arrested in his lodgings, found to have been convicted on a previous robbery charge, and is now awaiting trial.
That's it. What makes you think we don't have the right man?
Several things. First, can you tell me how the stone went from Horner into the crop of the goose which Mrs. Peterson was cooking?
Not for a moment. No doubt we'll find that out when he confesses.
But so far, he strongly protests his innocence.
They all do.
Another question which occurs to me is, how did Horner know exactly where the Countess kept the gem?
But it seems to me that these are questions that his defense counsel might raise at his trial. But since I'm a police officer, I don't think I have to answer them.
Well, suppose that I'm in position of finding a link in the chain. Would you then agree to keep the recovery of the stone quiet?
It all depends on whether you're off on some flight of fancy or...
I know for a fact, as you do, that the stone was in the crop of a goose in the possession of Mrs. Peterson. I also know that before it came into her possession, it was carried by a Mr. Henry Smith. I propose to locate this Mr. Smith and find out what part he played in this little mystery.
And if I agree, how do you intend to do that?
By the simplest means possible. An advertisement in the newspapers.
And so it was agreed. Lestrade left, an advertisement was placed reading, "Found at the corner of Goodge Street, a goose and a black felt hat. Mr. Henry Smith can have same by applying at 6:30 this evening at 221B Baker Street." Now, I did my professional rounds the next day, but was back at Holmes' flat at 6 o'clock. My friend was waiting for me, lounging on the sofa in a purple dressing gown, thoughtfully staring at a plump white goose, which was conspicuous on the sideboard. He waved at it and said,
"Isn't that a fine-looking bird, Watson?"
"Ah, makes my mouth water. But I presume we're not going to have the pleasure of eating it."
"Correct. If we receive an answer to our advertisement, this bird will put us a lot farther along the trail to the answer we seek."
You think Horner innocent?
That's putting it a shade too strongly. I'd rather say that the police have accepted all evidence at face value and made no effort to answer the questions I put to Lestrade here yesterday. However, Mrs. Hudson is preparing our dinner, which we shall have at 7, unless we're interrupted.
Before we could start dinner, there was a knock at the door. I opened it to admit a tall man in a Scotch bonnet with a coat buttoned up to his chin. Holmes rose from the sofa to greet him.
"Ah, Mr. Henry Smith, I believe."
"Oh, yes, that's my name."
"Pray take this chair by the fire, Mr. Smith."
"Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. It is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, isn't it?"
"Yes, and this is Dr. Watson."
No. Well, I don't mean to be impertinent, but I'm at a loss to understand how a man of your reputation comes to be involved in a matter concerning a goose and a hat.
"This is your hat, sir."
"Oh, yes, thank you."
But since you know my identity, you must also know my disposition for observation and oblige me by putting it on.
"Oh, of course."
A perfect fit. Well, sir, we've retained these things for you for some days because we were looking for an advertisement from you giving your address.
Well, shillings aren't so plentiful with me as they once were. I believe that gang of roughs who assaulted me had made off with both my hat and the bird. I didn't care to spend more money in a hopeless attempt to recover them.
Quite so. Oh, by the way, about the bird, we were compelled to eat it.
Oh, to eat it?
Yes, I'm sure that you understand it would have been of no use to anyone had we kept it here for this length of time.
Oh, yes, I can see that.
However, would this other goose upon the sideboard, which is about the same weight and perfectly fresh, be a suitable replacement for the one you lost?
Oh, that's very handsome of you, Mr. Holmes, and I'll be very happy with this bird. Thank you.
One more thing. We still have the feathers, legs, and crop of your own bird if you wish to...
Well, outside of serving as reminders of my adventure, I see no earthly use for them. So with your kind permission, I'll just take this excellent bird and be running along.
Oh, one moment, by the way. You see, I'm somewhat of a fowl fancier, and I've seldom seen a better-grown goose than the one that you lost. Would you mind telling me where you bought it?
Oh, not at all. A few of us frequent the Alpha Inn near the museum. Well, this year our good host started a goose club, the purpose of which was to see that all of us, by paying a few pence a week, would each receive a fine goose at Christmas. Well, the rest you know. And once again, gentlemen, my thanks.
The door had not long closed on Mr. Smith before Holmes turned to me and said,
"It's quite certain our friend Smith knows nothing of the matter. Are you hungry, Watson?"
"No, not particularly."
"Then I suggest that we turn our dinner into a late supper and follow up this clue while it's hot."
Or perhaps we could even get a bite at the Alpha whilst we chat to the landlord. One glass of beer with the genial landlord of the Alpha elicited the information that he'd purchased Smith's goose, along with the others, for the club, from a Covent Garden dealer named Breckenridge. When we reached his stall, he was about to put up the shutters for the night.
Good evening, Mr. Breckenridge. Cold night.
You must have some reason to be out in it.
No, I see you sold out of geese.
Well, let's have 500 tomorrow morning.
I'm afraid that won't do.
Well, there's some in the store yonder with a gas flap.
Oh, yes, but you were particularly recommended to me.
Who by?
By the landlord of the Alpha.
Oh, yeah. I sent him a couple of dozen.
Fine birds they were, too. Now, where do you get them?
Now then, mister, out with it, and you'd better make it straight.
Well, straight enough. I should like to know who sold you the geese you supplied to the Alpha.
And I'm not telling you. Now be off.
Why should you be so warm over a trifle?
If you were as pestered lately as I am, you'd be warm, too. When I pay good money for a good article, there should be an end of the business. But every day it's, where are the geese? Who did you sell the geese to? And what would you take for the geese?
Well, I have no connection with other people who've been making inquiries. But I'm always willing to back my opinion on a matter of fowls, and I have a $5 on it that the bird I ate is a country bird.
And you lost a $5 for its town bred.
It's nothing of the kind.
Now, you think you know more about fowls than I, who've handled them ever since I've been a nipper? I tell you that all those birds went to the Alpha were town bred.
You'll never get me to believe that.
Now, since you seem to be a betting man, would you care to make a wager on the matter?
Oh, I'd just be taking your money. But to teach you not to be obstinate, I'll put a sovereign against you.
You may as well hand me the sovereign now. Bill, bring me the books. And when I have a Mr. Cocksure, I'll prove to you that there's still one goose left in my shop, and that's you. Thank you, Bill. Now, this book lists the names of all the folk from whom I buy. On this page here are the country folk, and their numbers after their names are where their accounts are in the big ledger. Now, then... you see this page in red ink? That's a list of my town suppliers. Now, look at the third name and read it out to me.
Mrs. Oakshott, 117 Brixton Road, 249.
Just so. Now, turn that up in the big ledger. There, you have it. Read that last entry.
December 22. 24 geese at 7 shillings 6pence.
There you are. Underneath?
Sold to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha at 12 shillings.
What have you to say now?
Well, what can I say? Here's your sovereign. Well, that's the last time I take a bet with a tradesman. Come on, Watson.
You were fortunate that you managed to get him to wager with you, Holmes.
Not fortunate. Observant. When you see a man with whiskers of that cut, with a pink betting slip protruding from his pocket, the odds are all in your favor that he can be drawn by a bet. If I'd put 100 pounds down before him, I'd never have gotten such complete information as he gave me, because he thought he was getting the best of a wager.
I've had enough of you and your geese. Any more talk of geese and I'll shut the door.
Come, Watson, come.
Right. I didn't buy the geese off you.
But one of them was mine all the same.
We'd like a word with you. Come on, Watson. The fellow's taken to his heels.
George, that chap runs like a hare.
He won't get away, and it'll be worth your while to talk with us.
Tell the smasher that I can't give him what I ain't got. But I'm still trying.
A famous nursery rhyme about the theft of a goose goes in part like this. John, John, the gray goose is gone, and the fox is off to his den. Although not strictly applicable in this Sherlock Holmes tale because we're not sure who the fox is, nevertheless, we'll track him to his den when we continue with Act 3. Everyone's familiar with the phrase, your goose is cooked. In The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle, the cooking of the goose marked the beginning rather than the finish of a story. We pick up Sherlock Holmes and the faithful Watson hot on the trail of a man who's also interested in the whereabouts of the cooked goose, which was the receptacle for the world-famous Blue Carbuncle.
It's useless. It's useless, Watson. We've lost him. Time to stop using our feet and start employing our brains.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, Holmes, because to tell the truth, I'm not in the best of shape for running through the streets of London. What do we do?
Follow up 2 clues that have been given to us. The Smasher is an infamous name in the London underworld.
Oh.
I have ways of reaching him, and...
And Mrs. Oakshott?
No, not quite yet. We've discovered where the goose was grown. Now, I think we should set about checking where it fed.
I left my friend to go to my home, but made an appointment to have dinner with him the following night. Much to my surprise, when I arrived, I found Inspector Lestrade of the Yard sitting opposite Holmes. Lestrade had a long face.
Watson, the Inspector Superiors at Scotland Yard are expressing some concern over the fact that they may look foolish if it turns out that they have once again arrested the wrong man.
They're much more concerned over a rowdy disturbance at the Hotel Cosmopolitan this morning.
What has that to do with me?
Now, cap off it, Mr. Holmes. I know what a marvel you are at disguises, and I'll bet my last copper that you were one of those toughs that got into a disgraceful brawl in front of the hotel today.
Indeed, Inspector. And can you advance any reason why I should be involved in such a fracas?
Because you're still poking around about the Countess of Morcar's blue carbuncle.
Well, I'm convinced Horner is innocent, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to marshal enough facts for you to render me some assistance.
You admit you need our help.
In this matter, definitely.
And what do we get out of it?
I think I can promise to save you and the Yard some embarrassment in the matter of the man now in jail.
First, I'd like to know what you want from us.
I want you to pick up the Smasher.
The Smasher? On what charge?
Doesn't matter. Anything that will hold him overnight. Use the brawl at the Cosmopolitan.
He wasn't there.
But 2 of his boys were.
So you were the other man.
That's of no moment now. What is important is that the Smasher should be out of the way tonight.
Why? Do you think this Smasher took the carbuncle?
At the moment, I have only suspicions. What I do know is that the Smasher is involved. Else why would 2 of his tops be posted at the Cosmopolitan entrance?
Most of the people who stay at the Cosmopolitan are wealthy. The Smasher might have had some other reason.
Granted. But the fight didn't start until they found out someone else was inquiring about Mr. James Ryder.
Oh?
Who quite coincidentally called in sick today. He was not at work.
Mightn't he have been really ill?
If my theory is correct, he is ill of fright. I think Mr. Ryder knows something that the Smasher wants to know. And that knowledge has frightened him half to death.
After some grumbling and a promise from Holmes that the Yard could release the Smasher the first thing in the morning, Lestrade agreed. Holmes and I immediately set out for Ryder's lodgings, which weren't too far from Mrs. Oakshott's address in Brixton Lane. Ryder had a room tucked away at the top floor of a small house at the end of a mews. As we approached it, Holmes warned me...
Now keep a sharp eye out for anyone loitering around the entrance, Watson.
You think the Smasher has some of his men watching the house?
I think it's a distinct possibility. I'm not concerned about them watching. I just don't want them preventing us from entering. There they are.
Oh, yes.
Follow my lead now. I don't want you getting any wrong ideas now, mister. My sister's a very refined gal. Not the sort you can play tricks with. She's used to gentlemen. You understand?
You told me all that in the pub. I don't have any wrong ideas. I'll behave in a proper fashion. We weren't challenged as we entered, and whilst we were climbing the stairs, Holmes complimented me.
You did well out on the street, Watson. Just enough to throw them off the scent if they had instructions to stop anyone who might be looking for Mr. James Ryder. Here we are.
Who's there?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. Open up.
What do you want?
I can be of assistance to you in the matter that's troubling you.
Well, what do you know about it?
I know everything about it.
How do I know this is a trick to get me to open?
You're interested in geese, or rather one goose, white, with a black bar across its tail, which was sold to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha Inn and given by him to Mr. Henry Smith.
Oh, sir, you're the very man I've longed to meet. I can hardly tell you how interested I am in this matter. Well, come in quickly.
These elaborate precautions for your safety won't be necessary, Ryder. The Smasher's in jail. And that's where you'll be very shortly, Unless you tell me the few things I need to know to make my case complete.
Oh, for Lord's sake, have mercy, sir. Don't have me thrown in jail. Think of my father. Think of my mother. Oh, please, sir, have mercy.
I'm thinking of John Horner, the innocent man you put in the dock for a crime he didn't commit.
I'll leave the country. I won't give evidence against him. Then the charge will be dropped.
We shall see. First, I will tell you that I have almost every link in my hands and all the proofs a prosecutor would need. So I'll be able to check you if you lie.
Oh, I promise, sir. You shall have it all.
Very well. Now, you decided to steal the stone. When and why?
Well, I wanted to get married. You see, Catherine Cusack and...
her ladyship's waiting maid?
Oh, yes. Well, I was mad for her, and she said the only way she'd have me was if we had a nest egg to set aside. Then she told me where the Countess kept her gem, but I could see no way for us to get it and not be suspected until I heard about Horner.
Indeed, Ryder, there's the making of a very pretty villain in you. When you learned that Horner, the plumber, had been mixed up in some such matter before, you laid your plans. You and your confederate created some small job in my lady's room, knowing that Horner should be sent for. He did the job, left, then you rifled the jewel case, raised the alarm, and had the poor soul arrested. Yes. All this I know. Now, how came the stone into the goose, and the goose into the open market, and how did the smasher get into the picture? The truth now, for that's your only hope.
But after Horner had been arrested, it seemed to me I'd best get away with the stone at once. For I was afraid the police might take it into their heads to search me and my room.
A pity they didn't.
Well, I wish it had never happened. Believe me, it was the first time, and I was really in a sweat. I left the hotel, as if on some errand, and went to my cousin's house. Now, she lived in Brixton Road, where she fattens fowls for market. When I got there, she asked me what was wrong because I was so pale and in a sweat despite the cold. Well, I told her I had been upset about the robbery in the hotel. Then I went into the backyard and smoked a pipe and wondered what was the best thing to do.
And that was when you got the idea about the goose.
No, not at first. I was thinking about how to turn the stone into money. I knew I'd have to have help, and that's when I thought of the smasher. But I just couldn't face the idea of going on into the street again with the stone in my pocket. Well, I saw the geese waddling about, and I remembered my cousin had promised me to pick up her geese for a Christmas present.
Then it was then that you got the ingenious idea of secreting the stone in the goose.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I was sure I'd found a perfect hiding place. I drove one of the birds behind a little shed in the yard, cut it, and pried its bill open and pushed the stone down its gullet as far as my fingers could reach. The bird gave a gulp, and I knew it had swallowed the stone. But the creature flapped and struggled, and out came my cousin to see what was the matter. As I turned to speak to her, the bird broke loose and fled off among the others.
So you were, so to speak, a gone goose.
Well, I didn't think so at the time. My cousin had picked out another bird for me, but I remembered the bird I had, a big white one with a barred tail, and I insisted that was the one I wanted.
Had you kept your eye on it?
Well, as well as I could. My cousin was a little hot because I wouldn't take the bird they'd expressly fattened for me, but anyway, she told me to go ahead and take my bird and turned and went back into the house.
So you wasted no time, but slaughtered the bird, and then?
Well, then I slung it over my shoulder and went about getting to see the smasher. I'd heard of him about the hotel.
So you're the shrimp what's been asking for me, eh? All right, now. What's it all about?
Well, I've got something I want to dispose of.
Yeah, something hot, huh?
I guess so.
You lifted something.
Well, yeah, as you might say.
I want to know how you heard about me.
You know a man named Monley?
Of course I do. He's doing 5 to 10 in Pentonville. How do you know Monley?
Well, he used to work where I do. The Hotel Cosmopolitan.
Don't tell me you're the bloke what pinched that there Blue Carbuncle of the Countess?
I am.
Well, now, maybe there's more to you than meets the eye. You got it with you?
Yes.
Let's have a look.
Hold on a minute. You have to understand, this is... Well, I'm not really experienced at this sort of deal. How does it work?
Like clotter cream. Smooth as a whistle. 70% for me and 30% for you.
Well, that seems like an awful lot for you.
Look, mate, I'm the one who's taken all the risks. Let me see the stone. Where is it?
Right here. In the goose.
In the... Like I said before, maybe there's more to you than appears on the surface. Here, take me knife.
Oh, thank you. Now, it should be right here. In the crop.
What kind of a game are you trying to play, Shrimp?
Well, it's got to be here. I felt it go down. I know it's here.
Stop messing about with that bird and tell me what you really did with the stone.
Well, there's been a mistake. I must have taken the wrong bird.
I'll say there's been a mistake.
Let me go.
I know the likes of you. You didn't like the split, so you're thinking of talking to Tyndall.
No. I never hit Tyndall, I swear. I just got the wrong bird. Let me go. I'll go back to my cousin to get the right one.
Oh, all right, mate. Maybe you're giving it to me straight. You run back to wherever you got this bird and get the right one. But from now on, the boys will be watching you every blessed minute.
I'll be back inside an hour. You see? I promise.
And when you got back to your cousins, the goose was gone.
You got it, sir. And I've been out of my mind trying to trace the bird and stay away from the smasher. Now, that's the whole story. Say, what's going to happen to me?
Well, if you do as I say, much less than you deserve.
Oh, sir, I'll do anything.
Now, first, you will tell Catherine Cusack to hand in her notice to the Countess.
Oh, I will, I swear.
And then you will leave the country.
Oh, I will, but the smasher...
will lose all interest in you when he discovers that you don't have the gem.
Oh, God bless you, sir. I swear that I'm...
No more words before I change my mind. Come, Watson. We have to keep our word with Lestrade.
After informing Lestrade that he could release the smasher and that the case against Horner would be quietly dropped when no witness would testify, Holmes and I were walking slowly back toward Baker Street. He must have read my thoughts because he said...
And don't be disturbed because you think I've compounded a felony by not handing Ryder over to the police.
Holmes, by Jove, how did you know what I was thinking?
My dear friend, your face is an open book. Oh, well... But look at it this way. We have saved an innocent man and perhaps also a soul. This Ryder is too frightened to go wrong again. And after all, it is Christmas, the season of forgiveness.
When you put it that way, I confess it makes me feel better.
And since we pass White's on our way back, why don't we drop in for dinner? I have a ridiculous craving for roast goose.
So it seems that Charles Dickens isn't the only English writer who wrote a Christmas story. Although I'll admit that Ebenezer Scrooge is better known than Sherlock Holmes for celebrating the spirit of Christmas. I'll be back shortly. Although Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wrote a number of stories which didn't involve Sherlock Holmes, and one notable novel, The White Company, it's been a well-kept secret that he collaborated with Sir James Barrie of Peter Pan fame on an operetta. I wish, although I know it's in vain, that someday someone would put it on so that we could see just what kind of librettist Doyle was. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Court Benson, William Griffiths, and Lloyd Battista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
He's recently moved here from New York, hasn't adapted to the diplomatic way of doing things.
Well, let's get this over with.
Okay.
Come in, Sergeant.
I think I've got our first real lead.
Miss Reed?
No, forget her. She's the scrupulous type. Drives 40 miles to return fountain pens. It's Lomas.
I see. First you want me to put a tail on Miss Reed and check Simpson's bank account, and now it's Lomas.
I think he knew Simpson was going to shoot himself.
The case is closed, Fritz.
What?
It's closed, Sergeant Mangle.
Who's this?
This is Barney Judd. He's from the Department of Defense.
The Pentagon.
So what gives? You mean you guys are taking over the investigation?
There is no more investigation, Sergeant.
But you gotta listen to me.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The truth requires two people, said Mr. Thoreau, one to speak it and one to hear it. Haven't we all, at one time or another, been sure we were in the right, yet no one would listen to us? It can be comical. It can be irritating. But what if your job, or your freedom, or even your life hung in the balance? That would be no laughing matter.
Fritz, you ever hear of the boy who cried wolf?
I'm not crying wolf, Captain. I'm crying treason.
What do you mean?
Look at the facts.
What facts?
Okay. Hunches.
Fritz, do me a favor. Forget it.
Our mystery drama, The Rocket's Red Glare, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Mason Adams.
It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and X-Lax.
I'll be back shortly with Act One. Our country is guarded by a mighty fleet of planes, ships, and missiles. Hundreds of thousands of people work in our defense system. And the industries which build our sophisticated armaments employ tens of thousands more. Everyone involved is highly skilled and carefully screened. But with so many people, how can we be certain an occasional bad apple won't find its way into the barrel? The scene is Washington, D.C.
Yes, Mr. Lomas?
Lucille, come in here, will you? I've got a letter to dictate.
Yes, Mr. Lomas.
Sit down. It's to the Secretary of the Army, Pentagon, etc.
Oh, no.
What? What's the matter?
My pencil just broke. Just a minute, Mr. Lomas. I'll be right back.
No, don't go. Here, use my pen. Now, dear Mr. Secretary, this is to inform you that the blueprints for the nuclear missile system known as Scorpio, commissioned by the Army from Lomas Industries, are virtually complete, and that plans to build a working model can begin on schedule.
Mr. Lomas.
What is it?
You've already dictated this letter.
Oh? I did?
This morning. It's already typed up. All it needs is your signature. I'll just go get it.
No, don't leave.
Mr. Lomas, are you all right?
Of course I'm all right.
Must be this heat wave.
I think you need a rest. You haven't had a vacation in over a year.
What?
You seem distracted. What is it?
Nothing.
Can I bring you something? Some water?
No. I'll be fine.
But...
Just between us, Lucille, it's the Scorpio missile. Nowhere near ready.
But you said in your letter...
I'm stalling.
Well, I thought that Mr. Simpson had finished the plan.
Jeff's been working on them day and night. He's got the best mind we've got, but if we don't meet our deadline, the Army could withdraw the contract and we'd be ruined. Let me see. Must be something else I need you for.
What was that?
What?
Well, it sounded like a shot from Mr. Simpson's office.
That's all we know, Sergeant. I was dictating a letter to Miss Reed here, and we heard a shot. And when we got to Mr. Simpson's office, he was dead.
With a gun in his hand and this note on the desk. Is that his handwriting?
Yes.
It says, "Forgive me, but I must do this. I have no choice." That's not much of an explanation, is it?
No, I guess it isn't.
What was Simpson like?
He was the kindest, most gentle person.
And the most brilliant scientist in the firm.
Any reason why he'd want to take his own life?
That's just it. There wasn't any.
Must have been something wrong.
Oh, he was one of the sanest, most well-adjusted people I've ever known. He didn't even drink or smoke.
Hello, Fritz. Hi, Captain. This is Mr. Lomas, the president of Lomas Industries, and the secretary, Miss Reed. Captain Suggs.
Hello. I'm sorry about what happened.
Sergeant, could we go now? Miss Reed is upset.
Yeah, sure. Just keep yourselves available, so forth, you know.
Oh, come on, Lucille. I'll drive you home.
It's so tragic.
I know. I don't know what we're going to do now.
Wait a minute. Just what do you mean by that?
Well, Jeff Simpson was working on a new missile. If we don't make the deadline, we could start losing our defense contract.
So Simpson was working against time?
Yes. But he loved pressure. He thrived on it.
Thanks, Mr. Lomas. That's all. They done the autopsy yet, Captain?
No, it's not completed.
Come up with anything?
If Mr. Simpson had a motive for suicide, he certainly kept it hidden. His home life was fine. He had no apparent enemies. No record of any mental health problem.
What about physical? Was he dependent on any medications?
Nope.
From everything we're hearing, this guy was a bionic wonder. Only trouble is he's dead. Apparent suicide.
You have doubts?
That's what I'm paid for.
Fritz, 2 lab technicians passing Simpson's door saw him pull the trigger.
Okay, so it was suicide. Perfectly well-adjusted, successful, bright guy snuffs himself out and leaves a note saying he had to do it. Why?
Well, he was dealing with top-secret stuff. He had access to information that could have been worth a lot.
To the right people.
Fritz, espionage is for the FBI.
Yeah, but the suicide is ours, and I want to find out why.
Well, where are you going?
Have another talk with Lomas.
Why?
Because I didn't like him.
Fritz.
It doesn't add up. Oh, with your permission.
Thank you. But, Fritz, stay off espionage.
Espionage? No, that's impossible. Everyone's checked electronically when they enter and leave the building. Not even the smallest roll of microfilm could be smuggled out.
Yeah, but it could be carried out, couldn't it? In broad daylight by the right person?
Well, yes, I suppose.
Now, what was this project Simpson was working on?
Project Scorpio. But it wasn't complete.
What's missing?
Conversion system or something. I'm really more of a businessman than a scientist myself. I don't know what we're going to do. Complete. It'll be one of the most frightening systems ever developed. But trying to find a replacement for Jeff, I don't know.
Never rains, but it pours.
What do you mean?
Lucille, Miss Reed, my secretary, has asked for a leave of absence.
Oh? Why?
Well, it wasn't a pretty sight, Sergeant. Still, you know the problems of finding a secretary with top security clearance?
Let's get back to this Project Scorpio. What makes it so frightening?
Jeff was developing a nuclear device of extraordinary simplicity. With these plans, I mean, if it were complete, of course, almost anyone could construct the missile.
Including third world nations?
No, Jeff would never have done that. Look at his file. His patriotism was unquestioned. And he certainly had no interest in money. He'd always insist on paying for our drinks.
Hey, wait a minute. You told me that he didn't drink.
Oh, a social drink, for Pete's sake. An occasional cocktail at the Heritage Bar after work. It's hardly worth mentioning.
Everything is worth mentioning, Mr. Lomas.
Sergeant, if I'm not mistaken, you're exceeding your province in this investigation. Now, is that all?
Yeah. You got a payphone in the building?
You're welcome to use mine.
Thanks, Mr. Lomas, but we're in Washington. I'd rather use a payphone if it's all the same to you.
In the lobby. Downstairs.
Just one other thing. Miss Reed, where does she live? Chips, put me through to His Excellency. Captain, this Fritz here. Hey, listen, I think we ought to put a tail on Lucille Reed. Because she's just quit. That's why. You also run a check on Simpson's finances. Now, let's see. Well, what do you know, Miss Reed?
Oh, hello, Sergeant.
What are you doing here? Lomas told me that you quit.
Oh, just for a week or two. I couldn't keep working. Not after what...
I'll buy that. So why are you back?
Oh, it's nothing, really. Mr. Lomas lent me his pen this morning, and in all the confusion, I forgot to return it.
You live in, Fairfax County?
Yes.
And you drive 40 miles to return a fountain pen?
No. Well, I mean... Well, it's Mr. Lomas' personal pen.
Yeah, sure. Listen, I can keep a secret.
What do you mean?
I mean, you got something going with the boss. It isn't the end of the world.
Well, how dare you? I came back to return his pen and to see how he is now.
Well, how was he?
He was upset, naturally. But even before that, the man's tired. He's overworked.
Seemed to have all his marbles to me. Why did he say that?
When I went into his office this morning, just before Mr. Simpson... You know... He started dictating a letter he had already written.
Yeah?
And when I started to leave the room, he wouldn't let me go.
He wouldn't?
He seemed nervous, as if he didn't want to be left alone.
Or as if he wanted you there?
Yes. But not like you think.
Look, Miss Reed, my apologies.
If you'll excuse me.
Captain!
Is that him?
Yeah, he's got the manners of a bull moose.
Captain!
He's recently moved here from New York, hasn't adapted to the diplomatic way of doing things.
Well, let's get this over with.
Okay. Come in, Sergeant.
I think I've got our first real lead.
Miss Reed?
No, forget her. She's the scrupulous type. Drives 40 miles to return fountain pens. It's Lomas.
I see. First you want me to put a tail on Miss Reed and check Simpson's bank account, and now it's Lomas.
I think he knew Simpson was going to shoot himself.
The case is closed, Fritz.
What?
It's closed, Sergeant Mangle.
Who's this?
This is Barney Judd. He's from the Department of Defense, the Pentagon.
So what gives? You mean you guys are taking over the investigation?
There is no more investigation, Sergeant.
But you gotta listen to me.
The case is closed.
But
No more questions. That's an order, Sergeant.
You must
might as well tell a musician not to play his fiddle as tell a detective like Fritz Mangle to stop asking questions. However, we were all taught to respect authority, even when we think that authority might be wrong. For isn't obedience what holds a society together? I'll return shortly with Act Two. The less we know, the more we suspect, goes an old saw. Obviously, our friend Sergeant Mangle knows very little at this point, but suspects a great deal. Is it possible that something is rotten in the state of Denmark? Or should we say, Lomas Industries? Or is the bully sergeant the owner of an overactive imagination?
Fritzy, is that you?
Daisy, open us a couple beers and sit down at the kitchen table.
Uh-oh. He's brought his work home with him again.
Okay. Let's review the case.
Fritz.
First off, we got a guy commit suicide, for no apparent reason.
Fritz.
What?
What case are we talking about?
This Guy Jeff Simpson, a brainy scientist at Lomas Industries, committed suicide this morning. But I got a hunch that Mr. Lomas, that was his boss, knew in advance that he was going to do it.
Well, maybe he had a grudge against him and drove him to it.
No, I don't think that's it. Simpson was designing a new weapon system that was going to save the firm. Yet his boss lets him pack himself in. Now, what's your first impression?
That you've got the wrong hunch.
Something is screwy, Daisy. Because when I get back to the station house, suddenly I find the case has been closed. Just like that. No explanation. And furthermore, grab this one. I got down to see the autopsy report afterwards, and no one knows anything. It's confidential.
Well, what reason did this man have to take his own life?
That's just it. There wasn't any reason. This guy had everything going for him.
You sure it was suicide?
Two guys saw him pull the trigger.
Then obviously the key to the whole thing is finding out why he did it.
You're cooking.
Okay, dear. Who don't you like?
Well, that guy Lomas, for one. And Judd.
Who's Judd?
Barney Judd from the Pentagon. He's the one who told the captain to nix the investigation.
Don't you think the Pentagon knows what it's doing?
Not necessarily. I'm going to keep a little eye on Lomas.
But the case is closed.
So?
Oh, no. Just whose little eye are you planning to use?
No, listen, I got it all figured out already.
No, I got a hair appointment in the morning.
You see, Lomas' secretary quit on him. The job calls for top security clearance.
Which I have under my maiden name.
How's your type?
I use the biblical method. Seek and thou shalt find.
How's your shorthand?
They're both the same length.
Good girl. You'll work out just swell.
Yes?
Mr. Lomas?
Yes. Who are you?
My name is Daisy Cochran. I'm from Office Temp.
Oh, yes. Where have you references?
Here.
Mm-hmm. These are 3 years old.
I'm a wife and mother.
The job requires clearance.
It's all there with my references, sir.
Oh, well, that's good, but it's only temporary. The agency did tell you that, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
My regular secretary will be back within a week or two.
Yes, sir. This is an odd time of year for a vacation.
What do you mean?
Oh, just making conversation.
There are 16 letters and 4 reports on the desk outside, Mrs. Cochran. I need them typed before noon.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Can I help you?
I'm here to see Mr. Lomas.
Oh, but he doesn't have any appointments listed.
He'll be expecting me.
Who shall I say is here?
Judd. Barney Judd.
Judd? Oh, Judd. Oh, just a minute. I'll buzz him. I'm sorry. I'm a little new here. There.
Yes?
Mr. Lomas?
Yes,
Miss Cochran?
There's a Mr. Barney Judd to see you.
Oh, yes. Send him right in.
You can go in, sir. It's the...
I know the way.
Everything is set, Lomas. Can you get the plans out of here okay? No problem. You remember the time and place, Judge? North side of the Folger Library, in the shrubbery. 10 p.m. tonight.
So Lomas is smuggling something out to this Mr. Judd. Did they say what?
All he said was plans and the time and place. 10 o'clock tonight at the Folger Library.
I thought there was something a little bent out of shape about that Judd character. Pentagon my foot.
So now I suppose you'll want us to give up our bridge game tonight?
Are you kidding? Just tell the Pagliaros to come an hour earlier, that's all.
But Fritz, this Mr. Judd and whoever else is involved is bound to be watching Lomas the whole time.
Sure, but only from the outside. My police ID will get us past the night watchman and into the library.
I don't know. Maybe we should just call Captain Suggs.
No way. He's had his chance. I'm not involving him again until I've got some hard evidence. Anyway, Judd seems to have him under his thumb. Can't wait to see the captain's face when we dump this in his lap.
I can't see a thing.
The basement window's over there. Careful of those books. Here we are. Now we just open the window. There. What time is it?
2 minutes after 10. What if it's already taken place?
If you hadn't taken so long to play that last hand...
I wouldn't have if you hadn't jumped and shifted to space.
Well, you weren't giving me the right signal.
I did so. So what do we do now? Wait and nab Judd?
No. There may be others with him. The important thing is making sure they don't get those plans.
Can you reach them?
Not quite. You're smaller. Squeeze through the window. Just enough to...
Got him.
Let's get out of here and see what we've reeled in.
The envelope says Scorpio Project.
What?
Isn't that what you said Simpson was working on?
Yeah, but according to Lomas, the plans weren't complete yet.
Well, now what do we do?
You know, this may work out better than we thought. I think it's time we found out just what those plans are.
We still aren't going to the captain?
I'm going to the captain.
What about me?
You're taking these plans over to Brian Keaton.
That scientist friend of yours?
A nuclear scientist. I want him to check these out.
Who are you calling?
Oh, I hate to disturb my honored leader at home, but we'd better get tails on Lomas and Judd right away. When they find out their little rendezvous didn't work, we don't want them panicking and taking refuge in some foreign embassy.
Oh, don't be so melodramatic.
Hello, Mrs. Suggs. This is Sergeant Mangle. Yeah, can I speak to His Eminence? What? I see. Thank you.
What's the matter?
Captain went back to headquarters at 9:30 this evening.
What do you think that means?
I don't know. But somehow I get this lousy feeling. I just goofed.
You idiot! You meddling, incompetent, arrogant fool! Why do you insist on making a point of never listening to me? I told you the case was closed.
Captain Suggs?
Now, don't tell me, Mr. Judd. I already know the whole story and then some.
Sergeant Mangle. What's he doing here?
This Mr. Judd is the man who took the plans.
What?
I told you we should have let him in on it from the beginning. He's like a kid. If you tell him not to do something without giving him a reason, he won't listen to you.
Sergeant Mangle, that was a setup, a stakeout. Those plans were fake. They were meant as bait to trap a ring of foreign operatives.
I know, sir. Captain Suggs told me.
Did he also tell you that before he committed suicide, Mr. Simpson confessed to selling top-secret documents to those agents?
No.
He told Lomas everything.
Lomas?
That's right. That's why he killed himself. Because he couldn't live with himself any longer and he was in too deep to get out. Simpson's last redeeming act was to tell Lomas the place and time of the next drop. Lomas agreed to help us. That's why we told you city cops to stop your investigation. Defense was handling this.
All right, I'm sorry. I just had a hunch.
I don't think your hunches will be needed for a while, Sergeant. As of this moment, I'm suspending you from the force. Indefinitely. Turn in your badge.
My badge?
And your service revolver.
Can I go now, sir?
Please.
Just a minute, Mr. Mangle. Where are the plans now?
They're with a friend of mine.
What?
A man named Brian Keaton. He's a scientist. I wanted him to check him out.
Where does he live?
In Arlington, Mason Avenue. I'll get him back. I'm sorry, Captain.
There's one more thing, Mr. Mangle. Just how did you know about that drop tonight?
Rather not tell you, Mr. Judd. I really don't see that it matters now.
I insist you tell me.
I protect my sources, Mr. Judd.
Well, you've got to hand it to him. He's resourceful.
I don't trust him.
No, he's honest, Mr. Judd. He's just a little impulsive, that's all.
His impulsiveness this evening may prove costly.
I'm sure you'll come up with a way to accomplish what has to be done. Fritz is out of your hair now.
I'm not so sure.
Fritz, you're back.
Just barely.
Why, what happened?
Captain Suggs and Mr. Barney Judd took turns using me for a basketball.
What?
I'm afraid I really loused up good this time, Daisy. That whole episode tonight at the library, the plot we foiled, it was a stakeout.
Fritz.
It was a trap. The only trouble was we're the ones who sprung it.
Fritz, Brian Keaton's been trying to call you for nearly an hour.
Yeah, I know. The plans are fake.
No, they're not.
What?
Brian's checked them over thoroughly, and they are a completely operational blueprint for one of the most deadly weapon systems he's ever seen.
It was Ben Franklin who first said the only two certainties in life were death and taxes. But death comes only at the end, and taxes but once a year. That leaves a great deal of time for the uncertainties. And how are we to deal with those? Fortunately, in our case, there is a third certainty we may rely on, and that is, I shall return in a moment with our final act. Like the lame leading the blind, Daisy and Fritz Mangle seem to be stumbling into an ever-deepening crater of intrigue and mystery. From the very first, with the strange suicide of Jeff Simpson, events and people have not been what they seem.
The plans are operational?
Brian said they were theoretical. Of course, they'd have to be tested.
Yeah, but none of the steps were missing. There wasn't a conversion system or something that wasn't complete?
No.
Lomas certainly went out of his way to make us all think so. So that was the plan, He dupes the Pentagon, actually gets them to help him make the exchange.
But if there was a stakeout, like Judd said...
Yeah, but these foreign operatives would know that, right? Lomas would tip them off.
So they'd be prepared in advance to give him the slip.
And Lomas is in the clear. The plans, so far as the Pentagon knows, were fake. Or at least missing the vital step. And he's free to keep passing information from his firm's other contracts.
Who are you calling?
Well, I've got to try to catch Judd and Suggs at headquarters. Hello, is Captain Suggs still in his office? He has? No, thanks. He just left. It'll be 45 minutes before he gets home.
We don't have that much time.
What if they tell Lomas what happened?
They'll panic and run for asylum. That's the trouble with Washington. Too many free spaces. It was a lot easier to corner a rat in New York.
What about Judd?
Yeah, maybe I can reach him. It's worth a try. If I call a night desk at the Pentagon, they ought to have a number for him. Hello, this is Detective Sergeant Mangle of the Washington Police. Yeah, I'm trying to reach an employee of yours, a Mr. Barney Judd. Yes, I know it's 12 o'clock at night. I want his home phone. No, I can't come down there in person. There isn't time. It's a matter of national defense. Yeah, I'll hold. Guy who invented bureaucracies ought to be shot.
They won't give you the number.
Not without identification. She's getting a supervisor.
Well, the Pentagon's only a few minutes away.
I can't identify myself. I've been suspended.
What? What for?
For messing up their trap tonight. Hello? Hello, is a supervisor? Yeah, look, it's imperative that I reach Barney Judd. Just... What? What? I see. Thank you.
Fritz, what is it?
There's no one by that name who works for defense.
Oh, no.
Oh, no is right. I told Judd Brian's name.
Why?
He made a point of asking where the plans were.
Brian, we've got to get over there right away.
I'm going alone.
Why?
For the same reason that the president and vice president don't fly together on the same plane, in case something goes wrong. Brian, it's me, Fritz. Open up. Brian! Hey, the door's open. Brian? Brian? He isn't here.
What? That's right, Mr. Mangle. He isn't.
Judd?
Why do you persist in interfering?
Where's Brian?
You've been told this case was closed. You've even been suspended from the force. By what authority are you here?
I could ask you the same question, Judd.
Hello, Fritz.
Who's it? Captain, what's going on? Where's Brian?
He's been arrested for possession of stolen documents.
Captain, do you know what's happening? Those plans weren't fake. They are fully operational. And what's more, I think Mr. Judd here knows they are. Furthermore, I don't know who this guy is working for, but it isn't the Department of Defense. I called them. They've never heard of him. Now are you going to believe me? Lomas is guilty of treason, and Judd is his accomplice.
Well, Captain?
Fritz, I'm afraid I'm going to have to put you under arrest.
Me? What for?
Conspiring to steal classified information.
Why won't you listen to me? It's him you ought to be arresting. Don't you know what'll happen if those plans get into the wrong hands?
Put out your wrists, Fritz.
Handcuffs? On me?
Put them out.
Not on your life. Fritz!
Hello?
Daisy, listen. I want you to meet me right away at the Heritage Bar.
Fritz? What's happened?
I'll explain when you get there, and Daisy, make sure that you're not being followed.
Suggs tried to arrest you?
With handcuffs, no less. He wouldn't even trust me.
I just can't believe he's involved, too.
The fact is, neither Judd nor the captain was surprised when I told them the plans weren't fake. And what about the clam-up on Simpson's autopsy report? No, sir. From here on out, as far as I'm concerned, they're all in it together. Lomas, Judd, and the captain.
But what can you do? You're a fugitive.
Oh, if I could just get something concrete on Lomas. Maybe then someone would listen to me.
Who? Who can you go to now?
I've got no choice, have I?
Oh, no. You mean...
The FBI.
But, Fritz, that's against your principles.
I know.
How can you get Lomas?
I think the answer to that lies right back at the beginning. Jeff Simpson's death.
What are we doing in this bar?
It's a long shot, but Lomas told me...
Excuse me.
Oh.
Hey, take a walk, mister. We've got no spare change.
I know, Mario, the bartender, he said you was looking for information about a fellow named Simpson.
Yeah? Don't tell me you know him.
No, but I recognize his face from the newspaper.
How did you recognize him if you didn't know him?
Well, because I talked to him. Or rather, he talked to me.
When?
Oh, a couple of nights ago. I never seen a guy so upset. I really felt sorry for him, you know?
What did he say?
Hey, maybe you could...
Oh, yeah, sure. What do you want?
Just a whiskey.
A bartender?
Maybe a double...
Yeah, give me a double whiskey here for my friend. Sit down.
Fritz, what is this?
Someone doesn't want Simpson's autopsy report known, right? We know how he died, so I figure it's got to be something else.
You mean like something he already had in his body?
Yeah, like alcohol. Lomas told me he and Simpson came here sometime. Like I say, it's a long shot, but it's the only bullet we got left in our gun. How you feeling, pal? Better?
Oh, yeah.
So, what was this guy Simpson so upset about?
He was scared, you know, really scared. He just found out from some doctor that he'd been exposed to nuclear something.
Radiation?
Yeah, that's it. He kept saying his mind was going. It was only a matter of time. Man, he was really concerned about his mind.
So that was it.
That's terrible.
I'd sure like to know the name of the labs that ran those tests.
Ain't this what you want?
What?
He left this piece of paper. He was staring at it all night. Kept crumpling it up.
Let me see that.
When he left here, he must have forgot it.
Keystone Labs.
I thought I'd better hang on to it in case he came back. Poor guy. I never thought he was scared. Acting like he didn't even want people to get near him, you know? Like he might contaminate him or something. I guess he didn't figure I counted.
Look, pal, you were a big help. Here's a $5.
Oh.
At least you'll know where your next one's coming from for a while, huh?
Hey, thanks, mister. Ma'am.
Oh, that poor man. Well, at least we know now why Simpson killed himself. But I don't see how that implicates Lomas.
Look, I'm going to have to put up at a hotel tonight. Now, I got one last thing to check out in the morning, and then I'll give you a call at work to tell you what I want you to do.
And then?
I'm coming to Lomas's office.
Why?
To give myself up.
Good morning, Miss Cochran.
Good morning, Mr. Lomas.
Look, I'll be in Jeff Simpson's old office for a few minutes. If there are any calls, just transfer them in there.
Okay. 9:35. What's keeping Fritz? He's got to arrive before...
Hi, Daisy.
Where have you been?
Is the coast still clear?
Yes, but you better hurry. It's 9:35.
You got the folder?
Here. Just like the one the Scorpio plans were in.
Good. Where's Lomas?
He's in Simpson's office. I don't get it. He spent half of yesterday in there, too.
I think I can help him out.
Let's just hope the timing works.
What?
Morning, Lomas.
Sergeant Mangle.
Ex-Sergeant Mangle. I've been dismissed from the force.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, why?
Because I've been making a nuisance of myself by insisting you were guilty of treason.
That's ridiculous.
Apparently so. I interrupted you. You were looking for something when I came in?
Looking?
Yeah. Wouldn't by any chance be this, would it?
A blood report from Keystone Labs. How did you get it?
I think the question is, how did Jeff Simpson get it?
What do you mean?
A seasoned nuclear scientist so careless as to expose himself to radiation?
Why, it's not unheard of.
Mr. Lomas, I checked with the lab. Mr. Simpson's annual checkup was negative.
Well,
I don't think it would take a handwriting genius to say who wrote this report.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Lomas, you can level with me. After all, we're both criminals.
What?
There's a warrant out for my arrest.
What for?
Stealing classified documents. We're in the same business.
What documents?
The plans for the Scorpio missile.
You've got those?
I was at the Folger Library last night. I beat your pal Judd to the punch. Oh, by the way, I had a friend of mine take a look at those plans. I was very embarrassed.
What do you mean?
Well, you told me those plans weren't operational.
Where are the plans now?
They're right here in this folder.
What do you want from me?
You see, no one believes me, Lomas. But I want the personal satisfaction of hearing the truth from you.
Yes. I forged that lab report of Simpson's blood. The heat was on. There was a suspicion of a leak, so I had to give the feds a guilty party. What else do you want to know? That I've been selling information to foreign agents? Sure. You know how hard it is to make a steady buck in this business? Some politician knows the right guys, and suddenly the competition gets my contract. Or you have to expand your plant facilities for a really big job, the kind you dream about. And then, when it's finished, goodbye, thank you very much. You're left with an overhead that would sink a battleship. Is that enough?
Yes, Mr. Lomas, that's just fine.
Good. Now it's my turn. You shouldn't have brought those plans back into the building, Mangle, because you're never going to get them out of here again. Or that phony lab report either. Miss Cochran?
Yes, Mr. Lomas?
Ask security to send up 2 guards.
Yes, Mr. Lomas.
Wait a minute. Daisy.
Yes, Fred?
Isn't anyone out there?
Yes.
Well, what's the matter? Didn't you leave the intercom on like I told you?
Yes.
What's going on? How do you know my secretary?
Your secretary, Mr. Lomas, happens to be my wife, and you've just treated the FBI to a nice, neat confession.
Hello, Mr. Mangle.
What? Judd, how did you get...
Relax. Okay, Mr. Lomas. You're under arrest.
Hey, what gives?
You were right, Mangle. I don't work for defense. I'm with the FBI.
The FBI?
That's right. Mr. Lomas, we got you in our sights a couple of weeks ago. We were hoping to nail a few of your contact agents as well, but Mr. Mangle here has seen fit to make that impossible now. All right, come on. Let's go.
Okay, Sergeant Mangle. You're reinstated.
Thanks, Captain.
At least you got us a nice confession out of Lomas.
Sorry about the rest of it, sir. I didn't know.
Okay. But, Fritz, for next time, when you don't know, the next best thing to do is listen.
So Lomas was guilty, driven to desperate acts by the financial uncertainty of his business. That word, uncertainty, again. But people should be stronger-willed, you say. Of course. And doesn't it seem an abomination that a man should seek to provide for his own financial security, heedless of the terror and destruction he might be unleashing elsewhere in the world? Of course, I shall return shortly. This time, nothing happened. The villain was caught, and everyone else turned out to be on the right side. But what about next time? Are we really to be trusted with our own terrible inventions? Well, it seems we have no choice, and therefore we might as well be optimistic. But we'd do well to never forget the old Latin proverb, who will guard the guards? Our cast included Mason Adams, Robert Dryden, Catherine Byers, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Margot, you see her every day?
Almost. Why?
Well, I've been doing a lot of thinking. Rob, do you remember Johnny Marsh?
Sure. I liked him.
Your impression?
Handsome, manly. He had charisma, presence, appeal.
And those lively eyes seldom missed a pretty girl.
Mother?
No. He made hers sparkle, but I don't believe Betsy Grove when she implies that there was an affair. No, I mean young girls around town.
What's your point, Dad?
I helped him out of a couple of scrapes with angry parents.
Rose? Is that what you're thinking, Phil?
Rose? I don't get it.
I do. Rose was around Laurel's a lot, wasn't she, Phil?
Oh. If Johnny Marsh got Rosie into trouble...
And if Rosie was at Laurel's on the day of the murder, she might have murdered Johnny Marsh.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Here, the commonplace is not our brew. If boy meets girl, you can be pretty sure that the expression in her eyes might conceal a demon or a witch. In a way, this story is like that, because not one but several persons are possessed. Its origin goes back 20 years, and might have gone farther back except for a man's good behavior. For what? His son, Rob Hudson, is in a reflective mood.
I was only 7 years old, Margot, when he was sent to prison. And that was the end of my boyhood.
Were you ever bitter? I mean, kids are cruel.
Oh, sure. I had lots of fights defending him. The kids called me Killer. Nice, huh?
Poor Rob. And you're still defending him.
Because I can't believe he murdered his best friend.
Our mystery story, The Secret of Laurels, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Norman Rose and Don Scardino.
It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
What is destiny? Of course, through life, predetermined by fate, and most of us believe in it. The belief is very old. The Greeks and Romans believed in the fates who controlled the birth, life, and death of every man. They're considered cruel because they pay no attention to the wishes of anyone. And they are cruel to the individual, but also to those close to him. Someone goes berserk and kills. That mad act casts a pall over his family. Philip Hudson has had 20 years to think about that.
Rob?
Welcome back to life, Dad.
I thank you for meeting me and for saying that.
There's a life ahead for you. I know that.
Oh, maybe. I certainly haven't helped yours. Rob, I'm very proud of you. I've often thought of what I put you through, and your poor mother. The disgrace killed her.
Don't think that, because it isn't true. Look, I'm a doctor, remember?
I never forget it. That's a great achievement, Rob. Under the circumstances, remarkable. I'll make it up to you.
There's nothing to make up. You've served your time, and you're a free man.
Hardly that. I'm free, but I'm not free. People don't forget or forgive. To them, I'll always be the man who murdered Johnny Marsh. I'm an outcast. I can't pick up life where I left it, Rob. Your Margot knows what I mean.
Meaning what?
You have felt my disgrace. That's undeniable. And your wife, I'm sure, has felt it for you. Your loyalty has placed a chip on your shoulder.
I'm not aware of it.
Oh, don't kid your old man, Doctor. Admit what I'm saying.
Well...
That's better.
If I know Margot, and I know her only from what you've told me about her, I bet she's told you many times not to be defensive. Am I right?
Well, yes. I'd never turn my back on you, Dad, no matter what you did.
Let's come to that. What did I do?
Oh, you were so jealous of Mother and Johnny Marsh that you murdered him in the library at Laurel's.
Then I was convicted and sentenced to life in prison, but released after 20 years for good behavior, whatever that might be. Rob, let me ask you a blunt question.
Sure, go ahead.
You've been loyal to me all these years. Why?
You're my father.
Mm-hmm. Any other reason?
Well, despite the evidence, I can't believe you'd commit murder.
Well, everyone's capable of it.
That may be, but you would.
You don't want to think that I murdered Johnny, isn't that it?
Yes, I don't want to think it because...
Now, let me finish for you. If I murdered Johnny, your defense of me becomes a cruel joke.
Well, that expresses it pretty well. I'm sorry, Dad.
Don't be sorry. You've been right. Johnny Marsh was my best friend. There were rumors about him and your mother, but well, they were never substantiated.
I know. I've checked into that.
Rob, I did not commit murder.
But, well, the evidence...
Airtight, I know. Let me amend what I said. I might have murdered Johnny, but I'm convinced that I didn't.
Well, then, who did?
I don't know. But I intend to find out.
What a fine man he is, Rob.
Thank you, darling. I think so. He was always good to me when I was a little boy. He taught me to ride, and he bought me a horse. Mm-hmm. And then it all went smash. I was a kid whose father was a murderer.
I like him very much. I wish he'd stay with us.
Too much to do. He was an important man in Jefferson Falls. He wants to recapture that image. He'll stay at the Lee Hotel until he vindicates himself.
Or has to admit that he blanked out and really did murder that man.
That could have happened, of course. At the trial, he said he blanked out, couldn't remember what happened. Because of his position and Johnny Marsh's reputation, the court wanted to show mercy. Otherwise, he'd have been hanged.
Johnny really turned on the ladies, right?
I guess so. I remember him, of course. He was at our house, Laurel's, a lot.
Why does your father think he's innocent?
Well, you heard him, Margot.
But I didn't really understand him in his talk about character. Do you?
It's the world he moved in. Johnny Marsh may have had his eyes on lots of girls, but he'd never fool with anyone in his set. That was an unwritten law. Unheard of.
So those rumors about Johnny and your mother weren't true?
No, the two were flirtatious, but what my father is saying is that he never was really concerned about them. If he wasn't jealous, he had no motive for the murder.
All right. If he didn't murder Johnny, who did? The housekeeper and your mother found him dead in front of the fireplace, and your father sprawled on the floor with a revolver in his hand.
I know.
You don't think your mother...
Well, I don't want to, but I've wondered about it.
And Mrs. Grove?
No motive. She was our housekeeper. A nice, simple, competent woman. I liked her.
I don't think he's got a chance, Rob. He was caught cold. He must have murdered Johnny. You can't get around the facts. What can he possibly dig up now that might help him? Your mother's dead. Your old home is run down. No one will buy it because of the story and the rumors.
The haunted house. That makes me sad. Laurel's was a wonderful place. I remember it clearly. Victorian. Lots of fireplaces, and the library with its books and the smell of leather and fruit wood burning. My favorite room.
Keep the memory and forget that the murder took place there, Rob.
I may have to. All of it should be forgotten. Maybe it's foolish to rake up the past.
Yes?
Good evening. The real estate agent gave me this note.
Oh, you want to see the house?
Well, I know that it's late.
There's no electricity here now, so if you'd come back tomorrow...
Oh, I won't be here tomorrow, Mrs.
Betsy Grove. Used to be the housekeeper here years ago. They kept me on as the caretaker, the owner. Well, you best come in.
Oh, thank you. I won't keep you long.
Oh, that's all right. But you won't be able to see much. I just got candlelight. You best come back to the kitchen. The other rooms are empty.
This is Laurel's, isn't it?
That's right. Used to be a regular mansion, one of the finest in Jefferson Falls. Are you interested in buying Laurel?
Well, I might be.
It's lots of money for repairs. It's real run down.
Why? Why hasn't it been maintained?
Well,
Is there something wrong with it?
Well, ever since what happened, it's got a bad name. I'm not supposed to talk about it.
Oh. What did happen here, Mrs. Grove? Good heavens.
That's what happened.
Who fired that gun?
Ain't no gun, mister. Hasn't been one for 20 years. That sound is just the old house acting up.
That was a gunshot, Mrs. Grove. Someone fired it.
20 years ago. And a man was murdered. And Mr. Hudson was arrested and sent to jail.
And the gunshot?
Around this time of day, going on 6, you can hear it.
That makes no sense.
Well, you heard it.
What does it mean?
Don't ask me.
Is the old house trying to tell you something?
Nothing to tell. He deserved what he got.
Mr. Hudson?
No, the other man, Mr. Johnny Marsh. He was carrying on with Mrs. Hudson, so Mr. Hudson shot him dead.
Mr. Hudson murdered the other man.
He had a right to.
Mrs. Hudson and Johnny Marsh
They
were...
carried on. She was up first. You could see what she was up to. In fact, Johnny Marsh got lots of girls in trouble. Mrs. Hudson flung herself at him. It happened when he was sick. Mr. Hudson, when he was laid up.
Oh?
They rode horseback, the three of them. Mr. Hudson broke his hip and was in terrible pain. He was laid up for months, and they still was riding. The wife and Johnny Marsh. You can imagine what happened out there on the trail.
Oh, I see. So he was here?
In the library, stretched out on a sofa.
Johnny Marsh and Mrs. Hudson walked in, and Mr. Hudson shot him.
Something like that. I don't want to talk about it.
You were there when the man was murdered, weren't you, Mrs. Grove?
Well, who told you? Of course it was. It was in the paper, but that's long ago.
No one told me. You see, I was there, too.
Huh?
I am Philip Hudson.
The murderer.
Did I murder Johnny Marsh, Betsy?
Of course you did. Not that I blame you, Mr. Hudson. No, please leave. You've given me a terrible start.
Why?
You coming back like from the grave. You're different and you got a look in your eyes. Now, please go. You make me afraid.
Who, Dad? Betsy's daughter. Wasn't her name Rose?
Oh, that's right. Rosie Grove.
I know her, Phil, from the hospital. Handsome woman in her late 30s. She's a nurse in pediatrics. Oh, you must know her, Phil. Dark red hair, good figure.
Right, I've seen her, but I never talked to her. So that's Rosie Grove.
Mm-hmm.
She used to babysit with me, remember, Dad? I had a real crush on her.
And you never introduced yourself when you became an intern?
I had my eye on a younger nurse, you, Margot. Rosie's old enough to be my mother.
Oh, hardly. You were 7, and she was about 19 when I was arrested for shooting Johnny Marsh. Margot, you see her every day?
Almost. Why?
Well, I've been doing a lot of thinking. Rob, do you remember Johnny Marsh?
Sure. I liked him.
Your impression?
Handsome, manly. He had charisma, presence, appeal.
And those lively eyes seldom missed a pretty girl.
What, Mother?
No. He made hers sparkle, but I don't believe Betsy Grove when she implies that there was an affair. No, I mean young girls around town.
What's your point, Dad?
I helped him out of a couple of scrapes with angry parents.
Rose? Is that what you're thinking, Phil?
Rose? I don't get it.
I do. Rose was around Laurel's a lot, wasn't she, Phil?
Oh.
Mm-hmm. If Johnny Marsh got Rosie into trouble...
And if Rosie was at Laurel's on the day of the murder, she might have murdered Johnny Marsh.
Blackstone wrote, "It is better that 10 guilty men escape than that one innocent person suffer." Justice is not perfect, and innocent men have been tried and convicted before because circumstantial evidence has condemned them. Is Philip Hudson innocent of murder? Did he deserve imprisonment? His search for the truth about himself, or someone else, continues when I return with Act 2. If mystery surrounds murder, it is wise and practical to study the victim. Why was he killed? Once this is determined, then match death with motive and study the suspects. There may be several, each with his own reasons for thinking of committing murder, but only one who is irrational enough to do it. I am referring to premeditated murder. The problem for Philip Hudson is that he acted impulsively when he murdered Johnny Marsh. He was proven guilty and now is attempting to prove his innocence. It is 9 o'clock at night. Betsy Grove rings her daughter's doorbell.
You busy, Rose?
Oh, come in, Ma.
I couldn't telephone.
I know. Oh, why do you stay out there at the Laurels? No electricity, no telephone. It's out of the Middle Ages.
It's a living room.
Oh, well, I'd rather be a lighthouse keeper. Hey, you look kind of upset. Anything wrong?
Mr. Hudson, come back.
Huh? No, he's out of prison.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did you see him?
He come to the house just before 6 and he heard the shot. I didn't know who he was.
Oh, how could you forget him?
His mustache is gone and his hair's white and thin.
Well, what did he want?
He wanted to see the library where it happened.
Oh, well, why not?
There's a curse on the room.
Oh, come on, there's no such thing, Ma. It's just an empty room.
You've heard the shot, Rose.
Oh, or something that sounds like a shot. I can't believe that shot goes on echoing all the time.
Murder was done there, Rose. And it's like the dead man never wants it to be forgotten.
Well, I've forgotten it. Well, does Mr. Hudson want to buy the house again?
I don't know. He just wanted to see the library.
Yeah. The murderer returns to the scene of the crime. Well, let him see the room and then forget about it, Ma. He'll go away.
No, he won't. Not as long as he wonders what happened.
Well, there's nothing to wonder about. He murdered Johnny, and that's that. I'm glad he did. Now, you know what I went through. You turning your back on me.
You ever think back on what you done, Rose?
Once in a while. It's only natural.
There was a funny look in his eyes.
Mr. Hudson?
Kind of intense. And boring into you like he thinks maybe he didn't do it.
What are you talking about? Didn't murder Johnny? Oh, of course he did. We were there when Mrs. Hudson came through the door and Johnny on the floor and the gun in Mr. Hudson's hand.
Yes, it's true enough. He did it all right.
What else is bothering you, Ma?
Oh, it's all come back in a heap. Him showing up, the shot, all of it. The trouble you had. I'm lonely and afraid.
Of what? I've told you 100 times. Move in with me. I make good money at the hospital.
No. They have their own life to lead.
Well, it's a dandy, believe me.
You should have married.
There was only one man for me. I believed he was serious. Then I find out I was just another doll in his collection. Well, I'm alive. That's something, I suppose. And he's dead. When I feel low, I think about that. He's dead. That makes me feel good. I owe a lot to Mr. Hudson for killing that pig.
Let me reconstruct the scene of the shooting. I'll draw the library and place the furniture.
How big was the room?
About 25 by 18, paneled in wood, with a fireplace here opposite the double door, which was always kept open.
Your desk in front of the bookshelf?
Mm-hmm. Here. And to the left, a big sofa. To the right, French doors opening onto the garden.
You were lying down on the sofa?
Mm-hmm. My legs propped up and my hip hurting like the devil. Mrs. Grove came in with my painkiller pill, and I took it.
And the revolver?
I've been cleaning it. They say that I left it on the mantel.
So, Johnny Marsh comes into the library. You get up, go to the mantel, pick up the revolver, and shoot him.
I don't remember, Margot. All that is a blank.
And they found you on the floor with the gun in your hand.
Who found you, Phil?
Betsy was there, and my wife was standing over me. She staggered, and Betsy led her to a chair.
What did she say?
I can't believe it. Johnny is dead. Johnny is dead. And then Betsy or Rose called the police, and you know the rest.
Dad, how could you have gotten up and gone to the mantel for the revolver and... No, wait a minute. Johnny was shot facing the door. How come?
What do you mean?
Well, if you'd gone to the mantel for the revolver and Johnny came through the door and you shot him, he'd have been facing the fireplace. And didn't the bullet lodge in the paneling by the fireplace?
Yes.
But the positions are wrong. Look, you're at the mantel facing Johnny in the open library door. Only if you faced him with his back to the fireplace can you explain how he fell and where the bullet lodged.
I see. Johnny had to have his back to the fireplace, and Phil had to come around and face him.
And that doesn't make sense. He'd see you had a revolver in your hand. You don't remember any part of it, Dad?
No, none of it. But you're right. It doesn't make sense. It wasn't gone into at the time because I was found on the floor with the gun in my hand.
How high on the paneled wall was the bullet hole?
I don't know. Why?
Were you taller than Johnny?
Well, an inch or so, yes.
And he was shot through the chest. The position of that bullet hole is important.
Why, Rod?
It can determine from what height the gun was fired. Given Phil's height and Dad's, the bullet would be 5 feet or so from the floor. If it's higher, then the shot was fired by a shorter person or from the floor.
Well, that's where they found me, son.
You went to the mantel, got the gun, fell down, and fired at him? Unless there was a struggle, that doesn't make any sense. We have to examine that bullet hole, Dad.
I intend to.
3 other persons could have fired that gun and then wrapped your hand around it.
Your mother, Betsy, or Rose?
Yeah. What about Rose? Was she in the house at the time?
Why, I think so. Betsy had said earlier that Rose wanted to talk to me.
What about?
I don't know, but I can guess. If Rose was in trouble, she wanted advice from me. Or money. And if Johnny Marsh was the man, Rose had a motive for murdering him.
Well, so did Mother if Johnny had rejected her.
Well, that's possible, I suppose, but no, I can't see it, Rob. I'm supposed to have had a motive, and I admit I sometimes wondered about your mother and Johnny, but if I'd been concerned, I would have spoken to him. But Rose is another matter.
What about Betsy?
No, I can't see that. She was devoted to the family, and it was Betsy who gave me the medication.
Were you given a blood test after you came out of your blank out, Dad?
No. I was hustled to the jail, and bond was refused. I was too dazed to think. You think that I might have been drugged?
No, that's one way of explaining blanking out. I'm convinced you didn't shoot him.
So am I.
Are you? I'm thankful. But then, who did? And how do I prove it? Look, before we get busy theorizing, we have to find out why Rose wanted to see me that day.
I'll make a lunch date with her tomorrow, Phil.
Now, be discreet. I was fond of little Rosie.
She won't talk. Why should she?
Leave that to me. You ask the right question, and you'll be surprised how much a person will tell you.
Oh, yeah? What kind of question?
What if I ask how you go about adopting a baby? Hi, Miss Grove. You mind if I join you?
No. How are you, Margot? How's obstetrics?
Oh, we delivered 3 this morning. It was pretty busy.
Oh, well, keep him healthy so we don't have to come to the rescue.
You've always been in pediatrics, haven't you?
Yeah. Little kids get to me. Mm-hmm. They're so helpless.
I wish I had one.
Oh? Oh, what's wrong with that doctor husband of yours?
No, it's me, Rose.
Oh, well, that's too bad. I'm sorry.
You don't know my husband, do you, Rose?
Not really. Oh, I know he's an internist, that's all. Why?
Did you ever wonder about him?
Oh, what kind of a question is that?
Well, the name means nothing to you?
Hudson? Mm-hmm. No, I knew some Hudsons a long time ago. My mother was their housekeeper. That's, 20-some years ago. You know, there's lots of Hudsons.
His name is Rob.
Do you mean to tell... Rob Hudson? Uh-huh. Well, I was a babysitter to a little kid named Rob Hudson. Now, don't tell me.
But I do. That little boy is my husband.
Well, I don't believe it. Rob. And I didn't know him.
I've got another surprise for you. His father's come home.
No surprise. I heard.
Oh?
Released for good behavior. Mr. Hudson. That name brings back memories.
Bad ones, right?
I suppose. But I don't regret what he did. I hated the man he killed.
You did?
I'm not a pure spinster, Martha.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, I don't mean to pry.
It's no great secret. Johnny Marsh got a a couple of young girls pregnant, including me. I said he had to marry me, but he told me to run along. I begged him for money. He had none for me. Yes, it's a messy story.
You had the baby.
Yeah. Johnny's mother helped me out a little.
And the baby?
Oh, I don't know. I let her go for adoption. It was a long time ago. Do you know Laurel's, Martha?
Well, yes, I've seen it from the outside.
Oh, it was someplace back then. I lived there, with my mother. We had 2 rooms on the 3rd floor with a view of the garden. It was beautiful. I left when I was 18 for nurse's training. Mr. Hudson paid the tuition.
Was there anything between Johnny and Mrs. Hudson?
Who knows? My mother thought so. She was straight-laced, I can tell you. When she found out about me, she condemned me straight to hell. She got her wish. I'm 38. All I've got is my job. Otherwise, the last 20 years have been empty.
You never thought of getting married?
Not after my experience. Anyway, Johnny, no matter how rotten he turned out to be, he was it.
He must have been something else.
He was. You know something, Margot? I'd like to see Mr. Hudson again. He was very good to me.
I'll tell him.
Killed Johnny.
He doesn't think so.
He blanked out when he shot Johnny, he says. Maybe prison really blanked him out.
Will you see her, Phil?
I don't know. I'm surprised that she talked so freely.
I'm not. It was the biggest thing in her life. The only thing. Johnny Marsh and his murder.
There's no question in her mind that I shot him.
No.
She also had a motive. She was in trouble, and Johnny didn't want to be bothered with her.
Your best friend was a real dandy, Dad.
I knew it then, Rob.
I guess you were like a father to her.
I helped, but she deserved a chance. I can't imagine Rose hurting me.
Allowing you to go to prison? I can. If Rose shot Johnny and set you up as guilty, she'll never admit it. As time goes by, people have a way of fantasizing, believing what they want to believe about something that happened.
We're stuck. It has to be Rose or my wife.
Or Betsy Grove. You said no, Phil, but from what Rose said, her mother is a very self-righteous person.
Margot's got a point. It comes down to what is sin. Think of the Inquisition, the witch hunts. It was death to the disbelievers. You give me a self-righteous person, I'll give you...
No, I can't believe that Betsy would commit murder.
For the sake of her daughter?
Well, she had rejected the daughter, Rob.
Well, what if it was both of them? Betsy gave you the medication, and it must have knocked you out. Rose walks in, grabs a revolver, waits for Johnny to appear, and bang.
If that's what happened, there's nothing to be gained in my talking to Rose. It's too long ago. I have no evidence with which to make a charge.
The position of that bullet hole, Dad.
Yeah, that's clever, but after 20 years, who's going to buy theory? We have too many suspects. Me, your mother, Rose, Betsy. Well, I'll call on her again.
If she'll let you in.
Oh, she will. And then I'll make my accusation. If I come down hard on Rose, Betsy might break. And then we just might begin to see the truth.
It's a funny thing in life how friendships arise and what their consequences might be. Here is Philip Hudson, a sound, sensible man who, when he was young, became friendly with Johnny Marsh, a different kind of person. Unsound in the sense that he lived for the day and forgot about tomorrow. We know the outcome of that friendship. The question we're pursuing to an answer is this. Is Philip Hudson destined to live out his life as a marked man? I'll return shortly with Act 3. It would be an agonizing experience to be imprisoned for 20 years, thinking all the time that you did not commit the crime of which you were accused. Yet there is the evidence. You must have committed murder. If, in fact, you did not, how can you ever trap the guilty person? Not with facts. They're against you. By admission? Maybe. Under the pressure of fear and guilt, a person has been known to break down. And that is what Philip Hudson hopes for as he waits for Betsy Grove to open the door to Laurel's.
Oh, Mr. Hudson.
I have to talk with you again, Betsy.
I've nothing to say. I don't want you in the house.
You see this?
Oh, you must be crazy pointing a gun at me.
Now step aside and close the door.
No, Mr.
I have something to say to you.
No, please.
And you will listen.
Please put the gun away, Mr. Hudson.
It reminds you of 20 years ago, doesn't it, Betsy? The day that someone shot Johnny Marsh.
You murdered him, you know that.
I don't think so. That's what we're going to review. Now carry the candle into the old library.
No.
Now do as I say.
Please, Mr. Hudson. Dear Lord.
Ghostly sound of the shot that killed Johnny Marsh. You know what it means? Here, I'll open the door.
It's like a tomb.
It is a tomb, and it's held a secret for 20 years. And ever since, you can hear that ghostly gunshot at the same time every night. Because I was falsely accused of murder. Isn't that right?
No, sir. You killed him. I seen the gun in your hand, and so did she.
And Rose?
Rose?
She was here, Betsy. Don't you remember she wanted to talk with me?
No, Rose wasn't here, Mr. Hudson.
She says that she was.
Rose? You talked to her?
She told my daughter-in-law Rose was here. And you know why Rose wanted to talk to me, don't you?
Rose and I weren't close. No, I don't know.
She was pregnant.
Merciful heaven.
My life was cut off, and I spent 20 years in prison for a crime someone else committed. Rose was pregnant by Johnny Marsh. He wouldn't marry her, and he had no money. That's why Rose wanted to talk to me. Isn't that so, Betsy? Of course it was.
Why throw that disgrace in my face, Mr. Hudson?
You admit that Rose was going to have a baby and that she led it for adoption to the Davis Foundling Home.
Oh, you poor little girl. Unwanted.
Rose couldn't support the baby and she lost her head.
What are you saying?
Betsy, you gave me my medication. Do you remember?
Oh, you was in bad pain.
The painkiller never before had knocked me out, Betsy. Why did it knock me out then? Why did I blank out?
Maybe you just fainted from the pain.
Oh, no. I think that you drugged that medication.
What are you saying?
You know what I'm saying, Betsy. Rose hated Johnny Marsh. She was in the house, waiting to see me. You came in with my medication and drugged me. Rose grabbed the revolver off the mantel and waited for Johnny to come, and then Rose shot and killed him.
No, not Rose. No.
Rose murdered Johnny Marsh.
No, she didn't. Mrs. Hudson was... she and Johnny...
Are you saying that it was Mrs. Hudson?
I'm saying nothing more.
Did my wife put Rose or you up to drugging my medicine?
You won't get another word out of me. You can't come back after 20 years and blame innocent people. I'm going to tell Rose.
You don't have to. I'm going to tell her myself.
Don't you go near her.
You try and stop me.
I have an idea. It's pretty far out, but it might work.
What is it?
Remember the play within the play in Hamlet?
Sure, that's how Hamlet trapped the king.
Well, why don't we reenact the murder? When a detective is stuck, sometimes he gets everyone together, goes over the case, and then someone turns pale or something, and that's it.
But we don't have all the suspects.
I could be Mrs. Hudson. I mean, your wife.
Well, you'll never get Rose or Betsy Grove to cooperate.
Oh, there's a way around that.
Yeah, what is it?
But I have to think it out. You two visit. I need a pencil and paper and some quiet. I won't be long, I hope.
That is pretty far-fetched, Rob.
What else is left? No one's going to confess. Don't you want to try it?
I don't want to make a fool of you two.
We believe in your innocence, Dad.
So do I. And I'd like to make it up to you. But the chance is so slim, Rob.
Up to you, Dad. If you don't want to take it...
I don't think that I do.
What's changed your mind?
The facts. I sat in prison so long, I convinced myself that I didn't murder Johnny Marsh. But the facts were conclusive. I was jealous of him. And there was talk. You see? Motive. Opportunity. The revolver in my hand. Let's call it temporary insanity and let it go at that.
No, Phil. I heard what you said, and no. We're going to try my scheme. Someone's gotten away with a horrible crime.
I'm not revengeful, Margot.
Well, I am. Now listen to me. And I'll tell you why Rose and Betsy will cooperate.
Margot, you're a dirty little snake.
You said it was common knowledge, Rose.
Did you have to pry and gossip about it to Mr. Hudson? Do you know what he did last night?
Yes?
He told my mother that I had murdered Johnny Marsh. Well, I'm seeing a lawyer when I go off duty, and Mr. Hudson will hear from him. I'll sue him for everything in the book. And you, too, for putting the idea in his head.
Okay.
Is that all you can say? Okay? You're in trouble, Margot. Look, he was sentenced for murder, and he comes back and he says he didn't do it? Oh, well, that's a lot of nonsense.
He didn't, Rose.
Well, of course he did. Is he crazy or something?
No. We don't think he did it.
But I did. Is that it?
That's what he suggested to your mother.
Suggested? He pulled a revolver on the old lady. She's a wreck. And he'll pay for that, too. Oh, I liked Mr. Hudson. He did a lot for me, but this... Tell him we'll see him in court. Oh, accuse me of murder.
He didn't, Rose.
Well, of course he did. He said I did it. Or Ma and me conspired to do it.
Well, you were glad to see Johnny die.
Well, I still am. But I didn't murder him.
You could have. Oh, look, if you'll calm down, I'd like to tell you something. Mr. Hudson says he doesn't remember the shooting.
Well, what else could he say?
He may have had reason for the shooting.
Sure, jealousy.
But you also had reason to shoot Johnny Marsh.
I did, but I didn't do it. Can't you get that through your blonde head?
Well, your mother...
Oh, come off it. My mother? She hated me for getting into trouble, not Johnny. She knew what he was, but shoot him? Oh, not a chance.
And then we come to Mrs. Hudson.
What about her?
What if Johnny had rejected her?
No good. They were together a lot, and they rode those trails. You know what can happen.
Oh, that's supposition.
I am not naive. Mrs. Hudson was a beautiful woman, and she enjoyed her conquests. Johnny was one of them.
What if he wasn't? The set he belonged to just didn't tamper with each other's wives. Do you get what I'm saying, Rose?
That she murdered Johnny?
That's what we really think.
Oh, she's dead. You'll never know.
We may. If you and your mother will help us.
Huh?
We want to reconstruct the scene of the murder tonight. In the library, just when that gunshot is heard.
What for?
To see if we can't jog your memories. Mr. Hudson or you or your mother just might remember something about what happened that will point to the truth.
I do remember she came into the room, but she didn't go past me. I wonder. The windows in the library are French doors, very beautiful.
See? That's what I'm getting at. If you'll help us, Rose.
Mr. Hudson accused me of murder.
But why? Ask yourself why. He did get your mother to admit you were there, Rose. But don't you see? He was fishing for information.
But, Margot, he did it. The gun was in his hand.
But he was in pain. The revolver was on the mantel. And the shot was fired from the wrong direction.
What? Well, tell me about that.
Oh, will you help us? Just you. We won't bother with your mother.
Oh. Okay. One more shot and she's gone. Oh, sure. All right, I'll play your game.
I'm grateful to you, Rose.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Hudson. Last night I could have killed you for saying I murdered Johnny, but Margot explained what you were up to. It's okay. I'm going along. Maybe Ma and me will remember something.
You haven't told your mother about our plan, Rose.
No. I hope this doesn't scare her to death.
Now, Margot?
Remember, you'll be on the staircase, Rose.
Okay, I do remember that. I was coming down to talk to Mr. Hudson.
And, Rob, you're outside. I'll be at the French door. Now, Phil, don't forget to check the door and unlock it.
I will.
You know, thinking about it, it could have been Mrs. Hudson. She was hard and always had her way. If Johnny passed her up, I'm sure she could have shot him. He just didn't insult Mrs. Hudson.
All right, Phil, it's time. Now go up to the door.
Hello, Betsy.
I really shouldn't let you in, Mr. Hudson. I told Rose how you come raving in here last night and accusing her of the murder.
Well, I've changed my mind, Betsy.
Well, thank the Lord for that. I thought you was out of your head. What is it this time?
Let's go to the library.
But Mr. Hudson...
There's nothing to be afraid of.
What are you up to?
Betsy, will you listen to me very carefully?
Go on.
I want to see if I can't reconstruct what happened 20 years ago.
What?
Now, I'll be on the sofa cleaning my revolver.
What?
You bring me my medication. Just pretend medicine. A glass of water will do. We'll hear voices.
What? What voices?
We'll see, you and I.
They're coming back to the library.
Maybe.
Oh, you give me a chill.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of. You're a sensible woman. I'll just open the door.
Oh, I hate this room.
Now, you get the medication. Oh, and Betsy, this is important. Think back. Think back 20 years.
20 years?
Mm-hmm. You're suspicious of Johnny and my wife.
Oh, and I think of how they pulled the wool over your eyes.
And think about Rose, pregnant by Johnny.
Oh, that dirty.
Think about all that. It's 5:30. Now, I'm on the sofa. Right? Now, begin.
I pretend to give you the water.
That's right. Now, hand it to me. Then, what did you do?
I took the gun from you. I remember that. You said, put it on the mantle.
Hello, Phil. We're back from our ride.
On the floor. Get on the floor, Mr. Hudson.
Betsy, what are you doing?
Dragging you onto the floor. Johnny, he's dead. You killed him.
Ma, what have you done? I saw it. It was you. You murdered Johnny Marsh. Oh, good Lord.
He tricked me. Mr. Hudson tricked me. I killed Johnny because of you, Rose. As a disgrace. He was rotten. I killed him.
Oh, and you tricked me, too. You told me that Mrs. Hudson had...
I wanted the truth. Now I have it. My mind and soul are clean.
I'll call the police, Dad.
No, Rob. I'm not vindictive. I'll speak to my lawyer in the morning and let him do what is right.
But you have to be cleared, Phil.
I will be. But I'll urge the court to be lenient with Betsy. Now, let's leave this room for the last time. Did you notice anything different about it?
I didn't hear that ghostly gunshot.
It's gone. A gunshot laid to rest.
And so Philip Hudson was vindicated. The evidence against him was circumstantial, and, as we have learned, it was contrived. If he and Johnny Marsh had not been friends, if Mrs. Hudson had not been attracted to Johnny, if, such a big word, if. Earlier, as we set out on our visit to the realm of the macabre, I mentioned destiny. Is life predestined for each of us? Think about it. I'll return shortly. A pebble dropped into a still pond sends out waves. A deed sends out waves of a different kind. What you do affects others, and the interactions begin. When the deed is murder, the effects are great. Mr. Hudson and his son and daughter-in-law suffered a great deal. It's behind them now, but they'll never forget their trial. Our cast included Norman Rose, Don Scardino, Ann Williams, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Mr. Lung's here to wake you up. Besides, it was time for his bottle.
I get the message.
I'll give it to him. I've got it right here.
Why don't you take him back to his room so somebody can get some sleep around here?
Okay, darling.
I was too blindly in love, of course, to see Elaine. It would be a long, long time before my eyes were opened, before I'd understand what a terrible mistake I'd made. Except there was Tom. That was the good part of it. My son. Strange that he was the one who held us together through the years, and that in the end it should be because of him that I was ready to murder my wife.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time,
Pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What is death? When the heart stops beating? The second the brain ceases to function? The end of the will to live? Or is it the privilege of human nature and life, without it, not worth our taking? Whatever your definition, religious, clinical, psychological, or poetic, no one is a total answer. Nor do we expect to answer it here, only to tell the story of one individual death.
I don't know how you put up with Elaine all these years, Art.
Oh, I guess, Dan, I never knew how to go about getting rid of her.
Well, too bad you didn't ask me in the old days when I had connections. I could have had her taken out for you just like that.
Hey, what are you saying? I didn't mean get rid of her like that.
Why not? She's put you through the mill for years. Take. Me? I'd have killed her long ago.
Our mystery drama, The 1001st Door, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It was John Webster, a famous playwright of Shakespeare's time, who said, "Death hath 1,000 several doors for men to take their exits." Art Hollis, pharmacist, opened one as unexpected as it was strange. This is his story.
All right. Come on, boys. Let's move it on the double. Here, I'll get the doors.
All right. Well, what have you got here, Dr. Pinner?
I don't know, Garvey, but he sure needs the best nurse in the hospital and intensive care. Now, when I picked him up at his house, he was a goner. He was moribund, but on the way back in the ambulance, I got his heart going again. Now, can you get him on a support system?
All right. Now, roll him in. We'll do what we can, Doctor.
Why, he sure picked a lousy time to have a stroke.
Oh, is that what it is?
Let a guess. He's in deep coma.
All right, boys. Now you can get him into bed. There we go. Have you got a name for him?
Yes, a whole dossier. Arthur Hollis, male, right. Caucasian, 48, married, one child, wife Elaine, hysterical, history of arteriosclerosis, one coroner. Right. Okay, boys, just leave him on his back. I want to have a listen. Hey, quick, get me a hypoverdrenolin and rush that equipment, nurse. His heart has stopped again. We're going to have to get him to an oxygen tent.
Yes, Doctor.
Now, you draw some blood so we can get him typed. He may need some whole blood.
Can do, Doctor. No, don't move. I'll take it from the other arm.
His respiration is shallow as hell.
All right, how's his pulse?
Rapid, thready, indistinct. I don't like it.
Now, as soon as I draw this blood... There we go. I'll rush it to the lab. Mm-hmm. Now, let's keep our fingers crossed he's not a rare type.
I bet there must be massive brain damage. Heaven knows how long he was moribund before I arrived. When I walked in, I thought Mr. Art Hollis was a goner. You never saw anyone look deader.
Art Hollis? That's me they're talking about. Dead? I don't feel dead.
feel anything or see. My lips won't move. Dead. Am I dead? Is this the end? Oh, Elaine should be here. Where did it all go? How did it all go? When I remember back how lovely it was in the beginning. In the beginning. In the beginning. Yes, miss? Can I help you?
Oh, I was looking for the druggist, Mr. Hollis.
You're looking at him?
Oh, well, the one I mean is, an older man.
Oh, you mean my father?
Uh-huh.
Well, this is his day off. I'm, kind of minding the store.
Oh, well, see, I was looking for something for a headache, you know.
Oh, you don't have a prescription? You mean just like a plain aspirin?
Well, not exactly. See, it's,
Oh, you mean, just a moment. Something like, this.
Yes, that's just what I want.
Should have been, smarter right away. Anything else?
Well, let's see, you don't have much else but medical kind of things, do you?
That's my father for you. He's kind of old-fashioned in some ways. He thinks a drugstore should be just that, just for drugs, a real pharmacy.
Well, that's pretty old-fashioned. I mean, in 1954.
Well, you know how some old folks are.
Oh, don't I just? Why, they sure want to run your lives, don't they?
They sure do. You live at home?
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait till I move out.
Oh? You getting married or something?
Oh, no, nothing like that. Me and another girl at the office have been talking about getting a place for ourselves. You know. You live home?
Yeah. The old man, he's not feeling so good these days. I couldn't walk out on him or the store here. I mean, it's just me and him.
Oh, your mother died?
Yeah, before the war. Well, how about you?
Oh, my parents are still alive. Were you in the service?
Yep.
I had 2 brothers killed. What outfit were you with?
Oh, medics. See, I was going into pre-med when Korea started up. Kind of blew a crimp in my plans. I was going to be a doctor.
But didn't you still want to be after you got out?
More than anything in my life.
Well, then why didn't you?
Well, Pop was sick, and there was the place here, so I settled for being a pharmacist.
Well, that's still kind of a doctor.
Oh, sure. Say,
yeah?
Well, you know my name. I was wondering if...
Oh, well, mine's Elaine. Elaine Stack. I live right in the neighborhood.
So do I. In back of the store. Well, no, over it, actually. Hey, listen.
Yes?
Being we're so close and all, how about... Oh, darn. I was going to say, maybe we could, date sometime.
Oh, super.
I don't have your address.
Oh, will you take care of your customer? I'll just write it down.
Oh, sure. Here's one of my prescription pads. Oh, here's a pen. Your phone number, too, huh?
Of course.
I was 25 years old. But from the moment I saw her, I could feel my heart beating right in my throat. She was the prettiest girl I'd ever seen. And the nicest. You know, shy, but not too shy. And she looked you right in the eye. And most of all, did she like to have fun. We sure enjoyed a good time.
Hey, you're the most.
So are you, Elaine. Well, you sure lay out the leather.
Oh, just love to break it up, party boy. Whee!
Whee, you cat. Whee! Can't you see it?
Oh, Artie. It's dreamy. It's just dreamy. Oh, look at the stars.
I don't have to, Elaine.
What do you mean?
Well, I've had them in my eyes ever since I met you.
Oh, you say the cutest things. Honest, the darndest things.
Oh, I love you, Elaine.
Oh, Artie. I thought you'd never say it. Oh, boy.
do that again.
Now you pretty near just have to marry me.
Just try and stop me.
Oh, I was only kidding.
Well, I wasn't. That's why I took you out on the water, little fish, to get you hooked. Hooked. Which one of us was it that really got hooked? Oh, I didn't have any doubts then. I couldn't wait till the wedding day. But the stumbling block of all was my own father. I mean, he really knocked me for a loop with a roadblock he wanted to put in our way. He said, it's not that
I've got anything against this girl in particular. It's just any girl.
Why, Pop? Why? I'm 25.
And this is your last chance. Art, I want you to be a doctor.
It's too late.
Just the point. It isn't.
Pop, it means pre-med, medical school, internship. It'd be 6 or 7 years before I could think of getting married.
If she loves you, she'll wait. It's what you wanted all your life. What do you think it did to me when I got sick and you had to give it up? I shouldn't have let you.
Well, what could you do? We couldn't afford any more than we did. You had to have someone at the store.
Why?
Well, because it's more than you can handle.
I'm going to sell it, Art, and then I won't have to handle it. You're going to take the money and go be a doctor.
Oh, great. Fine. And what do you live on in the meantime?
I won't need to. Let's not kid around, Art. We both know I'm going to die. And soon.
No.
Oh, yes. So I am going to sell the store.
Oh, no, you're not. We're all going to need the store to make a living because there'll be 3 mouths to feed when I marry Elaine. Pop never sold the store because he died 3 days later. And 3 months later, I married Elaine. After the honeymoon, Elaine decided not to go back to work. Oh, that was fine with me. I had another job in mind for her. That's when I first began to discover that Elaine had another side. A side I never dreamed existed. What's the matter, honey?
Oh, nothing.
Well, you're not eating a thing. Aren't you hungry?
Sure, I'm hungry. Look at this crummy restaurant.
Oh, you should have stayed home.
Oh, I couldn't have faced cooking another dinner. I'm tired of the kitchen and all the smells. Makes me want to retch.
Hey, how are you feeling in the morning?
Well, how do you expect me to feel when you drag me out of bed at the crack of dawn to make breakfast?
Oh, I am sorry, sweetie. I should have realized it. I'll get my own from now on. Gee, it's finally happened.
What are you going on about, Art?
You know, I mean, you're feeling queasy about food and all that? Hey, you've been to the doctor yet?
Oh, what do I need a doctor? Art, you back at that again. I've told you and told you I don't want any kids. I'm only 22. I want to keep my figure.
The funny thing is, she didn't know it, but she was already carrying Tom. When she found out, well, she was fit to be tied. Well, he came on time, healthy as a horse, and pretty near as big. She blamed me for that, and all the rest of it. He's the only kid we ever had. Maybe just as well. Elaine wasn't much of a mother. And that is the kindest way to put it.
What? Oh, for crying out loud.
That's just what he's doing. Hey there, lover boy.
Now, what'd you have to go and pick him up for?
I didn't want old leather lungs here to wake you up. Besides, it was time for his bottle.
I get the message.
I'll give it to him. I've got it right here.
Look, as long as you're going to feed him, why don't you take him back to his room so somebody can get some sleep around here?
Okay, darling. I was too blindly in love, of course, to see Elaine. It would be a long, long time before my eyes were opened. Before I'd understand what a terrible mistake I'd made. Except there was Tom.
That was the good part of it. My son. Strange that he was the one who held us together through the years, and that in the end it should be because of him that I was ready to murder my wife.
The systems which science has developed today to support life are myriad and marvelous. Any organ, even a brain, might be kept alive and functioning by artificial means. But the mystery of death is still elusive. Who is to say that after the brain scan has pronounced that gray mass no longer alive, that some portion of the memory may still not function? Bringing us the rest of its story when I return shortly with Act 2. The man lies flat on the hospital bed. The machines to which he is hooked, breathing for him. He is in an oxygen tent. He is being fed intravenously by the slow drip of glucose in one arm, his blood nourished by plasma in the other. There are other tubes, too. Too various to mention. And most important, the insulated wire that leads from him to the plug in the wall. That is his lifeline. If life can be said to exist.
I can feel nothing, hear nothing, see nothing. Yet I can remember who I am. That my name is Art Hollis. And I remember how I came to be here. Elaine. Oh, Elaine, whatever became of the girl I loved, fresh, young, slim, and shy. How can I recognize her after 6 years of marriage? I come home for lunch and the breakfast dishes are still dirty in the sink. She sits reading a fan magazine.
Is lunch ready?
Oh, is it that late? Oh, honey, I forgot. I get to reading and time slips away. Fix yourself a sandwich, huh?
Well, what have you been doing all morning? You're not dressed? You haven't washed the dishes? Elaine, where's Tom? Well, didn't you fetch him from school?
Oh, take it easy. I didn't have to.
Well, you're not letting a first grader walk home alone.
No, he's with Jose over at the Ramirez's for lunch.
Well, that's the third time this week.
Oh, well, Dolores has so many kids she doesn't even notice another one.
I asked you not to let him go over there anymore.
What's the matter, Art? They're not good enough for you?
No, it's nothing to do with that, and you know it.
He and Jose are amigos.
So fine. Let Jose come over here and have lunch. The Ramirez's are on welfare, Elaine. They can't afford extra mouths to feed. Just because you're too lazy to... I'm sorry.
You better be. You want to know the truth? I wasn't feeling so hot this morning.
Well, if you'd stop loading yourself up on chocolates and cake and sweets and all the junk you eat, you'd feel better. You know, you're starting to put on weight, Elaine.
So what? A woman looks better for a few curves. Anyway, it's mostly because I never get out. You never take me anywheres anymore.
Well, if Dad's gone, there's only me and Dan, the part-time help to run the store. And I have to be there to handle prescriptions.
Well, hire another pharmacist.
Well, the way business is, I can't afford it.
Oh, come on. Don't give me that. You got a savings account. I saw the book.
That money can't be touched.
Why not? You can't take it with you.
I am saving that money for Tom's college and his med school.
Aren't you a little, previous? The kid is only 6 years old.
No. 2 generations of Hollises blew it, but not the third. By the time Tom is ready, the money's got to be there.
Oh, boy. I'm going crazy locked up in this apartment.
Elaine, look, maybe if you wanted to go back to work again...
I don't expect to work anymore. I'm a married woman.
Well, if you help out in the store and I could save on the part-time...
What for? Blow it all on babysitters? Where are you going?
Down to the store.
What about your lunch?
I'll pick up a coffee Ann at the Kaliza's diner.
Give my regards to Dan. And ask him why he never stops by anymore.
Dan Fenton. My
my one steady employee and about my only friend. I think he made book on the side of the numbers. I couldn't figure out any other reason for him to stick around. Couldn't pay that much. When Tom was about 8, he came into the store one evening dressed to kill.
Hey, Art. How's it moving?
Slow, Dan, slow.
I thought you might have closed up.
About 3/4 of an hour still to go.
Brought you some Java.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Look, Art, I'm blowing town for a while.
Oh, yeah? Trouble?
Yeah, no other way. I'm getting my own territory. Now, I do a good job. I keep my nose clean. I'll be back here in the big time and really in the chips.
Look, Dan, I like you. I consider myself a friend. Maybe I kind of blinked at what you were up to, but, hey, don't get mixed up with the hard guys any deeper, huh?
Art, you let me fly my kite, huh? Now, look, you'll need a new boy. I could send you a good guy.
No, I don't want any more of that in my store. I'll find my own man.
Oh, Art, wake up. Now, either who you get runs it, or they cross the street and give Jackman a business. Now, he'd jump at it.
Oh, let him. I don't go for that kind of stuff. I never should have let you get away with it, but we were...
buddies, right?
Yeah, right. Well, I'll miss you.
Me too.
Hey, you got time to drop up and say so long to Elaine? She talks about you all the time.
Yeah. All right, I want to say something.
Well, go ahead, anything.
Do yourself a favor. Get rid of her. She's an anchor around your neck. She's going to end up destroying you.
I'm sorry you said that, Dan. Let's drop it right there, okay? Because that's my wife you're talking about. My wife. I stick with her because she was the boy's mother. People grow used to one another anyway, so all those years went rolling by. And Dan was right. The book and the numbers moved across the street, and Jackman's flourished, and only the prescription business kept me alive. Then Elaine got hypertension. She was in and out of the hospital, and the bills ate into the nest egg. Till finally, Tom was getting to the last year of college, and there was no money for medical school. And everything blew up when I had the heart attack.
Hi, Dad.
Hello, Tom.
Did I wake you?
No, I was just lying here with my eyes closed, thinking. Oh, what are you doing down here from college?
Come on, Pop. I wanted to see you.
Oh, but not like this. Anyway, you shouldn't be away from your studies.
Somebody's got to mind the store. I hired a pharmacist till you're back on your feet.
Well, then you don't have to be here. I want you back where you belong.
No way. I'm forgetting college, Pop.
Forgetting college?
Now, don't blow a fuse. There's no point in my going back. I can't go on to medical school anyway, the way things are.
Well, what do you mean, the way things are?
Well, please, don't get excited. It's no big deal. There's no dough, so what? Not all that sure that I'd have made such a hot sawbones anyway.
Tom, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to yourself.
Pop, I'm only doing what has to be done. It'll work out.
No, Tom. Look, all my life I dreamed this for you. Dr. Thomas Hollis.
I know, Pop, I know.
We'll work it out. I'll borrow money somewhere.
Where? Mother told me you're in hock up to your neck already.
I'll sell the store.
Like your father wanted to do for you. You know that makes no sense.
I've been lying here thinking. I could go to Luther's shack and...
My grandfather? Mother's father? Over my dead body. That old fat fraud and his frumpy wife have had the nerve to look down on you ever since my mother married beneath her. The way they see it, I wouldn't touch a penny of it. He wouldn't lend it to you anyway. He wouldn't even give you the time of day.
He gave us something better. 1 month later, he gave his life, along with his wife, in a plane crash. He was insured to the hilt, and Elaine was his sole heir. By that time, I'd gotten out of the hospital and was starting back to work. I'd persuaded Tom to go back to college to finish the term. Elaine had hysterics. By the time she pulled herself together, it was near the end of the term, and I had to have a talk with her. All I'm asking is that you do something to guarantee a loan.
All you're asking me to do is guarantee a loan?
Yes.
Have you any idea what it would cost to make that boy a doctor?
Yes, about $20,000.
And you want that from me?
I just want you to guarantee...
How could I guarantee a loan you couldn't pay?
Oh, damn it, Elaine. He's your son, too.
Tom's young and he's strong enough to take care of himself. I'm a sick woman. I gotta think of myself. You had your nest egg all these years. Well, now I'm going to have mine.
I might remind you, my nest egg, which was for our son, mostly went out the window to pay for your doctors.
That's right. Throw it up to me. Can I help it if I'm not a well woman?
Well, if you'd lay off the rich food and the booze and the pills you don't need...
The doctors had to prescribe the tranquilizers.
I'm not talking about those. I mean the ones that you hook out of the dispensary when my back is turned.
So now I'm a thief. Oh, I don't know why I didn't get rid of you when I had my chance.
I can't tell you how many times I've asked myself the same question. A few days later, Dan turned up out of the blue.
Well, $5 is the best I can do, Dan. And that's only for old time's sake.
Well, it's better than a kick in the pants. Thanks, Art.
You're, not on the lam.
No. I just blew it. And other things along the line.
Say, look, my helper's leaving. You want to come back here? Can't pay much, but...
Art, old buddy, pay something, and it looks like a mint the way things have been for me.
I'll tell you what. At least till you get set and Tom's still up at college, you could have his room.
Yeah? I'm going to take you up on that, Art. You better be sure.
Sure. Hey, listen, just having a friend around again is going to save my life.
Dan moved in, and it was something to have a friend around again. I guess it got to me, and one night when Elaine was out to the flicks with some girlfriend, over a glass of beer, all the pressure suddenly blew out. And I guess I kind of cried on Dan's shoulder.
I've seen it for myself, Art. I don't know how you put up with her all these years.
I guess I just never knew how to go about getting rid of her.
Well, too bad you didn't ask me in the old days when I had the connections. I could have had her taken out for you. Easy as that.
Hey, what are you saying?
No, nothing, pal, nothing. Just what you ought to be thinking. She's put you through the mill for years. Take. Oh, I'd have had her killed a long time ago.
Don't think it hasn't crossed my mind at times.
And why didn't you do it?
What? You must be kidding.
No, I'm not. You got every drug you need to do it and to know how to use it. With her gone, you get the money and everything. It's great. Now, if it was me, I wouldn't hold back for 1 minute.
Art Hollis gazes at his friend Dan Fenton in horror. A man talking as casually of murder as if it were an ordinary business deal. In Dan's world, maybe. But that isn't why Art is so horrified. What has shaken him is to realize that he is actually considering the proposal and wondering if he could get away with it. I shall return shortly with Act 3. The taking of one human being's life by another, under any code or philosophy, is not to be condoned. But are there extenuating circumstances, as in war, for example, or in self-defense, or in the heat of passion? Perhaps. Each individual must judge for himself. But cold-bloodedly, with premeditation, the method of the poisoner. Surely, there's no excuse for that. I don't pretend to take any side. You've heard Art Hollis's story up to now. Are there any extenuating circumstances as he plans to murder his wife, Elaine?
Stop putting me on, will you, Dan?
I am not putting you on. Now, I'd knock her off for you if I knew how to get away with it.
Oh, thanks a lot, pal, but drop it.
Fat, lazy, penny-pinching dame. I know what she's put you through all these years. Selling out her own son, when she's rolling it. What'd you say that insurance was written for?
Top figure. $300,000 apiece.
Oh, holy mackerel. And Elaine was the sole heir?
That's right.
Boy. You know how I'd do it if I was you?
Do what?
Get rid of her. Look, she's got these big black and brown capsules. What do you call them?
Oh, they're tranquilizers.
Right. And she swallows one or two of them every night before going to bed, huh?
Yeah.
And she also told me she takes a sleeping pill. It's another big gelatin capsule, right?
That's right.
Yeah, well, I take a bunch of capsules just like them, and I load them with whatever would do the job. Then I put the same amount of each of them in 2 bottles just like she has, and switch them one night before bedtime. Now, after she swallowed the pills you fixed, and they knocked her out, then I'd switch back to the original bottles, flush the rest of the poison pills down, and put the bottles back in the dispensary. I'd go out for the evening with a pal, like me. We'd tie one on, and late that night, after we were sure it was all over, we'd come back and we'd find her. Together. Kaput. Too bad.
Uh-huh. And what would you put in these capsules?
That's what you figure out, old buddy. Plus the fact you got access to the drugs. Could you get away with it? What about the autopsy?
If you waited long enough, it'd be pretty well dispersed through the tissues. With a history of hypertension like hers, or, say, coronary disease like me, death wouldn't be too surprising.
Like you say, Art. In your case, it might look suspicious because you don't pop pills. But in her case, it's par for the course.
Now, in my case, with my hardening of the arteries, most any doc would write me off as a stroke or maybe congestive heart failure.
Of course, there wouldn't be any motive for killing you. What would anyone have to gain?
Yeah, that's the truth. But the way you laid it out, I don't see much risk for me killing her.
You know what? I bet you could get away with it.
It's one thing to talk about a thing like that. Most people wouldn't even get that far, but even with all the provocation, all the lousy years, the dirt, the way she treated Tom, the hysterics, still, I wouldn't have done anything about it if it hadn't been for the way I found Elaine when I came home that night. Hi, Elaine. I'm home.
Oh, did you have to wake me up to tell me?
Oh, I'm sorry. The light was on.
Oh, I must have fell asleep.
Well, I won't be long. I am so tired, Hey. What are all those?
What?
The bags there.
Oh, that's my new luggage.
Oh? You going on a trip or something?
Yeah, to Mexico.
When?
Day after tomorrow.
You never told me.
I just made up my mind.
Look, Elaine, if you can afford a trip and luggage and all, won't you reconsider about Tom?
No. Don't come crawling around with your hand out. I told you, he's of age. Let him stand on his own 2 feet.
You're talking about your son.
Well, I never asked for him. I never wanted no kids. You take him. He's your son. He don't like me anyway.
What chance did you ever give him?
I'm not going to argue. I just want to get to sleep.
What are you going to Mexico for?
To get rid of you.
Huh?
I'm going to get you off my back. The way I should have done years ago. I'm going to get me a divorce.
What for?
I got me a fella. A real live one.
You've got to be kidding.
You'll find out this Saturday when I'm gone. Now, you go to sleep on the couch till I get out of your life for good.
Something snapped in me right then. And I thought, all right, if that's how you want it, only you won't have to wait till Saturday. I'll arrange it for you before that. The following night, I had my chance. Elaine went off late in the afternoon for a permanent, a Wednesday. All the shops in our neighborhood took the afternoon off on Wednesday. I closed early, too, about 5 o'clock. And Dan and me went up to get things ready. Oh, just the way we planned it. Only, what happened? What went wrong? I remember I was with Dan in the apartment, and we were having a drink.
Your switch bottle's okay?
Yes.
Got the others?
In my pocket.
So, here. Now drink up.
Oh, what is it?
It's ouzo. It's Greek. Strong. Just what you need. Come on, drink it up.
Oh. Ooh. That is strong. Funny taste.
Well, get the rest of it down. You get used to it. Here. I'll drink with you. Over the river.
Ooh, wow. That makes me a little woozy.
Look, I'll take care of you. Now, we're supposed to be out on the town for the night anyway, so sit down and I'll take care of you.
Dan,
Hey. Don't back out now.
Oh, yeah, that stuff's pretty good. It calms me down.
Yeah, sure. Hey, wait a minute. I'll pour some more from the bottle.
Dan?
Yeah?
I don't think I can go through with it.
Oh, sure you can, all right? Now, sure you got it. What you think of Tom, huh? Anyway, it's as good as done now. Here, drink.
Just knowing that Tom is going to make it, that we're finally going to have a doctor in the family, makes it all worthwhile. I wouldn't mind dying this moment. The last thing I remember is sitting in that chair and feeling sleepy. So sleepy. And now where am I? I can't move, but somewhere I thought I heard people saying, he's dead. Dead. How could I be dead? It isn't supposed to be me. It's supposed to be Elaine. I won't die. I won't die until I... Wait. I hear voices. Listen. Try to listen.
I'm afraid you won't get any reaction from your father, Mr. Hollis.
I'm prepared. Could we, be alone together? Just a minute.
Well, don't touch anything.
No, I won't.
Very well. Oh, you know your mother and another gentleman are on the way up.
I'll let them in when I leave. I'd like a moment alone.
I understand. I'll leave you now.
I don't know what happened, Pop. I hope nothing I said upset you. I mean, I'm going to come back to you to tell you that I got a government loan, and come hell or high water, I'm going through med school and I'll come out a doctor. And I'll be a good one. For you and for Grandpop. I just wish I'd said all this in time. I talked to the doctors. I know there's too much brain damage, but I wish I had the guts to pull out the plug so you could die right. But that would be no way for a guy who planned to be a doctor to start out. I love you, Pop. Goodbye. go in, Mother. There's no way you can hurt him now.
Tom,
I'm sorry, Mr. Fenton. I don't feel like talking.
What we have to come in here for, Dan? It gives me the creeps.
Oh, we have got to keep up appearances, Elaine.
Yeah, I guess. He looks dead enough, don't he?
Well, he isn't. Until he's legally dead, you're still married to him. And that means that you and I can't get married.
Well, what's your hurry?
Well, that's what you wanted, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm a big girl now. Maybe I don't have to get married.
Hey, you want me to walk out on you?
That's all you want, isn't it? That's all you ever wanted. The money. It wasn't me, like you said.
You keep your voice down.
Dan, you're hurting me.
I don't like to hurt someone stuck in a legal bind like this.
I don't understand what happened. I thought he told you the stuff couldn't fail.
Sure he did. He swore half the dose he made for you would kill him, and I gave him twice as much. I switched 4 of your pills for ones that he made up. I even gave him a Mickey and the Uzu to make sure.
How long is it going to take them to die?
Oh, he could be dead in a minute just by yanking that plug out.
Go ahead.
Well, you go ahead. We don't dare risk it. The cops have an eye on you already.
On me?
I got a big fat notion old Art is lying there laughing his head off at us. That he knows he's got us stuck. But good. It's going to be a long wait for the both of us.
I should have known. Elaine always went for Dan, and Dan, he'd do anything for money. Real cute guy, conning me into mixing my own murder potion. Only for some reason, it didn't work. It's warm here, and peaceful, and I can rest a long, long rest to make up for 20 bad years, while Elaine and Dan claw themselves to pieces longing for what they each want so bad and can't have. I think I'll just lie back and relax and hope that God will take me in his own good time.
Another doorway to death. One more to add to Mr. John Webster's 1,000 several ways. A doorway leading to a long, dark road with no signpost to mark the end. A man lies moribund and still, kept alive by the miracles of modern science. Not ready yet for the final embrace of death as God moves in mysterious ways his wonders to perform. I shall return shortly. You may remember the case. It was featured in many newspapers because it was over 2 years before Art Hollis's heart stumbled and at last failed. As for Elaine and Dan, they were arrested and finally convicted. Our cast included Russell Horton, Carol Teitel, Earl Hammond, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Oh, not just a moment. That beach stretches for a mile in either direction without so much as a piece of driftwood to hide behind. Yet, you say it was less than a minute between the time he disappeared over the dune and you reached the spot where he'd been standing.
Well, it may have been a little more than a minute.
A spot from which you could survey the entire length of the beach. Now, where else could he have gotten to in that period of time? 4:37, the time of his disappearance, the ocean was at high tide, a mere 40 yards from the dune. The surf was up, making visibility difficult.
No, Edgar would not have killed himself.
Forgive me, Mrs. Pennington, but how can you be so sure?
Because he loved me.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant
dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Lovers and madmen have such seething brains, such shaping fantasies that apprehend more than cool reason ever comprehends. So spoke the master of the English language, William Shakespeare. People in love do many strange things, but none so strange as the mystery of love itself. A passion that can be neither defined nor analyzed, weighed nor measured. Love's causes can never be known, only its consequences. It is a force so powerful it can move mountains or make time stand still.
Alice, I'm so desperately happy.
Oh, Edgar, why do you say desperately?
Well, I don't know. Because I'm afraid, I guess.
Darling, surely you don't doubt my love.
I'm trying not to, believe me, but it's all so perfect now. Can it really stay this way forever?
Our mystery drama, Hope Springs Eternal, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Court Benson and Ann Williams. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Moderation in all things, counseled the wise Aristotle. Certainly grief and pain in the extreme are to be avoided at all costs. But what of happiness? If asked, we would probably say that nothing could be better than perfect bliss. Yet why, then, do we so often cripple our own best hopes with doubts or jealousy and realize what we have done only when it's too late? This is a story of love, and it begins, of all places, in the dusty archives of a small New England fishing village.
My name is Alistair Hodge. I'm a professor of history with a special interest in folklore, which is to say the legends and superstitions of ordinary people, which is to say people like you and me. Recently, I spent some time in a small seacoast town north of Boston, poring over old diaries, family records, and so forth. I'd come upon nothing unusual until on the final day of my stay there, or what was to have been my final day.
Sorry, Mr. Hodge, but it's closing time.
Oh, thank you, Reuben. Come to release me from my labors for another day, huh?
That's my job.
What's the weather been like today?
You haven't looked out the window since this morning?
Oh, once I become absorbed in these old documents, I lose all sense of time. I guess you'd call it a labor of love. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong?
No.
Well, we all have our abiding passions. Mine is folklore. I'd gladly plow through an entire library just to turn up one new folk remedy for a snake bite or one old wives' tale.
Is that so difficult?
Well, it is indeed when you've read as much as I have. But there's a kind of faith that keeps me going. A faith that, well, someday I'll stumble across something truly astonishing. This hope, it makes you happy?
Well, I suppose an analyst would say my work is just a substitute for human companionship.
You're not married, eh?
Well, there was a woman who loved me once, or said she did. I found it difficult to believe. I don't know why. In any case, she eventually married someone else. But that was a long time ago, and it doesn't matter now.
Doesn't it?
Now, Reuben, don't tell me you're a sentimentalist.
No, I believe in nothing you can't put between two slices of bread. More's the pity. I'll see you tomorrow morning as usual.
No, I believe I'm finished. Unless there's something you haven't shown me.
No. Well, I'll just let you out.
Reuben, aren't you going to answer the phone?
What? Yes. Hello? Oh, hello, Miss Pennington. No, I haven't seen him. Yes, everything's ready. Just as you ordered. Yep. Goodbye. I'll just let you out, Miss Hodge.
Reuben, was that the same woman who called you yesterday?
Oh, I suppose.
And the day before? In fact, every day for the past 2 weeks?
Much longer than 2 weeks, Mr. Hodge.
Always at precisely 5 o'clock. And always you seem to have precisely the same conversation.
Do we? I don't know.
Might I be so bold as to inquire...
It's a private matter, Mr. Hodge.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive my curiosity.
Well, that's your job.
My abiding passion. Well, goodbye, Reuben, and thank you for your cooperation.
Mr. Hodge, Professor, do you believe in the supernatural?
The supernatural? What an odd question.
Well, you devoted your life to it.
Oh, I see. No, Reuben, I don't. We simply use the supernatural to explain those things for which no rational cause has yet been found.
But how can we be so sure what's true and what isn't?
Well, you see, the one thing Western man cannot abide is mystery. We'll go to any length to comfort ourselves with explanations, even so far as self-deception.
Do you really think it's that simple?
Well, we can only believe in what we experience with the 5 senses.
Yeah. What about what we experience with the heart?
What? Reuben, you are a sentimentalist.
Don't laugh, Mr. Hodge. I've got to tell someone.
Tell me what?
You say it's difficult to find anything new in your researches. And if you promise me not to put this in one of your books, I can tell you the most remarkable story you've ever heard.
What good's a remarkable tale if it can't be published?
You'll understand when I've told you.
Good morning, Reuben.
Morning, Mr. Hodge.
Well, I can certainly see what the weather's like today. I think there's going to be a storm.
Yeah, just like that day so many years ago when it all began.
Oh, yes, the story. But why did you insist we meet here on the beach? Surely you didn't think I'd have a tape recorder in my pocket, did you?
I wanted you to see the house.
You mean that mansion over there beyond the dunes?
Yeah, it was built in 1692.
Looks deserted.
The last people to live there were the Penningtons, Edgar and Alice Pennington. They were a young couple, wealthy, from Boston. They were newlyweds, hadn't been married more than 2 weeks, and I'd never seen a more devoted couple, despite Mr. Pennington's fears.
Fears?
He was a man struggling to find faith, Mr. Hodge. Faith and hope.
You sound as if you knew them well.
I was a servant in the house. It was 1942, during the war.
Edgar, good afternoon, dear.
Oh, hello, darling.
Looks like we're in for quite a storm.
A real nor'easter.
Do they really use that expression here?
Oh, yes.
I thought it was only in books. Oh, Edgar, I think this little village is the most enchanting place on earth.
Do you really?
This old house. Oh, what a lovely place for a honeymoon.
You really like it here?
Oh, yes. Now, come. You told me this morning you had a surprise for me. What is it?
You do like this place, then? The village, the ocean?
I could wish for better weather.
Oh.
The storm will pass.
Yes. Yes, like everything else.
Edgar, what's the matter?
Oh, I don't know. These thoughts keep going through my head.
Thoughts?
Doubts.
Oh, darling, about what?
About everything. The war, the future, us.
Us? But that's silly. Why? Everything is so perfect. We're married at last until death do us part.
Yes, I know. I should be happy, but I can't help it. The happier I am, the more I feel a kind of dread.
Oh, dear.
I know it's silly.
But whatever is there to be afraid of?
That it won't last. That it can't last.
But why not?
Well, why should it? Nothing else does. Nothing else ever has.
Is it because your own parents were so terribly miserable?
They started out life together so happy. Just like us.
Oh, darling. What can I do to reassure you? There's never been anyone else but you.
So, how can you be so sure I'm really the right person for you?
Edgar, if you don't stop this, I'll begin to tease you.
No, please. I need you, Alice.
I know. I'll ring for that young man you've hired. What's his name?
Reuben.
Reuben. I'll have him lay the fire and bring us our tea. And then you can tell me your surprise.
No, let's take our walk first on the beach.
Today? With that storm coming up.
I need something to relieve this pressure on my heart. Maybe the wind and the rain.
Well, that's what it is, the weather. It's this miserable day that's got you so depressed.
No, it's not that.
Well, it depresses me. Oh, I suppose I'll always be a city girl at heart.
Do you mean that, Alice?
It doesn't matter. We'll be back in Boston in a few days. But come, tell me your surprise.
Well, I bought this house.
Bought it?
Yes, you were so ecstatic when we arrived. I thought you liked it.
Oh yes, I do. I mean, it is quaint in a rather overwhelming kind of way. So old.
You see? It's beginning already. The disintegration.
Oh, darling, now don't be silly. I'm sure I can get used to it.
You shouldn't have to get used to anything.
But nothing's perfect. Except our love.
Oh, Alice, if you really meant that.
I do, Edgar. Please, come. We'll go for a walk if that's what you want. Storm or no storm.
Oh, I hope you're right, dear. But it's just a mood. But I've had these doubts all my life.
Then I'll help you to change.
If only you could. But how?
By loving you. By having faith in you and teaching you to have faith in me and hope in our wonderful future together.
Oh, my darling. I'm so happy. I must get out. Away from this house. I feel like throwing myself into the surf and letting it dash me against the rocks.
Dearest, let me just give Reuben orders to have things ready when we return.
I'll wait for you on the dunes.
Well, please, stay where I can see you.
Yes.
You are all right, aren't you, Edgar?
What? Oh, yes, of course. Alice, you will help me. You won't lose patience with me, no matter what happens.
Oh, but what could possibly happen, Edgar? We're man and wife now. Where you go, I go. It's as if we occupied the same space.
That's what I want to believe more than anything else in the world.
You will, dear. In time.
You rang, ma'am?
Oh, Reuben, yes.
Well, what did you want, ma'am?
What? Oh, would you see that the fire is lit and that the tea service is ready for us when we return?
It's a bad day for a walk.
I know, but Edgar, Mr. Pennington isn't feeling well. He thought the store might distract him.
He's just nervous. Newlyweds always are.
Look at him, standing there on the dunes, outlined against that terrible sky. Oh, there's a torment in his soul as fierce as those clouds. Sometimes I feel like I don't know him at all. If only I could be certain he really loved me.
I think he does, ma'am.
Do you?
Edgar! Oh, Edgar! Oh, wait for me! Oh, don't go down onto the beach. Edgar! Oh, he's out of sight.
Oh, well, I'll see him as soon as I get to the top of the dune.
Edgar! Edgar! He's gone!
Were Edgar's doubts fatal after all, in spite of Alice's reassurances? The poet says the course of true love never did run smooth. But how true can a love be that gives up so easily? Well, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Anyone can be tormented by doubts and fear for the worst. Often it is only by a kind of blind faith that we keep going at all. And when the situation's darkest, that's when this faith comes in most handy.
That's exactly how it happened, Constable. When I reached the crest of the dune, Edgar had vanished.
Men don't just vanish into thin air, Mrs. Pennington. Is there any reason why he might have wanted to leave you?
You mean abandon me? Oh, we've only been married 2 weeks. I mean, Edgar was a moody person.
How do you mean?
He was afraid it wouldn't last.
What wouldn't last?
Our love. It was as if he had difficulty believing we could be happy. He was tormented by doubt.
Well, that does raise another possibility, Mrs. Pennington.
What do you mean?
That your husband took his own life.
How dare...
Not just a moment. That beach stretches for a mile in either direction without so much as a piece of driftwood to hide behind. Yet you say it was less than a minute between the time he disappeared over the dune and you reached the spot where he'd been standing.
Well, it may have been a little more than a minute.
A spot from which you could survey the entire length of the beach. Now, where else could he have gotten to in that period of time? 4:37, the time of his disappearance, the ocean was at high tide, a mere 40 yards from the dune. The surf was up, making visibility difficult.
No, Edgar would not have killed himself.
Forgive me, Mrs. Pennington, but how can you be so sure?
Because he loved me. He wouldn't do that to me.
Oh, yet you did say he's been moody, restless.
I didn't say restless. You're putting words into my mouth.
Mrs. Pennington, did you know that Edgar's father committed suicide?
What? Oh, no, I didn't. Edgar never told me that. But anyway, what of it? I mean, suicide isn't hereditary.
No, but insanity is.
What?
Edgar's father was certifiably insane at the time he took his own life.
How do you know all this?
I knew the whole family, Mrs. Pennington. They used to come here on holiday.
Here?
In fact, they used to rent this very house.
They did?
Now, Reuben Thompson tells me not 3 days ago, Edgar bought the place. Is that true?
Yes.
A strange act for a man trying to escape from his past, wouldn't you say?
Edgar did not commit suicide. And he will be back.
You seem very certain of that, Mrs. Pennington.
There was a perfect love between us.
Was her faith justified? Did Edgar turn up?
Not in those next few days. I stayed with her. That is, someone had to, you understand. She was beside herself with grief. A few people had died in the storm. Their bodies washed ashore here and there. I went to see them all, but none of them was Edgar.
Well, of course, some bodies are never found.
Some bodies, that's true. Things went from bad to worse. Mrs. Pennington's hysteria ebbed, and she began to slip into a kind of indifference. But she refused to let me call a doctor. She didn't want others interfering. She insisted this was something between her and Edgar. I don't know what would have happened if she hadn't received a visit from that man.
What man? Mrs. Pennington?
Yes.
I'm Captain Reynard. I'm with United States Intelligence Operations.
Yes?
Constable Jonathan Barnes reported your husband's disappearance to us.
He had no right to do that.
This is wartime, ma'am. Something like this cannot go uninvestigated.
Something like what?
May I come in?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Oh, please have a seat, Captain.
You seem remarkably composed.
I'm very tired. One does need to take a rest, even from one's grief. But, do you have some news for me?
I have some questions I'd like to ask you.
Oh, well, by all means.
Are you aware that there are German U-boats patrolling the waters off our coast?
I know it's not very patriotic of me, Captain, but...
But what?
I've been so distraught by my own private grief that I've quite lost interest in the war. I really don't care who wins.
Oh? Did your husband share your sentiments?
Edgar was intensely patriotic. It bothered him immensely that he wasn't fit for active duty.
Not active duty, perhaps?
Because of a bad leg. He'd taken a fall from a polo pony. What do you mean?
Mean?
You said not active duty.
How much did you know about your husband's work?
Oh, I have no head for business, Captain Reynard.
Did you know he was working for civil defense?
Yes, but that was only part-time.
And did you know that he had clearance, top security clearance?
No. Well, of course, he never talked about it. He was very scrupulous, very patriotic. I told you.
Patriotic, yes, but to which side?
What?
We've run a rather thorough check on your husband, Mrs. Pennington, and there is strong evidence which suggests he may have been a German agent.
A German agent? Oh, that's impossible.
Just how well did you know your husband, Mrs. Pennington?
What do you mean?
Well, you'd only been married for 2 weeks at the time of his disappearance, and you'd met him only 3 months before that.
It was love at first sight.
Hardly a sound, factual basis for a marriage. Constable Barnes said you told him your husband had been moody.
That had only to do with us. He worried about the future.
I'm sure he did.
Our future. More than anything else, I was determined to persuade him that he didn't have to worry anymore. He was going to be happy. We were both going to be happy. And I know I would have succeeded.
I'm sure you would have, Mrs. Pennington. Did you know that on the evening of his disappearance, our sonar detected a U-boat less than a mile off this very beach?
What?
Did you know that your husband had access to the plans for our entire coastal defense?
No.
And that there was a leak in the Civil Defense Bureau where he worked?
No. No, I didn't know any of those things, Captain Reynard. I only knew that Edgar loved me and that he was trying desperately to trust in his life.
Please, Mrs. Pennington. I'm sorry. I see I was wrong. But perhaps it does set your mind at rest to know that there is a possible explanation for his disappearance.
Well, Edgar has not disappeared.
What did you say?
I mean, he isn't gone. I can feel him here with me right now as if he were in the room at this very moment, trying to speak to me, and I can't hear him.
I'm sorry I disturbed you, Mrs. Pennington. If you'll excuse me, I should leave.
Yes, it's nearly 5. Time to lay the fire and prepare our afternoon tea. Reuben.
Ma'am?
Please show this gentleman to the door.
Still, Mrs. Pennington, it should be some comfort to realize that when the war is over, your husband might return or send for you.
How little that man knows about love. Oh, Reuben. Dear Reuben, I don't know what to think anymore. Sometimes I feel as if I never really knew Edgar at all. Everyone is trying to take him away from me. Well, I won't let them. I won't let them do that. Reuben, you may bring us our tea.
And did Edgar return after the war?
Would I be going now to lay the fire and set out the tea if he had?
You mean that for all these years...
Every day.
And every evening?
She telephones to see if he's returned.
I've heard about the power of love, but never anything like this.
Not love, Mr. Hodge. Hope. Mrs. Pennington?
Yes, Reuben.
It's time for dinner now. Aren't you going to come down?
Just a few more minutes.
Well, it's gotten dark.
I can still see.
You've spent every waking hour up here on the Widow's Walk for the last 6 months. Surely if Mr. Pennington were going to return...
He will return, Reuben. I've told you that.
It's not summer anymore. Looking at that sky, I'd say we're just about due for the first storm of winter.
Nevertheless, I'll keep my vigil here just as the wives of the fishermen used to watch for their men at sea.
Finally, though, her grief got the better of her. Her faith's never wavered, not from that day to this. But she could no longer bear to remain in that house with its brief memories and unfulfilled dreams. She left that winter and moved back to Boston.
So Mrs. Pennington never regained her sanity?
Who said she was insane?
Well, she has you light the fire and set out tea every evening. I'd certainly call that obsessive. You haven't told me which explanation you believe, Reuben. Did Edgar drown himself, or was the captain right about his being a German agent?
I never believed either one of them.
No?
No, not for a minute.
Why not?
Because of Mr. Pennington's game leg. He never could have descended the dune and crossed the 40 yards to the surf in the minute or so it took Mrs. Pennington to come into view.
Alice?
What?
You called her Alice.
I did.
Why?
Well, I guess I was a little in love with her myself then.
Reuben...
I know what you're thinking, Mr. Hodge. That I had something to do with his disappearance. But would I be telling you the story now if I had?
But it's so frustratingly incomplete. A man vanishes without a trace. You've got to have an explanation for that, or it's hardly worth publishing.
You gave me your word, Mr. Hodge, that you'd not publish this.
So I did, and I'll keep it. You've ruled out suicide and wartime intrigue. What's left? In fact, how can he have disappeared, period? A crippled man on an open beach.
That's just it, Mr. Hodge. He never disappeared at all.
There's a little of the madman and a little of the lover in each of us, goes an old Spanish proverb. Which of these ingredients is it that has motivated Alice Pennington's vigil for 35 years? Perhaps it's a mixture of both. Or perhaps there is really no distinction. We'll find out, we hope, when I return with our final act. Eternal in each of us, for something or someone. Sometimes we'll even deceive ourselves, so great is our longing. But is it really deception? To paraphrase the poet, there is nothing possible or impossible, but desire makes it so.
You say Edgar Pennington never disappeared at all?
He was right here, all the time.
Where?
Here.
But I don't understand. Why did he vanish or whatever? And why did he never make himself known?
Well, as to why it happened, I'm not sure. As to why he didn't make himself known, well, I think he has.
Reuben, just what did happen?
Well, about 3 weeks ago, just a week before you arrived, as a matter of fact, I was repairing the attic roof of the house there against the winter. I was tearing out some old shingles right under the eaves when I discovered a book.
A book?
People must have been through that attic hundreds of times and never discovered it.
It was an old book, then?
It was a diary, Mr. Hodge, kept by one of the daughters of the original owner, Elijah Cuthbert, the man who built the house nearly 3 centuries ago.
Cuthbert?
Naturally, with my interest in our local history, I thought this was quite a find. I forgot about my work and began to read it. It was standard enough fare until I came to the entry for April 11, 1692.
April 11, 1692. There was a skirmish with the Mapahasset Indians on the 7th of April of that year, but I don't recollect anything significant happening on the 11th.
It was April 11th that Edgar Pennington disappeared.
Well, yes, but that was 1942.
On that day, the diary records the appearance of a strange man at the house, just about 5 o'clock in the evening.
The time?
He seemed confused by his surroundings and appeared to have no memory of recent events of that time.
But this is impossible.
Fortunately, Prudence, that's the girl who kept the diary, was very observant. She described the stranger's dress in detail. Pants made out of sailcloth, and a thin jacket of shiny, unnatural material never before seen in those parts. In other words, Mr. Hodge, khakis and a windbreaker.
And was that
exactly what Edgar Pennington had been wearing when he vanished?
You're trying to tell me that somehow Edgar Pennington was transported back through time to the year 1692? But that's science fiction.
I'm telling you what I found. It's a free country. You can draw your own conclusions.
Well, I must say that my first conclusion is that the diary is a fake.
That was mine, too.
The book ought to be examined by experts.
I am an expert, Mr. Hodge.
Well, of course, I didn't mean to imply that...
I've been the curator of the town archives for over 30 years. Laying fires and setting out tea in abandoned houses is only a sideline.
Then I'm sure you can appreciate the necessity for tests.
I've already done them.
For the acid content?
Yeah.
And the paper?
Handmade, 100% rag, watermarks, wire and chain lines, all there.
And the ink?
Made from iron gall. That diary is absolutely authentic. There's even mold in the leather. That couldn't have been forged.
Oh, so Edgar Pennington was the victim of a time warp, hurtled back through 2.5 centuries.
And probably standing not half a dozen yards from Alice, as she called his name.
Well, what did you do after you found the book?
What do you think? I caught the next train to Boston to see Mrs. Pennington. At last, we had the answer to the mystery of her husband's disappearance. She'd lived like a recluse all these years, alone, miserable. I wanted to set her poor, tormented mind at rest.
Yes?
Mrs. Pennington?
Yes? Who are you?
It's me, Reuben Thompson.
Reuben! Well, forgive me for not recognizing you.
That's okay. I'd have only known you by the name on the door.
Still as blunt as ever. Well, it has been a long time. Please come in.
Yep.
Oh, how surprising. We've talked every evening on the phone for 35 years, and only now does it strike me that in all that time we've never seen each other. Not since the day I left.
Yep. 35 years.
That life is so full of such wonderful surprises and expectations. I was just about to have some tea. Would you,
Mrs. Pennington.
Reuben, why are you here? What's brought you to Boston?
Well,
He's returned? You've seen him?
No, I haven't seen him.
It isn't? Oh, no. Has his body been found?
No, nothing like that. It's, well, you see, I was repairing the attic for the winter.
I'm so relieved. You gave me a start. You know, Edgar was on my mind, as always. I was just reading Browning when you rang. Elizabeth, that is. I will not be accused of feminism, I trust, when I state the fact that she was a much better poet than her husband. The sonnets from the Portuguese. I love thee with the passion put to use in my old grief. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life. And if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death.
That's very pretty.
But, of course, he's not dead.
No. I mean, what I came to...
But do you take cream or lemon?
What?
Reuben, in your tea.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I never drink tea.
Then I shall make the choice for you. Lemon. And some sugar. Oh, how much I look forward to our conversations each evening on the phone.
You do?
Yes, brief as they are. Dear Reuben, you're the only friend I have. Has my silliness become such a terrible imposition?
No, not at all. I've been more than happy to do it.
For 35 years. Surely there were times when you wished yourself free of it all.
Well, it's just a routine, Mrs. Pennington.
Do you know the last thing Edgar did before he disappeared? He was standing at the very crest of the dune. Oh, I do remember it as if it were yesterday. And he turned to watch me as I approached. And he waved, as if beckoning me to follow him. Oh, there was a hurt look in his eyes, as if he were afraid I might not. But at the corners of his mouth were the beginnings of a smile. Brave effort to overcome his fear once and for all and accept our happiness. And that's why I know he's never left me and why I know he'll return. There's so much to look forward to. Oh, forgive me. Here I am prattling on without letting you get a word in edgewise. Now, you came to tell me something.
Yes, I did.
Well, then, what is it? Oh, there's nothing wrong with the house, I hope.
Well, I was up in the attic, you see.
Yes, working on the roof, you told me. And
I found that it's going to require about $50 to repair it.
Is that all? Oh, but you could have written me for the money. You sure there's not something else? You seem upset.
No. Thank you for the tea.
What's that you've got there?
What?
Oh, that book.
Oh, it's just something I picked up in town. An old diary of sorts. Something to read on the train home.
Oh, and I thought maybe you'd brought me a present. Well, Reuben, dear Reuben, goodbye.
Bye.
Reuben, I really am quite mad, you know.
And that was it? You left without telling her?
It wasn't up to me to destroy her hope.
But the truth?
The truth, Mr. Hodge, was that as I sat there, watched her talk, she seemed to grow younger before my very eyes. As if time hadn't passed at all. And if time can stand still for 35 years, why not for 3 centuries?
Are you sure that was the only reason?
What do you mean?
Well, the phone calls.
Well, who knows why we do what we do. Anyway, You see now why the story must not be published.
Of course. At least not in Mrs. Pennington's lifetime. But you haven't finished.
Finished?
The story. The stranger in the diary. Edgar Pennington, or whoever he was. Whatever became of him? Does the diary say?
Well, the Cuthbert family took him in and tried to make him feel as much at home in those familiar, strange surroundings as possible. He remained there for the entire summer. But they saw very little of him, for he spent all his waking hours on the widow's walk.
Like Alice Pennington.
Always preoccupied, as if waiting for something or someone. The diary records a deep sorrow, as if he were suffering an unbearable loss.
The cruel betrayal of fate. Like the betrayals he'd endured all his life.
Or a fulfillment, for they were together in a way.
And then?
One day, he quite abruptly announced his departure for Boston. When the family pressed him for an explanation, he'd say only that the person he was waiting for was no longer there. He left, and they never saw him again, nor even heard further word of him.
And that's the end of the story?
I don't think so. You see, the date of the entry, which records his departure, was November the 9th. That's the same day when, 2.5 centuries later, Mrs. Pennington left the house herself.
And went to Boston.
Forever.
Trick of fate or a fulfillment. Who knows? Perhaps Edgar Pennington would never have been happy in this life. Perhaps he would have lived fitfully, waiting for the disappointment he had experienced so often before. Who are we to say? But what of Reuben's decision not to tell Alice Pennington about the diary? A word on that in a moment. Was Reuben's act of concealment selfless or selfish? He certainly loved Alice Pennington and would wish for her happiness. But what about his own happiness in the expectation of her phone calls each evening? Only one thing seems certain. As long as there is room for hope, can any story be said to have ended unhappily? A final thought on time travel. Is it really only science fiction? I don't know, but I can say this. Compared to the complexities of human motivation, is the idea of time travel really so astonishing? Our cast included Court Benson, Ann Williams, Robert Maxwell, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Hurry up with the money.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to get it all in the bag, but my hands are shaking.
What's that?
What?
The police.
I didn't do anything. I swear I didn't do anything.
All right, come out from behind that counter. Walk out. Come on, move.
But don't shoot, please. Don't shoot.
Let the stick out.
Everybody, shut up. You there. I could have put that bullet into your head. Now, everybody, shut up and don't make me shoot again. No. You. Stand in front of me.
Please.
Just stand right here and don't move.
Please.
Nobody in this place moves an inch. That's right.
Now, drop your weapon. Raise your hands or you can't get away.
Stay out. I'll kill people if you try to come in.
Now, don't be crazy. Nobody's hurt. Not yet. You're not in that much trouble. Now, be smart.
Don't try to rush me. I'm warning you. Don't try.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by X-Lax. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Each of us is a hostage to time and fortune. Our lives are handed over to what appears to be the random chances of an uncertain fate. So often, there seems to be no rhyme or reason for any of it. Or is there a plan? A great and grand master plan, where even the fall of a leaf is strictly scheduled and rigidly accounted for?
I have nothing against you.
Then let me go. Please let me go.
I'm sorry, I can't do that.
But that gun, you're pointing it at me.
I know.
You're going to kill me.
Only if I have to.
I never did anything to you. I don't even know you.
I'm sorry.
Don't kill me, please.
I have to.
Why?
So that everybody will know I'm serious.
Our mystery drama, Case Closed, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. As the preacher says, there's nothing new under the sun. No matter how bad things may be today, someone will always come up with a reminder that things were worse in the past. Consider violence. If you think it's unsafe to walk the city streets today, why, it's a dance around the maypole compared to, say, 150 years ago. All right, now that we've got that in perspective, let us concern ourselves with a gentleman named Chester Allen Jones. Perhaps he is something new under the sun. In the past, crime, as a rule, was committed by criminals. But these days, it seems, all manner of respectable folk seem to be involved in it. Our story begins at 2:47 p.m. Wednesday afternoon, August 27th, according to a police report that is being prepared by Lieutenant Francis Xavier Fitzmaurice.
At which time the perpetrator, later to be identified as Chester Allen Jones, white, male, 43 years of age, did enter the premises of the Farmers and Mercantile Bank and Trust, North Main and 9th, where he approached the teller, Joanna V. Butler, and demanded...
Put all your money in this bag. Don't step on anything, don't push anything, don't try to signal anyone.
No, sir, I won't. I mean, I will not.
Got this revolver pointed straight at your heart.
Yes, I see.
Hurry up with the money.
Yes, sir, I'm trying to get it all in the bag, but my hands are shaking.
What's that?
What?
The police.
I didn't do anything. I swear I didn't do anything.
All right, come on from behind that counter. Walk out. Come on, move.
But don't shoot, please. Don't shoot.
Let us stick out.
Everybody, shut up. You there. I could have put that bullet into your head. Now, everybody, shut up and don't make me shoot again. No. You. Stand in front of me.
Please.
Just stand right here and don't move.
Please.
Nobody in this place moves an inch. That's right.
Now, drop your weapon. Raise your hands or you can't get away.
Stay out. I'll kill people if you try to come in.
Now, don't be crazy. Nobody's hurt. Not yet. You're not in that much trouble. Now, be smart.
Don't try to rush me. I'm warning you. Don't try. You just stay right in front of me. All right, the rest of you clear out. Everybody out of the bank. You heard me. Start walking. All right, I'm allowing these people to leave. Don't try to come in. I still have one of them. You, the fat man there with the hat. Yes, you. Now, you'll be the last one out. That's right. Now, stand there. All right, now you go and close the door behind you. That's right.
What do you want? What are you going to do with me?
Move toward the window.
You're hurting my arm.
Don't fight me. Just go where I tell you.
What do you want?
Pull down the blinds.
The blinds?
I'll kill you if you try anything.
I won't. The blinds. The blinds.
That's right. Just let them drop. Good. Now the shutters.
The shutters.
The steel shutters that cover the windows and the door.
Yes, the shutters.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure. I know where the switch is located.
Drop the shutters.
But I tell you, I don't remember. Oh, I remember. I remember. It's here, by the door, right over here.
Do it.
This bank is about 30 feet by 40. The vault has an opening in the rear. A door left opens on a storeroom. Another door right is to kind of an employee's lounge or the bathroom. The only entrance is through the business office. The lounge does not have any windows. There's no way to get at him, except through the front. And he has the iron shutters down. There's no way he could be picked off. Besides, he has the hostage. At 3:15, an attempt was made to contact him. He opened the door a crack. We spoke through the shutters.
What do you want?
Sooner or later, you'll have to talk to somebody.
I know what you're trying to do.
Really? What am I trying to do?
You're trying to humor me.
Well, why would I want to do that?
You think you're dealing with some common hoodlum?
No, I never said anything like that.
I'm not your ordinary, everyday bank robber.
You're not?
You'd never guess who I am.
I wouldn't.
Never. Not in a million years. Go ahead, guess.
Well,
think of the most unlikely person. Go ahead.
The Duke of Windsor.
Who?
The one who used to be the Prince of Wales. He gave up the throne.
You're not even close. I'm Chester Jones.
Oh. Glad to meet you, Mr. Jones. I'm Lieutenant Francis Xavier Fitzmaurice.
You never heard of me.
Well, now that you mention it, I think your name does ring a chord.
Now, you mustn't do that.
Do what?
Patronize me. There was no way you could ever have heard of me. They took care of that.
They?
They made sure no one would ever know how important I am.
Oh. Well, tell me, how important are you?
All right, I will. Have you ever heard of Trowbridge Industries? Trowbridge. That's always been his secret. You see, keep in the background. Just take the money and smile. Well, I'm chief engineer.
Oh?
We make those... Well, I can't talk about it because it's top secret. Well, you understand, being a police officer.
Absolutely.
Just let me say that what we make is a tiny little bit of a thing. But without it, you couldn't get a fighter plane off the ground.
Is that a fact?
Now, I warned you, don't patronize me.
I am not. Believe me. I am very, very much impressed.
Now, I'm telling you this because I want you to realize that you're not dealing with some run-of-the-mill criminal.
Well, I was sure of that from the very beginning. Now, Jones, you have a young lady there with you.
Yes.
About the young lady.
Look, she is of no importance. She's merely a pawn in the game.
Well, you certainly have no intention of hurting her. You're too good and generous a man for that.
Good and generous, yes. I was always good and generous. That's why I'm a ruined man today. Good and generous no longer.
Well, then why don't you let the young lady go?
Let her go?
She never did you any harm. Why should she suffer?
I never did anyone any harm either. Why do I have to suffer?
Yeah, but surely...
Look, I don't want to talk anymore.
Just another few seconds, Mr. Jones.
I said I don't want to talk anymore.
For the next 3 hours, all efforts to make further contact were unavailing. It was suggested we bring his wife down to talk to him. I decided to talk to her first. Accordingly, I went to see her, 7 p.m.
You can't be serious.
He identified himself as Chester Allen Jones.
Well, there's obviously someone else by that name.
Chief engineer at Trowbridge Industries.
Well, perhaps someone is impersonating him.
Well, the holdup was televised on the special closed-circuit TV, beamed to a banking protective service. Now, look, here's a blow-up from her frame. Is this your husband?
Oh, it's impossible.
Is it true?
Well, it's Chester. It is Chester. Chester? Robbing a bank? Oh, it's ridiculous.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Jones.
How could he do this? I'm going right on down there. I'll make him see reason.
No, I'm afraid that's not possible, Mrs. Jones.
I know how to handle
him. But we can't allow him to become irritated in any way. He has a loaded revolver pointing at a hostage.
How long will you permit this to go on?
As long as it takes.
Oh, this is awful. This is absolutely awful.
I'm sure it is.
How will I ever be able to show my face to my friends again?
We decided not to involve the wife. At 10 p.m., we tried to make contact with Jones again. He refused to talk. This is a bad sign. In all these situations, the perpetrators are anxious to carry on a dialogue. It increases their sense of importance. They're excited by the very idea of negotiations. But how could we figure Jones? Unless we knew what Jones wanted, we would have no clue to him at all.
Are you going to kill me, Mr. Jones?
What?
I asked, are you going to kill me?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I haven't really thought about that. Right now, it's not important.
It's important to me.
Just don't try anything.
What can I try? All I see is the muzzle of that revolver. It's a big black hole, and it's pointing at me. And death can come out of there.
You talk too much.
Well, I'm sorry. But I have to do something. Up till now, I've been scared, terrified. But I can't keep that up forever. The fright goes away, and you're empty. I remember that expression from high school science. Nature abhors a vacuum, so I just fill myself up with talk. Well, don't mind me. It doesn't mean anything.
Nature does not abhor a vacuum.
But it...
Don't contradict me. I'm an engineer.
Yes, sir.
I'm a scientist. I know more about it than you do. That remark was uttered by Spinoza.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
You could tell that he was a philosopher, not a man of science. Nature does not abhor a vacuum.
She doesn't?
Nature is not a she or a he, not even an it. Nature is, that's all. And nature doesn't know, doesn't care, is not involved. Nature is a force that simply acts. Do you understand?
Oh, yes, sir, I understand. Mr. Jones.
What is it now?
Mr. Jones, are you going to kill me?
I already told you I don't know.
At 11:30 p.m., we succeeded in getting Mr. Jones to come to the door and talk with us again. We brought a tray of food and beverages. The plan was to have him let Miss Butler come to the door to pick it up, where we might have an opportunity to grab her and yank her out of there. But he was too smart for that. He made us place the tray on the ground and push it inside. He was constantly using her as a shield. We had no way to get at him. What was worse, we were unable to communicate. Mr. Jones, you can't go on like this indefinitely.
I've been going on indefinitely all my life.
Well, sir.
And so have you. Most people do. We just go on from day to day, living for the moment.
Mr. Jones, let me say to you again what I said to you at the very beginning. So far, nobody got hurt. Nothing too bad can happen to you. Just hand over your gun and walk out with the young lady. You'll wind up with a thing will be, well, you probably won't even go to jail. Mr. Jones, look, I'm not just saying this to get at you, it's the truth. Why don't you make it easy on everybody? Come on out. Mr. Jones, you know I'm right.
I can't do it.
Why not?
I just can't.
Well, why don't you tell us what you want, Mr. Jones? What do you want?
What do I want?
Yes, Mr. Jones. What do you want?
I don't know.
He's got a gun in one hand. The other hand holds a hostage. Half the city police force is arrayed outside against him. People are willing to be reasonable, to discuss it, but it's all for nothing, because he doesn't even know what he wants. Well, I know what I want. I want you to wait just a short while till I return with Act 2. Do not ask for what you want. You'll wish you'd never received it. So, at any rate, advise the philosophers. But what does Chester Allen Jones want? Money, obviously, because he's just been prevented from robbing a bank. But evidently, it goes deeper. How much deeper? That's the problem for Lieutenant Francis Xavier Fitzmaurice.
8 a.m., August 28th, Thursday. Breakfast was delivered to the bank, but Jones was too alert for us to have a chance to get at his hostage. His wife has been of no help to us. We decided to try his employer, Mr. J.R. Trowbridge.
Chester trying to rob a bank and barricading himself inside with a hostage?
That's right, Mr. Trowbridge.
Well, I guess it's worse than I thought.
Oh, what's worse than you thought, sir?
But could that have set him off?
What do you mean, sir?
Well, I'd given him a very bad piece of news in the morning.
How bad?
The worst. He was going to be out of a job.
Oh. In other words, you were going to fire him?
We were all going to be fired.
How's that?
The company was being taken over. It was a bad morning for poor Chester. I guess it was too much for him to take all at one time.
Well, can you describe what happened?
Well, it'd be a hard morning to forget. He got in about, we were 7:30 as usual. Trust him to arrive and be at work long before anyone else. Well, I got in at 9 and I went right to his office.
Oh, what is it, J.R.?
Well, there's at least 100 ways I could go about this.
Go about what?
Well, first, Chester, the board meeting's been called off.
Oh? Why?
Because it would be academic. There's nothing the present board decides would be of any value. We're being taken over.
What do you mean we're being taken over?
We are broke.
Broke? How can J.R. Trowbridge and Company be broke? How can you be broke?
How? Well, that's a hell of a good question.
I wish you'd answer it.
Well, it's a complex question, Chester.
J.R., what happened? I mean, how can this company be broke?
Well, maybe I just don't know how to
we have all those contracts, all this work.
Well, we're not making money on anything.
But why?
You keep asking, Chester, and I keep answering. I guess I just don't know how to run a company.
Oh, come on. J.R. Trowbridge? You know what that name means?
Oh, they'll keep the name. They'll keep the company name, all right. They'll even keep me on as vice president. Not to do anything, just to be visible.
And me?
I couldn't save you, Chester.
But I noticed that you did save yourself.
No, I'm sorry. They don't want you.
And you'd let them get rid of me?
No, now, in the first place, I had nothing to say about it. In the second place, don't you give me a hard time.
You mean you've got a guilty conscience?
Yes, Chester. I do have a guilty conscience. That's been my trouble. When my father died, I should have fired you and all the other old-timers, but my conscience wouldn't let me.
Fire us? We made this company.
Oh, no, Chester. You didn't make this company. You made the old Trowbridge Company. But the world, times, they have passed you by.
You have the best research department in the entire industry.
Yes, I have. There isn't a single problem my research department can't solve, except one. How to make money.
I've been here for 20 years. I came here out of college. To be fired just like that?
Oh, it won't be just like that, Chester. The new people will do an efficiency study in order to determine
I gave everything to this company and to be kicked out.
No, you won't be kicked. When they formally decide to release you, you'll be given 3 months' pay.
Oh, that's very generous.
Yes, it is. Could have been given 2 weeks ago.
Look, J.R., I need the job.
Chester, I tried to explain.
I know you did, but I'm broke.
Broke?
Yes.
But you've been making some very good money. How could you be broke?
Believe me.
Well, you don't live high.
J.R., I need money. I have got to hold on to this job.
Oh, Chester, I'm
flat broke. The best you can say is that you're sorry?
I don't see how you can be flat broke.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Rob a bank?
And you have no idea why he should be broke?
No, none at all.
Is there anyone else who might know?
Well, you might ask his wife.
Well, Mr. Trowbridge, I get the idea she may have contributed to the situation, but wouldn't be of too much help.
Yes, well, I suppose I'd better tell you. Lorna Hodges.
Lorna Hodges?
Yeah, she's a married woman. Chester has been going with her for some time. I know about it because he had to tell someone, you know, and as I understand it, they're very much in love. Maybe she can enlighten you.
August 10th, 10 a.m. Lorna Hodges, or Mrs. Randolph B. Hodges, is a woman of about 40. She lives in the suburbs around Clearview. Small, quiet lady.
He wasn't happy at home. Neither am I. You could say we found each other. We love each other.
He has no money. Why?
She drains him. His wife does. The clothes that woman wears. At a whim, she'll redecorate the house. She buys furniture. She buys art, jewelry.
Well, then there is something that can be turned into money.
Oh, she wouldn't give him a nickel.
Well, still, for a man like him to rob a bank.
Why do you say for a man like him?
Well, he's a respectable, law-abiding, established citizen.
His world came to an end. He's no longer chief engineer at Trowbridge Industries.
All right. But we have an immediate problem. He's locked himself into that bank. He has a hostage. And we have to get her out alive.
Yes. I know.
The problem is, we just can't seem to reach him. I've tried to talk to him, but, I'm just a cop as far as he's concerned. His wife? Well, that would make him worse than ever.
Yes, it would.
His best friend, or his former best friend, was his boss. I don't think he's in any mood for J.R. Trowbridge Jr. now.
I don't think so either.
So, who are we left with?
Well, I don't know.
I know. You.
Me?
Yes. You're in love with each other.
Yes.
He trusts you.
Yes.
Well, then, will you come down to the bank with me and try to talk to him? Mrs. Hodges, will you come down to the bank?
No.
But you're the only one he'll talk to.
I know.
Well, then why won't you come down to...
I can't.
A human life is at stake here.
I understand.
Well, then why...
Do you have to ask why?
Yes.
Because it's over. It's all over now between Chester and me. He'll go to jail or he'll go to an asylum. I suppose you could say I am leaving a sinking ship.
Mrs. Hodges, as long as you brought it up, you know who leaves a sinking ship?
Yes, and they're smart. Is it better to drown?
I'm thinking of a girl who's looking at the muzzle of a revolver. She could die at any minute.
And you want me to die?
Well, why would you...
Maybe the sinking ship was a bad analogy. Perhaps it was. Did you ever hear of sati?
What?
Sati. It's an old-time custom in India. I understand they either got or are getting rid of it. You see, when a man dies, he's cremated, and his wife is cremated with him.
Now, what does that have to do with Jones?
Unofficially. Quietly, secretly, and to all intents and purposes, I am the equivalent of Chester's wife. But now he's dead. Do I have to die with him?
Why would you have to die?
Well, the headline in tomorrow's morning's paper. Mistress of Pratt Robert tries to talk him out of barricaded bank. That is how the media will handle it, won't they?
Well,
Well, what? I'll go up to the door of the bank with what do you call it? A bullhorn. And I'll say, Chester, come out of there. I love you. It's me, Lorna, darling. No, Lieutenant Fitzmaurice. I can't do it. I have 2 teenage children.
Doesn't Chester mean anything to you?
Oh, yes. As recently as yesterday, he meant everything. But he's gone. For me, he's dead now.
And you claim you were in love with him.
Oh, yes. But my life has to go on.
Mrs. Hodges.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
August 28th, 3 p.m. At this point, the siege was just about 24 hours old. We're still nowhere in terms of progress. He still refused to talk to us. We were still unable to find anyone who could talk effectively to him. It was suggested we ask a clergyman, but Jones refused to speak to him. We kept asking and asking. Mr. Jones, tell us, what do you want? What do you want?
What do I want?
Yes. What do you want?
I don't know.
Mr. Jones, what is it you want?
What?
The police keep asking. You keep saying you don't know. I don't believe it. You know what you want.
What are you talking about?
I don't think it's money. I'm not sure you really came in to rob the bank.
Of course I came in to rob the bank. What did it look like?
Well, sure, that's what it looked like. But how much money could you have gotten away with?
I don't know. A great deal, I suppose.
You suppose. You see, you just gave yourself away.
How?
Well, professional robbers know how much is available. They operate in teams. They don't go for a teller who only has a couple of thousand in her drawer. They go for the vault. You just blundered into the bank. I'm not sure you really wanted money.
That shows how much you know about the actual situation. I need a lot of money.
Maybe you do. But that wasn't why you tried to hold up the bank.
You know, you're an excellent example of non-scientific thinking. You refuse to accept basic facts. Number one, we have my need for money. Number two, we find me in a bank committing a robbery. Period.
Problem. It's because you're a scientist, an engineer, that I don't think you meant to rob the bank. If that was your intention, then...
Then what?
Oh, then you'd have planned it better. You'd have used what you'd call the scientific method. You wouldn't just barge in waving a pistol like some juvenile delinquent.
You know, all this is very interesting, but the basic fact still remains. I did come in with a pistol. I did demand money.
That was just the first part of it.
What do you mean by the first part?
Oh, you were just going through certain motions.
Yes? What kind of motions?
I don't know. But your object was to arrive here.
I don't know what you mean by here.
Here. Where we're standing, here in the bank. Where you barricaded yourself in. Where you're holding a hostage. This is where you wanted to be.
I think you're crazy.
I could be. But if money was what you really wanted, why not tell that to the police the next time they talk to you? You know how much money you need, want. Set the figure. Why don't you?
Because.
Why don't you tell them how much money you want?
Because I don't really want any money.
What do you want?
I don't know.
You do. You're afraid to say it. You don't want to come to grips with it just yet, but you know.
Look, I want you to shut up.
All right, but that won't change anything, will it? You know what you want.
Yes, I know.
Finally. But what does he really want? Can you guess? True to tradition, we've left a few clues scattered here and there during these past two acts. It's quite possible you already have the answer. Compare yours with ours when I return with Act 3 in just a few minutes. Who was it that said possession is worth 9 points in the law? Well, there's a law against robbing banks and barricading oneself with hostages. The problem, however, with laws seems to be that their violation and enforcement depends strictly on which side holds the upper hand.
1 a.m. Friday, August 29th. We've been told that the longer a siege like this lasts, the less likely the perpetrator will kill his hostage. But Chester Allen Jones is unlike anybody who's ever been in a spot like this before. He refuses to say what he wants.
Then you do know what you want.
Well, I said I did, didn't I? I guess I didn't until just now, but can you guess?
No.
I want my job.
Your job?
That's all I want. My job. I mean, other people do these things for money. Lots of money, or for a cause. Not me. I just want my job. That's all I ever wanted in the whole world. That job as chief engineer at Trowbridge. They're going to take it away from me.
Then why did you try to rob a bank?
Because I didn't see it that clearly at first. You see, when you're fired from a good job, your initial reaction is to worry about money. I mean, I'm in debt. I thought, well, I'll just get my hands on a lot of money. So I walked into your bank and I went up to your window and I told you to fill up the bag with money. Do you remember?
Oh, yes, I remember.
The minute I saw the money, I realized that wasn't what I wanted at all.
No?
Oh, I really didn't care about money. Believe me, money was something my wife needed. Oh, how she could go through money.
Why?
Oh, I'll tell you why. Because she's vain, she's self-centered and ostentatious.
Then why did you marry her?
Well, I can assure you she was not like that 20 years ago.
How did she get that way?
I misjudged her. She fooled me.
Maybe you fooled her.
What do you know about it?
Well, I'm only trying to...
Who are you? You're a $150 a week teller in a bank. I mean, what kind of a job is that?
If you're interested in a career...
You sit there day after day and fondle money that isn't yours.
I notice you're changing the subject.
What subject?
The general subject of why you married your wife and who misjudged whom.
None of this is any of your business.
In a way it is. Because I think I'm going to pay for it. You're going to kill me, aren't you?
I didn't say I would.
Can you say you won't? No. You'll have to kill me. You've gotten yourself into a blind alley. That seems to be your style. You lose your job. You rush out and try to rob a bank. I'll bet you met other big disappointments in crazy, violent ways, too.
I warn you, shut up, or I will kill you.
You're going to kill me anyhow.
Why did you say what you did about my wife, that she misjudged me?
Were you in love with each other when you were first married?
Yes. But that love died.
Love doesn't die. It can't. It has to be killed. Who killed it?
She did.
Oh, why?
What is this, the Spanish Inquisition? I gave her all the money she wanted.
Did she want anything else?
Money was all she ever wanted.
Were you rich when you married her?
Come on, I was fresh out of college. I didn't have a nickel.
Then why did she marry you?
Because
she loved you. Did you return that love?
Oh, will you stop that? It's nonsense.
Did you spend time with her?
Look, if I didn't spend time at the plant, I wouldn't have made any of the money.
She wanted you. And all you ever gave her was money. After a while, money took your place. The money became all important.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. She didn't want love. That's why I looked for love elsewhere. I had to.
You did?
Lorna. Lorna understands me. Lorna loves me.
Who's Lorna?
A soft, sweet, beautiful woman.
Married, I'll bet.
How did you know?
Does it matter?
Her husband neglects her.
Just as you neglect your wife.
Look, we found each other.
And you're in love.
Deeply, completely in love.
Well, why don't each of you get a divorce and marry the other?
Because her husband wouldn't permit it. And Helen wouldn't let go of me either.
How hard have you tried?
What does that mean?
These days, if people want divorces badly enough, they can get them. But neither of you wants that. You're satisfied to meet now and then, here and there. Have your little affair.
Don't use that word.
Give me a more accurate one. A few hours in some little out-of-the-way restaurant, an evening in a motel. You need each other for a romantic interlude. Husbands and wives can't have romance unless they work at it all the time. But strangers can kid each other and themselves.
We're in love.
Have it your way. Why are you stalling?
What are you talking about?
Why don't you tell the cops what you want? You're afraid to face it.
I'll show you who's afraid.
Friday, August 29th, 5 a.m. Chester Allen Jones called out to us. He wanted to talk. He was prepared to state his conditions for the release of Miss Joanna Butler.
I want to continue in my job as chief engineer at Trowbridge Industries.
That's what you want?
Yes, that's what I want, and that's what I must have. Otherwise, I'll kill her.
But
no buts, no ifs, and no maybes. I want an ironclad guarantee.
I've spoken to the new management.
Yes, Mr. Trowbridge?
Now, they're willing to make any statement, any promise that will satisfy Chester. Naturally, everybody wants the girl to be safe.
You understand, I had no choice but to bring this offer. I'm not sure that the demand should be met.
What are you saying, Lieutenant?
Well, we have to see this thing in perspective. This isn't, and unfortunately may not be, the only incident of its kind. See, we're setting a precedent.
Any agreement that the company makes was made under duress. Now, once the girl is safe, why...
that presents problems, too. For the future, it destroys the credibility of the police.
Very well. Yeah, well, he can continue for a while. You know, sooner or later, this whole business will blow over and be forgotten. Then he can be quietly released, fired for one reason or another.
Well, our basic objective is to get that girl out of there alive. We'll do whatever we have to. (11 a.m., August 29th. It was decided after a consultation with superior officers and psychiatric experts to meet the demands of Chester Allen Jones. I went to speak to him. I'm here to tell you, Mr. Jones, your demand has been met.
I want it in writing.
You've got it in writing.
Push it under the door.
All right. Now, there's no reason now why you can't let the girl go. Come out yourself, is there?
I'll think about it.
Well, what's there to think about?
What's there to think about, Mr. Jones?
I don't know.
But this is what you asked for.
Yes, this is what I demanded. We guarantee that Mr. Jones will continue as chief engineer at his present salary for as long as he desires.
Could you ask for more?
Well, they don't have to honor this agreement, once they get their hands on me.
Oh, then you don't believe them.
No. I believe them. They'll honor the bargain, not because they won't be inclined to break it, but because I can make myself so valuable that they beg me to stay.
Well, then what's wrong?
I'm not sure I want the job.
Why?
Because as I look back on it, it ruined my life.
Well, then what do you want?
Too late for that now.
Well, you can tell me.
No. I don't even want to tell it to myself.
2 p.m., August 29th. We've notified Jones that he's won his demand, yet he refuses to free his hostage. He refuses to do anything or say anything. We called in a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist was unable to make contact either. Jones will talk to no one but me, and then only when he wants to. The psychiatrist is very much concerned.
The problem could be that he's developed a siege mentality. All his life he's been under terrible pressures, but they were varied and widespread. Here, everything is concentrated into a single time and place. He doesn't want to lose it. And that's why you can expect him to keep inventing demand after demand.
Well, how long can that go on, Doctor?
Well, until he cracks or kills himself, kills the girl. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless we find out what he really wants.
Well, why doesn't he tell us?
Maybe he doesn't know.
I'm scared now. I know what he's doing. He's getting up the nerve to kill both himself and the girl. He sees some great dramatic climax for his life. If there was any way to do it, we would rush the place, but how?
When are you going to do it?
I'm sorry, but people have to be taught a lesson.
Could I write a note?
A note?
To my fiancé.
By dying, we can force people to look at the futility of their lives.
Whatever that means.
I see that so clearly.
I'm very much in love with a certain person. You can understand that.
Yes?
Then can I write him a private message?
All right.
Thank you.
I am sorry, I wish I didn't have to kill us.
Why do you have to kill us?
When you take a hostage, you make a demand. The demand isn't met. What are you to do?
But you haven't even made the demand, the true demand. Not the artificial one about the job.
I realize that.
Then make it.
There's no point to it. It could never happen.
Noon, August 30th. A sealed envelope was pushed out the door. It read, "From Joanna Butler to Charles Carroll." Miss Butler's mother told me she knew of no Charles Carroll. Evidently, then, the note was for us. So we opened it.
He wants his wife, not the wife he has now, but the wife she was in the beginning. He loves her. He loves her more than anything in the world. He wants to begin all over. If he can't, life isn't worth living. He'll kill himself, and unfortunately, me. It's in her hands. I can't blame her if she wants nothing ever to do with him. But if somehow she is as unhappy as he is, as frustrated and as in love, she can save us.
Mrs. Jones, will you read this letter?
What letter?
And after you've read it, you will decide whether or not you want to go and talk to your husband. The letter will tell you what he really wants. You'll have to decide if it's what you want, too. And you won't be able to fool him. Mr. Jones! Mr. Jones, you have a visitor.
I don't want to see anybody.
Not even me, Jeff? Not even me?
Helen.
Jeff, you know what I'd like to do tonight? Go out somewhere, get a sandwich, and go skating.
But the Paradise Rink's been closed these past 15 years.
Well, then we'll go to a movie.
But I don't have a job, Helen. I couldn't work there anymore.
Oh, that doesn't matter. I can teach school.
How can you teach school? You haven't worked in 15 years.
Well, then, we both have a problem, don't we?
2 p.m., August 30th. Chester Allen Jones surrendered. His hostage was freed, unhurt. Case closed from police standpoint. Respectfully submitted, Lieutenant Francis Xavier Fitzmaurice.
Case closed. Well, is any case ever closed? Miss Joanna V. Butler certainly developed under pressure, didn't she? We wonder what she's doing now. Chester underwent a battery of tests and after a while was quietly released again into civilian life. We assume he and Helen are happy somewhere in a new environment. As for me, I'm well and happy every time you agree to wait until I return. Things become more and more mechanized, computerized. We each become more and more a cog in an automated machine. We yearn for recognition, or at least an acknowledgement of our existence. And so, here and there, we try to wreck the impersonal machine that has become the world. And now and then, an individual succeeds in stopping the machine, if only for an instant, which is what the French factory workers did over 150 years ago when they threw their sabots, their wooden shoes, into the new machinery, from which we get the word sabotage, proving there is nothing new under the sun. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Joe Silver, Evie Juster, Joan Shea, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
The Audley Company, your biggest and best customer.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
You know the one that you've been shipping all the engines to?
Oh, sure. What about?
They don't exist.
What'd you say?
There is no Audley Company.
Well, I'm waiting.
For what?
For the punchline, the rest of the joke.
What isn't a joke?
Come on, are you all right?
The plane made an emergency landing out of all places, Marsden City, South Dakota. I had time on my hands, and so I decided to see this great Audley Company plant. You know, just to see it. But there isn't any plant, Ralph.
Oh, come on, you can't be serious.
Number 1 Oliphant Avenue is a run-down, seedy, falling apart office building.
Honey, that's impossible.
The Audley Company is just a name on the door, along with 10 others or so. And it's just an address and a phone number.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Truth is a torch that gleams through the fog without dispelling it, which means that while we may see the truth, we're still left in the dark, which is as it should be. For the truth is the most complex of all human concepts. And while it's true, as the book says, that the truth shall make you free, it's also undeniably true that the truth can make you uncomfortable.
But who is this man?
You mean was? He's dead now.
All right. Who was he?
A cab driver.
From where?
Marston City.
Well, that's 1,500 miles from here. Now, mind, I've never been there in my life.
That cab driver was murdered.
Okay, some cabbie halfway across the country from here is murdered. Why do you think I should be interested in it?
Because you murdered him.
Our mystery drama, For Want of a Nail, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Betsy Palmer.
It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
At this time, it's our pleasure to introduce you to a Mrs. Armina Saunders, or more properly, Mrs. Ralph K. Saunders. She's a most delightful woman, pert and pretty and filled with good spirits, happily married, well-adjusted, with never even a hint of any deep, dark problem of a mental, moral, or psychological nature. She is completely without fears, guilts, or hang-ups. You may well ask, where did we find her? The fact is, there are such people today, except they happen to be out of fashion. Well, our Armina is at an airport, and she has just hailed a cab.
Taxi!
Okay, ladies.
Can you tell me something?
It all depends.
Do you know where number 1 Oliphant Avenue is?
For sure I know where it is.
Do you know how long it would take to get there?
10 minutes.
Marvelous.
Okay, it's marvelous.
I'm going to chance it. Let's be off.
32, airport to Oliphant, 10-4. So, tell me, lady, why is it marvelous?
Well, you see, I just came in on that huge 747.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was wondering why that size airplane sat down here. I mean, we got a big enough runway, but who'd ever want to come to Marsden City?
Oh, well, there was a minor problem with the right outboard engine.
Is that a fact?
The captain assured us that the plane would get by quite nicely without that engine, but why bother? He said we'd only be here for an hour, but you know something? I don't believe it.
I wouldn't believe it either.
It'll be closer to 2 or even 3 hours before we're airborne. So, this gives me a chance to visit the Audley people.
The Audley people?
Yeah. You see, my husband owns a company. Well, actually, he has a partner, and they make starter engines.
Yeah?
Well, not for cars or big things like that.
No?
No, it's a very small unit for, kind of various mechanisms used in a sort of complex machinery. Don't ask me.
Okay,
now,
I won't.
Well, what I mean is, it's beyond me. It's completely beyond me. I have no head for technology. No. Or mechanics or physics or mathematics.
Me neither.
That's that.
Like this taxi cab. All I know is I can drive it. Leave something go wrong with it and I have to raise the hood, forget it.
Oh.
It's all Greek to me.
You know, most men would hesitate to make such an admission.
Yeah. Well, this woman's live. It's got to work both ways. Dames want to be freed from the kitchen. Guys should also get sprung from the machine shop.
Right.
You know what I mean? Sure. Just because I'm a guy, am I automatically supposed to be able to fix things?
My husband, he can fix anything. Design anything, make anything. His biggest customer is the Audley Company here in Marsden City.
The Audley Company?
Well, to me, they've always just been a name, and no, by just the merest accident. Well, actually, you see, I won a contest. In 25 words or less, they said, tell why you love Aunt Brunhilde's homemade potato salad.
Personally, I hate Aunt Brunhilde's homemade potato salad.
Oh, it's awful, isn't it?
My wife ever tried to feed me any of that slop, I'd throw it and her out of the house.
I understand. Anyway, the first prize was a trip, though, to Hollywood. And my mother lives there, you see.
She a movie star?
She was. Well, maybe not a star, but certainly a featured player. Way back in those days of the silent film. Her name was Bessie Marlowe. Well, you can still see her on some of the late movies.
I'll look for her.
So, in 25 words or less, I wrote how I
simply adored Aunt Brunhilde's homemade potato salad.
You lied.
Oh, it was such a tiny, harmless little fib. Really, it doesn't count. And anyway, I won the trip for two. Ralph couldn't go, so I took my sister Ruthie. She decided to stay on for an extra week. I saw so much. Oh, and now, to top it off, I'll even get a chance to drop in on the Audley Company. They must employ a great many people out here.
Who?
The Audley Company.
I'm just trying to place them.
Well, really? A town this size, and they're a large outfit, I should certainly think.
What do they make?
Well, I'd assume they make automatic machinery of one kind or another.
Well, we got General Engines, United Motors, a couple of steel plants, but, what's that name again?
The Audley Company.
Don't ring a bell.
The Audley Company. The plant is at 1 Oliphant Avenue. That's why I remember it. It's sort of a funny name.
Ma'am, there's no plant at 1 Oliphant Avenue.
But
there can't be. Oliphant's one of the shopping streets. Oliphant, Sheridan, Garfield. You only got the factories around the belt.
Oh, I'm positive that...
Look. We're just about there now. Here's Griswold. Now we turn right. We're on Jefferson. Mm-hmm. Now we go left. And here it is, the start of Oliphant. And right here is number 1. It's the McCloskey building.
Well, there must be some mistake.
What kind of mistake?
I know for a fact the Audley Company plant is located at number 1 Oliphant Avenue.
Man, what can I tell you?
Driver, will you please help me?
Well, sure. How?
Answer my question.
Okay.
And don't think I'm crazy now.
Go ahead.
First, am I in Marsden City?
Yes, ma'am.
Marsden City, South Dakota?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, could there be 2 of them?
No, ma'am.
And you say that there is no manufacturing plant here known as the Audley Company?
I never heard of it.
Well, then I must be mistaken.
I would say so.
But how can I be mistaken? The Audley Company is my husband's biggest customer. I mean, that's a fact.
If you say so.
And I remember, I saw printed shipping labels when I was in my husband's office. The Audley Company, number 1 Oliphant Avenue, Marsden City, South Dakota. What kind of building is this number 1 Oliphant?
Why, you can see it's kind of old. What do you want to call it? Seedy, shabby, rundown.
Yeah. Well, what kind of offices are in there?
Ma'am, let's just say that what you might call the town's substantial element won't be found there.
Please wait for me.
Where are you going?
Inside.
Just a second, ma'am.
What is it?
I don't think you ought to go in there.
What do you mean?
Let me take you back to the airport.
Why?
You're going to miss your plane.
Oh, I have more than enough time.
Ma'am, just don't go in there.
But why not?
Because... Now, look, you got to promise not to think I'm crazy.
I promise.
I get a click.
A click?
It's kind of hard to explain, but it's a click. You know, like you go to a movie, you see a guy, usually the hero's pal, and you know the minute you lay your eyes on him, he's going to be killed. And you get the click.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. And he does get killed.
I get the click on this here building.
Huh. So do I.
Let's take off.
But I have to find out.
Gonna go in, huh?
Yep.
All right. I'm going in with you.
No, that isn't really necessary.
I'll feel better.
Doesn't seem to be a very active lobby. Oh, there's the directory. Look. There it is, right on top of the listing. The Audley Company, room 402. Oh, where's the elevator? Do they have one?
It's right here. Oh, for crying out loud, this must have been the very first self-service elevator ever made.
400, 401, 402.
Hey, look at all them names on the door.
But the top one says the Audley Company.
On a hunch, let me take you back to the airport.
No,
huh?
I have to go in. Excuse me.
Yes?
Is this the office of the Audley Company?
Why do you want to know?
I don't think that should be the answer.
It shouldn't? Why not?
Well, because the answer should either be yes or no.
Well, why do you want to know?
I'm curious.
The name's on the door, isn't it?
I can read 10 other names on that door, too.
Well, you can read and you can count. What else can you do?
I can make deductions.
Such as?
Such as that nobody really has an office here.
They don't?
People just rent an address and a phone number.
Well, now that we've got that cleared up, do you have any other questions?
Yes. Where is the manufacturing plant of the Audley Company?
Just leave your name and number and somebody will call you.
I wonder who. Well, I've enjoyed our little visit, but I must be going.
Drop in again. Anytime you're in the neighborhood.
Well, ma'am, not that it's any of my business, but you sure you got things straight?
No, I'm not sure of anything.
You go back home. You'll see.
What'll I see?
That you got the name or the address or something all confused.
I am all confused. There is an Audley Company at number 1 Oliphant in Marsden City, South Dakota, but it's not a huge manufacturing plant. It's just some fly-by-night furtive little... I don't know what to think.
Hey, ma'am, how about if I scout around?
Scout around?
Something's going on. What it is, I couldn't tell you, but something's going on.
Yes, I'm sure something is.
My name is Oscar. Oscar Hogan.
Oh.
Yeah, let me give you my card.
Thanks.
Now, drop me a line. You know what I mean? Maybe I can find out something.
Well,
Oh, look, I got nothing better to do.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. I may be in touch with you. Mr. Oscar Hogan, that kind and obliging cab driver, dropped me off at the airport where the plane was ready and waiting. And soon we were headed for home. Didn't really know what to think. But I blundered into something. If so, what? When the plane touched down at home, it was still early in the afternoon, and I decided to go to Ralph's office. Ralph was out, but Jim Carroll, his partner, was there.
Hey, Armina. Have a good trip?
Oh, you're just great. Where's Ralph?
Oh, he went downtown on an errand. Some places makes new steel alloys or something. I don't know what he puts into those engines. I just sell them.
Jim, do you know that my plane flew directly over Marsden City, South Dakota?
What about it?
Marsden City. That's where the Audley Company is located.
Oh, yeah, that's right, they are.
Have you ever been there, Jim?
Sure. Can't remember how many times.
To the plant.
Fantastic place. Brand new, completely automated.
They're such a big customer, I couldn't help remembering the name. The Audley Company at number 1 Oliphant Avenue. That is right, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, when was the last time you were there, Jim?
When was it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess it must have been last week. Things were really humming.
On Oliphant Avenue?
Yes, indeed. We can't sell them enough engines.
Is it a big place?
At least a square block.
Oh, imagine.
Why do you ask?
Oh, no reason.
Now, anytime a lady says, oh, no reason, on this program, you should say, aha, because here we have a lady who has, by the merest flick of fate, discovered a most disturbing, if not devastating, fact about her husband's business. Just what that fact really is and what it actually means, well, it's hard to say at this moment. But you know as well as I do that things may get better in the second act, which I shall bring you in just a few moments. A cat, they say, has 9 lives. A cat, being a poor dumb animal, is necessarily limited. We human beings, on the other hand, are not restricted to so narrow a number. We may lead an infinite number of lives. For life, in truth, is the face we present to the world. And this may vary with our mood, disposition, or interest. We know that some people in our story must be leading more than one life, at least.
What had I discovered? That my husband's biggest customer, the source of a sizable part of his income, simply did not exist. What could it mean? I caught Jim Carroll, my husband's partner and a friend, in a lie. But was something shady and illegal going on, and was my husband part of it? Of course, I could forget the whole thing. But how could I forget it? Well, there's only one thing to do, and it's the thing I've always done. Just go full steam ahead and, well, whatever happens.
Oh, Armina, you're not serving that horrible Aunt Brunhilde's potato salad again.
They sent us a year's supply.
Couldn't we donate that potato salad to some charity?
Talking about potato salad, the Audley Company, your biggest and best customer.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
You know the one that you've been shipping all the engines to?
Oh, sure. What about?
They don't exist.
What'd you say?
There is no Audley Company.
Well, I'm waiting.
For what?
For the punchline, the rest of the joke.
What isn't a joke?
Hermione, are you all right?
The plane made an emergency landing at, of all places, Marsden City, South Dakota. I had time on my hands, and so I decided to see this great Audley Company plant. You know, just to see it. But there isn't any plant, Ralph.
Oh, come on. You can't be serious.
Number 1 Oliphant Avenue is a run-down, seedy, falling-apart office building.
Honey, that's impossible.
The Audley Company is just a name on the door, along with 10 others or so. And it's just an address and a phone number.
Hermione, I just don't understand.
Ralph, have you ever been out there?
No, why would I ever go out to Marsden City? It's Jim. Jim runs the sales. Jim's been out there hundreds of times.
Well, how did you get the Audley Company as a customer?
How do we get any customer? Jim. Jim brings in all the business.
Have you ever met any of the Audley people yourself?
No, honey, I only meet customers when they have problems, technical problems. But the Audley Company never seems to have any.
Ralph, what's happening?
I don't know. I don't know.
But you send all of these engines to a non-existent company. Ralph, is it possible that this is how Jim could be stealing?
No, that couldn't be possible.
But I caught Jim in a lie.
Yes, but well, all right. Let's say there is something phony.
And there is, Ralph. There has to be.
But what? Jim can't be stealing.
But there is no Audley Company.
But we're getting paid for the engines.
By whom?
I only know we ship out the engines.
To number 1 Oliphant Avenue, Marsden City.
That's right, and 30 days later, just as regular as clockwork, we get a check.
A good one?
Well, good as gold, and we deposit that check.
Ralph, something is wrong.
I don't know what to say. Maybe Jim is pulling a fast one, but... Well, I guess I'll just see about that.
What are you going to do? Oh, no. Now I'm sorry I even started.
Hermione, you had no choice. It's time for a little showdown with Jim. I mean, I let him run the business. I bury myself in the shop. I spend all my time on engineering, and once a month I check out the books. Everything seems to be okay, but now this...
Ralph, what are you going to do?
I'm going to find out what's going on in my own business. Oh, it's my fault. You know, I've enjoyed being the head-in-the-cloud scientist, the absent-minded professor. Well, that's all over.
Hello?
Jim, it's Ralph.
What's up?
Jim, I want you to drop whatever it is you're doing and get over here right now. I've just made a discovery about the Audley Company.
What are you talking about?
It doesn't exist.
Well, now, just a second, Ralph.
It's not a big, modern manufacturing plant. It's a desk and a telephone. Okay, still there, Jim?
Yes, Ralph.
Get over here. And Jim?
Yes, Ralph?
You better have one great story.
I guess I might as well tell you everything.
All right, what is everything, Jim?
I'm a phony.
Jim.
From top to bottom, through and through. I've been taking advantage of you, Ralph.
But how? The company's making money.
Should be making more. 10 years ago, I spotted Ralph as the most brilliant engineer and designer, so I decided to latch on to him.
I sold him a bill of goods about what a hotshot salesman I was.
But, Jim, you are. Aren't you?
No, not really. So we went into business on that understanding. Ralph would make them, I would sell them. Well, selling takes a lot of effort, long hours, hard work. The engines were just great, so I figured I could get rid of them easily if I could just find somebody to take them off my hands.
Tell me something, Jim. Do we have any legitimate customers?
Well, you know we do, Ralph, locally. You know about Consolidated Systems, Brenner and Gassner, people like that. But I ran into this fellow, Robert Audley. He said he could get rid of all the engines I could send it.
Get rid of them? How?
Well, I couldn't press him on that. Anyhow, he was willing to pay the going price, so what difference does it make, I thought?
The going price? Only because you made it the going price. Well, sure, now I see. We deserve more. But you weren't willing to make the sales effort.
I know, Ralph, I know. You're asking me to tell it, and I am. I couldn't let you know what was going on. And I had to justify a lot of sales expenses.
Go on, Jim.
So I created this manufacturing company. And naturally, I had to take trips out there to service it. And after a while, it just grew and grew, that's all.
Jim,
I can't tell you how happy I am that you found out. I don't have to live a lie any longer.
It was a very difficult evening for me. A man had been stripped down to where his soul had been bared enough. Well, I'm not a person for serious situations like that. I try to live in the sunshine, not in the shadow. So Ralph and Jim arrived in an agreement. Jim would buckle down and really behave like a sales manager, and phony deals like the Audley Company were out from now on in. So I decided to forget all about it, and I did. But then a week later, I received a letter. It was from a Mr. Oscar Hogan. Mr. Hogan? Who? Then I remembered. The cab driver.
You remember I said I'd scout around for you? Well, I'm doing it. And I think I'm on to something. Maybe. I just want to say I appreciate the fact we met because it sure is a great way for me to spend my spare time. But with a sprained back, I can't go bowling no more. I always did want to be a kind of undercover operator. And here's my big chance. I will write further details. Sincerely yours, your friend, Oscar Hogan.
Such a darling, lovable human being. But actually, there was no longer any mystery. And I'd better tell him so. So I had his card, and I decided to call him at the taxi garage in Marsden City.
Marsden City Taxi.
Is, Mr. Oscar Hogan there?
Who?
Mr. Oscar Hogan.
No, he ain't here.
Oh. When will he be in?
He ain't never going to be in. He's dead.
He's what?
Dead. He was killed the other night.
No.
Yeah. Must have been a holdup.
Oh.
That's how the cops figure it.
A holdup?
Why else would he have been shot?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Hey, you one of his regular riders? Why don't you try Ernie?
Have the police any clues?
What kind of clues? You got all these bums running around wild? Hey, listen, you want a cab?
There was an out-of-town newsstand on the east side, so I went there. I was able to get a Marsden City paper. Cab driver held up, shot and killed. Oscar Hogan, 55, a veteran cab driver of this city, was murdered last night at approximately 3 a.m. His change purse and his wallet were empty. A ring and a watch were missing. Police are convinced robbery was the motive. However, the victim's wife, Maud, disagrees. She disclosed to this reporter...
No. Nobody would have killed Ossie for the nickels and dimes and quarters. He was on to something. He was involved with somebody. That morning, he said to me, Maud, there's something going on in this town, and I'm getting close to it. I said to him, listen, Ossie, you stay far away from it. But you couldn't ever tell Ossie nothing. He just wouldn't listen.
Darling? Yeah. A minor?
Yes, Ralph.
Darling, something's wrong. What?
I don't know.
But there is something the matter.
I suppose so.
Well, tell me.
A cab driver was killed.
So?
You remember I said I visited what I thought would be the Audley Company plant in Marsden City?
Oh, yes.
He's the driver who took me there. He went upstairs with me and...
Why on earth would he do that?
I seemed so confused and lost. He just wanted to help me out.
Well, that was a pretty wonderful thing to do for a stranger.
Well, later on, he said to me that he'd kind of scout around and see what was up. I guess he fancied himself an amateur detective.
Well, it certainly did look like a mystery.
Now he's been murdered.
Oh, that's a shame.
The police say that it was a holdup.
Well, honey, these terrible things happen.
Yes, but his wife seems to think he knew too much.
About what?
She doesn't know. He didn't tell her. But, Ralph, could it be about the Audley Company?
Well, what's there to know about the Audley Company? Jim gave us the lowdown there.
I suppose. I just feel so awful.
Well, of course, it's a terrible thing.
His wife insists in the papers that something's going on there.
Maybe she believes it, darling. Maybe she has to believe it.
Well, why do you say that?
Well, you see, many of these hold-up murders go unsolved, so perhaps she thinks that by adding a touch of mystery or intrigue, the police will work harder on it.
Oh, Ralph, do you really believe that?
Yes, dear, and I can understand it. I'm sure that's what it really is.
Well, all right, darling. If you think so.
Another key phrase with us is, if you think so. It's usually uttered by a trusting wife to her husband. It's said in a tone of voice that might imply she is in complete agreement with it. But the statement is filled with what actors call subtext, which implies that there can be all kinds of meaning behind it. We're in the home stretch now. Act 3 will arrive in just a few minutes. The world is bright and sunny for some people, and thus it seems to pervade their dispositions and make them bright and sunny human beings. Here we have Mrs. Armina Saunders, and a happier, more up-tempo person would be hard to imagine, much less fine. But suddenly our Mrs. Saunders has discovered that there are swift and terrible storms that can overwhelm one without warning.
Hello?
Ralph?
Darling, I've been trying to reach you all morning. Where are you?
Ralph, I'm not sure I know how to explain.
Explain what?
Where I am.
Well, where are you?
In Marsden City,
Marsden City?
South Dakota. I don't know how it happened.
But why...
It's just that, you see, I thought of that poor taxi driver.
Darling, what is there you can do?
I don't know, but I just feel so guilty.
But you weren't to blame.
Maybe I can comfort his widow.
Darling, he was just some poor unfortunate who was killed in a hold-up.
But maybe it wasn't a hold-up.
What else could it have been?
The Audley Company?
The Audley...
Look,
how?
I don't know, Ralph. I'm sure you're right, but it's just I couldn't help myself. I took a cab to the airport and a plane out here.
Darling, Armani, what can you do there?
I don't know, but something.
Okay, I'm taking the next plane out, and I'm going to bring you home.
What was I doing out here? What did make me come out? What could I hope to accomplish? I didn't know. I couldn't help myself. Something was just pushing me, and it bothered me. I'm certainly not a person who's driven, a person who's complicated, and I don't have any deep, complex motives either, and yet I just couldn't help myself. Well, before I knew it, I was ringing the doorbell.
Yes?
Mrs. Oscar Hogan.
Are you a reporter?
Well,
Oh, that's okay. It's okay. Come on in. Look, I want to see reporters. I want to see every reporter in the world. I want to tell them the true story.
But what is the true story?
Oh, sit down. You want a cup of tea, maybe?
No, thank you.
Oh, please. You've got to write this. Make sure you write this. Oscar was killed because he knew too much.
About what?
About what was going on.
Where?
I don't know.
Well, just what was it he told you? Do you remember?
Oh, could I ever forget? It was the last day of his life. I said to him, "Hey, Ossie, what are you so nervous about?"
Me? I ain't nervous.
Well, what are you?
Oh, maybe I'm excited.
About what?
You'll know when the time comes.
Yeah?
I'm pursuing a line of investigation.
You're what?
I'm investigating the activities of a certain company.
Oh, what for?
Because I'm certain there's hanky-panky, skullduggery. Who knows what going on?
And what if there is? What business is it of yours?
Crime is the business of every citizen.
Ossie, we've been married 30 years, and you get lots of crazy ideas, and I hold still for them. But this sounds dangerous.
Nothing to it.
Ossie.
I have floated a few trial balloons, as they say. In a day or two, I shall be ready to pounce.
That was what he said.
He got close to something, and that was why he was killed.
But did he by any chance happen to mention the company?
No. He just said I'd find it all out in due time. Oh, listen. You print it. You newspaper people, you've got to get the cops moving.
Oh, I'm sure the police are doing the best they can.
Maybe. But it ain't good enough.
Yeah, and you say that's the Audley Company?
Yes, the Audley Company at 1 Oliphant Avenue.
Okay, ma'am. We'll check it out when we get a chance.
When you get a chance? Well, what else are you doing?
We're proceeding along certain channels.
Channels? What channels? But this is a lead. It's the only solid lead you have.
Well, thank you, Mrs.
Saunders, I traveled over 1,500 miles to come here.
Now, we sure do appreciate it.
Look, Lieutenant, I know that you've got a lot of cranks who come in here and waste your time.
Oh, we sure do.
And I know that there's just no real evidence, but all right. All right, I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you. What kind of stupid thing is that to say? What was I going to prove to him, and how? Just that it made me so angry, the way he sat there. He knew that he wasn't going to do anything, but what was I going to do? I found myself walking down the street, and before I knew it, I was on Oliphant Avenue, standing in front of number 1, the seedy-looking office building. And then I was in the rickety elevator, and I was walking along the dark and dingy 4th floor corridor. I was standing in front of the greasy frosted glass door with all those names on it, and then, without knowing why, I was inside.
Well, hello. What can I do for you today?
Well, more than you did for me the other time, I hope.
Oh, was your plane forced down again?
No. No, not this time.
Oh, well, what are you looking for?
I wasn't sure until just now.
And now you're sure?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, well, what are you sure of?
The Audley Company. The connection between it and Jim goes deeper than what Jim told us.
You realize I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You're part of it.
Part of what?
So far, I don't know, but Oscar Hogan did.
Now, who's Oscar Hogan?
And that's why he was killed.
I really wish I knew what you were talking about.
You do.
Look, I just rent desk space and phone service to these people. What they do is none of my business.
Well, it must be a very lucrative business. That watch you're wearing cost at least $300. And you certainly didn't buy that dress in this town. That's Paris.
Mina.
Ralph.
Oh, darling, I knew I'd find you here. I flew out immediately.
Ralph, something is going on with this Audley Company. Jim is still in contact with them.
Oh, no, Jim and I had that all out. Jim promised me he'd never so much as sell them a single engine.
Ralph, how did she know that my plane had been forced down? Who could have told her? Who knew? Only Jim and you and I.
But as far as we're concerned, there is no more Audley Company.
Only if you believe Jim's story. But Jim's been lying to us for years now. Why should he start telling the truth? How do we even know that he's been telling us the truth about the engine? How do we know anything? Well, we'll soon find out.
Well, how, Armina?
I've been to the police.
The police?
Yes, I've told them the whole story, and they'll find out what's going on here. After all, if Oscar Hogan could find out.
Oscar Hogan?
The cab driver. That's why he was killed.
Ralph, it's May Day.
Ralph? But Does she know you?
I said it's Mayday.
Ralph, how does she know you?
Did you hear me?
Yes, I heard you.
Ralph.
It has to be Mayday.
Now shut up, the both of you.
What is it? What did you just say to me and to her? Ralph, who is she?
What do you want to do with her?
Ralph, who are you?
Ralph, we have to get out of here.
I'm
in command. I make the emergency decisions.
What is she talking about?
Our cover is as good as gone.
What does she mean by cover, Ralph?
And we have to get rid of her.
She's my wife.
She's a part of your cover, just like your starter engine factory.
Ralph, will you tell me what's going on?
Yes, I'll tell you. She and Jim and I are members of a cell.
A what?
Years ago, we were sent here by...
Ralph!
Well, the country doesn't matter.
You're a spy.
Yes, I'm an agent. Or the title doesn't matter either. Comes to the same thing.
But you're so American. But no one would ever dream that you were a foreigner.
We had the factory to make starter engines. We needed it for a front. But we couldn't earn enough money, so to make it legitimate on the books, we created this phony Oddly company.
Then I am right. It is phony.
Ralph, I'm warning you again.
It was an undercover way that my government could finance our activities.
And you never did ship the starter motors here.
Oh, that's what this cab driver found out. Which is why he had to...
You killed him.
Well, Amina, we had it done. It had to be done.
You're a spy. You commit murder.
I love my country, Amina. I serve it the way I know best. You have countrymen who do the same thing for you.
Oh, Ralph. What are we going to do?
Ralph, you know what you have to do, and quickly.
No, Dolores. She's my wife. I love her.
I'll merely remind you of the agreement we all had to make. All attachments would be for the sake of cover only.
A human being control these things. I still love her.
She cannot be permitted to live. She knows too much.
I won't do it.
If you don't know your duty, I know mine.
Dolores, don't you dare.
She's got a gun.
Get away from her, Ralph.
No, I won't let you. I won't let you.
Oh, Ralph.
Let go. Let go of my arm.
No, you won't kill her. I won't let you kill her.
She's...
Yes, she's dead.
Oh, darling, you're bleeding. You're hurt.
The first shot hit me.
I'll call a doctor.
No, don't. Just sit with me.
Oh, Ralph.
I don't need a doctor. I just need you to
Oh, my dearest.
Had to come to this.
No, I won't let you die.
No one can save me. I killed myself.
What are you saying?
I'm a spy. An agent. Call me what you will. It's the only thing I want to do. The only thing I know. A man like me shouldn't, can't fall enough. That's why I died. I fell in love.
Oh, Ralph. Ralph, you...
It's all right. I've had to leave you. And that would have been the same as no life at all.
Oh, what happened? We were happy. We were in love, and suddenly, without warning, from nowhere, a terrible storm swept everything away. What happened?
The storm.
You and I, just two ordinary, everyday people. And all this time you've had a secret life. A terrible secret life.
Everyone has a secret life. It's just that I knew what mine was.
Ralph.
Put your arms around me.
Yes.
Hold me close.
Yes.
Close. This one embrace will have to last a lifetime.
Love.
police arrived, they were sitting very close together. But he was dead. Well, maybe he wasn't dead for her. For Amina Saunders, he will live as long as she will. She'll feel the warmth of his embrace for the rest of her life. I'll be back shortly. You're probably wondering why our story is called For Want of a Nail. You know, for want of a nail, the shoe was lost, and the horse was lost, and the king, and the battle, and the war, and so forth. Well, just because Armina's plane made a forced landing that day, a series of events was activated that wiped out an important espionage cell, killed 3 people, ended a marriage, and changed a woman's life. Well, why was the plane forced to land? It seems a gasket had become worn, and an oil leak was developing in the engine. The gasket is a tiny piece of fibrous material that costs all of 17 cents. Our cast included Betsy Palmer, Ian Martin, Robert Dryden, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Sinoff, the sinus medicine. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The story you're about to hear concerns itself with, if you'll permit a worn-out but once popular word, togetherness. My dictionary defines togetherness as the state of being or belonging together. Notice that it does not say being and belonging, and that's where I presume to take issue with the great second edition of Webster's New International. If togetherness is to mean what I feel it to mean, then it's not enough to be. It is necessary also to belong together.
My sister's going to have a baby. She's going to name it Rose, I think, after me.
Your sister, did you say?
My sister Lily, my twin. I don't even know if she's married.
But where is she? Where does she live, this twin sister of yours?
In Kamaloka. You know, the Together place.
Our mystery drama, The Together Place, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It's hard to be alone. It's good to be with someone. But I assure you there is no greater hell on earth than to be both at the same time. To be alone with someone. Listen now as we bring you The Together Place.
Why did I never learn to work a typewriter? But when did I ever have the time? I've never had an hour to spare from the practice of medicine. Not that I'd have spared it if I'd had it. The healing art has been my mistress.
my love, my wife, since I can remember and before. But I'm well into the winter of my life now. Hardly any springs remain to me. And I want to get this history down on paper in some fashion or other before I expire. Let's see now. How far have I got? My name is Ed Leahy, and I'm the only doctor to the small town of Corbett and its environs. The nearest hospital is 50 miles to the north, and all but impossible to get to. In consequence, I've pretty much had to fend for myself and do all manner of things. Taken all in all, I haven't done too badly. Well, how does that sound, Francis? Egotistical, would you say? No, I would, definitely. This isn't meant to be the story of Eddie Leahy, M.D. No. This is the story of Rose Craven and her mother and their strange life on the outskirts of this town in the old house they call Alata. And, of course, in a peripheral sort of way, the story of Mary Mahaffey. Ah, you heard her name, did you, Francis? You remember Mary Mahaffey, who raised you from a pup? Of course you do. Well, the whole thing started that day when I called Mary Mahaffey on the telephone.
Hello?
Mary, it's Ed Leahy.
Oh, doctor. And how's yourself?
I'm fine. You?
Good enough for an old lady.
Mary, I'll tell you why I'm calling you. It's to ask a favor.
It's granted.
Don't be so generous till you hear what it is. Mary, I'm asking you to come out of retirement.
Oh,
no, wait.
Oh, but I've done no nursing in a donkey's age, doctor.
Well, there wouldn't be too much in the way of nursing.
Then why would you be needing me?
I can't trust these ladies to just anybody.
What ladies? How many ladies?
Only two. Rose Craven and her mother.
Oh, sure. They live in that big old house on Vardaman Road. The one they call Alata. What ails them?
Well, the mother's had a thrombosis in her leg, and I've got her confined to her bed for a spell. And the daughter, well, I don't know for certain what ails young Rose. Mary, will you drive out there with me tomorrow and see what you think? About taking on the job for a few weeks, anyway. Give me a chance to catch my breath.
For you, Dr. Leahy. Only for you.
Mary Mahaffey. What a woman. I discovered her on one of my trips to the distant hospital where I'd had a post-operative patient. Mary was a registered nurse as well as a surgical one, and I'd been impressed not only with her skill but with her whole robust personality. And when she tired of the grind of hospital work, I persuaded her to move to Corbett, where she took some of the burden off my shoulders, practicing midwifery and such. We'd become a team, you might say. And when she retired, I missed her sorely. Well, that day when I drove up to her little house, there she was, Francis, standing on the porch. And so were you. Ah, there you are, Mary.
All ready for you, Mr. Leahy. Francis told me a minute ago to be expecting you.
He knew, did he?
Oh, but of course he knew. Hop in, Francis.
What? He's coming with us?
Oh, I never go anywhere without Francis. Francis wakes me in the morning, and Francis kisses me good night. And in between, I consult with him on the great quest.
Such as?
Oh, living and dying.
And what does Francis have to say about living and dying?
Not a thing. But he's concerned that I should fret about them so. Hadn't you better be telling me something about Miss Craven and her daughter, in case I decide to take the case?
Yes, I'd better. Because they're not the ordinary run of patient you're used to. You might say that they're eccentric.
Well, no, I'm not a psychiatric nurse, Dr. Leahy.
They don't need a psychiatric nurse. They need a good, solid, down-to-earth woman with a good deal of common sense, and that is you.
Well.
I only said that they're eccentric, which many people think I am. Well, now, about the Cravens, mother and daughter. The mother is in her mid-40s. The daughter, Rose, in her early 20s. And they're gracious, attractive, both of them. Real gentlewomen. The mother has been my patient most of her life, and I myself brought the daughter into this world.
And where's the father? Where's Mr. Craven?
Oh, heaven knows. The morning after Rose was born, he came into his wife's bedroom, kissed her on the cheek, told her what a pretty baby she'd given birth to, and left the house. That was the last she ever saw of him.
Sweet Savior. Well, no wonder the lady's eccentric. She's lucky she's not daft entirely.
Well, it took a few years. She shut herself up in a lotta. The place belonged to her. It had been her father's. And she confined herself to raising a child. I suppose for a while she thought Mr. Craven would return, but he never did.
And she never looked for him? Never went to the police or anything?
Pride, Mary. Stubborn pride. And the terrible wound of his disappearance. But after a while, she began stirring out of doors. She never mingled very much with the people of the town. She was gracious because that's her way, but she and Rose kept pretty much to themselves, and still do, in point of fact. Here we are. Here it is. Here is Alata.
Oh, where? I don't see
Well,
any.
it's off the road. The house is. Now, Mary, prepare yourself for a long, beautiful drive. It's a good quarter mile to the house itself.
Yes, it is lovely. Oh, no, what are those strange trees, Dr. Leahy? I've never seen the like hereabouts.
Cassia. And the shrubs are cassia, too. And there's a cassia herb. It's supposed to grow wherever it's hot. But so far as I know, Mrs. Craven's the only one who's tried it.
Cassia. That's a pretty name.
Heap cassia, sandal buds, and stripes of laudanum and aloe balls.
Pardon?
Robert Browning, from his poem Paracelsus.
Pardon me?
Paracelsus. A traveling doctor of the 16th century. Browning wrote a poem about him. In his wanderings, he tried to predict the future by astrology. He evoked apparitions, and he practiced the different ways of alchemy and magic.
And you say this was a doctor?
Some called him a quack. For all I know, he was. What I do know is that he left us a prescription for the treatment of ringworm. I've tried it, and it works pretty well. You take the juice from the berries of the ringworm bush, mix it with lime juice.
Oh, no, I never heard tell of the ringworm bush.
Oh, you'll see it here. That's what alata means. Alata is another name for the ringworm bush.
Well, now I've learned something.
You'll learn a good deal if you decide to take this case. There's Mrs. Craven. Now, what is she doing out of bed? It's too soon. Mrs. Craven.
Oh, Dr. Lay, welcome.
Didn't I tell you bed rest is what you need?
I had to see to the garden, Dr. Leahy. You know how I am about my garden.
Yes, indeed I do. Now, let me introduce you to the lady I told you about. This is Mary Mahaffey.
Miss Mahaffey, I'm so glad to meet someone of whom the doctor speaks so highly.
Well, it's my pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Craven.
Mrs. Craven, I want you back in bed before that blood clot in your leg takes a notion to go traveling about your body. We can finish our talking indoors.
Just a few minutes more in the sunshine, Dr. Leahy. No one's been tending my garden since I've been confined, and I'm worried about it.
Well, a minute, no more.
Would you like to see my garden, Miss Mahaffey? Would you be interested?
Oh, indeed I would.
Herbs are my passion, you know. Of course, I have all the usual ones. You wouldn't be interested in those. This is thyme, and that's basil. It's also known as mountain mint, wild marjoram, often called oregano. Well, you probably have all of those yourself.
Oh, I have a pot of chives in the kitchen window, Mrs. Craven, and that's all.
Oh, dear, isn't that a pity? Well, now, this is horehound. You've heard of that?
Oh, only the candy. Good for a sore throat, though. You don't see it much in the stores these days.
I know, isn't it too bad? Now, this is fennel, and that's henbane. That's poisonous, you know.
No, I didn't know.
And mandrake. Mandrake furthers conception, you know. It does?
Lily. Oh, you did it.
Well, so they say.
You're a silly girl. Silly.
Oh, and that one's black Byron, eh?
Oh, and you're teasing me. You know you are. You love to tease me.
That's Rose, isn't it?
Yes, that's Rose. She must be in the gazebo with a friend, I fancy.
I didn't call you, Horace. I only said it was fun.
Oh, I don't know if you've ever seen fescue.
I apologize. I apologize.
Over here, you see.
Mrs. Craven.
Yes?
Hadn't we best be getting on into the house and having our little talk?
Oh, well, if you say so.
Yes, I think it would be best. And we'll be wanting to talk to Rose, too, I think.
Well, all right.
Shall I fetch her? You think she's in the gazebo?
No, I'll call her. She'll come for me. She won't for everybody, but she will for me. Rose, honey. She'll come for me. She always has. Rose!
I think... Is that Rose?
Yes, that's Rose.
Yes, that's my baby, Rose. Honey, we've been waiting on you. Now, honey, come on over here. Meet somebody.
Oh, Dr. Leahy, I didn't know you'd got here.
Mama, why didn't you tell me that Dr. Leahy had arrived?
Rose, honey, this is Miss Mary Mahaffey. Miss Mahaffey, this is my precious daughter, Rose.
Miss Mahaffey, I'm so pleased to make your acquaintance.
Oh, likewise, Miss Rose, I'm sure.
Now, Rose, baby, you and I are going in the house and make some coffee for our guests. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Doctor?
Well, what I'd like is for you to get back into bed.
Well, I'll do just that, and Rose can make the coffee.
Good.
She'll put a smidgen of senna into it. That gives it a mysterious flavor. Come on now, Rose, darling.
Rose, wait a second, will you?
Yes, Doctor?
What about your friend?
My friend?
The one you were talking to in the gazebo.
We heard you talking to someone. Your mother said probably it was a friend.
Why would she say that?
Maybe your friend would like to have some coffee, too.
That was my sister.
Your sister?
My sister Lily. My twin. Well, I'd better go put the coffee on. You all come on into the house whenever you've a mind to.
Yes, we will. Just a minute. Well, Miss Mahaffey?
Oh, Doctor. Francis, what have we got ourselves into?
Does that mean you'll go on the case, Mary?
Oh, someone has to, Doctor. Someone has to look after these poor females. And I guess it might as well be us.
I think it's not an uncommon sensation when, in the course of a seemingly ordinary conversation, a sentence is let drop that makes absolutely no sense at all to the listener. Because we are busy and preoccupied with ourselves, when we hear someone say something nonsensical, at least to us, we choose to ignore it, slough it off, or forget it. Often to be left with a nagging sensation that we have ignored, sloughed over, and forgotten something of enormous importance. I'll be back with Act 2 shortly. When Rose Craven so sweetly and confidently stated that she'd been talking to her twin sister, when Dr. Leahy and Mary Mahaffey knew quite well that no such sister existed, they did not ignore the words, nor did they slough over them, nor did they nod politely and forget them. Instead, they treated them with the utmost gravity and attention. And as a result, Miss Mahaffey moved into the Craven house, along with her friend and companion, the dog, Francis.
And the next day, Mary Mahaffey moved in with Mrs. Craven and her daughter Rose, as did the dog, Francis. You remember that, do you, Francis? And do you remember when you and Mary Mahaffey came here to my office to report on how things were going?
The mother is making progress. She still wears the bandage when she gets out of bed.
She's not out of bed too much, is she?
Only to check on her precious garden of herbs. I can't keep her away from there.
Tell me about the daughter.
I can't tell you much, Doctor. Francis could tell you more about Rose than I can.
Francis doesn't choose to take me into his confidence.
Oh, that's a pity. He spends the whole day now with young Rose Craven.
And you permit that?
Oh, she needs him. He always returns to me at bedtime and stays with me till morning and then goes back to Rose. And it seems to make her happy, sometimes very happy. And I don't like to deprive her.
The joy derived from common things, a stake in life.
Well, yes, something like that.
Yes, Browning wrote that in his poem on Paracelsus.
You have Paracelsus on the brain, Dr. Leahy. You've spoken of him before.
Well, it's not because I know a great deal about the man. I know very little. But he's the one who said, imagination is the star in man. And I've never forgotten that, because I believe it. But, Mary, you were going to tell me about Rose and her supposed twin sister. Lily, wasn't that her name? But what about Lily?
Oh, she mentions her very casually every now and then. Says, Lily didn't finish her lunch, or Lily is thirsty, or things like that. I pretend I haven't heard anything out of the way. Or sometimes anything at all. I'm still making her acquaintance, you might say. I have to feel my way to her friendship.
Well, if it can be done, you'll do it, Mary.
Well, I'll try, Doctor. But I don't know that young Rose will ever choose to be real friends with anyone. Anyone, that is, but Lily.
they said that, I began to be seriously concerned about young Rose. And soon after, it was time for my bi-monthly visit to her mother, whose thrombosis showed every sign of having dissolved. So I drove in the old jalopy out to Alata.
Mrs. Craven is in her herb garden, Doctor.
Where else would she be?
Where indeed?
It's really the daughter I came to see.
But we'll stop off for a minute and have a word with the mother. Else we'll hurt her feelings.
Yes, by all means. Mrs. Craven.
The doctor's here, Mrs. Craven.
So I see. Welcome to Alata, Dr. Leahy.
Well, your garden is thriving.
I do wish I had a cutting from the heart's tongue fern.
I don't believe I've ever heard of that.
Well, that grows in Australia, but our government is so strict about importing such things. There's cardamom, that's East Indian, and dittamy from Crete.
But you already have so many herbs, Mrs. Craven.
But I want my garden to be complete.
Yes. Mrs. Craven, could we see your daughter? Now that you're up and about, I think I should look in on her.
Yes, I fancy she's in the gazebo.
Then we'll go and see her if you'll excuse us.
If you can think of a way that I could get some dittamy for my garden...
I'll let you know. Mrs. Craven and her herbs.
Would there be any way of getting those other herbs into the United States, Dr. Leahy?
Well, I've no idea. But let her hope there's a way.
There's our Rose.
Yeah. Looks from here that she's lost a few pounds, and she looks unhappy.
That was my reason for wanting you to see her, Doctor.
Miss Rose. Rose, my girl.
Dr. Leahy's here, Rose.
Oh, Dr. Leahy. And how are you, sir?
I've no idea. I'm here to find out how you are.
Oh, I'm well enough, Doctor.
What's well enough for you may not be well enough for me. You're thinner, Rose, since the last time I saw you.
I know.
Have you been eating well?
She eats sufficiency.
Well, then why are you losing weight, Rose?
I don't know. It's very strange. Because my sister...
Yes, your sister. What about your sister?
She's going to have a baby.
Oh, she is.
She's going to name it Rose, I think, after me.
That's your sister, Lily. Is that right?
My twin. Dr. Leahy?
Yes, my dear.
Am I going to have a baby?
Oh, well, I don't know. Do you think that you are?
If Lily is going to have a baby.
Well, it doesn't follow that you are.
But everything that happens to Lily always happens to me.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Of course. When she has a headache, I have a headache. When she has a dream, I have a dream.
The same dream?
Of course. Because she's my twin.
I don't rightly remember what was said by any one of us after Rose said that. I didn't want to contradict the young woman. It's been my experience that the very worst thing you can do when a person reveals an obsession is to tell that person he's mistaken. It doesn't alter the obsession in the slightest. All it does is destroy the person's trust in yourself. After I had somehow terminated my visit, Mary Mahaffey walked with me to my automobile.
What in the world ails the girl, Doctor?
Mary, I'm not a psychiatrist.
Is it schizophrenia, Doctor? I mean, does the girl have two selves? Herself and Lily?
Oh, she's not psychotic so far as I can tell. Schizoid, perhaps, but not mad.
What's to be done?
Mary, stay close to her. Let me know if she loses more weight. Let me know if the obsession grows more acute, and I'll come right out. And tell Francis to keep an eye on her, too. A month went by. There was no reason to go out to Alata. Mrs. Craven's condition continued to improve. And to keep an eye on young Rose, there was Mary Mahaffey. And then one day... This is Dr. Leahy.
Mary Mahaffey, Doctor.
Yes, Mary.
I've hesitated to call you.
Mary, what's the trouble?
I don't rightly know, Doctor, but...
Is it Mrs. Craven?
Oh, no. It's the young girl. It's Rose. She's not ill. It's not that, but she hasn't left her room for 3 days.
3 days? Oh, does she complain of anything?
No, Doctor. No pains, no nausea, nothing. But there's something wrong, I'm convinced. Francis hasn't left her side the whole time. And it's all I can do to get him to return to me at bedtime.
Well, Mary, I'm booked up for the entire day, till supper time and perhaps beyond. But I'll drive out there in the evening as early as I can get there. growing dark when I reached Alana that evening. The front door was unlocked, and I went inside without announcing my presence, and upstairs to young Rose's bedroom. I heard voices as I mounted the stairs.
My precious, my baby. Rose, don't you feel like talking to her? Oh, that must be Dr. Leahy. I thought it was you.
Well, now, what is this beautiful young woman doing lying in her bed when she should be up and doing?
3 days, Doctor.
Is she eating well?
Oh, well enough, everything considered.
It's the wrong food.
What's that? What did you say, Rose?
She complained some about the food.
I don't know what they eat in their world, but it's not what we eat here. It's very peculiar. I don't understand it.
Rose, my precious.
Rose, when you say you don't know what they eat there, who are they? What do you mean by there?
Do you mean the spirit world?
No, not the spirit world.
Well, then what?
It's the one next to this one. The aerial world.
And the beings in the aerial world, is that where our spirits go when they've left this world, the material world?
Not our spirits. Our souls. They live there for a while.
How long, Rose, do they live there?
Do they live forever? Are they immortal? No. They're like us. Just exactly like us. But they can't drown or burn up in fires, and they can't be locked up in jails either. But they can die. Yes, they can die.
Quiet, Francis, quiet. Rose, is your sister one of these souls, your sister Lily?
Oh, please, Doctor.
Are you afraid Lily is going to die, Rose? But tell me, are you afraid Lily is going to die?
Lily is very sick. Very, very sick.
I see.
I think Lily is going to die.
Well, now, we must see what we can do so that Lily doesn't die, mustn't we?
I don't think she wants to live any longer.
Tell me one more thing, Rose, if you will, so that I'll know better how to help Lily. Rose, where is Lily? Maybe I can go to see her and find out what's wrong with her.
You can't go to see her.
Well, why not? Rose, where is she? What is this place where Lily lives?
She lives in Kamaloka. What did she say?
Rose, tell me again. What is this place where Lily lives?
Kamaloka.
Mrs. Craven, I think we should step outside.
All right, Doctor.
I'll stay here, Doctor.
All right, Mary.
And so will Francis.
The dog won't move. He won't leave her.
Well, let him stay. He probably knows best. Dogs usually do.
What are we going to do? Doctor, is my daughter losing her mind?
Mrs. Craven, have you ever read the works of Paracelsus? The hermetical and alchemical writings of Paracelsus?
Many, many years ago, yes.
Mm-hmm. Has Rose read them?
Well, I suppose she might have. They're still in the bookshelves, as far as I know. Why do you ask, Doctor?
Because what she is saying is very like what that Swiss doctor wrote 500 years ago. That there is a soul place, a world adjoining ours but not touching, contiguous but not joined, and that there are beings that live in this realm of the soul, beings like us but not like us, as their world is like ours but not like ours, having its own firmament, its own atmosphere, its own conditions of existence, its own habitations.
Yes, but why would Rose...
She says the name of this place is Kamaloka. Now, do you know what Kamaloka means? It means the together place.
The together place?
Yes. It's a beautiful concept, don't you think? A place where we can be together with those we love, together with them as we were in life.
But Rose has no one. What's that? The dog? Doctor.
Yes, Mary.
She's dead. Rose is dead.
What a beautiful name, Kamaloka. I don't know its derivation, but loka surely comes from the Latin word for place, and kama, well, My dictionary tells me that Kama in Sanskrit means love, and the Hindu god of love is named Kama. So it seems quite pleasing and appropriate that Kamaloka should designate the together place. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. Rose Craven is dead. Rose Craven dreamed of a twin sister she never had, named Lily. Rose Craven dreamed of a world she'd never seen, where Lily lived, called Kamaloka, the together place. Rose Craven dreamed that her sister Lily was gravely ill in Kamaloka and on the verge of death. And before her mother, her nurse, or her doctor could take steps to prevent it, Rose Craven died.
Poor Rose Craven was put to rest in our little country churchyard. The mourners were few because so few had known her. I was there, so was Mary Mahaffey, and so was Frances. It was a sad day, was it not, Frances? By this time, Mrs. Craven was out of danger from her thrombosis. There was no need for Mary to stay on at Arlotta, and she made plans to move back to her own small house, where you and she, Frances, would take up your old life. But then, before the move could be made, she called me.
It's Mary Mahaffey, Dr. Lay.
Yes, Mary.
Doctor, I've decided to stay on here for a bit.
Oh? Well, there's no need, Mary. Mrs. Craven is able to fend for herself.
No, she's not, Doctor.
Well, why not? I saw her just last week.
She's taken to her bed, and I can't rouse her.
Well, there's got to be a period of mourning. It's painful, but it's got to be gone through before life can start up again. It's a sickly state, to be sure, but unavoidable.
It's not just mourning, Doctor. She's begun to talk about, that place. The place her daughter spoke about.
Kamaloka.
She has visions of it, and she believes her visions.
We can't take her visions away from her. Even if we could, it might kill her.
She'll die if she's left the way she is.
Well, what can we do?
I intend to stay on for a while. I don't care if she wants me here or not. She needn't pay me. I don't care about the money.
What do you expect of me, Mary?
Pay her a visit, Doctor. I want you to see what I see, so that you can back me up in whatever I do.
Well, this evening, would that be all right?
Anytime. Mrs. Craven doesn't stir from her bedroom, and I'm always nearby.
This evening, then. Goodbye, Mary.
It's my firm conviction, Doctor, that if something's not done, we can lose the mother as we did the daughter. Come inside.
It is not my habit to concern myself with the metaphysical vaporings of my patients, Mary. I confine myself to their bodies.
Doctor, you very well know that body and soul intermingle. You're not so old-fashioned as to deny that. Her room's at the head of the stairs.
I know very well where her room is.
Come, Francis.
Francis is not keeping watch by her bedside, I see, as he did with the daughter.
No, and I take that for a good sign. If he did, I'd think nothing could save her.
You say she talks of Kamaloka. She never heard the word till her daughter spoke it. I had to tell her what it meant.
But now to her it's a dwelling place for souls. At least I think that's what she's trying to convey to me. Here's her room. Let's go right in. The doctor's here, Mrs. Craven.
You needn't have come, Doctor.
Well, when Mary Mahaffey summons me, Mrs. Craven, I obey.
Oh, Mary, she fusses so.
Nevertheless, I'm alarmed in a mild sort of way when a patient of mine lies in bed when I know perfectly well she's able to be up and stirring.
I have no interest, Doctor, in being up and stirring.
Then what do you have an interest in, Mrs. Craven?
What I've always had an interest in, my daughter.
Mrs. Craven, Rose is dead.
My daughter's happiness, my daughter's well-being, my daughter's loneliness.
Loneliness, did you say?
She went to Kamaloka to be with her sister, Doctor. A sister she only fancies. One she never had. But think, Doctor, how she must feel to be alone. Alone in the together place.
Mrs. Craven, are you telling me that you want to join your daughter in Kamaloka?
What else can I do?
There must be something.
Nothing.
Perhaps there's something I can do. Prescribe a little tonic.
I won't take it.
Confound it, woman, why not?
You know perfectly well I never take any sort of medicine unless I've distilled it myself from my owner.
Mrs. Craven, I am losing patience.
I think you've said enough, Doctor. Thank you very much for coming.
Don't bother to call me again, Mary. If my advice is not followed, I am not responsible.
It'll be all right, Dr. Leahy. Never fear.
I left. I was up against something that frightened me, something I couldn't face up to, and I felt guilty for my own cowardice. So, 2 weeks later, I drove out to Alata without telling Mary or Mrs. Craven I was coming. I entered the house and went upstairs. I heard their voices even before I reached the top, and I admit it, Francis, I stopped and listened, and what I heard astounded me.
The activities of the body are chemical, Mrs. Craven. Our health depends on the proper chemical composition of our organs and fluids. The object of chemistry is to prepare medicines.
Where on earth did you learn all this, Mary?
I've been reading.
But reading what?
It's called iotrochemistry.
Oh, what is it, Mary? What is it?
The link between chemistry and medicine. It's terribly important, Mrs. Craven.
Yes, but where did you learn all this?
From Paracelsus. He was a Swiss doctor.
I know who he was.
And an alchemist. But you know what he said, Mrs. Craven? He said, don't make gold, make medicines. And what do you think of that, Mrs. Craven? Do you know his prescription for rumblings in the stomach?
No.
Made from ground coral, alum, cumin, beans, and cinders.
Oh, Mary.
It's worth trying, don't you think? Though I don't know the proportions, and I don't know how many people these days are troubled with rumbling.
I once gave Dr. Leahy a prescription for the treatment of ringworm.
Yes, he told me about it, and he thinks it's good.
And I seem to remember a cure for warts.
Mrs. Craven, do you remember that cutting you wanted from Australia, I think it was?
Hot tongue, yes.
Yes. Now, I have a friend in Australia, a nurse. We were in training together. And I thought that maybe if I wrote to her...
Mary, would you?
I could and I would.
Oh.
But in the meantime, Mrs. Craven, what about your garden here?
Oh.
I had to look at it for myself this morning. And I hate to tell you, but it's in a very sorry state. Oh, there are weeds sprouting up. The ground seems hard and dry. Now, of course, I'm no judge. But it seems to me that... do you think you're well enough to dress and just come downstairs and take a little look at it?
Oh, I think I could.
Good. I'll fetch your gardening things. You know what Paracelsus said, Mrs. Craven. We must have faith, cheerful courage, and hope.
I'd heard enough. I left. Everything I'd hoped for had been accomplished by the incomparable Mary Mahaffey. Yes, Francis, the one and only Mary Mahaffey. She moved back to her own little home, Francis, and you along with her. And life in our town went on as before. But in a little while, Mary Mahaffey sent for me.
No trouble, Dr. Leahy. No. I just wanted to see you once more.
Once more, indeed. You'll be seeing me dozens and dozens of times, Mary.
Oh, no, Doctor, no. It's almost the end for me.
Whatever are you talking about?
I'm talking about death, my dear Dr. Leahy.
Now, Mary.
Death is nothing but the end of the day's work. The taking away of man's air, the evanescence of his balsam, the extinction of his natural light, and the entire separation of the three substances, body, soul, and spirit, and the return to the mother's womb.
Mary Mahaffey, wherever did you learn to speak poetry?
Oh, that's Paracelsus, Doctor. Yes, I read him through from cover to cover when I was staying with Mrs. Craven.
You saved her, Mary. You and Paracelsus together.
I firmly believe we did, Doctor. With some help from on high.
Did you know that she's opening a store for herbal remedies in town? It'll be a good thing, I believe, for there are thousands of people who won't take any medicine unless it's derived from herbs.
But I think often how I failed the doctor.
Well, I don't know that you could have done anything.
It's well nigh impossible to correct an hallucination. Her hallucination about her twin sister became an obsession.
Well, Mary, it wasn't an hallucination. Not entirely.
What's that you say?
Rose did have a sister. A sister who was her twin. Her identical twin.
Well, I didn't know that.
No one knew it. No one but myself.
Her mother?
I never told her. She didn't know that she was carrying twins, for the x-rays never showed it. Rose was born first. And then there was another child. Sickly, deformed, trembling violently. She only lived an hour. But the poor little thing had lain next to her sister for 9 months, Mary. Now, it is my firm belief that Rose carried the memory with her throughout her short life and longed to return to that companion of the womb in the place called Kama Loka, the together place. I saw Mary Mahaffey one more time. She was feeble, and it was hard for her to talk, but I knew she had something on her mind.
You must write down the case history of Rose Craven, Doctor.
Yes, I've been thinking about it.
Oh, yes, you must. Such a strange story. It must be told.
You're tired, Mary. I'd best leave you.
Now, one more thing. Will you tell Mrs. Craven the story of her daughter? Her 2 daughters, I should say. Her twins.
Well, I'm undecided. Would it be kind or cruel?
I've thought, Doctor. I just don't know.
Mary, you're very tired. I mustn't let you talk anymore.
Tell the story, Doctor.
I will. I promise you.
Write it. Set it all down as it happened.
Mary. Mary Mahaffey was dead. And you, Francis, you felt the approach of that moment of oblivion before I did, seconds before it arrived. And the next day, Francis, I came to the house and led you away and brought you here. And you've sat by me and with your own patience summoned up mine enough to write this history. Well, it's finished now, and I must pick up the pages and stow them away. Mrs. Craven is coming by to give me some juniper berries. What a stack of papers. What a pile of work. What a history. Oh, Francis, is it possible? Is it...
Dr. Lady, it's Mrs. Craven.
For since the earth-born man comes from the earth too will be his mother, into which he must return, and therein lose his earth-born flesh, so that at the last day he may be regenerated in a new, a heavenly and purified flesh, as Christ said to Nicodemus when he came to him by night. Whose words are those? Why, they are the words of Paracelsus, of course. I'll be back shortly. I'm not absolutely positive that juices from the ringworm bush mixed with the juice of a lime will cure ringworm, or that corals, alum, cumin, beans, and cinders all mixed together will stop rumblings of the stomach. But I am perfectly sure that Paracelsus was right when he wrote, "Man must have faith, cheerful courage, and hope." Our cast included Norman Rose, Mary Jane Higbee, Marion Seldes, and Rosemary Rice. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I was conscious of my heart beating hard, not from effort,
wafted from the eerie house. I struck a match and lit the candlestick and started upstairs.
Hello up there. Are you all right?
Holy Toledo!
Where are you? Answer me! I'm coming up!
When the woman screamed, I froze. I knew something awful had happened. I took the stairs 2 at a time, the candle flickering in front of me. There were several closed doors in the hallway. I tried the one nearest the street. I opened it. The room was lived in. I went toward a bed. And then... murdered. Stabbed through the heart.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. When you join me, I can promise you an experience in suspense that can arise from many sources. Sometimes it is natural conflict, and at others the supernatural. We delve into the strange and the unusual. That is the shadowy world we explore, a world of minds and souls, slightly askew. What we're about to hear is an adaptation of a story written by Algernon Blackwood about a man shell-shocked in the First World War. A not uncommon experience, but dreadful for the victim. His name is Terry O'Reilly. Captain O'Reilly. Forgive me, officer.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't see you. This fog.
Say, didn't we meet before? You were lost, and some woman came along?
Yeah, the fog was so thick that... Officer...
Say, you all right? Say, maybe you're the man we've been looking for. Captain O'Reilly?
Yeah. Yes. The police want me? Our mystery story, In the Fog, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Gordon Gould. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Shell shock is a psychoneurotic condition like hysteria. The stress of warfare can affect some men to the point where they become disoriented. They cannot tell what is real and what is unreal. They are treated by psychotherapy in a sanitarium until their minds are healed and they're able to return to life outside their safe and protected world. Slowly but surely, Captain O'Reilly dreamed less and less of the horrors he had seen, as he explains. I cracked up. I won't frighten you with the last battle when they came at us in our trenches. The carnage was awful. Only a handful of us were left. I became a screaming idiot, and I was shipped home to a sanitarium near Cambridge. And a Dr. Henry.
Now, you think you're up to it, Captain?
I think so.
If you begin to feel any uncertainty, Just go to a policeman and have him telephone me.
Okay.
You've made good progress. All of us are pleased. You just think about the present and the past will recede. Phantoms exist only in the mind. They're up to you to control.
I'm trying to, Dr. Henry.
Now, your friends in Boston, what's their name? Collard?
Yes, Jeff and May. I wrote down their telephone number. Here it is.
Ah, good. I won't need it, I'm sure. Now, when you reach their house, it's on Beacon Hill. Oh, nice. Well, after you arrive, will you telephone me?
Sure. Jeff's a buddy of mine. He got shot up pretty bad. It was when I saw him mowed down that I...
But there he is, he and his wife. Doing well, I'd say, with that Beacon Hill address. Now, your visit is a big step forward to you. Are you going by subway?
Yes, from Harvard Square.
Well, it's a short and pleasant ride. Enjoy yourself. I see you're dressed for rain. That's wise.
Well, it's predicted. It's hot, and a cold front is coming in from Maine. We'll get rain.
Oh, maybe fog.
I can do without fog. It reminds me of gas drifting through the barbed wire toward our trenches. I left Dr. Henry. He and his staff had been wonderful to me. I wore my hat and raincoat, and I had the feeling that everyone was watching me. You know the feeling, like you're an intruder. Well, nothing happened. In the subway, I read the car cards, and then I got off and climbed upstairs to the street. Fog, thick as sheep's wool. I didn't know where to turn. I'm sorry, officer. I can't see a thing.
Oh, that's all right. Me neither. It rolled in about half an hour ago.
Where am I?
Tremont Street. I wouldn't move around very much. Most cars are to stand still, but there's always some nut who tries to drive. Who wouldn't see you, and you're hit. No, I'm not moving.
But I'm expected at my friend's.
Go there, wait. If they got windows they can see, you'd be struck.
They're on Beacon Hill.
Across the public gardens in that sea of fog. No, you stick around a while. The fog will lift.
I can make it.
Well, suit yourself.
I just have to reach my friends.
But wait a few minutes. You wander around through the park, you could stumble into the lake. Are you all right?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure.
You look kind of worked up.
I was in the war, and the fog...
Hello? Oh, help me. Officer. Oh, you have to help me.
No, what is it, lady?
I'm lost.
Well, so am I. So's this man here. Now, no one can find his way in this thick fog.
No, but I said I'd be there, and he'll be waiting.
Well, my advice is to stay put.
No, I have to get to Morley Street on Beacon Hill.
Well, that's where I'm going, too.
Oh, then let's find it, please.
I'm warning you, lady. You go groping around in this mess, and you could be hurt.
I'll go with you.
Oh.
Well, remember, I warned you. I hope I don't see you in the morgue.
Hold my hand. Tight.
Yes, sir.
Come on now.
Oh, you're very kind.
That's all right. I don't know the hill except it's above the gardens.
Oh, if I could only see.
Yeah, it's unreal.
What's a phantom world? I hate it.
So do I. Hold on. What's your name?
Well, that's unimportant. I don't mean to be rude, but we'll never see each other again.
Even in the fog, I can see how beautiful you are.
Oh, well, thank you.
Holding your hand does me good. You're real.
I should think so.
I mean, I'm Captain O'Reilly, Army. Shipped out for shell shock.
Oh, well, are you... should you be out? I mean, isn't there a sanitary...
No, I'm fine.
What did you mean? I'm real?
Not an illusion. That's what I suffer from. Not knowing what's real and what isn't.
Now you know.
Sure.
Oh.
It's slow going, but if we stick to the path, we'll be all right.
Your doctor said you could come into Boston alone?
Sure. Dr. Henry. Hey, you're not afraid of me, are you?
Oh, no.
We're never dangerous, except maybe to ourselves. Like you reach for something you see, and it isn't there. That's why it's good to hold your hand. And don't be nervous.
We'll find your house.
Oh, but will I be in time?
Inching along. Seemed like it took hours instead of 20 minutes. We went uphill, and the path ended, and there was a sidewalk and a curb. You couldn't see the narrow Georgian houses across the street. They were just shadows behind the white fog, like dark cloth under thin white. And here and there I saw pinpoints of yellow lights.
Oh, Morley Street, this way. To the right.
Hold on.
Oh, no, I can find my way now.
I'll see you to your door.
No, please don't. There's no need.
But I'm going there myself. My friends, the Collards, you may know them, they live on Morley.
Oh, you'll find them.
I hope so. What I thought was, if you don't mind, I'd telephone them and tell Jeff that...
Oh, no, I can't let you do that. The telephone service has been cut off.
Oh?
I'm leaving Boston tomorrow. We are, that is.
Oh.
And the house is closed.
My number is 141. You can head me in the right direction.
Oh, of course. I'm 99. Oh, there it is. Oh, thank heaven. Oh, I'm so late. Oh, please be there.
The woman broke away from me and ran through the open iron rail gate. I hurried after her. She entered the house through an open door, and that struck me as peculiar. I followed. Inside, I found myself in a dark hallway. I could hear her steps as she ran upstairs, and I called, "Hello?"
Please go away. Please.
I'm coming up. The door was wide open, and you don't know who's in the house. Wait for me.
I'm nervous, Jeff. You'd think your friend Terry would have telephoned.
Well, if he could, but he doesn't know Boston.
I hope he didn't panic.
He could have. But Dr. Henry says that he thinks the captain's ready to rejoin society. Oh, May, you'll like him. Except for Terry O'Reilly, I'd be dead.
Well, maybe we'd better telephone Dr. Henry and the police.
No, let's give it a few more minutes. The fog seems to be lifting a little.
I don't like to think of him wandering around out there lost.
Oh, everyone out there's lost, darling. Nothing moves in fog this heavy, and that's really bad for Terry. You know, there's something spooky about fog.
Oh.
Even a normal person sees things in it. Ghosts, figures of the imagination.
Well, I've got a funny feeling about your army buddy.
What?
Fog or no fog, he ought to have been here by now. He's over an hour late.
Well, the number's on the desk by the phone. It's Dr. Henry's. I'm going out on the stoop. Maybe I'll see him stumbling along.
Dr. Henry speaking.
It's Mrs. Collard, Doctor. It's about Captain O'Reilly. He's an hour late, and I'm very...
That's disturbing.
The problem is the fog.
The fog?
Boston is socked in.
Oh, well, then that relieves me. He must be waiting for it to lift. It's raining here in Cambridge. When the fog lifts, he'll turn up.
But it's been an hour, Doctor.
Now, don't you worry, Mrs. Collard. The captain knows what to do if he becomes confused. He has my number, and I've told him not to hesitate to speak to a policeman. You just sit tight.
But don't you think we should notify the police?
Well, yes, maybe that is a good idea. Tell you what, I'll do that, and I'll come in.
Oh, you don't need to do
No,
that.
that's all right. Captain's a special patient of mine. I'll be in as soon as I can get to your house. You know, this experience could be critical for him. He's well recovered, but being lost could terrify him and send him back into his world of phantoms again.
It was very dark in the hallway. I felt along the wall and entered a parlor. There was a milky kind of light coming through the high windows, and I made out a candlestick. I was conscious of my heart beating hard, not from effort, but from the eerie house. I struck a match and lit the candlestick and started upstairs.
Hello up there. Are you all right? Holy Toledo. Where are you? Answer me. I'm coming up.
When the woman screamed, I froze. I knew something awful had happened. I took the stairs two at a time, the candle flickering in front of me. There were several closed doors in the hallway. I tried the one nearest the street. I opened it. The room was lived in. I went toward a bed. And then... murdered. Good Lord. Stabbed through the heart.
Coincidence? It is frowned upon by many, but it is a fact of life. For want of a nail, the shoe is lost. For want of a shoe, the horse is lost. For want of a horse, the rider is lost. What else is that except coincidence? Who is responsible for the want of a nail? How was the doctor to know that when Captain O'Reilly emerged from the subway in Boston, that he would walk into a thick fog? Coincidence? When I return with Act 2, we'll find out where coincidence next led Captain O'Reilly. Coincidence is remarkable because of the lack of apparent connection between a group of events. That's how it seems. And why not? You meet someone you haven't seen for years. You may renew the relationship with good or bad results, and all because of an accidental meeting. When you look back on what followed, how can you explain it? An unexpected meeting, a coincidence. Well, Captain O'Reilly met a stranger, a woman as lost as he. When he followed her upstairs, he found her in a bedroom, murdered.
To say I was shocked isn't strong enough. Almost without realizing it, I removed my hat. The dead woman was no illusion. This was real. Selfishly, I knew that this was good for me. I could distinguish between the real and the unreal. That gave me enough confidence to leave, and I left fast, running down the stairs. Then I heard a door closing. For a moment, I hesitated. Then I went outside into the fog.
Hello there.
Huh? Oh, hello.
Don't be afraid. I'm a physician, Dr. Sprague.
Oh?
Is something the matter? Can I be of help?
No. I'm lost.
It's a little more than that, isn't it?
You really are a doctor?
Oh, yes, I live close by. Why don't you come with me until you calm down and get control of yourself?
I'm late for my friends.
5 minutes won't make any difference. Your name?
O'Reilly. Captain O'Reilly. I could telephone from your house, couldn't I?
Of course. You've recently been discharged from service, Captain.
Yes.
Shell shock?
You can tell that?
Oh, a shrewd guess. You're distraught and you're perspiring.
Well, I'm almost cured. I'm going to be okay.
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Thanks. So is Dr. Henry.
Oh, yes, the doctor with the sanitarium in Cambridge, of course.
You'll be worried about me. So will my friends.
Well, the telephone.
Yes, that's a good idea. You're very considerate, Dr. Sprague.
By the way, how did you get here to the hill?
Well, my friends live on Morley Street. I walked through the public garden.
From Tremont Street? How could you see?
I couldn't. We held on to each other, and we managed. I don't know how.
We?
Some woman. This is her house. I saw her to the door.
You didn't follow her in?
No, she just flew in and up the stairs. I called. You see, the front gate and the door were open, and I was afraid for her.
That's quite an experience, Captain.
Yes.
First the fog, and then this woman. Who was she, by the way?
I don't know. But she was frantic. She was meeting someone, and she was afraid she would be too late.
Ah, poor thing. Well, come with me.
All right.
You didn't follow the woman into the house.
Well,
I asked because you said that the gate and the door were open. The gate is still open, but the front door, Captain. The front door is now closed.
Well, he's been seen.
I'm relieved.
A policeman spoke with him when he came out of the subway on Tremont. Terry seemed to be all right. And then some woman came along, and they headed into the public gardens toward the hill.
A woman?
Now, that's what the policeman said. A stranger.
She was lost, too, and was acting pretty wild.
You looked around?
Yeah. The fog isn't that bad now. It's begun to drizzle. I walked around the block calling his name.
Well, now, what do we do now?
Nothing. The police are on the lookout for him, and we know that Perry is somewhere in the neighborhood.
That's funny about this woman.
Why, what's funny about her? She's not imaginary. The cops saw her, and they saw them set out together.
The doctor saying the door was closed. That bothered me. I knew I'd been in the woman's house. I didn't know what to do. The right thing was to notify the police. But would they believe I hadn't murdered the woman? We reached Dr. Sprague's house in a few minutes. He led me into a handsome study.
Now, you want to telephone your friends, or may I do that for you? Have you the number?
I wrote it down. Here it is.
Yes, thank you. Operator, give me 1961, please. You can just relax.
Well, it's mighty nice of you to take me in.
Oh, I'm glad to be of help.
Yes, Jeff Collard speaking.
Oh, this is Dr. Sprague. Captain O'Reilly is with me.
Oh, is he all right?
Oh, perfectly. I'll send him on his way in 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm at 141 Morley. And he really is all right?
Yes, I met him on the street and noticed he was upset, so I brought him here to relax. He'll be along shortly.
Where are you, Doctor? I can come for him.
Well, there's no need to do that.
Well, I'd like to, if you don't mind. Your address?
99 Morley.
Oh, for heaven's sake, that's only a block away. I'll be right along. And thank you, Doctor.
Now, you feel relieved.
Yes. I know they've been worried.
So Dr. Henry allowed you to come into Boston?
Yes. Jeff Collard's visited me several times at the sanitarium, and last week he invited me to his house for dinner. Dr. Henry approved. It all worked well until I stepped into that fog.
And you were afraid that you might retreat into your, well, how shall I put it, your other world?
You know about shell shock.
Quite a good deal. You experienced a dreadful shock, didn't you?
Pardon me?
Something about that house and the strange woman. Why don't you tell me about it? In confidence, of course. I'm a doctor. Keeping it bottled up could be bad for you. What about the open gate and the open door and the strange woman, Captain?
I told him everything. How I bumped into the cop and the woman coming up, the stumbling walk through the public garden, right up to the house, and into it, and into that bedroom, and the woman stabbed to death. He listened intently.
Extraordinary.
It was horrible, and she was so beautiful. I can smell her perfume now. Poor woman.
Yes. How odd.
Worse than odd. And I don't know what to do about it.
Oh, there's nothing to do about it.
But the police...
Well, you didn't murder the woman, did you, Captain?
Good Lord, no.
Then you'll be wise to forget about it. She'll be found, I imagine, and somebody will be suspected and hopefully caught. When I said odd, I meant odd in a coincidental sense.
Oh? How's that?
You have wisely unburdened yourself to me, so I'll do the same for you. I have a story that's very similar to yours.
I'd like to hear it.
I had a friend who was a professor at the college. Unlike most professors, he was quite wealthy, and he lived here on Beacon Hill. When war was declared, he enlisted.
He must have felt strongly about it.
Oh, he did. But to go on, this friend had a young and beautiful wife.
They were devoted?
He loved her very deeply.
I loved that way before I was called up.
Ah, you're married?
No. I was overseas too long. She married someone else. And that hurt.
Not as bad as a man can be hurt by an unfaithful wife, Captain.
Is that what happened?
My friend closed his house up on the hill. His wife took smaller quarters. He'd been in France for 6 months when he learned what was going on back home.
She took up with someone else?
She was young. She was beautiful. She was alive.
But you knew her, Doctor. How could you allow her to take up with another man?
It was I who wrote to my friend about what I suspected.
Did he divorce her?
No, he got leave to return for a few weeks, and he murdered her.
Good Lord. And the other man, what happened to him?
My friend waited in his old house where his wife and the other man used to meet. The man never showed up for their rendezvous.
Too bad.
Wasn't it? And she had left the front door open for him.
Like...
Exactly. What did you say the woman said as she ran into the house?
Something like, I can't be late. I can't. And I can't miss him. She was afraid maybe he'd been there and left. That's the impression I got. And your friend said the front door was open?
That's what he told me.
The only difference between the stories is that I walked in not as the woman's lover.
No. As a stranger.
Did you bring him back, Jeff?
No, I didn't find him.
But Dr. Sprague gave you his address, and it's only down the block?
Well, I went to 99. It was closed and dark from top to bottom.
Well, that's peculiar.
Yeah, isn't it? I don't understand it at all.
You tried the bell?
Oh, sure. No luck. Then the next-door neighbor came out. Mrs. Lawrence, I know her slightly. She said the house had been closed and the professor enlisted and that his wife had moved away. I asked if she knew a Dr. Sprague. She said she never heard of him.
How funny.
There's no doctor living in the block that she knows of.
But why would Dr. Sprague tell you that... Oh, it beats me. And now we still don't know where Terry might be.
Something very strange is going on. I just sense it.
But you said Dr. Sprague sounded perfectly normal.
Well, he did.
Well, maybe you better find that policeman and go back to 99. I'll come with you.
No, darling. You stay here. Don't forget that Dr. Henry's on his way in.
Oh, I'd forgotten.
And who knows, Terry just might show up.
Well, if he does, you'll take us out to dinner. Mine is ruined.
Oh, it's a nightmare. Now, what if there isn't a Dr. Sprague?
What? Why would he say he was if he wasn't?
Well,
Terry had to be with him, or how would the man know us or our telephone number? And what's the matter with you, Jeff? You think Dr. Sprague's a fictitious character?
Well, maybe.
But why? You think this could be a hoax?
Who knows?
The few minutes I spent with Dr. Sprague calmed me down, and confessing my discovery of the murdered woman did relieve my mind. Jeff and May knew where I was, so that worry was taken care of. I liked Sprague, and I was grateful he happened along when I ran out of that house. I said as much, and he said...
Oh, coincidence, Captain. I like the fog. I often stroll around in it.
Well, most people hate it.
Well, I don't. It gives me a feeling of solitude. It encases me in myself. Shuts out the world.
Yeah, well, I'd better be going along, Doctor.
Yes, I suppose you should. Well, let me help you with your coat.
Oh, my hat.
What?
Good Lord. I left my hat in that room. The police will find my hat and trace it to me.
Why, is your name in it?
No, it's just an ordinary felt hat, worn.
Well, the police will know that someone murdered the woman and left the hat, but how could it be identified as yours?
But I'll be missing a hat, and somebody will ask me about it.
Right, then tomorrow in Cambridge, buy another. No, wait a minute. I have a better idea. Take this one of mine.
Oh, I couldn't.
Of course you can. I have several. Why not?
You're very trusting, Dr. Sprague.
How so?
What if I did murder that woman?
Oh, my dear boy, I'm convinced that you didn't. What motive could you have had?
Yeah, none. I only saw her face for a few minutes, and she'd be the last person I'd harm. No, I wanted to help her. Someone else killed her. Someone who was hiding in that house. As I ran down the stairs, I heard a door shut on the second floor.
You're lucky you didn't meet up with him.
I hadn't thought of that. You're right. I could have been stabbed the way she was.
Yes. Quite a story you're going to have for Dr. Henry.
Mine and yours. Whatever happened to the man the wife was going to run away with?
Ah, my friend would like to know. I suppose that man did run away.
Captain O'Reilly, I doubt if we'll meet again, but I wish you well. You know, this experience has been good for you.
I think so, too.
And don't forget your hat.
Your hat. Thanks. My alibi for something I didn't do. I wish I knew who did. Who'd murder a beautiful woman like that?
Someone she had deeply offended, Captain.
All of us are two persons. That's a generalization, but I think it's true. We appear to each other as one kind of person. Then there's the inner person. A criminal does not have to look like what we think he should look like. Everyone is capable of committing a crime. For those that do, something snaps in the mind and triggers it. More when I return with Act 3. We have a victim of shell shock in the First World War, nicely recovering and about ready to return to normal life. Then fog leads him into an experience that would terrify a sane person. The fog is frightening in itself, but then there's the stranger, the nameless, beautiful woman, and the discovery in her closed-down house that she's been murdered. Despite what Captain O'Reilly has told us, can we overlook him as the killer? He could have committed murder.
I thanked Dr. Sprague once more and put on my coat and his hat and stepped outside. It was raining now, and I could see where I was. He had told me which way to turn to reach Jeff Collard's house. So I went through his iron rail gate and turned to my left. And coming toward me was the policeman.
Well, we keep on meeting. You are Captain O'Reilly, right?
Yes.
You've got everyone in town looking for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dr. Henry called on the police, and your friend's been out in the street calling your name.
That caused a lot of trouble.
You're kind of special, Captain. Dr. Henry got a little worried that lost in the fog, you might have, lost your bearings.
Well, I did. But Dr. Sprague took me in, and I'm okay now.
Well, I'll walk you to your friends and telephone headquarters from there. Is that all right?
Of course.
The woman find your house?
Oh, yes, I guess so.
Why the guess? You were with her, weren't you?
Well, through the public gardens. Then she thanked me and ran down the street.
Oh, well, so she got home all right.
I suppose so. I don't know.
She was pretty tensed up.
She was meeting someone. That's what she said.
You remember what I told you over on Tremont? Now, if you'd listened to me and waited until the fog thinned out, you'd have saved yourself a lot of aggravation. Well, you're found, so we'll forget it.
I beg your pardon.
Yes.
Am I near 141? I can't quite make out the numbers.
Dr. Henry?
Why, yes. Oh, well, you must be Mrs. Collard.
Yes, May Collard. Please come in. I'm so glad you came.
Oh, hasn't Captain O'Reilly turned up?
Come in. No, he hasn't arrived. But Dr. Sprague said Terry'd be along directly.
Well, who's Dr. Sprague?
Oh, just leave your coat and hat here in the hall.
Oh, thank you, Miss Collard. Has something happened to the captain?
No, not that we know of. My husband's wandering the block trying to find him. Dr. Sprague telephoned and told Jeff that Terry was all right. Jeff said he'd walk down to 99, Sprague's address, and walk Terry home.
And?
The house is closed tight and dark as a tomb.
Why, that's strange. Captain O'Reilly's somewhere in this block with a Dr. Sprague who isn't at the address he gave.
Yes. Now, what do you make of that? We're really terribly worried.
Well, now, don't be. I have full confidence in the captain.
But wandering through that fog, it was like a covering of snow. You couldn't see 5 feet.
Well, how do you know he's here on Beacon Hill?
From this Dr. Sprague.
Uh-huh. Maybe I'd better telephone the police. I told them to watch for him, that I was coming into Boston. Maybe they have a report by now. It's hard to imagine walking through the public gardens if you can't see. May I use your telephone?
Oh, of course, back there in Jeff's study.
Now, don't worry. Unless he's had an accident, I'm sure he's all right.
Oh, Jeff, any luck?
I can't find that policeman. Whose hat and...
Oh, Dr. Henry's?
He's checking with the police.
I give up. Let him come to us. I don't know where else to look.
Mr. Colored.
Oh, hello, Dr. Henry.
There's no news yet, but everyone's got his eye open for the captain.
Oh, hey.
You must be May.
Terry, thank goodness.
Oh, buddy, hey, are we glad to see you. Come in.
My friend, Sergeant.
O'Malley, do you mind if I use your telephone, Mr. Collard?
Well, come with me. Where did you find this big hulk?
Coming down to Mr. Sprague's house.
So, he exists, huh?
Well, Captain?
I apologize for causing all this trouble, Doctor.
You've had quite a day, Captain.
Wait until you hear.
You seem to have borne up well.
I think what happened to me today has got me cured.
Fog can be terrifying.
Not as terrifying as finding a woman murdered.
Oh, no.
What? You found her?
Hey, what's going on? You look shocked, May.
It's just relief that Terry showed up.
Sergeant O'Malley, thank you.
Sure. The alert's off, and I got a pat on the head from the chief. Good night, folks, and keep O'Reilly indoors.
Well, what's going on here?
Sit down, and I'll tell you what happened to me. It was horrible. There was this beautiful woman.
A spy story.
Together, we found her house, right on your street.
Yeah, sounds exciting.
The front door was open, and she ran in. A few minutes later, I found her, dead.
Good Lord. Well, where'd she live?
At number 99.
Oh, isn't that where Dr. Sprague lives?
That's what he said. But 99's closed. No one lives there. The owner enlisted and the wife moved away. Terry, you...
I was in that house. I found the woman on the second floor, stabbed to death. I told them everything that had happened to me from the time that Dr. Henry had sent me on my way until I walked into their house a few minutes ago.
It's incredible, Terry.
Pretty weird, May. But it happened. Now what do I do?
Yeah. The body in the front room at 99 Morley.
I have to report it to the police, Jeff. That's my duty. Don't you agree, Dr. Henry?
Well, yes, but then come the complications.
I know that, Doctor. Who's going to believe me? I found the woman murdered. I, a patient at your sanitarium.
Captain, tell me about this Dr. Sprague.
He was very nice. A very nice man.
And you walked into him when you ran out of the house at 99, is that right?
Yes, that's it. I was badly upset. He saw that and tried to calm me down.
Jeff, Dr. Sprague couldn't have told you that he lived at 99. He just couldn't have.
Yeah, you could be right. But no one lives there.
But there's a body in there, old buddy.
Sprague invited you to his house. You walked, and he led the way.
It was close by. I guess we walked for a few minutes.
You don't know where, of course.
No. The fog wasn't too bad, and it had begun to drizzle. I just kind of blindly followed where he led.
Uh-huh. And when you got to his house?
It was dark. There wasn't even a light on the stoop. I followed him into a kind of study with books in shelves on the walls, a desk and some chairs.
You told him your story, and he told you his. Why?
Well, confession's good for the soul.
But whose soul, Doctor?
What's your point, May?
Well, say that Dr. Sprague is a saint. He takes Terry in and hears his story and tells him almost the same one.
Yeah.
Why? That's what puzzles me. What if the story Dr. Sprague told was not about that friend of his, but about himself?
What? This Dr. Sprague murdered the woman? Oh, that's impossible. Terry met him outside the house.
I know that, but... Well, it's an idea.
No, it's too fantastic, darling. You agree, Terry?
I don't know. So much has happened, I'm pretty mixed up. I did meet him outside, May.
But could he have been in the house, Captain?
I didn't see him. I didn't see anybody except the woman. It was very dark in the house.
I don't think he exists.
Now, wait a minute, Jeff.
No, I know he exists, old buddy. I mean, I don't think he's Dr. Sprague. That man is somebody else. I know why he said he lived at 99 Morley. He wants the body found.
But he said that no one would ever know who murdered the woman. I was to forget it.
He didn't suggest notifying the police.
No, Doctor.
Yeah, but giving me the address where there's a murdered woman is just about the same thing. He knew my curiosity would be aroused.
Sergeant O'Malley will come forward about Terry wandering around like a ghost up and down Morley Street.
You know, if May's right, if this Sprague is the murderer, he could frame you, Terry.
Oh, I don't believe that for a second. He's a fine man.
Captain, if you agree, I'll ask Sergeant O'Malley to step around and we'll enter that house at 99 Morley.
All right.
That's step one. If the woman can be identified, the police may find a clue to the person who stabbed her.
The next hour was a week long. I told my story to Sergeant O'Malley, and he and Jeff and Dr. Henry entered the woman's house. They found the body all right. An ambulance took it to the morgue. Dr. Henry vouched for me, and the police thanked me for reporting the murder. I was placed in the doctor's custody until an investigation was made. O'Malley left the Collards' house, and we sat down, pretty drained.
You feel better now, Terry?
Yes, Jeff. I'm glad it's over with.
Now you have nothing to worry about, Captain. It took courage to tell the truth.
Well, he's never been short on that, Doctor.
You didn't have to tell us any of this, Terry. Why did you? You've let yourself in for a lot of questioning.
Well, it may sound funny, but I fell in love with that woman. That may sound silly, I know, but she was beautiful, and she wore lovely perfume. And there's more to what happened tonight than I've told. Let me tell you 2 things. As I went up the stairs to the bedroom, I heard the door close.
The woman or the murderer?
Not the woman. She had screamed. So it was the murderer who closed the door. He did the same thing when I got to the bottom of the stairs and flew out.
Well, why didn't you mention that to O'Malley?
Because of something else. When I got to the street and bumped into Sprague, I didn't have my hat. I'd left it in the woman's bedroom.
But there was no hat in the room when we were there.
I left it there, Jeff.
It couldn't just vanish. My gracious, if your hat had been found...
Oh, you'd have been in for it, old buddy. That's hard evidence.
But you were wearing a hat when you came in here, Captain.
So I was. I told Sprague I'd left my hat on the woman's bed, and he said to forget it. And he offered me this one of his. Almost forced it on me. Just a moment. I'll show it to you. Here it is.
So?
Oh, it's just an ordinary hat. And Sprague's hat was the same size as the one you left behind?
Exactly the same size. And do you know why? Because this is my very own hat.
You may have guessed, but I was sure of only one thing. Dr. Sprague, or whoever he was, did not intend to frame Captain O'Reilly. Weather is a factor in our behavior. Fog more so than other conditions because it's like a shroud. It deadens sound. It can lead you astray, often into the unexpected. And that is what we specialize in. The byways of life where a person by design or by accident may experience an adventure that will be unforgettable. I'll be back shortly. In the beginning, I spoke about coincidence. Is there such a thing? Or are certain meetings that seem to be accidents predetermined? Philosophers argue the subject to a draw, but I imagine that Captain O'Reilly, freed by the way, and Sprague was never caught, often wonders about the awful night he was lost in the fog. Our cast included Gordon Gould, Martha Greenhouse, Ian Martin, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Why? Why wasn't I on this morning of all mornings?
Why? Why?
It's a miracle, darling. It's a miracle.
Of course, it's a miracle. But that doesn't answer the question. Why was I saved? 5 people are dead. The 3 in the plane, Mr. Fieldings, and a woman named Mrs. Jane Grey. Why was I saved? The people in the plane died because their aircraft underwent some malfunction. Mr. Fieldings and Mrs. Grey, they just happened to be there. I should have been there, too. Why wasn't I? Why was I saved?
Because Dick Harrison called you at exactly 8 a.m., the split second you were about to leave.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The shot of accident. The dart of chance. How well we know them, from legend and from life. Who aims the shot? Who throws the dart? Who rolls the dice? Who spins the wheel? Who hurls the bolt? Someone? Anyone? No one?
What happened?
You almost drowned, Tony. This gentleman saved your life. How did you happen to be here? Do you come to this beach often?
Actually, I never go to the beach.
Oh, what made you come here today?
I don't know. It's just that something seemed to say, go to Plum Beach today.
Something said?
Yeah, something, don't ask me what, said.
Our mystery drama, The Instrument, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ralph Bell. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. His name is Anthony Warlock, and he has long ago stopped trying to convince people that it's his real name, the name he was born with. Parish records in Cornwall and Devon show Warlocks going way back to the late 1200s. The problem is that the name is too fortuitous because Anthony Warlock happens to be a writer who specializes in mysteries, mostly of a supernatural or occult nature. For 20 years now, Anthony Warlock has been writing his cryptic novels and short stories filled with mysticism and symbolism. But it has suddenly occurred to him that the most mysterious of all worlds is not one that he may conjure in his imagination, but this one, the world he lives in.
Tony?
Just this last sentence, Ruthie. Yes. Listen, Ruth.
Mm-hmm.
And now he gazed upon the face of death. The dark face of death. It was a face of compassion and kindness. Suddenly he understood that death was not the villain, but the hero of the drama. Death, the healer of sorrows. Death had come not to take, but to give rest and joy and peace everlasting. How'd you like that?
It's all right.
All right.
Well, I can buy death bringing rest and peace everlasting, But George?
Well, I needed that speech rhythm. Da, 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 da.
We'll find another da-da.
Yeah. What time is it?
1 minute to 8, exactly. And you better be out of that door in 5 seconds.
I'm all ready. I'm wearing my sneakers, my sweatshirt. Here I go. I'll start at 8 on the head, as usual.
Going to try to beat your record?
No. I'll do my usual mile in 4 minutes, 32 seconds. How many men of 42 can even run a mile?
All right, move.
I'll be at Fielding's 4.5 minutes from now on the dot. Do you want anything?
Oh, just the morning paper. Oh, that has to be for you, Tony.
Oh, damn it.
Nobody I know is up this early in the morning. Now go for your run. Whoever it is can call back later.
No. It has to be Harrison. I better talk to him. Hello. Yes, I thought it was you, Dick. Well, they give me an advance on it. Oh? Well, it's not all that much money, but if they'll spend something on promotion... I have an agent. His name is Dick Harrison. He was very excited. He said he had a new publisher lined up, and he couldn't wait to talk to me about it. We were on the phone for an hour with a great many details that I'm sure would be of no interest to you. And finally, I was able to hang up.
Well, what's up?
I'm not sure.
Well, what'd he say?
Now that I think about it, not very much.
But surely he had a reason for calling.
It was a typical Dick Harrison reason. Maybe.
Perhaps.
Perchance.
It's possible.
On the other hand...
But it all adds up to nada. Garnished. Nothing.
Oh, I don't know. There's a needle somewhere in that haystack.
Poor Dick. He has to keep proving he's really out there fighting for you. Why don't you change agents?
No, I don't know. I'm used to Dick.
But he never does anything for you.
But I'm used to the way he never does anything. I can't go around breaking in new agents at my time of life.
But what has Dick Harrison ever done for you?
Hey, how about a cup of coffee, huh?
Don't you want to go out and run?
Oh, it's after 8. Hey, did you hear a noise back there while I was on the phone?
Well, I'm not sure. I was busy trying to make sense of your conversation. I may have.
It sounded like an explosion.
An explosion? Yes, I think so.
I wonder what it was.
Well, it could have been anything.
Well, bring in that cup of coffee, and I'll keep going till lunch.
If you're not careful, you'll actually finish that book on schedule.
Yes, I'm getting into some bad habits in my old age. I placed a fresh sheet of paper in the typewriter. Began to write. Words started to come slowly. The ideas seemed fuzzy and ill-formed. My mind wandered from the story. It bothered me. This is the way you feel when you're not sure of where you're going, but I had this particular story well under control. I knew exactly where I was headed and how I proposed to get there. Furthermore, I liked the story and how I was doing it. Should have been clear sailing, but for some reason, my mind had gone completely blank. I don't know how long I just sat there and gazed at the empty paper.
Tony?
What?
Something wrong?
Wrong?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Well, I haven't heard that typewriter in over an hour.
Well, I guess I must have been daydreaming.
Oh, you generally don't run out of steam in the morning.
It must be a sign of advancing age.
You know something, Tony? You seem to be on an age kick this morning.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. A review of your conversation. You began by asking how many men of 42 could even run a mile.
So?
And then when I said something about getting a new agent, you replied you didn't care to break in another one at this time of life.
Well, I'll say one thing for you. You really listen.
And then you said you were getting into some bad habits in your old age. And just now, you mentioned advancing age.
I didn't realize you were keeping score.
So, Tony?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I just realized I'm 42.
Oh, 42 isn't old.
No, but 42 isn't 22. Not by a long shot.
Would you like to be 22 all over again?
Would you?
Well, I never think about things that can't happen. Tony, something wrong?
Yes, I suppose something is.
Well, what?
Everything.
Everything? I see. Does that include you and
No.
me?
No. We're all right. It's just... Well, I just don't think I'm going anywhere.
Oh, is this going to be the what did I do with my life lament?
Do you ever look at yourself in the mirror?
Oh, constantly.
Don't you ever ask, What am I doing here? Where am I going?
I know where I'm going.
I am the product of 800 years of warlocks. More than 30 generations. And now the line comes to an end. In me.
I'm sorry, Tony.
What was it all for?
I don't know.
Sir Roderick Warlock died fighting for Edward I. John Warlock fought with Henry IV. Sir Ronald Warlock almost saved Charles I from Cromwell. James Warlock was a master gunner under John Paul Jones.
Darling, I am completely aware of the magnificent exploits of your illustrious family on both sides of the Atlantic.
My father died at Pearl Harbor. My grandfather... Well, all I can say is everybody in my family's been a soldier, a sailor, an explorer, an adventurer. I'm the only sit-at-home, the only writer. Not really very much of a writer.
Oh, now, Tony, that isn't true. You're quite a writer.
Oh, yes? What have I written? Scary little ghost stories?
I don't think that's being fair to yourself.
Mysterious nonsense about what? The occult, the supernatural.
And who says it's nonsense?
I say it's nonsense.
Oh, we really are having a bad morning, aren't we? And what brought it on?
Oh, how do I know?
Oh, that was so...
About what?
You know about what? I know what your family name means. It's going to die with you because I can't...
No. I don't want to hear any more about that. Ruthie, I'll tell you what bothers me. The fact that I'm a nobody.
But you're not.
I have a small talent. I have a small success. I've led a small life. I'll be buried in a small grave.
Everybody gets buried in a small grave, relatively speaking.
Let's play tennis.
Good. Now, you've had your outburst for the year.
Yeah, I suppose so. Look, Ruthie, about kids.
I stand ready at any time to give you your option.
I love you, Ruth. So please, let's never talk about it again, huh? Oh, incidentally, call Fieldings for me. Ask him to save me the paper since I didn't pick it up this morning.
All right.
We'll have lunch at the club, and, you want to get in 9 holes this afternoon?
Oh, sure. What a difficult life you lead. Tennis, lunch, golf.
I work hard, too.
That's funny.
What's funny?
Fieldings doesn't seem to answer.
Well, he has to answer.
Well, maybe he's closed.
Why would he be closed? Oh, you shouldn't have hung up. Maybe he's waiting on a customer.
But you know how he hates the sound of a ringing phone.
Well, why didn't he answer?
Hey, I thought we were going to play tennis.
Well, let's stop off at Fieldings on the way to the club and get the papers. Say, what's that smell?
Smell?
As if something's burning.
You know, I think you're right.
Where could it be coming from?
You know, while you were on the phone before, I thought I heard fire engines. Must be a big one going so... Tony, look out the window, smoke.
Hey, that's coming from just over the rise, toward town. It's kind of thick, very black.
Well, what could be on fire?
Let's find out. We got into the car and headed toward the village. As soon as we passed the bend in the road, we saw what it was. Thick black smoke was rising from the small clump of stores that made up the shopping center at Crosby Corners. All the fire equipment was out, and the sheriff's patrol car was diverting traffic. There seemed to be wreckage of some sort scattered all over the road. And then I immediately recognized it for what it was. The broken fuselage, the shattered wings of an airplane. Sheriff Pomeroy was directing traffic.
You're not coming any closer, Mr. Warlock. Make a detour right here.
Well, what happened, Sheriff?
Well, you can see one of them small jets, private plane, come down and crashed right into Fieldings.
Oh, good Lord.
Anybody hurt?
Yeah, 3 people on the plane, old man Fieldings, and some lady, we can't identify her, must have been one of the summer people.
Oh.
Dead?
Yeah.
Tony, look.
What do you want me to look at?
The clock. The electric clock in Fielding's window. In what's left of Fielding's window. You see, it stopped when the plane hit.
That's right, Miss Warlock. Exactly 4 minutes after 8.
4.5 minutes after 8. See where the second hand is? Exactly 32 seconds after. Oh, Tony.
Aren't you feeling well, Miss Warlock? You, better get her out of here. This place, it, ain't a pretty sight.
Ruthie?
Yes.
You want to stop somewhere, have a drink?
No. Tony, do you realize what happened this morning?
Yes.
Every day of the year, rain or shine, you leave the house at exactly 8 a.m. You run a mile to Fielding's in exactly 4 minutes and 32 seconds.
I know.
And so at 4.5 minutes after 8, you're always standing in front of Fielding's. You've already picked up your newspaper off the stand, and you're looking at the headlines. That's what you do every morning.
Yes.
But this morning, you were about to leave. And at the last split second, you stopped. You didn't go. Oh, Tony, is there a reason? An explanation?
Are you perhaps waiting for me to explain it? Well, at this point, I don't know. And even if I did, I certainly wouldn't tell you this early in the story. So I shall be back in just a few moments with Act 2, at which time we may find the answer, and then again, we may not. Man, we are told, is a creature of habit. And surely Tony Warlock is no exception. Every morning, Tony runs a mile from his home to the general store in the village. He arrives there promptly at 4.5 minutes after 8. You can set your watch by him. Well, this morning, for the first time in years, Tony was delayed. And at 4.5 minutes after 8, a plane crashed into the store. Had Tony been standing in his usual place at his usual time, but he wasn't. And the question that runs through his mind is...
Why? Why wasn't I on this morning of all mornings? Why? Why?
It's a miracle, darling. It's a miracle.
Of course, it's a miracle. But that doesn't answer the question. Why was I saved? 5 people are dead. The 3 in the plane, Mr. Fieldings, and a woman named Mrs. Jane Gray. Why was I saved? The people in the plane died because their aircraft underwent some malfunction. Mr. Fieldings and Mrs. Gray, they just happened to be there. I should have been there, too. Why wasn't I? Why was I saved?
Because Dick Harrison called you at exactly 8 a.m., the split second you were about to leave.
Suppose I had listened to you, Ruthie, and fired him and got myself a new agent. He never would have called me. And I would have...
Let this be a lesson to you. Never listen to me.
Oh, no. I should listen to you. You're always right. And I always do listen to you, except in this one case. Dick Harrison. All these years I've stayed with Dick. It's obvious he hasn't done very much for me. He's probably held me back. And yet, for some reason, I never let him go. Why didn't I fire Dick Harrison? Was it because I couldn't, or... was it because I would need him to save my life one day? But how would I know that?
I don't know.
Why did he call me this morning? Why?
Why don't you ask him?
Hey, Tony. Oh, I'm sorry I'm late.
It's all right, Dick. I never expect you to be on time.
Oh, it was all in your interest, Tony, baby. I was with this top Hollywood producer. He's crazy about your books. And we're just about ready to talk a deal. This is going to be 6 figures. What brings you in from Roopville into the big town, huh?
Dick, why did you call me this morning?
Why did I call you this morning?
Yes.
Well, I had this deal.
What deal? There was no deal.
Now, Tony...
Why did you call me?
Well,
Sing me another chorus of the same song and dance you've been giving me for years, is that it?
No, just a second.
That was why you called me, wasn't it? Just tell me the truth, huh?
Okay, Tony. Maybe it's time you got yourself another agent.
At 1 minute to 8, you picked up your phone.
Tony, look, okay, I saved your life that time at the beach.
You dialed my number.
Well, you more than paid me back. Look, I get you publishers, but nobody. Well, you couldn't get by yourself, and as far as the biggies are concerned, you know you need an agent with more clout than me.
Why? Why did you dial my number at 8 this morning? Tell me, Dick, tell me.
I said I don't know.
Now think, Dick, think. Was there a reason? Try to remember, huh?
Tony, I'm going to level with you. I'm scared. I've been bad for you, real bad. I've been playing on your sense of loyalty and gratitude. You know what I mean?
I don't care about that. The reason, please.
I got home last night. Must have been 4 this morning. I was with this dame. I tell you something. I must be getting old. Anyhow, I couldn't sleep. I don't know why. I thought about you.
Yes?
For hours, I kept tossing and turning and thinking about you. And
why?
Well, I know what's going on between you and Ruthie as far as I'm concerned. I've been getting a free ride. I know that. And lots of times, maybe my conscience bothers me. Maybe I've been hinting around you could do better elsewhere, but...
But what?
Well, lately, things haven't been breaking too well. I mean, the kind of thing I'm supposed to be good at. You know, singers, actors. I'm losing clients there, too. Today, you got to be a big organization. You have to be able to put packages together.
Please, Dick, don't get off the subject, huh?
So I need you, Tony. I really need you.
Dick, just tell me why you called me this morning at 8 o'clock.
Oh, I'm getting older, Tony.
Get to the point, please.
This is the point. Last night, I suddenly realized I'm... You know how old? Guess how old I am. I'm 42. Do you realize that? 42. Me. I'm 42.
42 isn't the end of the world, you know.
It is. If you're going no place. If you haven't made it. If you realize all of a sudden you're never going to make it. Never. What have I got? I asked myself. I got Tony Warlock. That's all I got. And so I got worried. Something said to me...
Yeah?
Something said, call him.
What was that something?
It was just something. It said, call him. Leave him know you're around, that you're in there pitching. And I am, Tony. I am.
What was this something?
Well, how do I know?
Was it a voice?
A voice? No, I didn't hear a voice.
Then what was it?
Well, what does it matter?
I have to know, Dick.
It's a feeling.
Yeah?
It's a feeling. It's in your bones.
What kind of a feeling?
Well, I just knew I'd better go to that phone and dial your number, and... Well, that's all I can tell you.
All right. I guess that's good enough, Dick. I guess that's good enough. It was good enough, and I remembered it had also been good enough once before. 15 years before, when he'd also saved my life. We were at the beach, Ruthie and I. Hey, how about coming in?
No, I don't think so. The surf looks a little rough.
Oh, that's nothing.
Well, there's no lifeguard on duty.
All we're going to do is take a little swim.
No, I don't think we'd better. Well, I'm not.
All right, I'll be right back.
No, Tony, you really shouldn't.
Ruthie, it isn't as if I don't know how to swim. The fact is, I'm a very good swimmer. I ran into the waves and began to move out. The water was cool and refreshing. I could see Ruthie standing at the edge. She looked quite small, waving at me to come back in. I laughed and waved back. By this time, I must have been 100 yards offshore. Finally, I decided I had enough, and I started to swim back. And suddenly, there was a terrible pain in my legs. I was seized by a sudden cramp. My body seemed paralyzed. I realized I should have tried to float. Surely I should have kept my head, but the pain was so intense that a surge of panic seized control of me. I waved my arms wildly. I shouted for help. I gulped in a mouthful of water. I started to go down. Suddenly... Hold still. Hold still. Just relax. Don't fight me. I'm drowning. I'm drowning.
No, you're not. Now, don't fight me. Just relax. Let go of me. I've got you. Let go. That's it. Now lie still. I'll pull you in.
Oh, how can we ever thank you, Mr.
Harrison. Dick Harrison. I'm sorry I had to sock him.
I don't think I'll ever want to swallow anything again as long as I live.
Listen, a little drink and You'll be first rate.
Where did you come from?
Where? Well, I just happened to be swimming out there, and you see, I'm just as big a fool as he is, except I didn't get a cramp.
But how did you happen to be out there?
Oh, that's a great question. The answer is, I don't know.
Do you come to the beach often?
No. The truth is, I hardly ever come to the beach. I'd much rather swim in a pool.
So, how does it happen you were out there today?
I just had a feeling I wanted to go to the beach.
Well, what kind of a feeling?
Oh, just, there's no way to explain it. I just got a feeling, that's all.
And because of a feeling you can't explain or even understand, I'm alive today. That was how it happened 15 years ago. And that's what had also happened this morning. A feeling, a mysterious feeling, had prompted Dick Harrison to do something. As a result, my life was saved. 2 stark and dramatic instances. In each, death was certain. 15 years ago, I would surely have drowned. This morning, I would have been killed beyond doubt in the flaming wreckage of the plane that destroyed the Fielding store. And as I thought about it, there were other instances, small perhaps, but was it all a part of a pattern?
What are you thinking about, Tony?
The number of times that Dick saved my life.
Oh. Well, the first day we met him at the beach. This morning, of course.
Oh, there were others.
I don't remember others. Twice in 15 years is good enough.
Oh, I remember some years ago. I lent him the car.
Yes?
When he returned it, he said, take it in to be looked at.
Well, I don't remember that.
Well, he checked the brake fluid. It was practically all gone. I had a leak in the master cylinder.
Oh, yes.
I could have stepped on the pedal and discovered the hard way that I had no brakes.
Of course. Suppose we'd have had to make a sudden stop, or we might have been going down a steep hill.
Well, you can write the ending to that little script yourself. But I'll never forget what he said to me that day. I thank you, Dick. It's a lucky thing you found out about the brakes.
Yeah, I guess it is.
I'll have to become more like you, Dick.
Oh, in one way?
I'll have to be more careful about a car. Check it out carefully, the way you do.
Well, I'm not careful at all.
Yes, but you actually went to the trouble of checking the brake fluid.
Yeah, and you know something, Tony? I never did a thing like that before.
What are you saying?
Well, I practically never look under the hood.
You don't?
No, I just get in and drive.
Well, what made you do it this time?
I don't know. I just got a feeling. I just got a feeling I'd better look under the hood. That's all I can tell you. I just got a feeling.
And so here we are in the realm of feelings. But, of course, as human beings, it's the only kingdom we know. Although there are those who will deny it, the practical fact is that one weak feeling can overpower 1,000 strong facts. So, we shall now concern ourselves with those things that cannot be proved, but which make up the reality of our lives. A heavy burden, but Act 3 will be equal to that task. I cannot believe, said Albert Einstein, that God chooses to play dice with the universe. But yet, if life is not a game of chance, what is it? It's been likened by some to a song. All right, we can buy that. But even here, is it precisely orchestrated? Or is there room for improvisation? That, you see, is the problem. There's never an answer. Only more questions.
On 3 occasions, Dick Harrison had saved my life. Could these have been accidental interventions? 1, perhaps. 2, maybe. But 3? And these were 3 that came rapidly into mind. Had there been others? Less dramatic, not quite so obvious? Yes, we had planned a cruise. An around-the-world cruise, some 6 months in advance, on the strength of an assignment Dick was supposed to have gotten for me. I remember the day he came to see me. Oh, Dick, come on in.
Oh, hi, Tony.
to bring the contract.
The contract?
For the motion picture rights.
Oh, that contract.
You know, I think I will write the screenplay.
Look, Tony,
I know what the book really should say.
About the contract.
Uh-oh.
Well, there was this problem.
Mm-hmm. Which problem? I thought there were no problems. Everything was set. So all I had to do was sign it.
Well, they weren't sure.
What weren't they sure about?
If they wanted to do a book about...
About what?
About, this mystic stuff you write about. Anyhow, the deal's off for a while. I'm sorry. We'll get another one.
Yeah, sure.
I mean it. Oh, you'll see.
I guess I'll have to break the news to Ruthie. She was really looking forward to that cruise.
Well, like I said, Tony, I'm real sorry.
It was for next August. We had the book 6 months in advance. I already sent in the deposit.
Well, you know this business. Who was it that said there's many a slip between the cup and the lip?
Yeah, but you'd already told me that I was actually drinking.
Well, you know what I believe, Tony. I really and truly believe that everything happens for the best.
I had a hard time convincing myself of that. And an even harder one convincing Ruthie. But after a while, we both forgot about it. It must have been some 6 months later. Ruthie called my attention to a story in the paper.
Look at this, Tony. Fire on cruise ship, the SS Paradise Island, en route to...
Why is that name familiar? Oh, I know. We were supposed to be on that boat.
The SS Paradise Island, that's right.
Anyone hurt?
No. Oh, yes. One person. He died. He was in his cabin. Well, that's all. The only casualty. Died of smoke inhalation. Fire was in a ventilator.
Well, just think. We would have been on that cruise.
Well, the boat got back to normal quickly enough, according to the paper. Another one of Dick Harrison's great triumphs. Why do you stay with him?
I often ask myself the same question.
And what answer do you come up with?
I don't know. That was, 10 years ago? At least. And I'd forgotten all about it. But now I had to find out. We had booked passage on that cruise ship, and because of Dick's failure, carelessness, whatever. But because of Dick, we had canceled the trip. And then there had been a fire on the ship. One man had died in his cabin. Just one man. There had been just this one casualty. But one could be enough. If you're the one. I had to be sure.
What are you looking for?
Oh,
these check stubs and receipts. My goodness, Tony, don't we ever throw anything away?
Well, why should we?
Why? Because you get all cluttered up with paper.
Would you throw away a drawer full of old snapshots?
Of course not.
No, said so? Why not?
Because they tell the story of your life.
So do these old pieces of paper.
But what are you looking for?
Yes. Received from Mr. Anthony Warlock the sum of $100 as a deposit for cabin B37. SS Paradise Island World Cruise leaving New York August 23rd, 19...
Oh, I remember. But why didn't we go? I forget.
Ruthie, I have to go to New York tomorrow.
Oh, but it's so hot.
Well, I have to go to the library.
The library?
It's the only place I can think of to get some special material. I couldn't tell her the real reason I was going in. I'd seen in the paper that the SS Paradise Island was in port, getting ready to sail on another cruise. I had to find out about a certain cabin. I just had to. And after I got off the train, I went right to the west side where the Paradise Island was docked. How was I going to find the answer to my question? Anyway, I joined the happy, noisy crowd and walked aboard. I was looking for a crew member, not an officer, but an older person who liked to talk. Well, she found me. An elderly, chubby, good-natured stewardess.
Trying to find your cabin, sir.
Yes, I'm trying to find my friend's cabin. I've been invited to a bon voyage party.
Oh, there's no end of them. What's your friend's cabin number?
Well, no, I don't remember.
Tell me his name. I can look it up on the passenger list.
Well, it's not my friend's cabin exactly. It's his friend's. And he invited me to his friend's party, and I don't know his friend's name.
But I suppose you'll just have to search the ship.
Hope you find him before we sail.
This is a beautiful ship, isn't it?
Oh, my, yes. I've been with her since she was commissioned 12 years ago. Haven't missed a single trip.
I was on board here, to say farewell to a friend about, must have been 10 years ago.
Were you?
Yes, I remember, because that was the trip she caught fire.
No, she did not. There was a lot of smoke and all, but it was a ventilator problem.
But one of the passengers died, didn't he?
Yeah, poor man. I knew him. I was assigned to his cabin. I never had a chance.
I'm sorry to hear about that.
It's my only unhappy memory in all my years at sea.
I suppose you remember it well, huh?
Oh, yes. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. The alarm was sounded. I was able to get all my passengers on deck, but I was too late for Mr. Grayson. Poor Mr. Grayson. In cabin 37. Right here. B deck. Cabin B, 37. Funny thing, the only reason he got that cabin was because someone else had canceled.
I didn't say another word. I couldn't. I walked off the boat. I wandered into a bar. Something I rarely do when I'm alone. I ordered a drink. I took the receipt out of my pocket. There it was. I had reserved cabin B-37 for that particular cruise. Had I gone on it, I would have been dead. Once again, Dick Harrison had intervened. But why? Why was all this happening? Why was I being saved? For what reason? Was it because there was something I was supposed to do, something I must accomplish before I died? But what? All I knew was writing, and a kind of specialized writing at that, mostly about the supernatural. The fact is, I was being kept alive, and by Dick Harrison.
Beats me, Tony.
But you keep saving my life, Dick.
Well, the answer could be in one of your books.
Which one?
Tony, you're my most important client just now, and so you know what I'm doing? I'm reading your books.
Oh, don't tell me that you never...
Well, Tony, they were always a little bit too heavy for me, but I found out if you stay with them... well, I'll tell you one thing. They sure changed me.
Changed you how?
I feel different.
In what way?
In every way.
Mention one.
I'm beginning to feel peaceful.
Peaceful? What does that mean?
I don't feel I have to be on stage all the time. I feel I can relax, just sit quietly and think. It's a wonderful feeling.
And you said you found something in one of my books.
It's no one thing, Tony. It's no one book. It's all of them. All of them together. It's what happens to you while you read. You feel like somebody's talking to you.
Who?
I don't know. And it doesn't matter. Somebody or something just wonderful makes you feel satisfied just to be yourself. What you're doing, Tony, is important. So important.
Important?
Yeah. Because it can change people.
Or maybe you're just feeling blue, Dick.
You don't understand. I'm feeling wonderful. Tony, maybe I was meant to be your agent.
You? Why?
So you wouldn't become too successful.
Well, that's a fact. I'm not too successful.
But you keep writing what you're writing now. Keep writing. Believe me, Tony, this world needs it.
Was that why I was being saved? Is it possible that I was actually creating a new philosophy? Was I being saved because my work was not yet done? In my mind, I quickly reviewed all that I'd ever written. Yes, it was possible that I was laying the foundation for a whole new concept of belief. It was not in any specific thing I said, but everything pointed to a harmonious force in the universe which any one of us could make his own. Yes, perhaps that was my mission. Perhaps that's why I was being saved. My work was not yet done.
Tony, I think you write some rattling good stories. But as far as any religious... I don't know how to put this.
Well, how do you account for the fact that I've been saved so often, Ruthie?
Well, it could be coincidence.
I don't think so.
What do you think?
I don't know.
Why don't we just wait and see what happens?
Was it coincidence? Or was I being saved from a crashing plane, from drowning, from a fire, from a dangerous automobile, by a man who not only saved me by what he did, but also because of what he was, a rather mediocre literary agent, who thus kept me writing in a certain style? So I was thus destined to save humanity. I would have to continue to write my philosophy, and therefore I could not die. I had a tremendous feeling of power. I am, after all, only human. I couldn't help it. Is it true that I cannot die? I cannot be killed? I had to prove it to myself. I was standing on a busy corner. I deliberately stepped into the path of an onrushing automobile.
Tony!
Dick!
Are you out of your mind? You deliberately stepped into the path of that car.
Did I? Where did you come from?
I don't know. I just happened to be here.
You just happened to be here? Then it's true.
What's true? What's true?
I can't tell you, Dick.
Why?
I'm scared, Dick. I'm scared.
The end of the story? We don't know. That is, we don't know yet. This is, after all, a contemporary story, and perhaps we'll find out in 5 or 10 or 20 years. Why not? This kind of thing has been happening all through history. Every now and then, someone comes along, usually out of nowhere, and changes the thinking and or the beliefs of the world. I may have something to spur your thinking in just a few minutes. We presented a man named Anthony Warlock, who could have died any number of times, but somehow his life was always being saved by the intervention of one Dick Harrison. Anthony Warlock believes it's because he, Anthony, has something of great importance to bestow upon the world. However, could it be the other way around? Does Dick keep saving Anthony because one day Dick will have something vital to give to the world, and Anthony is the one who must financially support Dick until Dick is ready? Which one is the instrument, and which one is the player? Our cast included Ralph Bell, Bob Caliban, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. You can't escape the past, the saying goes. An interesting thought, although one soon begins to see the complexity within it. There's quite a variety to the past. There's yesterday, there's a year ago, a dozen years ago. That must be what the philosopher had in mind. After all, the past contained in a single lifetime is all we need to be responsible for. We can hardly be held accountable for the distant past, the past that is merely sand and dust. The past is dead. Or is it?
There's hardly any time left.
You're serious, aren't you?
Oh, please, we must be on that boat, safely out in the harbor before it begins, before it's too late.
You tell me a story about Vesuvius erupting on us all, but see how quiet it is, how peaceful.
Oh,
now, don't speak such nonsense.
It will. Believe me, Paulus, I don't know how I know, but I know.
Our mystery drama, Return to Pompeii, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Victoria Dan and stars Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and General Electric Citizen Band radios. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It was a tranquil August afternoon in the beautiful mountainside resort town that overlooked the bay. Shopkeepers were going about their usual business, and the thousands of tourists were resting up for the evening sports spectacular to be held in the local stadium. Then at 1 o'clock, without any warning, the mountain breathed fire and lava, and by nightfall, the entire town and almost all of its inhabitants were buried beneath 60 feet of volcanic ash. Yes, it's a tragic story. But after all, it did happen long, long ago. The mountain was Vesuvius, and the town, of course, was Pompeii. The year was 79 A.D., and it has all disappeared into the immense pattern of things. All that remains now are the ruins.
My husband, Michael, was killed in an automobile accident. And for months, nothing mattered much to me. I guess I felt that it was all my fault. Anyhow, it was going to take a lot to get me back into the human race again. You search and you hope. But what can you find to make you care again? It was Olga, my neighbor, who came up with the idea in the first place.
That's right, a trip to Europe.
No, I don't think so, Olga.
Paris, London, Madrid?
What am I going to do there?
Oh, my dear Jennifer, need you ask? The food, the wine, the men.
I'm not interested.
Honey, you'd better start getting interested. It's been almost 6 months now. Are you going to spend the rest of your life feeling sorry for yourself?
You don't understand.
Oh, I understand. You think you're the only widow in the world. But you're still young. You've got your looks. Come on, enjoy life again.
Oh, how can I after what I've done?
Jennifer.
It was my fault, Olga. It was. Mike had a little more to drink than usual after that party, and I should have insisted on driving. But no, I didn't want to be one of those nagging wives. He really loved that car.
Jennifer, please, listen to...
I just should have driven, and... Well, I didn't want to offend him. Can you beat that?
Okay, forget Paris. How about Italy?
Italy?
I've got a brochure for the 22 Basic Italy package. You get to see everything.
Mike was going to take me to Italy one day. His parents were born there, you know.
You get to see Venice, Naples, and in Rome there's a special tour of the Colosseum.
I always wanted to see the Colosseum. Mike used to say that he was convinced that one of his ancestors was a gladiator. Well, maybe he did descend from one of those ancient fighters.
Well, he was the best coach the university ever had. Everybody said so. Competition was in his blood.
I'm so glad they named that football scholarship in his memory.
Yes. Jennifer, you also get a special all-day excursion to the ruins